Gu Chen struggled to open his eyes. Cold and desolate, it was as if his consciousness had been frozen at absolute zero, every fragment of thought torn apart by an intangible void. As dark red nebulae loomed and shooting stars sporadically streaked across the night, suddenly, his awareness soared, scanning the expanse of light years around him. That crimson silence was a scar on his chest. Those faint shooting stars were the lingering radiance of his Shinnic energy, seeping from the depths of the cosmos.
Ive transmigratet.
Memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. The young man from Earth in his past life was no more. In his place stood the fallen Chaos Titan, a remnant of an ancient civilization, a colossal body, imposing and immense, with rivers of stars coursing his blood, and cosmic storms awakening with his every breath. He was meant to dominate myriad realms, claim stars, an invincible deity. But reality had mercilessly slapped him, pain sharp piercing to his core. He tried to move his right hand, yet the gigantic finger, capable of controlling stars, felt as heavy as a mountain, utterly immovable. With faint divine thought, he looked inward. His entire body was ice-cold. His lung region, once a dazzling kingdom of gold, was now shrouded in black mist. Countless void locusts, with grotesque visages, were frantically gnawing at his Shinnic crystal wall. Each bite brought the suffocating agony of a blazing burn. Both lungs were severely infected, as if encased in an invisible bacteria-induced inferno. Looking further down, deep within his intestines sprawled a dark purple demon dragon, coiled and menacing. Its thousands of serrated mouths pierced like straws into his intestinal walls, greedily siphoning away his life essence. This was the cosmic parasitic monster, the void parasite dragon. His gaze shifted to the borderlands of his left arm. Lifeless ash-gray, countless twisted fleshy protrusions spread aggressively, reaching towards his heart's core. It was necrotizing fasciitis which had even escalated into divine cancer. "You've got to be kidding me." Despair welled up in Gu Chen's heart. This monumental body had become terminally ill. The evil god that once vanquished him had long dissipated, but the curses, toxins, and alien entities it left behind had rooted within, spreading, creating a terrifying ecological disaster of disease. Without intervention, within 3 cosmic days, this great godly body would perish and disintegrate into dust. Warning: vital signs critically weak. Warning: immune system collapsed. White blood cell legions completely annihilated. Warning: heart core shield durability below 0.01%. A cold, metallic voice suddenly burst forth in the depths of his soul. Gu Chen shuddered sharply. System. The instinct of a transmigrator immediately recognized the voice. Divine Body Reforging System activated successfully. Host: Gu Chen. Species: Chaos Titan, juvenile/dying phase. Life level: Tier 10, formerly Tier 12. Status: multi-organ failure, severe infection, parasitic erosion, cancer spread. Remaining life expectancy: 72 hours. Only 3 days? The crimson countdown was glaring. Gu Chen's heart went cold. System: can you directly repair me? Insufficient energy. Repair requires substantial high-dimensional energy. Current reserves depleted. Then I'm just waiting to die? Gu Chen's eyes turned steely cold as they locked onto the parasitic dragon slithering around his heart. Detected host's unique talent: dimensional linking. Calculations in progress. Optimal plan: 4th Scourge Project. Description: immune system collapse identified. Cross-dimensional linking to a lower-dimensional world, Blue Planet, is required. Summon spiritual entities to reconstruct the immune defense. Gu Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. You mean, use Earthlings as my cells to help eliminate the infection? Precisely. As long as the soul remains, the potential of mercenaries is limitless. Gu Chen locked his icy eyes on the encroaching black mist. Surrounded by a purgatory of monstrous invaders and dead cells, he resolved to recruit external reinforcements. mercenaries from a lower dimensional world. "Initiate the dimensional link," he commanded resolutely. The system responded swiftly, locking onto Blue Planet coordinates. Successfully. Constructing virtual server. Host's internal environment being gamified. His divine consciousness was drawn into a peculiar space, reflecting the dark, shattered map of his body. The scarlet hallways of blood vessels, the toxic storm-ridden lungs, the deep, dangerous dragon's lair of his intestines. It was vile and perilous, yet it was his battleground. The system inquired, "What would you name this game?" Guchun fell silent before finally replying, "Titan, Genesis." Official launch notifications illuminated rapidly. Beta access capped at 1,000 players, fully immersive, representing a monumental leap in evolution. Are you ready to become a god? At the same time, the Blue Planet trembled. Countless individuals scrolling through short videos suddenly found their screens invaded. A pitch-black pop-up with ominous golden text, accompanied by the unsettling sound of a heartbeat, struck their souls. "Do you seek to understand the meaning of life?" The system hastily corrected itself, projecting a more straightforward message. The world's first 100% immersive holographic MMORPG, Titan, Genesis, is now open for pre-registration. The door to evolution awaits you. By the year 2045 on Blue Planet, the evolution of holographic gaming had stagnated. The current highest realism rate stood at 75%, constrained by the biological limits of the human brain. Firewall. No matter how real, too much and the players disconnect. Until tonight, that pop-up shattered the boundary, breaking through the wall of life and death. In the center of the Magic City, in the Cloud Edge apartments, neon lights reflected on his weary face as Chun Feng slumped in the Silver Wing survival pod. The cold and indifferent electronic diagnostic report floated before his eyes, neural synapse latency syndrome. The dreaded label, career ender. His reaction speed had plummeted below that of rookie trainees. Once a battle god, he was now drowning in an abyss. Suddenly, a pitch-black pop-up window, all too familiar, arrogantly intruded. "Do you want to understand the meaning of life?" it asked. Chen Feng sneered. "It's already 2045, and you're still using this outdated scam?" His finger hovered near the close button but stalled at the last moment. That question pierced into the hollowness of his desensitized heart like a needle. What did it matter anyway? He was already ruined. How much worse could it get? He pressed the blood-red confirm button. Yet, the screen didn't display any loading bar. The next second, the real story began. The survival pod roared violently as a torrent of intangible data surged forth, submerging his consciousness instantly. No dizziness, no nausea. Only the weightlessness of a soul unmoored, as though slipping into a seamless traverse through an unimagined dimension. Meanwhile, miles away, at Kyoto City's First People's Hospital, deep into the night, inside an advanced care ward, Liu lay still on the hospital bed, her eyeballs twitching slightly under heavy lids. Paralyzed from the neck down for 3 years, her world had shrunk to a 3-meter square space. Even the most advanced holographic technology could allow her to float through the network but never replicate the sensation of firm ground beneath her feet. A retinal projection window flashed before her. Could she really run again? Her heart began pounding, each beat carrying a glimmer of hope. She closed her eyes tightly and whispered the confirmation, a moment that would change everything. When his awareness returned, Chun Feng felt as if he had died. He floated in a pure white ether, encased in a warm, glowing liquid. For colossal double-stranded genetic helices swirled rhythmically around him, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. A voice pierced directly into his soul. "Choose your evolutionary path." Chun Feng's gaze swept across the options. Guardian of the Divine Citadel, weaving immutable destinies. Life Thread Shaper, teeming with vitality. Storm Shard Wielder, unleashing forces of thunder. But in the end, his eyes locked on Predator. A high-speed assassin, an executioner in shadows, a death dealer to the disobedient. The obsidian blade-like bone gauntlet shone with deadly brilliance. Feeling his dormant instincts roaring to life, Chun Feng's blood burned anew. He swore silently, "This time, I'll reclaim everything I've lost." On the other end of the void, Liu gazed at her newly forged legs encased in sleek, white exoskeletal armor. Sharp, angular contours gave the impression of unyielding strength. Tentatively, she commanded them, "Move." Almost instinctively, her legs obeyed, smooth and unrestricted. Bounding into the air without effort, she landed with a sense of tangibility so vivid, it brought tears streaming down her face. Laughter burst forth uncontrollably, its resonance filling the void. Trembling, she pointed toward the Life Thread Shaper class. "With these hands, I will mend and heal everything." The scene shifted, a grand core cathedral. A deafening crash marked Chun Feng's arrival, like a missile slamming into the heart of the ground. The force rattled the space, yet he landed firmly without faltering. Before him unfolded a vast world draped in hues of crimson. Massive scarlet pipelines arched into a domed ceiling above, channeling streaming rivers of molten gold-red energy. Each thunderous pulse reverberated through the earth and into the marrow. The air was tinged with the metallic tang of rust and an aromatic hint of ozone, invigorating the senses. In the plaza's center hovered a blazing red sun, beating like an immense and feral heart. Every thrum sent tremors across the land and echoed through his veins. Chun Feng stared down at his obsidian claws and swung them with force. They tore through air as cleanly as a blade through silk, their speed far exceeding even his peak in reality by tenfold. "Is this seriously part of a game?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. He turned to see Liu, carrying a massive mechanical backpack, her face aglow with excitement. In her hand, an ominous red fragment shimmered. "Look, I just scavenged microcardiac fiber from the floor. And guess what? I pinched myself, and it hurts. But it's not unbearable. Now this feels right. Two reborn souls, bound to set this extraordinary world ablaze. Just wait and see." As white light refracted across the plaza, thousands of players began appearing one after another. Each class was spectacularly distinct, guardians standing at imposing heights of 2.5 meters, clad in heavy bone armor, their chests pounding like titanic hulks of rage. Storm shard wielders wrapped in arcs of cerulean lightning, mischievously shocking teammates into bursts of upright hair. There wasn't much time to marvel at the lifelike graphics or advanced physics engines, though. It all cut off abruptly. A piercing alarm cleaved through the rhythm of 1,000 pounding hearts. Above the scarlet firmament, a gash ruptured wide open, black mists oozing out like spilled ink. The clouds twisted, coalescing into grotesque, nightmarish silhouettes that loomed with a darker menace. Roar! The first monstrosity lunged forward, a black, chitinous beast the size of a raging calf. Its dripping viscera sizzled as the corrosive fluid seared the floor beneath it. Blood-red compound eyes flickered with unchecked ferocity. They were void locusts, physical manifestations of the deadly bacteria within the ancient murmurs of creation. The system voice thundered coldly, "Global Epic Quest initiated. Destroy the Void Locust Vanguard, 500 units. Reward, Pain Sensory Calibration System unlocked. Biotonic Energy Exchange activated." There were no introductory cinematic scenes. No grace period. The monsters descended upon them instantly. The rancid stench of decay whipped through the air, paralyzing some players on the spot. A few collapsed, trembling, their knees buckling into the ground. But within some eyes, their depths ignited into roaring infernos. All focus snapped to Chun Feng. He lowered his posture, his black chitin-plated face gleaming with feral intent, and beneath its sharp obsidian surface lay resolute, ironclad determination. In the real world, he couldn't even hold a cup of water steady. But here he was the bloodthirsty predator, brimming with adrenalized purpose. If it dares show its health bar, watch as I slay in the divine capital. He flicked out his bone blade, a sharp click echoing as he transformed into a shadowy blur on the battlefield, charging into the fray. The air was filled with a swarm of void locusts, their dense rolling mass twisting unnaturally. Their mechanical insect-like shells were etched with grotesque details, dripping with green venom. Their mandibular mouthparts spun like vicious rotary blades. The first wave launched a frenzied assault, piercing through the defenses. One locust, like a black cannonball, propelled itself with its rear legs and lunged directly at Chen Feng. Perfect timing. Relying on his professional instincts, he anticipated the attack, sliding left to evade and counterattacking with a reverse stab. However, his new body lagged unexpectedly. His movements faltered, turning fluid dodging into a clumsy stagger, leaving his left shoulder torn open by the creature's claws. -35 bleed. Armor damaged. Intense pain surged through his entire being. Despite the system dampening the sensation, the burning agony from the gash brought a cold sweat to his brow. Retreating, Chen Feng quickly opened his interface. Feng Xingtiangxia, Class Hunter LV1. Status: lightly injured. Strength: 6. Agility: 9. Constitution: 5. Spirit: 5. Total: 25 points. Though his stats were nearly double that of an ordinary person, they represented the starting limit for his hunter class. Both Constitution and Spirit were deliberately minimized for balance. Chen Feng smirked grimly, wiping away the fresh blood trailing down his lips. Damn it! This was the stark disparity between reality and the virtual world. His new body's limitations were painfully clear, and the fight had only begun. Time to see how this plays out. Shedding all illusions of godhood, Chen Feng coldly declared, "For now, I'm nothing but low-tier cannon fodder." As the locust lunged again, he abandoned any attempt at flair. The single blade he wielded gleamed in defiance. As the creature's claws closed in, he surged forward instead, letting its strike carve a bloody gash across his chest. His bone blade pierced straight into the locust's abdominal joint. Weak point strike. -80. The damage indicator flickered. This was a clash of sheer resolve. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. The terrifying beasts tore into anything in their path, creating a horrifying spectacle of blood and carnage. The players fell into disarray. "Help! This hurts like hell. I only got hit twice, and I'm already almost dead." The unfortunate player, ID also indeed, was promptly ripped into shreds by 3 locusts simultaneously. Player, also indeed, has died. His fragmented body dissolved into white light, leaving his equipment clattering to the ground. The system interface blazed crimson with the death penalty alert. Death penalty notification. 50% experience deducted. Half of bioenergy dropped. Resurrection cooldown: 30 minutes. The players, who had fancied themselves capable of infinite revivals, instantly sobered up. This wasn't some casual grind game. This was a hardcore battlefield where life and death stakes were real. Overlooking it all from an elevated perspective, Gu Chen observed coldly. Pulling his punches too soon would only stop the players from learning their lesson. Letting them suffer accelerated their growth. On the chaotic square, a rallying cry erupted. "Don't panic! Where's the Divine Guard? Get in there!" Wang Daqiang, ID strength produces miracles. A brute of a man built like a mountain, charged headlong into the swarm of monsters. His strength was overwhelming. In a stat spread of 25 points, 8 were dumped into strength and 9 into constitution, leaving his agility at a pitiful 3. Clumsy but with sheer force, the locust bit down on his white armor, producing sharp cracking sounds. -8 block. He bellowed with mad laughter, his grounded stance unyielding as a mountain. Grabbing one locust by its neck, he braced against the monstrous tide and roared, "Follow me! Hold the line! Mages, give support!" With a tank anchoring the front, the disarray began to settle, and the players rediscovered their rhythm. Dozens of soul healers sat focused before their screens. Sporting 12 spirit points, their slight frames unleashed arcing electricity. The neural disruption ability incapacitated monsters almost instantly, leaving them stiff and spasming. "Healer, I'm about to die here. On my way." Liu sprinted over, mechanical backpack in tow. As a thread weaver, she was a balance-focused support class with exceptional healing abilities. Her hands moved swiftly, pressing onto the wounds. Biogel spray erupted in streams of white foam, rapidly solidifying to aid recovery. Health bars surged back up, prompting the Divine Guard to rally with a loud cheer. Damn, that healing's insane. With support like this, what's there to fear? On the battlefield, an iron triangle took shape. Tanks soaking damage, soul healers controlling the monsters, and thread weavers keeping everyone alive. Meanwhile, hunters like Chun Feng systematically delivered death blows. The cooperation turned the nightmare creatures into no more than obstacles. Fear gave way to greed as players began scrambling for resources. Don't hog the finishing blows. The energy spheres drop bioenergy. Grab them quickly. After half an hour of grueling combat, Chun Feng finally severed the neck of the last Void Locust with a decisive strike. In the Heartnode Plaza, calm was restored at last. The ground was littered with corpses, fragmented exoskeletons strewn about. This first baptism by blood and fire was just the beginning. Time to see what comes next. Of the initial 1,000 players, less than 600 were still standing after the battle. Over 300 now sat in small dark rooms, counting down their resurrection timers. Chun Feng leaned against one of the massive muscle fiber columns, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. His health was down to just 10 points, and his energy reserves were utterly depleted. Combat complete. Plus 85 bioenergy gained. Level up, LV1, 99%, dash, LV2. Free attribute points +2. He allocated both points into agility, which surged from 9 to 12. Testing with a punch, Chun Feng exhaled in satisfaction. His body no longer lagged. Each movement smooth, his thoughts sharp, a clarity akin to awakening from a profound sleep. This game's sense of progression is incredible, he muttered, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the system broadcast erupted from above. Warriors, you have defended honor. The Gene Store, LV1, is now unlocked. New zone unlocked. The Crimson Star Path, first defensive zone. Chun Feng closed the store and looked up. The city of origin, where they were located, resembled a colossal floating continent suspended in the void. At the edge of the plaza, a massive passage leading into the darkness stood prominently. The Crimson Star Path, a sprawling arterial pathway as expansive as a galaxy, pulsating with golden red energy. Standing there, the players looked as insignificant as ants wandering in a wilderness. A system notification appeared. Current location, City of Origin Core Zone. Next destination, Gate of Judgment, Bicuspid Valve Frontline. Distance, 120,000 kilometers. Chun Feng's eyes widened. 120,000 kilometers? He opened the minimap. The Gate of Judgment was merely the first checkpoint to leave the beginner's area. Further beyond, places like Morning of the Storm, the Lungs, were measured in light years. Wang Daqiang leaned in and exclaimed, "This map is insane. We'd run ourselves to death, wouldn't we?" Chun Feng remained calm. The map is indeed vast, but there must be vehicles. For now, we need to get past this gate first. His gaze locked onto the dark recesses of the Crimson Star Path. Shadows writhed, harboring untold dangers. The glow from the Gene Shop began to fade, and players' cheers were instantly replaced by a sobering realization. Their wallets were virtually empty, and complaints broke out one after another. This is robbery. Does the game designer want to skin us alive? A holy guard with the in-game ID Strength Creates Miracles squatted down, staring at a skill book priced at 200 bioenergy points. Savage Charge, practically drooling. After the bloody battles over the past hour, once death penalties and equipment repairs had been factored in, most players had only a few dozen bioenergy points left in their accounts. A nearby hunter grumbled, "Even a lousy white-tier bone sword costs 150 points. Is this game just making us laborers?" Chun Feng, with the ID frontier across the world, furrowed his brow. As a primary damage dealer, he only had 135 points left. He couldn't afford the skill book and had to spend 10 points to use a whetstone to restore his weapon's durability. "Save your points for now," he advised calmly. Ordinary equipment could be compensated for with skill, but abilities were the key to victory. Without skills, nothing mattered. High-dimensional void. Gu Chun gazed at the bickering players from above, his emotions a mingled chaos of amusement and exhaustion. It wasn't that he was being ruthless. He was also broke. His system interface was flashing red repeatedly. His core shield was nearly depleted, with just 0.05% remaining. The players' bioenergy contributions and transaction taxes amounted to only 8,500 points total. Repairing the pericardium alone requires 5,000 points, and maintaining the network drains a substantial amount daily. With a heavy sigh, he made a tough decision and channeled 5,000 points into the system. This was par for the course. At the edge of the core plaza, the previously corroded pits began to writhe. Golden tissues and fibers rapidly multiplied, the fractured battlefield swiftly repairing itself and becoming pristine. Gu Chen's gaze fixed on the massive surging bloodstream that was the Crimson Star Path. Gigantic red cells drifted upon its currents like natural vehicles. He willed the interface and immediately modified the system description, adding a touch of dramatization for the Scarlet Vessel. Global announcement. The journey to the Gate of Judgment is vast and arduous. Hint. Along the Crimson Star Path, natural vehicles known as Scarlet Vessels have emerged. Ride the flow. Chun Feng's keen eyes scanned the expanse. The galactic pathway stretched wide, with crimson waves rolling endlessly. Within the golden-red energy river, large crimson disks floated, each shimmering with a soft glow, resembling futuristic bio-hovercrafts. "Is that the Scarlet Vessel?" A female player with the ID Cloudy Pomelo murmured in awe. "Strength creates miracles," acted without hesitation. Sprinting to the riverbank, he leapt mightily, landing with a loud impact that caused a disc to slightly dent before springing back up, perfectly supporting his weight. "Solid! Absolutely solid!" he shouted with excitement, waving enthused like someone snatching a seat during peak travel season. Immediately, players swarmed the edge of the core plaza, leaping at the discs en masse. The sound of splashes echoed incessantly. Chun Feng, sharp-eyed, analyzed the flow velocity and turned towards the hesitant, Cloudy Pomelo. "Stay with me. My agility is only 6. I'm afraid I won't make the jump," she whispered timidly. Chun Feng extended a hand. "I'll pull you." With a shared understanding, the two leapt together. Mid-air, Chun Feng precisely predicted her trajectory, grabbed her arm, and helped neutralize her impact. With a soft thud, they landed securely on the surface of the disc. It was firm yet had a subtle elasticity. Around them, crimson light flickered as shadows blurred by in retreat. Overhead loomed an infinite darkness. "This is practically a superluminal highway," Cloudy Pomelo exclaimed, astonished. By now, most players had boarded, their gathered forces flowing downriver in a mighty procession, heading swiftly into the depths of darkness. Before long, as Chun Feng closed his eyes to recover his stamina during the ride, a sudden deceleration jolted him awake. The system's red warning flared ominously. "Alert! Obstruction detected along the path. Crystal sediments. Triggered event. Clear the path. Objective: destroy the wall of size and eliminate the guarding amber devourers." Everyone's gazes shot forward. An enormous yellow crystal mountain spanned the river's entire breadth. Its surface glowed eerily with a translucent sheen. Squirming across its jagged walls were countless soft-bodied creatures, each half the height of a person, covered in golden yellow mucus, their countless eyes fixated on the players ahead. The journey had only just begun, and the trials awaited each step forward. "Look!" The starship squad ran headlong into a massive yellow mountain. Furious and incredulous, Dali Chu Chi Ji, translated as "power brings miracles," began complaining angrily. "Is the game designer out of their mind? A crystal mountain right in the middle of the flight path. With a mouth full of complaints but a heart full of determination, he blew the battle horn. It looks like soft jelly, charge. But the moment the starship made contact with the yellow mountain, it got stuck, unable to budge, as if trapped in a swamp. The squishy walls of the so-called mountain opened up like shark jaws, revealing they were alive. Slime monsters launched themselves at the players. No damage? Someone laughed nervously, noting their health bars remained steady. But within seconds, their agility dropped to zero, their bodies sealed in yellow crystalline shells, entirely immobilized.
Ambersell.
Spellcasters, spirit adepts, paralyzed them with lightning. Feng Xing Tianxia, translated as World-Walking Blade, roared sharply, directing the team. Bolts of electricity crackled wildly, only to fizzle out uselessly as the monsters revealed their immunity to magic. Physical attacks fared no better. Blades skidded off with no effect, leaving melee fighters frustrated. The deeper the starship sank, the more players were turned into amber statues, transforming into static trophies one by one. Tension grew thick as Feng Xing Tianxia stared intently at the monster information interface. No weaknesses were listed. They had to figure this out on their own. At that moment, Yun Zhongyu, translated as Grapefruit in the Clouds, tugged on his sleeve, pointing to the environmental buff in the top right corner of the interface. High-energy ether current. Fire effectiveness plus 200%. Highly flammable. A critical clue not to be overlooked. No torches and no fire mages. Feng Xing Tianxia's mind raced. Then a spark of inspiration struck. The Guardian NPC's crude bone weapons paired with chitin armor used the high-energy environment to create physical fire sparks. Dalichu Qiji gaped at the idea. Smash ourselves? Feng Xing Tianxia shouted. Strike sparks and ignite the environment. All right, let's light it up. Dalichu Qiji, holding a bone hammer, took a decisive swing against a companion's chitin armor. Sparks flew amid sharp, crackling sounds, igniting the highly flammable ether gas. Boom! Flames erupted as a massive explosion rocked the area. The slime monsters shrieked in agony, melting into blackened pools of liquid. Critical hit. Environmental damage massively boosted. It worked. Dali, now wreathed in flames like an infernal flame demon, charged straight into the horde, grabbing two slime monsters and bashing them together in fiery fury. Guardians struck sparks, spirit adepts fanned the flames, and hunters delivered finishing blows. Thus, a completely unorthodox and brutal self-sacrificing combustion tactic was born. What was once an impenetrable lineup of monsters began to falter and collapse, the players' creativity and relentless flames tearing through their defenses. From a godlike vantage point above, Gu Chun shook his head with a helpless smile. Honestly, this kind of chaotic ingenuity is starting to feel normal. The idea of using players' blood vessels as fuel to ignite flammable patches and clear out blockages was both insane and brilliant. Watching this strange scene unfold, Gu Chun couldn't help but be impressed. While insane, these fourth-day Calamity players were undeniably effective. His gaze shifted to the high-energy amber fragments scattered among the monster remains. An inspiration struck him. Moments later, a global announcement rang out across the server. Congratulations! Players' tactical creativity has triggered a hidden mechanism. New Guardian advancement unlocked. Infernal Warden requires consumption of high-energy amber essence to evolve. Suddenly, all the Guardians who just moments ago detested the slimy remains exploded into a frenzy. The battlefield of melted black sludge and amber fragments became a war zone of its own as players scrambled for loot. This pool of black oil? Mine. Grab it. I'm turning into a fire build. In the stunning backdrop of the starry universe, the players of the Crimson Fleet sped forward, pushing their limits. It felt like an interstellar journey as they navigated through massive arterial paths, surrounding blood vessel walls glowing like celestial domes with streams of fiery energy roaring beneath their feet. At a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Qin gazed upon it all. Too slow, he muttered under his breath. His massive divine body sprawled across the cosmos, with each heartbeat akin to an intergalactic expedition. Simply drifting along the bloodstream, the journey ahead was daunting. His focus locked onto the first major stopping point, the pulmonary artery valve. Long-term energy accumulation had created an obstruction, shaping it into a natural transit station. There, establish an outpost here, Gu Chen declared decisively. A system-wide broadcast echoed, approaching the Sighing Corridor Transit Station. All kin, prepare to dock and resupply. Before the player's eyes, the starry path suddenly divided, revealing a titanic white gate that stood like a divine structure of unimaginable scale. 3 semi-transparent valve-like membranes loomed as tall as the Himalayas, cutting and redirecting the blood flow. Fengxing Tianxia stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed. The tiny details in this model. I'm in awe. Fear and admiration for the colossal structure mixed within him. Their starships slowly docked. The landing area was constructed from ancient calcified deposits, glowing white in the dim light. Amid the landscape stood a solitary 3-meter-tall figure, a titanic golden warrior clad in broken, battered armor, wielding a shattered lance. Beneath its helm, a haunting flicker of blue soulfire danced within the emptiness. Gu Chun directed the last of his divine energy to create this NPC guide, Ancient Watcher Zero. As players swarmed around it, they began shouting excitedly, "A living NPC! Quest time!" De Li Chu Chi Ji swaggered up and cheekily knocked on its armor. The towering giant turned its head sharply, locking its eerie blue gaze on him. A raspy metallic growl escaped its lips. "New kin? You're too weak. Not even qualified to survive." Despite its biting mockery, atop its head shone a gleaming golden question mark. The system activated the quest. Sighing Corridor debris cleanup, void dust blocking the gate. Objective: clear hardened debris 0/1000. Reward: unlock corridor teleportation point, plus 50 biopower. Guess even scut work pays. De Li muttered, begrudgingly accepting the quest. The corridor erupted into chaos as players began feverishly mining, bulldozing debris, and competing to see who could gather resources the fastest. Others studied how to turn sludge into equipment, sparking a passionate research fever. Gu Chun observed from his higher dimensional perch, content as biopower surged steadily into his reserves. Hours later, the breakthrough came. Current biopower, 12,000 points. This was how it was done, step by step, taking control and advancing forward. Take a look. Core shield energy rising slowly, from 0.05% to 0.08%. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, his mind calculating rapidly. Even with these 1,000 players, fighting against billions of viral armies in the lungs is a mere drop in the ocean. Expansion was imperative. With his soul weakened, maintaining the high-dimensional link for these 1,000 players had already drained most of his computational power. If more were to join, disconnect, repair, and expand, this was the only path to take. With a wave of my hand, let these warriors leave temporarily. Global server announcement flashed across the screen. The corridor of size unlocked, version upgrading. Server expansion expected downtime of 8 hours. The countdown roared. 10, 9, 8. Dali was mining in a frenzy to make money, panicking and yelling, "Don't shut down!" Fengxing Tianxia was exploring the depths of darkness, but was ruthlessly disconnected mid-adventure. 3, 2, 1. The screen went black as the disconnection tsunami hit. Reality shifted. Late night in Shanghai, in a cloud-top apartment. The lid of a life support pod slowly opened, and Fengxing Tianxia jolted awake. In the game, he was a swift and lethal hunter, but now he felt like an anchor weighing him down. His fingers were stiff and icy. When he reached for a water glass, his trembling hand knocked it over, water splashing onto the floor. He collapsed back, staring bitterly at his own rebellious right hand. The glory of the past felt like nothing more than an illusory dream. He mocked himself, a failure, a prisoner of his own body. Desperate, he yearned to return to that world where he could slay monsters. Inside the life support pod, the screen glowed with the message, Server Maintenance. The cold 8-hour countdown starkly grounding him in reality. Hurry up! His bloodshot eyes brimmed with unwillingness and desire. At the same time, far away in Kyoto in the ICU, Liu was forcibly logged out for the first time. Her body remained cold, so rigid that even lifting a leg felt like an unattainable luxury. Tears streamed down her face, muffled sobs piercing the silence. Why? Why make me wake up? Her dreamlike escape among the stars transformed into the harshest reality. She stared at the countdown. 7 hours and 59 minutes. Her gaze steadied, resolute. I won't sleep. I'll watch the countdown. I refuse to be forced out of there for even one extra second. The perspective shifts back to the high dimension, where Gu Chun stood in his Titan's colossal godform. Though players reeled in withdrawal from the server shutdown, Gu Chun focused on calculating his high-stakes gamble. System: inject 10,000 bioenergy points to repair Soul Network nodes, and another 2,000 points to hatch new kin. Command confirmed. New soul channels began to unravel. The expansion aimed for 10,000 new connections. This was just the beginning, wasn't it? Gu Chun felt his soul gradually become clearer, the splitting headache on his mind easing up. The server upgrade progressed smoothly, ushering everything into a new chapter. He released an official announcement with a single click. Second beta test of Titan Genesis is live. Version name: Pre-Storm Horizon. 10,000 new player slots added. New class: Infernal Warden. The advanced path of the Divine Sentinel. The news exploded across the internet. Players on Earth who missed the first beta test and regretted it bitterly after seeing the astonishing gameplay were ablaze with envy and excitement. The forums went wild, begging for an activation code, offering 10,000 bucks. Make it 50,000. Now get lost. That physics engine, those lighting effects, it's out of this world. Call me a professional commander. Let's form a party. A silent storm of the fourth plague began to gather, its eyes set on Gu Chen's Divine Titan's world. As the maintenance ended, the Soul Network reconnected. Welcome back to Titan Genesis. 11,000 players surged into the game simultaneously, an overwhelming tide like a broken dam. Location: the Corridor of Size, outside the Pulmonary Connection outpost. This colossal platform, made of white calcified substances, was illuminated in an instant by the appearance of countless beams of white light. Deafening chatter filled the air, and the 3 gigantic valve-like gates seemed as if they were about to be blasted off their hinges. Is this really just a game? The scent in the air, the breeze brushing my face. It's too real. Stop shoving. Who stepped on my foot? That hurts. Is this the legendary Core Sanctum? The map marks it as merely an outpost. Among the 1,000 fresh-faced rookies in standard beginner gear fumbling around their new surroundings, the 1,000 OG players from the first test, with their preserved advanced equipment, emerged as obvious leaders. Standing atop a rocky outcropping, Dali Chukaji, Big Force Miracles, radiated dominance as he waved an enormous bone hammer. His patchwork armor made of chitinous plates exuded a rugged charisma. High-energy amber essence, essential for torch upgrades, only 50 bioenergy points per piece. Honest trade for all. A crowd of beginners surrounded him in awe. Big bro, how do I level up? I can't even find a quest. Dali laughed, pointing toward a dim corner of the corridor. Don't just stare at the giant gates. Entering there is a literal death wish. Check out the dust clouds, those hide void dust mites and sludge fiends. That's the safe grind zone. Inside the vast and intricate divine body of the Titan, even in what seemed like peaceful zones, countless microscopic cleaning organisms and waste lay hidden. A safe experience zone for beginners. This felt just right. At the same time, a golden light screen unfolded across the entire server. The class progression system was now online. A floating holographic chart expanded, revealing the future paths of the 4 basic classes. Hidden classes were still locked. 1. Divine Guardian tank role. First advancement, Iron Citadel, specializes in extreme physical defense and taunts, serving as the main tank of a team. Core skills, Indomitable Will and Shield Wall Charge. Second advancement, Fury Behemoth, abandons the shield to wield two-handed weapons, relying on high HP and lifesteal to dish out melee damage. Core skills, Thirst for Blood and Earthquake Wave. Third advancement, a hidden branch that requires unlocking through special conditions. 2. Assassin Branch, Hunter. First tier, Phantom Blade, a stealthy attacker capable of unleashing deadly surprise attacks to eliminate enemies in the backline instantly. Core skills, Shadow Step and Execution. Second tier, Venom Ranger, masters sustained poison damage, trap setups, and long-range harassment to whittle down enemies. Core skills, Venom Refinement and Corrosive Trap. Third tier, Mysterious and Awaiting Discovery. 3. Support Branch, Weaver of Life. First tier, Sage of Life, a pure healer specializing in powerful cleansing and restoration abilities. Core skills, Rain of Life and Light of Revival. Second tier, Flesh Architect, a battlefield innovator who summons bone barriers and turrets on demand. Core skills, Growth of Bastion and Bone Thorn Jungle. Third tier, Remains Unknown. 4. Caster Branch, Spirit Manipulator. First tier, Lord of Thunder, a lightning wielder capable of unleashing paralyzing storm-like crowd control abilities. Core skills, Thunderstorm Surge and Overcharged Lightning Chain. Second tier, Mind Hacker, excels in mental manipulation and enchanting illusions to sow confusion and chaos among enemies. Core skills, Psychic Lash and Command Chaos. Third tier, Cloaked in Mystery. Feng Xing Tingxia's sharp eyes scanned the class progression chart. He muttered softly to himself, Level 10. He had just barely reached Level 2, with only 15% progress. A long, arduous journey lay ahead. Brother Feng, take me with you, Dali Creates Miracles shouted as he pushed through the crowd with Yun Zhongyu trailing behind. Yun Zhongyu spoke softly, I want to quickly switch to Sage of Life. She can dispel environmental toxins. The sooner I make the transition, the safer we'll be. Feng Xing Tingxia nodded and immediately called out in the channel. Elite Exploration Squad, heading to Stormy Dawn. Need 2 spirit manipulators, level 2 or higher, experienced players only. No newbies. This was a hardcore server. Each party was composed of 5 members, and the lineup had to be reliable. Within moments, Thunder Wizard and Data Freak joined the team. Let's move. Feng Xing Tingxia wasted no time, leading the group through the throng and toward the massive membrane gate. Stormy Dawn, new map entrance. Beyond the colossal gate, the environment shifted abruptly. Fierce winds howled like tormenting wails of ghosts. This was no longer the stable blood vessel world. It was the Iron Wasteland. The sky was gray, pocked with alveoli-like openings that exhaled violent hurricane winds. The ground, charred and sponge-like, was cloaked in a haze of fine dust. Environmental warning. Entering the inflammatory storm zone. All members take 1 point of burning damage per second. Feng Xing Tingxia gave the order decisively. Healer. Apply continuous regeneration. Yun Zhongyu raised her hand, casting the biogel spray, rapidly covering the team in a layer of healing membranes, fully counteracting the environmental damage. Enemies ahead. Stay hidden. Feng Xing Tingxia crouched and pointed toward the charred ground. Ahead, a new adversary emerged into view. It was an inflamed golem, composed entirely of charred rocks, with molten lava flowing through its cracks. His burning arms swung a massive flaming boulder. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it looked ferocious and menacing. Monster. Inflamed Golem, Level 5. Description. An elemental giant formed from necrotized flesh and fire, boasting high defense and immunity to fire-based damage.
Dali creates miracles went pale.
Level 2 fighting level 5? No way. Feng Xing Tingxia remained calm. It's just a common patrol mob, nowhere near a mini-boss. Then he gestured further into the mist, where countless inflamed golems spread out like a tide. Beyond them, a colossal flame demon lumbered, towering over the battlefield. There was no classic one-strike kill final boss here, only an unrelenting gauntlet of trials and challenges. This too felt just right. The Lung battlefield, where life and death hung by a thread. Here, no piece of land was at peace. Enemies blanketed the horizon, and monsters surged forth in boundless waves. For the microscopic players, a severe case of pneumonia meant an endless assault of hostile forces. Feng Xing Tingxia calmly laid out the strategy. We won't clear the entire map. Only massive armies can pull that off. Our goal is the stronghold. Dachong, kite that slow inflame golem. Just that one. Dully Creates Miracles hoisted his Cheetynus shield high and charged forward with a battle cry, yelling, "Come at me, punk! Let's see how you handle Grandpa." The inflamed golem turned, swinging. The blazing fist struck, forcing Mighty Miracles back, the health bar plummeting by a fifth in an instant. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes gleamed like lightning. "Hold steady. Don't let them gang up on you. I'm with you until the end." With that command, the Thunder King and Data Maniac launched a perfectly timed attack. A streak of blue lightning precisely struck the golem's knee joint. The massive figure staggered, momentarily frozen. A shadow darted behind it. Feng Xing Tianxia moved with incredible speed, embedding a bone blade into the molten crack in its surface, reaching directly for the energy core. In just 2 minutes, the flawless teamwork brought the golem crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. Killed Flame Toxic Golem, LV.5. Team Biometrics +30. Obtained Flame Toxic Crystal Nucleus, usable as weapon enchantment material. Excellent results. Experience rocketing. Mighty Miracles exclaimed, pocketing the crystal nucleus with excitement. 100 more of these, and we'll hit level 3 without a doubt. Feng Xing Tianxia fixed his gaze on the distant monster-laden mountains and seas, issuing a calm warning. Stick to the plan. Pull more than 2 monsters, and it's all over. This battlefield was like treading on the edge of a knife. One misstep, and the entire effort would collapse. This was reality, unforgiving and uncompromising. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chun looked down, observing the spark-like bursts of conflict within the lungs, nodding slightly. The trivial disputes among beginner players were like dust mites, insignificant. Teams like Feng Xing Tianxia's elite squad had already secured the lungs periphery. Gu Chun thought to himself, the Apocalypse trial adaptation has begun. Energy coursed rapidly. 1,000 players online simultaneously consumed resources voraciously, with even more provided to sustain them. Maintaining the front lines ensured continuous energy reclamation, which was the foundation for the restoration of the divine body. But he knew the lungs didn't only harbor beasts like the flame-toxic golem. Lurking within were the virus legions, the true invaders. Hidden in the depths, they watched and bided their time, coveting the fresh vitality of the newly regenerated cells. "Grow strong, warriors," he murmured. The war had only just begun. 3 days later, Psi Corridor. The desolate land where the heart and pulmonary arteries converged, transformed into a bustling slum. A wave of tens of thousands flooded in. The once barren, calcified land was now teeming with players. The ground bore the marks of countless makeshift stalls, and chitin tents were scattered everywhere. Buying flame-toxic crystal nucleus at high prices. Recruiting for mud monsters in the corridor. Heavy labor needed. Potions provided. Help. Borrowing 5 biometrics to repair equipment. It's been 3 days, and I'm still running around naked. Amid the noise, complaints abounded. One newbie, Walking Grass, stretched his aching legs with a sigh. This map is way too big. Takes 2 hours to walk to the downwind zone to grind monsters. If you die, it's another 2-hour trek. I've spent the whole day just running. I'm losing my mind. The sheer scale of the game was a stumbling block. From Psi Corridor to the downwind zone, players traversed vast stretches of vascular wastelands and had to contend with periodically respawning wandering monsters. Going solo was a shortcut to disaster. This hardcore die in 5 minutes. Rerun for 2 hours gameplay turned away many fresh-faced players. But that's the way it was, like it or not. In the storm-shrouded depths of the right lung, a forbidden zone yet untouched by players, the environment grew increasingly perilous. Toxic, searing dust swirled in the air, obscuring vision with thick mist. The ground was no longer solid calcified layers, but instead a soft, writhing expanse of alveolar tissue. Suddenly, a black bone blade flashed like lightning, stabbing into the back of another flame-toxic golem's neck and precisely shattering the core. Feng Xing Tianxia, panting heavily, kicked aside the rubble beneath his feet. Behind him, his elite squad stood weary, their faces etched with exhaustion. 3 days of relentless slaughter had propelled them to the server's highest level, LV.5. But their stamina was nearing its limit. We can't go any deeper. Cloud Grapefruit glanced at their nearly depleted supplies. Only 3 recovery potions left. If we run into a monster horde, it'll end in a wipeout. Mighty Miracles cradled his battered, dented shield with a bitter smile. Can't this game add a respawn point? I'm sick of running my legs off. Feng Xing Tianxia climbed onto a protruding gray-white boulder, his eyes piercing through the fog to lock onto a darker, more menacing green abyss ahead. Countless capsule-like structures, reminiscent of spider nests, hung suspended, with shadows flitting amidst them. It was the virus nest, far more dangerous than the flame-toxic golems encountered earlier. The monsters here moved with intent and coordination. Charging in with just the 5 of us is like pulling water from a dry well, Feng Xing Tianxia judged coolly. We'll need to organize a large force. The Thunder King sighed in frustration. Who'd be foolish enough to run for hours just to throw their lives away? It's all talk. Feng Xing Tianxia's gaze fell to the hard calcified rock beneath his feet. A natural high ground, sheltered from the wind, easy to defend but tough to attack. Inspiration struck. If the system won't give us a respawn point, we'll build one ourselves, he declared resolutely. He turned to Cloud Grapefruit. The foundational skill of the Weaver, material restructure, it's elementary. But can it use monster bone armor combined with high-adhesion biogel to construct walls? Cloud Grapefruit mulled over it, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Theoretically, yes, this could be the beginnings of flesh crafting. Let's do it. At Feng Xing Tianxia's command, the whole team switched gears. Mighty, haul the golem debris. Thunder King, gather the adhesive slime. He issued sharp, concise orders. We're going to build a flesh fortress. Right here. From his elevated view, Gu Chun watched this small team come to a sudden halt. No longer resisting like a mantis trying to stop a cart, they busied themselves instead, collecting rubble like ants moving house. Though slightly surprised, a smile of admiration crept across their faces. The indomitable spirit of the nation. When faced with obstacles, miracles are created. Gu Chun understood. Without forward outposts that targeted the lungs, players fatigued from traversing maps would inevitably give up. Thus, he opted for a low-profile approach. The Gene Store launched new items, while permissions to special zones were also unlocked. Server-wide system announcement. Squad Feng Xing Tianxia has triggered the exploration system. Permissions for the Stormy Dawn zone unlocked. Entering construction mode. New blueprints added to the store. Bio Beacon basic respawn point requires 5,000 biomass plus 100 blaze venom crystals. Chitin Wall blueprint construction guided by Weaver skills. Defense turret blueprint requires Ling Shu Master to channel energy. The moment the announcement hit, the server exploded. Holy crap! We can build our own respawn point. 5,000 biomass? That's daylight robbery. God Feng actually triggered the construction system. It was no surprise. This is what real gaming felt like. Strength and Miracles, busy moving stones, caught sight of the announcement and nearly dropped a boulder on his foot. 5,000 biomass? And 100 crystals? He panicked. Gathering his brothers to do some math, it became obvious. Even if they sold themselves, they couldn't scrape it together. After all, as top-tier players, every dime had been sunk into gear and potions. They hardly had 500 biomass among them. At that moment, Fengxing Tianxia logged on with his usual calm demeanor and, for the first time, spoke in global chat. Stormy Dawn, coordinates 334-128. We found a secure elevated terrain and plan to construct the first server-wide frontline stronghold. Once built, it will include respawn points, repair stations, and supply depots. It will shorten grinding distances. You won't need to run 2 hours anymore. But constructing it requires massive funding. So we need crowdfunding. Donate materials or biomass, and you'll receive permanent residency and tax-free repair privileges. It's not mandatory. If you want to spirit-run your corpse, go ahead. The chat fell silent for 10 seconds before erupting. Count me in. I'll grab a shovel. Weavers, let's go. Start spitting chitin paste. Got cash for biomass. Take me along. Finally, no more running marathons. Heading there now. Hours later, the desolate rocky highland underwent a shocking transformation. Thousands of players braved the toxin-filled air, forming a line and working with unyielding determination. Some hauled troll boulders. Others dragged monster corpses. Some hammered tools into the earth. Yun Zhongyu took charge as chief engineer. Leading her team of weavers, not only did she spray bonding paste, but they also assembled skeletal remains and carapaces into wall panels, sealing every gap. Before their eyes, a grotesque, primitive, ash-white bone wall surged upward at a speed visible to all. Strength and Miracles led his guild, pounding the foundation solid like human piledrivers while embedding sharp Cheetah Noose spikes firmly into the soil. And what about the monumental cost of 5,000 biomass and 100 crystals? The spirit of teamwork was unparalleled. 10,000 players pitched in. I'll give 1 point. I'll give 2. The crowdfunding progress bar shot up like a rocket. In just 3 hours. Progress. 100%. Standing at the center, Fengxing Tianxia held the system-materialized bio-beacon core. The crystal glowed with a soft white light, brimming with divine energy bestowed by Gu Chun. Taking a deep breath, he thrust it into the altar. Boom! A blinding column of white light pierced the sky. Within a 500-meter radius, toxic fog dissipated in an instant. An energy field expanded outward as a harmonious notification graced every player's ears. Safe zone activated. Toxic environment neutralized. Life recovery plus 200%. Respawn point unlocked. It's Doani. Cheers erupted, shaking the heavens. Tears intermingled with the sounds of Cheetah Noose tools striking. The once crude and simple stronghold had now become an unshakable sanctuary for all. Fengxing Tianxia's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned back toward the fortress perimeter. The ink-green toxic mist stirred from the commotion. Numerous scarlet compound eyes gleamed from within. The real viral horde had awakened. Coordinates: Stormy Dawn, Frontline Fortress, Dawnlight. This crude, rugged bone-wall fortress was raised up in 3 hours. Constructed from monster carcasses and Cheetah Noose scraps. The wind howled, toxic mist surrounded it. For the 11,000 players, this place had become home. After 3 days of relentless battles, the beta testers had undergone metamorphosis. Watch out. They were no longer the clueless newcomers who ran around in their underwear. Decked out in chitin armor, wielding bone spears and bone blades, their levels surged to LV.3 and LV.4. In just 3 days, the grinding maniacs had showcased their insane progression. Just as everyone believed victory was in sight and the fortress was destined for brighter days, the ground suddenly quaked. Thud, thud, thud. These were not the heartbeats of a titan, but the muffled stomping sound of countless monsters treading over sponge-like lung tissue. Fengxing Tianxia stood atop the fortress's highest watchtower. Eyes locked on the swirling white shield, they stared deeply into the dense, greenish fog beyond. The enemy had arrived. Suddenly, at the center of the fortress, the biological beacon flared a blinding crimson light. In mid-air, a massive holographic projection illuminated. NPC Sentinel Azero held a long spear, pointed it directly into the swirling mist, and shouted urgently, "The abyss of the foul dawn has sensed the ignition of the sacred flame. They are gathering, seeking to extinguish the last light of dawn. Warriors, to protect this final hope, survive." For days, Guchan had been controlling NPC Zero to launch an epic resistance campaign against the dark forces of the Abyssal Dawn for all players on the server. The quest board popped up immediately. Server-wide emergency battle, Dawn Defense. Objective, hold the fortress for 2 hours. Repel the flame demon minions. Special buff applied. Instant death revival halved resource costs. Failure penalty. Fortress destroyed. Frontline retreated. Shop access downgraded. Levels reset. Instant death revival? In an instant, the oppressive fear dissipated, and the fire of determination ignited in the player's eyes. After running maps for 3 days, it's finally worth it. Player Walking Grass raised their battle-scarred colossal bone staff and roared, "Today we don't just drop dead bodies in vain. All-out attack. Let's do this. Kill." The mist split apart, and a tide of black monsters surged forward like a flood. Leading the charge were the virus-infested crawlers, their crimson eyes glinting, jointed limbs bent unnaturally, with blood-drenched maws snapping ravenously. Countless in number, they swarmed the fortress, their levels mostly below LV.4. Wave after wave slammed into the bone-constructed walls, and boom, the fortress quaked violently. The battle was on the edge of eruption. "Defenders, hold the breach. Don't let a single one climb through." Feng Xing Tianxia bellowed. Beneath the wall, thousands of divine sentinels formed an unyielding iron phalanx. Front lines drove shields firmly into the ground, while rear lines formed an impenetrable spear formation. Cold weapons tactics. "Kid, keep your eyes glued to the bugs." LV.4 divine sentinel shouted harshly, smashing 2 crawlers away with a single shield bash. The crawlers were lightning fast but incapable of breaking through the impenetrable defense. Moreover, 3,000 soulcasters raised their skeletal staffs high, their mental energy surging, as they prepared to unleash a devastating ultimate electric shock. 3, 2, 1, discharge. The Thunder King commanded. 3,000 arcs of crackling blue lightning intertwined into a massive net, blanketing the ground. ZZRRT. The crawlers turned charred and motionless as the electric net scorched them in place. "Hunters, finish them off." Shadows darted like ghosts, striking quickly to deliver the killing blow. The weakened monsters had nowhere to hide. "This feels amazing. The experience is skyrocketing. I just hit LV.4. I leveled up." The intense combat rewarded players with extravagant gains in stats and experience. Whether playing solo or in teams, the exhilaration was unmatched. The ground trembled under the thunderous roar of cannon fire, yet the monster tide showed no signs of waning. Thud! Thud! Deafening impacts shook the earth violently once again. This was it. Out from the depths of the mist came an explosive eruption. A horde of hundreds of LV.8 armored pustule giants, now pressed into the battlefield. Towering 3 meters tall, these muscular behemoths bore swollen, grotesque bodies with hardened keratin armor that gleamed coldly under the light. Unfazed by the soulcasters' electrical blasts, they barreled into the fortress walls like living battering rams. Boom! A segment of chitin-reinforced wall collapsed in wreckage. "A breach! The wall is down!" gasped the players in alarm. Several giants instantly charged into the breach in the defensive line, their massive bone clubs slashing through the air and sending players flying like bowling pins, blood bars dropping to 0 in a flash. Even with higher levels, directly standing against these elite monsters still spelled death. Feng Xing Tianxia leapt off the watchtower, unleashing his profession's ultimate skill bone blade lunge. As a shadow streaking through the air, he stabbed directly into the eye of one giant. Splat! A critical hit of minus 150 damage flashed across the screen, and the giant howled in agony, thrashing its colossal arms wildly. Dali, your turn. Feng Xing Tianxia roared. LV.5 Dali's miracle power charged in from the flank, wielding a +3 enhanced bone hammer. He slammed the giant's toes and struck its knees with his elbow. Enraged, the giant lifted its enormous foot to stomp him flat. But Dali swiftly rolled to the side, dodging with finesse. Target the eyes and joints. Hunters, disrupt the rear lines. Feng Xing Tianxia commanded. Agile players swarmed the giants like ants, landing precise strikes on their weak points. This was the classic swarm warfare strategy. Even ants could take down an elephant. On the battlefield, a giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. A brilliantly lit rare-quality blueprint dropped. A chest armor schematic was its prize. Players' eyes turned green with greed. 3 days of grime-covered grind for a single blue-tier gear. This was treasure. Snatch it. That's a loot chest. Players abandoned their defense to swarm the fallen giant, the scramble for the spoils becoming chaotic and bloody. From within the crowd, Clouded Pomelo rasped hoarsely, "Healers, keep the defenders alive." The weavers activated advanced skills. Bone spires erupted from the ground like deadly traps. The sharp spikes immobilized advancing giants as the intense tug and pull of the battle continued. An hour and a half passed, with half the fortress walls demolished, bodies heaped high, broken swords and shields littered everywhere. The glow of the biological beacons dimmed ominously. Finally, the endless tide of creatures began to retreat, fading back into the mists. Battle concluded. Defense successful. Massive experience gains, +100 biochem energy, and +500 fortress reputation filled the rewards log. Dali collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, witnessing as nearby players' cheers swept across the battlefield like an unstoppable tidal wave of jubilation. The bone hammer, long reduced to 0 durability, and his health bar barely holding on. He was drenched in sweat but grinning ear to ear. That was thrilling, way tougher than the grind of daily life, but absolutely exhilarating. He checked his level LV.6, progress at 45%. The average level of remaining battlefield players was around LV.5, with the top-tier elite, several hundred individuals, having already broken through to LV.6. Dust swirled in the air. Their equipment was battered and worn, but their faces were full of satisfaction and the pride of victory. This was a true fight for survival. This was how it should be. Standing at the edge of the crumbling city wall, Feng Xing Tianxia's gaze was cold and sharp as he looked out into the temporarily quiet mist in the distance. There, the true protagonist had yet to appear. The regional lord Flame Demon remained nowhere to be seen. But he was not anxious. As he turned back to look over his teammates, they were laughing and cheering, poking fun at one another while scavenging materials left behind on the battlefield. Just 3 days ago, this group was a chaotic mess. Now they were forged into a hardened, iron-blooded legion. Clear the battlefield, Feng Xing Tianxia commanded. Repair the walls and restock our ammunition. All looted resources go straight to storage. Conduct a full overhaul. For the next wave, we charge straight back. Build more primary cities on the front lines. The calendar marked the 7th day of the second phase of the Blue Star Era beta test, during the stormy dawn at Fortress of Dawn. In a frenzy of construction and leveling, a once-ruined outpost had been shaped into an impenetrable bastion aptly named the City of White Bones. Towering 5-meter-high walls encircled it. Bone spike traps littered its periphery, and within, areas were designated for warehouses, trade zones, and resurrection plazas. Player levels were climbing rapidly, with the core grinders nearing the threshold for job specialization, hitting LV.9. The game wasn't just about killing monsters and leveling up. It harbored deeper secrets. Inside the tavern, a group of casual players carrying dazzling memory crystals were sharing tales of their adventures. I flew around for 2 hours and found a massive pulsating core upstream on the Crimson Star Trail, bragged Stellar Voyager, displaying a holographic video. Ha! That's nothing. sneered Relic Excavator. I dug up an ancient war relic, and the system said it's the remnants of immune cells. This game's lore runs ridiculously deep. Their recordings caused a sensation on the forums, enticing countless curious players to dive into the mysteries of its expansive history and ecosystem. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers deeper in the stormy dawn, Fengxing Tianxia led an elite strike team into a restricted zone. The gale howled ferociously, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Cloudy Pomelo clung to a rock, her expression tense. Fengxing Tianxia, at LV.9 and on the cusp of his first job specialization, fixed his eyes on a red marker on the map. It signified a high heat reaction source and was critical to establishing their 10th forward outpost. An earthquake warned miracles through might, an unusual tremor accompanied by deafening roars. The dark green mist was torn apart by a terrifying wave of searing heat. In the distance, a colossal figure over 100 meters tall slowly rose. Its body was forged of burning, charred rock, with rivers of golden lava flowing and spurting forth. It bore no facial features, only a blazing maw that roared flames, igniting the surrounding air into a storm of fiery rain. The system's alert was relentless. Extreme danger detected, living flame. Ashen embers. Level unknown. Manifestation of catastrophe in stormy dawn. Mortals are advised to stay away. An elite monster? No, this is a world boss, screamed the lightning mage, Thunder God, his voice distorted in terror. Run! Fengxing Tianxia roared without hesitation, leading the retreat. This battle was merely the opening act. Just wait and see. This creature was far from something ordinary players could contend with. Scorching heat waves spread like volcanic eruptions, their health bars plummeting chaotically. System warning: high-energy heat radiation detected. 10% HP deducted per second. We'll all be dead in 10 seconds. What's the play here? Cloudy Pomelo hadn't even processed the situation before the fiery giant stepped forward. Boom! A devastating shockwave erupted. Fengxing Tianxia raised his hand to intercept, but the heat wave seared straight through, evaporating his blood in an instant. You have died. Next came Miracles Through Might, who charged recklessly like an ant ramming into a mountain, activating Savage Strike. Can't beat it? Let's see what damage I can do. Boom! A burst of vapor. Death was instantaneous. In just 3 seconds, the elite team was nearly wiped out. Only Cloudy Pomelo, hidden within a rock crevice, clung to survival by a thread. The storm stilled. In the real world, high above the clouds in a cosmopolitan Shanghai apartment, Qin Feng shot upright, cold sweat drenching his body, his heart pounding wildly. The searing agony of flames still echoed deep in his bones. Too strong. His gaze was a mixture of helplessness and stubborn determination. Right now, we're nothing more than a joke. But in the depths of that crushing despair, a new resolve began to form. One day, I'll crush it beneath my feet. He crawled out of the life support pod, reaching for a glass of water. The cup slipped through his fingers, time seeming to slow to a crawl. Chun Feng's right hand moved as though guided by instinct, catching the glass with precision, the motion as swift and smooth as lightning. In that moment he froze, staring at his hand. The hand that once suffered from delayed reflexes had somehow regained its peak stability. Could it be adrenaline? The law has little faith in miracles. It relies solely on data and verification. Taking a deep breath, he began his rehabilitation exercises, stacking blocks. The first block, steady. The second block, steady. Layer after layer. When the 15th block gently settled into place, Chun Feng stared at the cold sweat in his palm, astonished. Not trembling anymore. In those fleeting moments, a miraculous sense of control returned. Although the tremors came back later, that moment of stability had been real. Chun Feng's gaze turned resolute as he stared at the life preservation pod. This game, the brain-computer interface, is it actually stimulating nerve endings and producing physical therapy effects? He opened the official Titan forum and quickly searched for keywords: physical changes, Offline reactions. A thread titled, "Not sure if it's an illusion, but this game's sleep function seems to cure insomnia," appeared before him. The author was someone named Great Power Miracles. He wrote, "Guys, I've had lower back muscle strain for years, and lately, after grinding the game, my back feels warm and pain-free every time I log off. I even tried carrying a bag of rice, and miraculously, I didn't throw my back out." Most of the responses below the post were mocking. Placebo effect, that's all. This wasn't surprising. Only time and continuous observation would reveal the truth. Chun Feng fixed his gaze on the screen. The post silently pulled at his resolve. Closing the web page, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I have to give it my all. At the same time, far away within Tempest's deep mourning, Gu Chun, the towering Titan god's colossal form, observed from heights above billions of players. What players regarded as the destructive flame was, in his view, merely a tiny necrotic lesion in his lung, a weak and insignificant spark. This puny thing managed to wipe out an entire player squad? Gu Chun shook his head, his voice calm. Pathetic. To him, these players were no different from active viruses. Yet, he had detected an extraordinary spike in bioenergy during the moment of their deaths. Not bad. Quite lively. Gu Chun smirked to himself, deciding to intervene discreetly. He wasn't eager to proclaim outright that the game had therapeutic powers. Instead, he left subtle hints. A new treasure entry was announced, but the bar for access was absurdly high. Titan's Blood, diluted version. Unlocked after the birth of the server's first advanced class player. A gift of the gods, possibly breaking mortal limits. As he spoke, Gu Chun closed his eyes, using bioenergy to heal the cracks in his body, all while anticipating the player's growth. Let's see how this plays out. Tempest's Deep Mourning, Resurrection Square at Dawn Fortress. Synchronization rate, 100%. The countdown reached 0. Amid a flash of white light, Blade Through the World's form rematerialized. The emptiness of death dissipated, replaced by the clamorous noise of the square. Great Power Miracles ran over immediately. "Blade, you're finally back. That last attempt was a disaster, we lost big. Dying once costs half our XP. I need to retrieve my shield." Blade Through the World wore a somber expression, burdened with a lingering 30-minute, weakened debuff that reduced all attributes by 10%. The price for challenging something far beyond their level had been steep. The massive flaming giant is on another level. Its aura damage alone is devastating. Pure skill isn't enough to handle it. That thing is obviously meant for later stages, Blade Through the World calmly analyzed. Opening the system interface, his eyes locked onto the bottom of the gene store at the red-labeled Titan's Blood, priced at 3,000 bioenergy with a clear unlock condition. Purchasable after the birth of the server's first advanced class player, and in limited quantities. His heartbeat quickened slightly. If we can't beat it, then we grow stronger first. Closing the interface, his voice was resolute. Great. How much bioenergy do we have left? Over 200. Buy as many return scrolls and potions as possible first. The newly introduced return scrolls were priced at 50 bioenergy each and could significantly cut down on travel time. Blade Through the World made up his mind to grind through the night with his team. Drawing his bone blade and fixing a steely gaze on the sea of creatures outside the barricade, he barked instructions. "Everyone rotates, rests. I'll lead the charge. As long as I stay standing, we keep grinding. Within 24 hours, we hit level 10, and then we test this item." His tone was crisp and unwavering. Great Power Miracles froze for a moment before breaking into a wide, toothy grin. "All right, if the boss says so, we'll go all out. I'm curious to see if this Titan's Blood really works miracles." On Blue Planet time, it was the 9th day of the second Titan beta test. The entire server felt like it had been supercharged. Activity levels skyrocketed. Even casual players who had been focused on base building and sightseeing were drawn into the frenzy. Eyes fixed on the leaderboard and the top player, Blade Through the World. This guy seemed like an unstoppable killing machine, leading his elite squad to sweep through the outskirts of Tempest's deep morning day and night without rest. The atmosphere was electric and completely amped. Blade Gods already level 10. What are we waiting for? First to advance rewards are insane. Let's grind. No falling behind now. Tempest's deep morning turned into a battlefield. Monsters were being hunted to extinction by swarming players. A newly emerged flame Venom Golem barely had the chance to roar twice before. Surrounded by dozens of burly warriors, it was instantly shattered into pieces. In game time, 22 hours. Storm Dawn, E7 zone, Rotten Gorge, a high-danger monster grind zone. Fengxing Tingxia gripped his bone blade, now lined with cracks. With one final sidestep dodge and a precise backstab, the elite LV.8 crawler let out a heart-wrenching screech before collapsing into a pool of dark red blood. A golden beam shot through the murky, toxic air, piercing straight into the heavens. Congratulations! LV.9, LV.10, Class Cap. All attributes +2. Free attribute points +5. Notice: experience pool locked. Head to the Corridor of Size and seek out Mentor Watcher 0 to begin your class advancement trial. It's time! Fengxing Tingxia slumped onto a rocky outcrop, exhausted as though drained of all energy. Quick! Use the town portal scroll. Dali Chushinji LV.9 exclaimed in excitement. Get the class advancement quest started before someone else beats us to it. Without hesitation, Fengxing Tingxia ripped apart the costly parchment. Space twisted, and in a flash he vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at the white checkpoint, Corridor of Size. Corridor of Size, Watcher's Base. The golden, 3-meter-tall giant NPC Watcher 0 stood aloof on higher ground. As Fengxing Tingxia approached, a golden exclamation mark flickered above Zero's head. This NPC, known for only issuing mundane mud-digging tasks, seemed to radiate an overwhelming aura today. Zero lowered his gaze, his ghostly blue soul fire locking onto Fengxing Tingxia. You've reached the limits of your current shell. Yet, in this war, you remain but an ant. If you seek greater power, you must prove your worth. Critical quest trigger. Advancement trials. 2 cards materialized before him. 1. Ethereal Blade, difficulty hard. Master the Blade of Shadows, the Invisible Reaper. 2. Venom Ranger, difficulty normal. Control Corrosion, the Battlefield Hunter. Hidden classes were not yet accessible. Players could only choose Titan Guard progressions. Without hesitation, Fengxing Tingxia declared, Ethereal Blade. Class Advancement Quest, Blade in the Shadows. Quest Objective, deep within Storm Dawn's Wrinkle Gorge, a group of LV.10 Poison Sting assassins conspires to sabotage the supply line. Conditions: assassinate 10 Poison Sting assassins within 5 minutes while in stealth mode. Restrictions: non-stealth kills or being detected will result in quest failure. Fengxing Tingxia's eyes turned ice-cold. This quest was hardcore, not just about raw damage but demanded peak control and awareness. From the perspective of Titan's masterminds, these poison sting assassins lurking in the flesh-like folds of the gorge were both a potent poison and the perfect cure, warranting a stealth expert to eliminate them. Accept, he agreed decisively. Storm Dawn, Wrinkle Gorge. The terrain was bizarre, layered with fleshy folds intertwining and shadows harboring concealed dangers. Let's see how this plays out. Fengxing Tingxia activated the system-granted shadow camouflage, blending into the air instantly, disappearing without a trace. 5 meters ahead, a transparent poison sting creature patrolled, its crystalline stinger shimmering lethally under the dim light. Exhale. Even his real-life breath control synced into the game. Fengxing Tingxia slowed his movement, timing his approach with the loudest gusts of the wind, masking his footsteps as he crept closer. Closer, closer. As the creature turned, he struck without hesitation. The bone blade severed its sound organ with precision before plunging into its core. Killed Poison Sting Assassin, 1/10.
No alarms triggered.
9 more to go. In just 4 minutes, Feng Xingtingxia fully unleashed his skills as a veteran pro player. Like a ghost, he danced through the gorge. Every movement was clean, precise, and relentlessly lethal. As the final assassin fell, the countdown still flashed with 30 seconds remaining. Trial complete. Class advancement achieved. Hunter Ethereal Blade. All attributes greatly increased. Gain skills: Shadow Step, Teleport Backstab, Execution, Increased Slaughter Threshold. A system-wide announcement exploded. Congratulations to Feng Xingtingxia for being the first player to complete class advancement. Gene Shop LV.2 access unlocked. Player chat rooms and forums ignited with wild excitement, but Feng Xingtingxia paid no mind. He immediately opened the Gene Shop, where once grayed-out items gleamed golden and seductive. Titan's Blood, diluted version. Price, 3,000 biomass. His balance, 3050, almost all of his life savings. Exchange. Purchase successful. Item has been placed in your backpack. He stared intensely at the crystalline vial holding the golden liquid, its flow mesmerizing. The system prompt appeared. Item is soulbound. Upon consumption, effects transmit directly to source consciousness, neural system. Source consciousness? He took a deep breath. Standing on the edge of the corridor of size cliffs, he downed the shimmering liquid in one gulp. At that moment, a tidal wave of heat surged through him, as if molten lava were invading the deepest part of his soul. Boom! His mind burst in fiery cacophony, and his vision twisted into a chaotic blur. System alert. Effects absorbing. Detecting damage to source consciousness. Initiating primary repairs. Blue Star, Shanghai. Chun Feng suddenly awoke from the life-sustaining pod, gasping for air. His body drenched in sweat as though he had been dragged from the depths of an ocean. A lingering burn scorched his mind, the throbbing pain burrowing deep. What's going on? He attempted to wipe the sweat away, but was stunned by the utterly fluid motion of his hand. The weighty, sluggish lift of his arm from before was now light and nimble. No resistance. No tremor. He froze, staring at his own right hand. With a tentative trial, he performed the rapid and intricate finger exercises of a professional gamer. The actions were precise, dazzlingly fast, and not a single movement faltered. He snapped his head towards the table, fixing his gaze on the stacked Jenga blocks sitting atop it, a daily test for his rehabilitation. In the past, he could only manage to build it 5 layers high, his hands trembling violently throughout. Stepping out of the pod, he approached the table. With a deep breath, he steadily picked up a block and began. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In less than a minute, a 30-layer tower stood sturdy and perfectly aligned. There wasn't even a hint of wobble. The moment he withdrew his hand, his fingertips remained steady, without the faintest tremor. Crack! The final block in his fingers shattered from the pressure he exerted, not out of loss of control, but from his overwhelming excitement. He collapsed back into a chair, his entire being seemingly drained. It's real. It's all real. Not only were his hands healed, but his senses seemed sharper, keener. From his window, hundreds of meters away, he could clearly see the trajectory of a bird as it flew. This was no ordinary virtual reality game. This was a supernatural miracle. Just you wait. This has only begun. The application form for re-entering his professional esports team, it was shredded into pieces. Chun Feng's hands trembled, but his gaze was as resolute as steel. The Pro League? Forget it. Under the night sky outside the window, his eyes locked onto a name glowing brightly. Titan. The virtual world whispered to hold the power to rewrite destinies. A single drop of blood from it could alter reality itself. Chun Feng pressed the button to open his built-in voice channel, joining a private group chat. His teammates, De Li, Yun Zhongyu, F.A. Wang, and Quang Run still retain their familiar presence in this digital space. Feng Ji, how's the potion? Tastes good. De Li's voice carried an unmistakable tone of curiosity. His voice remained calm, yet bore an unrelenting firmness. De Chong, Yuzi, Fa Wang, Quang Ren, listen carefully. From this moment, liquidate all personal assets in the real world. Buy the top-grade nutrition solutions. Gear up to the max and dive into the game. Farm bioenergy like your lives depend on it. There's no room for complacency. The channel fell into a heavy silence. Only the faint gasp of Dali's astonishment broke through. Fengji, you okay? Why are you suddenly so serious? Chun Feng looked at his right hand, now as steady as a mountain, his voice weighted with gravity. Do you remember my delayed neural response syndrome? The Titan's blood. It's healing me. Real. Completely. A silence thick enough to feel oppressive followed, broken only by Yun Zhong's sharp intake of breath, cutting through the quiet. This isn't something to joke about. Her voice quivered with disbelief, the glimmer of potential tears forming even in this virtual realm. It's not a joke. It's the truth. Chun Feng's gaze grew unbearably icy. I just tore up my return-to-play application. My life is staked on Titan. Listen carefully, this stays between us for now. We only reveal it when we've seized a significant advantage. He understood the weight of the truth. If the secret that the game could cure illnesses got out, it would unleash a storm of capital and governmental intervention, trampling over ordinary players in the process. Their lead needed to be secure first. He glanced at the in-game gene store, a key to changing destinies. Once purchased, it immediately shows out of stock. Time is of the essence. His brows furrowed. The system says, insufficient divinity reserves in the battle zone. Unable to synthesize further. We can't afford to slow down. We need to expand the map. Dali was dumbstruck. Even critical items have cooldowns? Chun Feng let out a cold laugh, his eyes burning with sharp determination. The system is forcing us into unexplored zones, demanding more resources. From her vantage point in the higher dimensions, Gu Chan stood at the edge of the cosmos, eyes fixed on a sprawling star chart. Players waged battle within Storm's dawn. Yet their progress was akin to ants crawling against the bronchial pathways of a monstrous lung. Despite all their efforts, they had only advanced 5 kilometers from the front lines, confined within an activity radius of just 30 kilometers. It's far too slow. Gu Chen frowned. This was an interstellar war. A mere 10,000 players and their feeble skirmishes would never suffice. She swept through the server's back-end data. Public attention was skyrocketing, biological energy soaring to unprecedented levels, and the player count had broken 10 million. Expand recruitment. Immediately. With a wave of her hand, Gu Chun began server expansions, simultaneously unleashing divine power and broadcasting targeted promotional strikes across Blue Planet's social platforms. The floodgates opened. Players swarmed in. The flames of war were about to erupt. It was expected. Titan Genesis, Phase 3 test incoming. Version update. Galactic Expedition. Featuring newly unlocked Legion systems, campaign missions, and Lord bounties. 50,000 spots, Blue Planet citizens in a frenzy. Largest-scale full-dive VR event in gaming history. Players scrambled. The hype exploded. War loomed on the horizon. On the first day of the beta, Storm's Dawn Fortress of Daybreak. A cascade of white light rained down as 39,000 new players flooded the fortress, leaving it bursting at the seams. Shouts and footsteps mingled into a chaotic symphony. Move! Stop blocking the view. This feels insanely real. Need a group. Begging for a carry. Atop the command tower of the fortress, Feng Tingxia, Chun Feng's player name, stood quietly, observing. Having undergone his class transformation, his power had grown exponentially, but he did not charge forward recklessly. The tides of chaos were endless, and individual strength seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such turmoil. He knew that this was a war that demanded teamwork. Epic server-wide battle, the Stormy Dawn lava campaign. Trapped in narrow passages, where flames and darkness intertwined ahead, the objectives were clear. Advance 100 kilometers to establish forward bases and unlock new regions. Eliminate high-risk monsters blocking the path. The rewards were tantalizing. For every 10 kilometers advanced, earn 1 vial of Titan's blood, diluted, from the Gene store. At 50 kilometers, unlock the Guild token. At 100 kilometers, obtain the Chitin armor set, green gear. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes narrowed sharply. 1 potion every 10 kilometers? This was incredibly challenging. Only the top elites and resource controllers could dream of continuing on the path of rebirth. He opened the server-wide regional channel, his golden-edged notification shining brilliantly across the screen. I am Feng Xing Tianxia. Do you want to see the depths of new regions? Loot equipment from the bosses? It's not that simple. After the 30-kilometer mark lies the lava zone, with extremely high temperatures and toxic fumes in the air. If your level is too low, you'll be burned to death in seconds. Don't even think about barging through. The channel erupted into chaos. What are we supposed to do then? Even Feng God can't pass? Feng Xing Tianxia calmly replied. At the entrance of the lava zone stands the Living Flame, a level 12 elite boss. If you don't kill it, we can't establish forward bases, the battle line won't progress, and the shop won't open. This affects everyone's gaming experience. If you want access to the new map, follow my commands. Beginners, go grind levels on your own for now. A 7 frontline at the entrance of the Flame Corridor. A narrow canyon with searing heat waves and raging winds. At the far end, the living flame embers resembled a burning beacon, distorting the surrounding air. Its high-temperature aura could incinerate low-health players in seconds. The danger was palpable. The heat is overkill. Delise Wichiji stood at a distance, his brows furrowed. Brother Feng, how do we handle this? Prepare the field, Feng Xing Tianxia ordered calmly. Environmental hazards require environmental solutions. Yun Zhongyu, Weaver Brigade, move in. Understood. Thus began the battle, a scene not uncommon, yet undeniably intense. With a wave of her hand, Yun Zhongyu summoned 2,000 weavers, who surged forward like a tide. Each team member carried massive fluid tanks on their shoulders. Everyone, start working. Biological gel, get ready to spray. In an instant, the mass of troops transformed into a rain of gel sprayers. The white liquid poured out with force, spreading dominantly across the scorching ground. Hiss! The high temperatures triggered a reaction, and the gel hardened instantly, forming a protective heat-insulating layer. Keep going. Cover the entire ground. The weavers gritted their teeth and quickened their pace. The white cooling corridor on the ground became a lifeline for the battlefield, extending directly under the beast's massive feet. Feng Xing Tianxia gave a signal, and the Shield Guardian squad formed a disciplined phalanx, advancing as the vanguard.
Dalizuo Chijirord. Charge.
Hold with the shields. 5,000 Shield Guardians marched into the fiery sea, gritting their teeth as they stepped onto the gel pathway. System notification. High temperature zone. Gel protection reduces damage by half, though continuous burn damage applies. Healers, keep their health up. Nobody is allowed to fall. The weavers multitasked, laying down pathways and throwing out healing spells in frantic succession. The fiery beast roared, its hellish flame-like fist slamming down furiously. Boom! The shield wall took a devastating blow, health bars plummeting as the front line faced horrific casualties. Delise Wichiji gritted his teeth, holding up his shield with all his strength. Hold! Just a little longer. The trenches turned into a brutal battlefield, where blood and willpower intertwined. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes turned razor-sharp. The time is now. As the beast completed its devastating attack and paused mid-motion, the spirit ether mages took that brief opening to unleash an electrical barrage. 3,000 mages combined their lightning strikes into a sea of electricity. The flickering bolts converged on the beast, causing its health bar to lurch with wild spasms. The damage numbers weren't massive individually, but together they rained down like constant strikes of lightning, reducing its health to critical levels. From the shadows, Feng Xing Tianxia activated Shadow Step, darting across the battlefield like a black flash of lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind the beast, stabbing directly into the core exposed through molten cracks in its back. Damage: minus 620. Critical hit. Passive effect triggered. Sustained bleeding. The beast bellowed in agony, attempting to retaliate, but Feng Xing Tianxia dissolved into a wisp of shadow, vanishing before its claws could reach him. Lock its movement. Keep its feet stuck, he commanded icily. The weavers hurriedly reinforced the areas where the gel had solidified, while the spirit ether mages continued expending their mana, raining down relentless lightning. It was a mechanical symphony of war, a seamless collaboration of tens of thousands of players, coordinating step by step. After 10 minutes of relentless combat, the gigantic beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering and unleashing a fiery rain. Experience points and light orbs exploded into the air. You have successfully slain the living flame embers. LV.12 Elite. The obstacle ahead has been cleared. Victory! The cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Standing on the burning remains of embers, Feng Xing Tianxia did not join the celebration. Instead, he glanced at the system interface. Battle line progress: 30.5 kilometers. Titan's blood in stock: 3. Distance to next unlock: 9.5 kilometers. With the immediate hurdle overcome, their progress had unexpectedly surged. Don't relax now. This was just the small fry at the door, he commanded coolly. Push forward. Advance to the front lines. In the distance, the mist cleared, revealing an even fiercer horde of monsters waiting ahead. High above, within higher dimensions, Gu Chun watched from above. Overlooking from above, players swarmed like worker ants, rapidly occupying new territory, establishing positions, laying down beacons, and clearing out lingering enemies. This is just the beginning, someone said. The real bloody battle has only just started. The progress bar finally started moving, slowly but resolutely. Gu Chun nodded. Good. Today's goal is to stabilize the first 50 kilometers. However, he knew in his heart that stronger monsters awaited ahead. At the 30.5-kilometer mark from the starting point, at the canyon's exit, a 10-meter-tall living flame ember collapsed with a thunderous crash, its terrifying heat field instantly dissipating. Server-wide announcement. Regional obstacles have been cleared. Battle line advancement: 30.5 kilometers. Gene store update: Titan's blood, diluted version, plus 3 stock added. The cheers of 50,000 players echoed through the canyon like a tidal wave, as armies surged wave after wave deeper into the map. The elite squad of Edge of the World collapsed by the giant's corpse, panting heavily. Golden beams of light illuminated the battlefield in succession. Force Moves Mountains has leveled up to LV.10. Cloudy Grapefruit has leveled up to LV.10, excitedly swinging his notched bone hammer. Force Moves Mountains shouted, "The XP is incredible. I can keep leveling up." Edge of the World analyzed calmly. Level 10 is the turning point. You can only keep leveling after completing your class advancement. We need to hurry. Elsewhere, Thunderlord and Data Maniac were stuck at LV.9, with their experience bars at 95%. Only 5% left, yelled Thunderlord. Am I using too few skills? Edge of the World explained. Contribution ranks determine progression. Force Moves Mountains tanked the most damage, and Grapefruit healed the party. Both had the highest contributions. He glanced at the Gene Store inventory, noting the 3 additional items just restocked. Force Moves Mountains and Grapefruit, go complete your class advancements and buy supplies. Thunderlord and Maniac, stay here to grind for experience and catch up during the next push. No problem, there's an endless supply of monsters. We'll catch up soon, Thunderlord nodded. All right, back to town to find the NPC. Edge of the World watched as the two ripped their scrolls of return. No dungeon to run means the class advancement quests might be even more dangerous. Sighing Corridors, Watcher's Outpost, The three returned to the white calcified platform, where Watcher Zero stood isolated and motionless. Force Moves Mountains and Cloudy Grapefruit approached as ghostly blue flames flickered in and out around Zero. Zero's raspy voice broke the silence. The limits of your mortal shells have been reached. To wield great power, the battlefield becomes the ultimate crucible. Cloudy Grapefruit's perspective. Zero turned to her, his gaze piercing. Life Weaver, your power comes from sustaining life. To prove your worth, you must wrest life itself from the hands of death. Advanced Quest. Bloom in Death, Sage of Life. Objective. In the necrotic zone of Storm Dawn B3, protect the near-fatal immunity node for 10 minutes without its health dropping below 50%. Warning. Endless hordes of corpse beetles will attack, accompanied by enemy players and other interferences. The toxic gas in B3 is deadly, Zero cautioned. Cloudy Grapefruit took a deep breath, tightening her grip on her staff. I can do this. Force Moves Mountains perspective. The high-energy amber essence in his backpack pulsated fervently. Zero gazed directly at him. You carry the aura of flame. A guardian is both shield and inferno. To master fire, you must first be consumed by it. Hidden Class Advancement Quest. Furnace of Flesh, Infernal Warden. Objective. Leap into the molten lava pool within the geothermal rift of Storm Dawn without using fire resistance potions, and survive for 300 seconds. Warning. True damage will be inflicted. Failure results in your character's instant demise and loss of 1 level. The corners of Force Moves Mountain's mouth curled into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Jumping into lava? A real man bathes in molten rock. Location. Storm Dawn Geothermal Rift. This felt just right. On the side flank of the battlefield, the ground had fractured, with crimson lava bubbling and gurgling up. Force Moves Mountains stood by the volcanic pool, surrounded by curious players whispering among themselves. What's that guy doing?
Suicide.
Shut up. He's the server's #1 warden. Ignoring them, Force Moves Mountains cast a glance at Cloudy Grapefruit standing near him. Grapefruit, your quest is over there in the necrotic tumor zone, but I'll need your heals for this. No problem. We'll fight through it together. Force Moves Mountains roared, gripping the high-energy amber in his bag tightly before leaping straight into the molten lava pool. Arg! The pain was searing, his health plummeting as blood dripped rapidly. -50. -50. Gritting his teeth, he gulped down the scalding magma, the amber bursting with radiant red light. Several dozen level 8 gelatinous lava creatures were lured to the flames, swarming toward him. The mobs are here. Hold on. On the edge, Cloudy Grapefruit healed the immunity node while continuously throwing healing spells toward the lava-immersed Force Moves Mountains. Life Surge. White gel vaporized in an instant, but the effect still took hold. Force Moves Mountain's body began to char and blacken, obsidian-like armor gradually forming. He punched ferociously, causing waves of magma to surge, incinerating the incoming lava creatures. 5 minutes later, 2 beams of light tore through the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Force Moves Mountains emerged from the molten pool, his body encased in black obsidian armor with fiery light flickering through the cracks. Both hands transformed into enormous lava gauntlets, leaving scorched marks everywhere he passed. Class change successful. Infernal Guardian. Cloudy Pomelo's staff also morphed into a translucent revitalizing scepter, surrounded by a verdant glow of life. Class change successful. Life Sage. This is the true power of class change. He clenched his fist and struck a boulder, shattering it in an explosive blaze of flames. Stop showing off. Buy some potions. Rushing World approached, and both of them shelled out 3,000 bioenergy to acquire 2 golden vials of Titan's Blood, diluted version, leaving only 1 in stock. Drink it and log out. Log back in half an hour later. Meet at the A7 District frontline. Got it. Reality, 3 a.m., Kyoto First People's Hospital. Liu removed her helmet, her body sinking like stagnant water, but suddenly a searing heat surged inside her. It coursed through her damaged spine, burning her very bones, the pain piercing into her marrow. 15 minutes later, the heat subsided. Liu hesitantly attempted to command her legs, but there was no response. At the brink of despair, her right big toe twitched ever so slightly. Tears streamed uncontrollably. 3 years of confinement were finally beginning to loosen their grip. Meanwhile, Wang Deqiang curled up in his dilapidated rental room, collapsed in agony as his muscles underwent convulsive reconstruction. When he stood, his bones crackled thunderously. Grasping the heavy grip strength trainer in the corner, he gave it a sudden squeeze. Crack! The grip trainer maxed out effortlessly. In the mirror, his muscular structure swelled wildly, the explosive force shocking him. Biological mutation or supernatural rejuvenation? Half an hour later, the game world was in turmoil once more, though such chaos had become the norm. Strength and Cloudy Pomelo appeared on the A7 district frontline, their presence immediately commanding the scene. Cloudy Pomelo trembled as she announced the joyous news. My toe moved. Strength was even more direct. My back is healed, and my strength is terrifying. He clenched his lava gauntlets, flames roaring in his eyes. Grinding and leveling up is no longer just a catchphrase. Thunder Lord and Data Maniac listened, their hearts racing as they longed to plunge into the monster hordes to slay. Rushing World, staying calm, barked out orders. Don't rush. Potions will come, and everything will fall into place. Yet his gaze darkened as it rested on the extensive black corridors of the map. His brow furrowed. We're facing a massive problem. Pointing at the map, he continued, 30 kilometers of passage is nothing. What about millions of kilometers to the boss? Our 5,000 troops marching on foot would be dead tired before we even get there. Suddenly, the skies trembled, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chen observed the frontline players below. He understood that this arduous march was not something mere physical effort could solve. Without cured lungs, these players will be dead before exhaustion takes them. His attention turned to a map of their bloodstream, where vibrant red cell pathways should have flowed freely, now obstructed by waste and debris. The path is blocked? Then I'll clear the way. Gu Chen waved his hand, divine power manifesting as an announcement erupted on every player's interface. A verdant, life-filled epic quest. Server-wide epic construction campaign. Crimson Plan. Mission objective. Establish an uninterrupted supply line and restore the Crimson Artery. Phase 1. Clear the entrances of clogged vessels. Move stones, dissolve hard blocks, rewards in bioenergy. Phase 2. Harden the decayed ground with biological gel to pave the arterial floor, amassing experience along the way. Phase 3. Guide the Crimson Vessel to navigate the pathway, unlocking fast travel nodes. Rushing World's eyes lit up. The devs are initiating a mega construction project. Will we be able to directly drive flying vehicles to the front lines? Players from Dragon Nation were overjoyed. Their love of road building ignited to a frenzy. He roared, "The system's spoken. Time to build highways. Assign tasks and get moving. Guardians, put down your hammers and grab shovels. We're clearing the trash that's blocking our road. Life Weavers, don't save on mana. Solidify the arterial surface. Respawn points, teleportation arrays. Someday we might bring them straight to the boss's doorstep." The battlefield took a transformative turn. The bloodthirstiness faded away. Strength swung his lava gauntlets like a human tunneling machine, shattering the calcified obstructions. Cloudy Pomelo, alongside thousands of healers, worked like cement pourers, solidifying the decayed meat ground to pave hardened, bone-like highways. The first colossal Crimson Vessel slowly entered the freshly cleared arterial tunnel, emitting a warm, pulsating red glow. It was a supply train reaching straight from the heart to the front lines, a swift locomotive heading deep into the dawn's depths. Now this is progress. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This is how it's done. As the highway connected and the blood vessels pulsed anew, his condition significantly improved. The goal was clear: to use this roadway to launch 50,000 troops like a cannonball straight into the Infernal Lord's lair. On the battlefield near A7 District frontline within the Stormy Dawn region, at the 41-kilometer mark, the army surged forward like an overwhelming force of nature. But the five-man core group of Rushing World came to an unexpected halt. The calcified highlands had just been cleared. Thunder Lord and Data Maniac stared nervously at their experience bars. 99.9%. Thunder Lord's staff trembled in his hand. The last remaining monster held the key to their level up. Destiny. With a smirk, Miracle Force grabbed the crippled flame venom larva with his molten arm. The Lightning Lord took a deep breath, electricity crackling as the larva disintegrated into white light in an instant. Level up to LV.10. Two simultaneous prompts echoed, and the team's atmosphere turned tense but brimming with excitement. Data Maniac adjusted his imaginary glasses on the bridge of his nose, his voice trembling slightly as the pressure of the upcoming evolution weighed heavily on him. "Let's go. Back to town." Blade Across the World ordered curtly, wasting no words. Money? They had plenty. With 3,800 team currency from shared spoils, paired with reserves, the Lightning Lord was ecstatic to no end. "I'm at 4,000 here," Data Maniac replied coolly, clutching his staff tightly, his grip firm and resolute. Scene transition: the corridor of size, the Watcher's outpost. Watcher Zero stood coldly, his azure soul flames locking onto the two ascending soul binders. The Lightning Lord was destined to transform into the Thunder Warlord, while Data Maniac would evolve into a mind hacker. The trials had been set, and Gu Chan arranged everything with calculated precision masked beneath his faint smile. Lightning Lord's perspective. The soul flames within Zero spoke earnestly. "Your neural pulses, your mortal body cannot contain the wrath of thunder." The leveling quest was revealed: integrate into a bioelectric network and withstand a voltage of 500 volts for 3 minutes. Electrotherapy training? The Lord smiled wryly but willingly accepted the challenge. Blue lightning cascaded like a torrent, engulfing his entire form instantly. The staff pierced directly into his heart's node, as thunderous light devoured everything in its path. Data Maniac's perspective. Zero calmly presented the trial: a battlefield between logic and chaos. Decode the neural labyrinth. Before his eyes, the world transformed into an ocean of code, intertwining red and green lines forming an intricate maze. This isn't magic. It's biological algorithms. A fervor for comprehension ignited within him. 10 minutes later, two beams of light radiated upward, illuminating the corridor of size. The Lightning Lord emerged, now encircled by an aura of violet electricity, his staff having evolved into a thunder-magnetic floating cannon, his transformation complete. Data Maniac's gaze glimmered with flowing light, telekinetic force bending the air itself. He had become a true mind hacker. "Buy potions," Blade Across the World ordered decisively. The scant reserves of Titan's blood, diluted in the genetic pharmacy, were bought out in seconds. "Log off. Group in half an hour." They wrapped up, each anticipating a new chapter in their unfolding legend. The narrative panned to reality on Earth. In Longuo's deep city, within the futuristic tech zones, massive curved screens looped streams of complex code, undercurrents swirling ominously. The game had only just begun. Li Zihun removed his helmet, his eyes shining with calm brilliance, his face healthy, unencumbered by frailty. He was the genius hacker, the Data Maniac. Though his body was strong, the weariness in his heart surpassed anyone else's. Abruptly, a bone-chilling cold, like liquid nitrogen, poured into his consciousness, triggering his nerves instantly. The world before him shifted profoundly. The skipping of a second hand, the trajectories of cars, even floating specks of dust, all captured, analyzed, and reconstructed by his mind. The sound of typing accelerated, faster than lightning. Complex algorithms, once obstacles, were now dismantled in an instant. His brain had evolved into a quantum processor. Overdrive, Li Zihen murmured, a fervent smile tugging at his lips. Firewalls on the screen crumbled at once. He understood now Titan's blood was a key to evolution. Yet the cost behind such power remained an enigma. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Longguo's Kyoto, within the Thunder tactical shooting range, Lei Jun removed his helmet, his scarred, muscular upper body bearing the marks of countless battles, every fiber taut with steeled resilience. He was a warrior by nature, averse to illusion. However, the past few days spent in the game world had him contemplating a reality beyond comprehension. Electric currents surged through his body, tingling every muscle to its breaking point, hardening as though forged steel. Minutes later, the newfound strength settled within him. Clenching his fist, a beast within him roared to life. Taking aim, Lei Jun drew a deep breath. 50 meters away, a flying clay target drifted, moving sluggishly in Lei Jun's eyes. 3 consecutive shots, all in one perfect line. The target shattered instantly. Perfect score, 10 rings. Time elapsed, 0.21 seconds. Such reaction speed? Beyond belief. Lei Jun chuckled softly, breaking the gene lock. This sensation, it's exhilarating. Staring at his hand, he seemed to still feel the Thunder's residual energy coursing through him. Titan Genesis. Just what kind of world have we stumbled into? The sanguine curve of his lips hinted at the untold chapters ahead. Without hesitation, he dialed a call. Boss, it's me. 30 minutes later, back in the game. The 5-member party regrouped, their presence entirely transformed. What once were frail companions seeking solace in each other now stood as a team of absolute superhumans. Chun Feng pushed past every peak. Li Yu's neural network had been rebuilt, Wang Daqiang's strength had surged beyond measure, Lei Jun broke through human limitations, and Li Zihen's mind approached near-divine computational capability. Blade across the world's gaze was sharp. Everyone has obtained what they sought. Lei Jun radiated cutting determination, while Li Zihen's eyes grew unfathomably deep, as if perceiving the very fabric of data itself. How are we looking? Blade across the world asked. My brain's faster than a supercomputer, replied Data Maniac, adjusting his glasses. Beginning construction of a new model. Reaction exceeds human limits. Able to take down 10 of my former selves in real combat. Lei Jun gave his wrist a slight shake. Feng Xing Tianxia nodded, his gaze shifting beyond the fortress. 50,000 players were fighting fiercely, resisting the endless legion of virus-infested creatures. Reinforcement complete. The next phase of the plan begins now. He spoke as he opened the map, pointing to the newly cleared Crimson Route. The path ahead was thorny. Corrupted spores and swarms of insects filled the entire route. Ordinary players were still locked in brutal struggles, with no way to retreat. This marked a new beginning. True, brutal combat awaited them just ahead. Let's see how it all unfolds. They were preparing to break through. Feng Xing Tianxia drew the Shadow Fang, his cloak rippling in the wind as he declared the commencement of all-out battle. Target, air superiority. Midnight, Blue Star. In a family quarters at a strategic base in Longguo, smoke filled the air as Lei Jun sat silently on a battered sofa, fingers gripping a 7.62mm bullet. Across from him sat his old squad leader, Ban Jiangguo, a veteran observing him in silence. Lei Jun stared at the bullet, forcing himself to unveil the long-held secret within. With an explosive burst of wrist strength, he hurled the bullet. It whistled through the air and embedded itself deeply into a redwood cabinet, a faint wisp of smoke curling upwards. Ban Jiangguo was stunned. Is this some kind of bio-enhancement serum? The precision and force controlling that bullet go beyond human limits. Lei Jun replied coldly, It's not a serum. It's power from the game, Titan Genesis. He didn't hide it, explaining the miracle enhancements of Chen Feng and Li Yu. The impending conflict, scores of players were about to transfer classes in a bid for Titan's blood. The intel could no longer be kept under wraps. Ban Jiangguo's voice deepened as he reiterated, This is too big. It has to be reported. You and your team will be the vanguard, pushing forward to claim a spot in the first echelon. Legion stiffened and saluted. "Yes, sir." 5 days later, in the game at Blackstone Keep, Fengxing Tianxia's squad had slain a level 15 lava troll and established a forward base by placing a resurrection point. Meetings at the top level were operating at full throttle. Opposite Fengxing Tianxia sat the numbers-obsessed Li Zihin. Li Zihin projected a set of holographic data. Currently, 8 units of Titan's blood have been unlocked. The core team has claimed 5 of them, leaving 3 heavily contested in the market. Guild leaders and solo players alike are bragging about its miraculous healing properties, stirring a frenzy on the forums. Fengxing Tianxia rapped his knuckles on the table. With only 1,000 units allocated in total, it's a first-come, first-served race. We lack the real-world funds, so we must attract players through sheer strength and form a guild. I strongly suggest monopolizing the materials needed for class transfers, the essential items for Infernal Watchers, Li Zihin proposed. Li Zihin shook his head in rebuttal. Those materials are environmental resources. Players will always find ways to obtain them. We can't patrol mining zones 24/7. Fengxing Tianxia set the tone. We won't monopolize the materials. Instead, we'll dominate through level progression and equipment superiority. Efficiency is king. The situation was tense, a case of too many competitors chasing too few resources. The war for control was on the brink. This was their battlefield. Let's see how it all unfolds. The Guild Dawn was established with a clear purpose: to become the most powerful elite training group and mercenary organization specializing in class transfers. Everyone in the guild was the elite of the elite. Gu Chen calculated that battle contributions dictated experience in group fights. As long as their elites acted, ordinary customers could never surpass them. Trouble with elite monsters. Pay up and Dawn would handle it for you. Need to mine in high-risk zones but fear losing experience levels? Pay up, and Dawn's Divine Guards would shield you from harm. Wanna switch classes? Pay up, and Dawn's professionals had guides covered from end to end. Dawn wouldn't become the server's greatest enemy, but its premier service provider, raking in bioenergy and competing for restock refreshes. This player-driven economy was thriving, with bioenergy production surging upward. From a higher dimensional perspective, the Titan's colossal form stood silently. Gu Chen observed the bustling players below. The accumulated bioenergy had reached 85 million, sufficient to power the initial activation of a small-scale immune reconstruction. Relying solely on players is too slow, he muttered, as his gaze turned to the slumbering immune legions buried deep within the marrow. He began his revival plan. System: summon the Silverwing Sentinels, quantity 5,000. Activate high-intelligence interaction mode. Consume 10 million bioenergy. With a single gesture, 10 million bioenergy evaporated in an instant, and the entire scenario took a drastic turn. At the central square of Blackstone Keep, the ground trembled. A massive portal suddenly erupted with dazzling light, overwhelming the glow of nearby bonfires. Monster raid. No green-tagged allies. Clad in silver armor and streamlined light combat gear, the Silverwing Sentinels stepped through the portal. Their twin blades glimmered as they moved with agility, their faces concealed by full-cover tactical masks, leaving only cold, glowing electronic eyes visible. A system notification exploded on the interface. Immune system revival. Reinforcements arrive. Silverwing Sentinels. Level 15. Quantity: 5,000. A brave player stepped forward to initiate conversation. The Silverwing captain halted, its cold, electronic gaze sweeping over him before answering flatly. Accessing permissions. Identification code. Symbiote, 4th Calamity Series. The player was baffled. Symbiote? What does that mean? The Silverwing captain pointed to the gray dome of the sky above and the earth beneath their feet. This is the right lung of the Titan. The air you breathe is the Titan's exhalation. We are the Guardians. You are the Titan's chosen kin, bearing his flesh and will. Shock rippled through the crowd. Players wore expressions of disbelief. Are we really inside? A giant's lungs? No wonder this map looks so strange. That crimson vessel. Is it supposed to represent red blood cells? And the fire creatures? Could they be pathological lesions? Captain Silverwing's expression twisted grimly. Yes, exactly. The lesions are viral conglomerates, burning through the lungs of a divine being. Your purpose, your existence, is to assist us in eradicating these infections. This conversation erupted across the forums, instantly becoming a hot topic and setting the community ablaze. The truth hits like a hammer. Are we actually fighting bacteria inside a giant's body? And this map is just a bronchial tube. This groundbreaking revelation sent shockwaves through everyone, especially the players who had consumed Titan's blood. Meanwhile, in the main artery of the Crimson Pathway, the Starry Wanderers expedition team had already emerged from the lung region, stepping into a vast, blood-red expanse. The space was boundless, the dark crimson sky shrouding overhead as waves of blood surged like a mighty ocean below. This was the true perilous frontier, filled with deeper secrets, and it strangely made sense. In the distance, a massive black pillar pierced its way skyward, bridging the heavens and earth. It radiated an eerie blue light, its surface etched with ancient runes. Cold and unyielding as iron, the monolith propped up a colossal, near-collapsed blood vessel. High-risk zone, aortic artificial intervention point. The system broadcasted a dire warning. Not far from the team, remnants of an ancient civilization embedded themselves into the heart of this crimson sea. This structure was no natural formation. It was an artificial supermetal scaffold. Is this Bear Grylls mode kicking in? A teammate exclaimed, their tense voice slicing through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the perpetual screenshot fanatic furiously hit capture on their keyboard, shouting in disbelief, "Wait, are you telling me the Titan had surgery? This level of detail in the world building is insane." But before they could process it all, a massive mutated white blood cell, known as the Dawn Devourer, silently loomed closer. It opened its immense maw, consuming 3 team members and their red blood cell ship in an instant. The screen flashed, "You have died." Their loss was not in vain. That captured screenshot and the interaction with the NPC ignited fervor across the entire player base. This realm wasn't merely about slaughtering creatures and leveling up. It was the final battlefield of a dying god. "Just you wait," murmured players doubling down with determination. The front lines shifted to a 7-zone. 5,000 Silverwing Sentinels joined the fray, exponentially increasing the advance rate. These high-intelligence NPCs weren't merely powerhouses but also tacticians commanding the battlefield. Left flank symbiotes, raise shields, spellcasters, unleash lightning at coordinates XX. Strategic commands resounded across the battlefield, significantly reducing player casualties and ensuring a decisive lead. Standing on elevated terrain, Bladebreaker surveyed the enemy camp thrown into disarray by the NPCs. With a cold, deliberate tone, he ordered, "Dawn Guild, attack now. Leave no living flame beasts or magma giants behind. Kill them all, and the first kill of the final boss is ours. Data Freak, keep an eye on the other sector. The moment Titan's blood is up for grabs, you report back." The battle cries thundered across the canyon. 20,000 players clashed at the vanguard, with another 10,000 troops following closely behind under the leadership of the Silverwing Sentinels. It was a coordinated large-scale offensive on an epic scale. Meanwhile, the flaming canyon roared with chaos. A spearhead of 10,000 players, paired with 5,000 Silverwing Sentinels, penetrated deep into the restricted zone. The left flank explosive throwers are too evasive. Eliminate them. Team 3 of the Dawn Guild Hunters, follow me. Orders and countermeasures were executed with precision. The Dawn Guild displayed finely tuned synergy, systematically targeting high-risk monsters with the efficiency of firefighters tackling a blaze. They avoided stealing progress but excelled in neutralizing unyielding threats. 3 Silverwing Sentinels wielded their radiant blades, becoming a whirlwind of silvery destruction. Together with players, they hamstrung a towering magma titan, coordinating perfectly to deliver a brutal finishing blow. Frontline progress, 80 kilometers. The system updated. Titan's blood, diluted version. 1 vial added to the global inventory. It's here! Someone screamed in the public channel. A frenzy erupted. The status changed. Current inventory, 0. Players exploded in outrage. Who's this fast? Cheats? Bots? I didn't even get to click. A wealthy player flaunted a screenshot of their inventory, broadcasting their success across the server, gloating over their coveted Wonder Serum. The singular vial sparked chaos across the community. Those who failed to secure it burned with envy and rage, while those who succeeded reveled in unrestrained euphoria. Charge. Keep going, more are on the way. I'll die trying if I must, but I will get one. With adrenaline at its peak, players poured every ounce of power into their fight, surpassing even the NPC input. At the end of the Flaming Canyon, the final guardian, a colossal magma demon, collapsed. The entryway to the canyon exit unveiled itself. The moment the first wave of players charged through, they froze in their tracks, struck dumb in awe. Even a seasoned veteran like Bladebreaker couldn't help but hold his breath. The true enemy finally revealed its face. They stood before an incomprehensibly vast cavity, a pulmonary alveolus. Its vaulted ceiling stretched thousands of meters high, resembling an underground microcosm. This world, however, was consumed in flames. The floor churned with a mixture of blackened, poisonous blood and molten lava. Centered in the void floated a colossal, burning black heart. Its massive tendrils, akin to blood vessels, plunged deep into the lung walls. With every heartbeat, it drained life force from the surrounding structures. Beneath the pulsating heart lay an enormous silhouette, over 100 meters tall. This figure was no ordinary elemental beast but a demon of charred bones, engulfed in flames. It was clad in a fiery suit of armor, legless, with its lower half fused with the molten lake it emerged from. With each exhale, it spewed forth toxic vapor that engulfed the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. People suffocate. Warning: high concentration infection zone. Area Overlord. Infernal Blaze Demon. Level: LV.25. Boss level. Description: the embodiment of destruction, attempting to burn through dimensional walls and choke out the divine. LV.25 Boss. The player known as Miracles through strength swallowed hard. That health bar, I can't even count the zeros. This is a mechanic-based boss. Its energy relies entirely on that massive, unmeasurable spherical cavity above, an alveolar sac. Towering like a vast dome, it feels like an underground kingdom. But now, this realm is consumed by flames. The ground is saturated with black and red toxic blood and molten magma. At the center of the chamber, a burning black heart hovers ominously. Dozens of vein-like tendrils plunge deep into the lung walls, siphoning endless streams of life energy with every pulse. Beneath this heart lurks a colossal, terrifying demon over 100 meters tall. It is no longer a mere elemental creature. Its raging flesh twists and burns, with bones transformed into fiery armor. It has no legs, instead merging with the searing magma sea. Every breath it takes spews a suffocating, poisonous fog that blankets the area. Warning: high concentration infection zone. Area Overlord. Infernal Blaze Demon. Level: LV.25. Boss level. Description: incarnation of destruction. A fire demon burning through the dimensional barrier to suffocate the gods. An LV.25 boss level entity. Its health bars so long, you can't count the zeros. Miracles through strength muttered, swallowing his anxiety. The data fanatic pushed up his glasses with a flick, his interface flooded with statistical graphs. The energy supply comes from that heart above. As long as it's operational, defeating this creature is impossible. Scanning their surroundings, Li Zihen issued commands. Look at those tendrils. Each one channels magma directly. Sever the tendrils first, then destroy the heart. Only after that can we target its main body. The blade of the walkers nodded, taking a deep breath. A notification window popped into view. Campaign initiated. Boss target. Infernal Blaze Demon. The fiery demon slowly opened its eyes, exuding an aura of absolute destruction. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chen observed the Colossus. It was more than just a demon or elemental. This was the manifestation of an intergalactic-scale Staphylococcus aureus infection merged with inflammatory superagents, the ultimate Bionitis endowed with primitive hive intelligence, functioning as the mother organism for its spawn. Every living flame and molten demon acted under its direct control. The Silverwing Sentinels are strong, Gu Chen muttered, but their numbers are limited. If they fall into the magma seas, the losses will be devastating. He calculated the remaining energy reserves. Millions had been spent earlier in summoning. Current reserves sat at 70 million. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the sheep. His eyes steely, Gu Chen activated a unique battlefield skill exclusive to his title, Fate Weaver. System announcement. Detected high-risk environment. Temporary skill of Life Sages deployed. Purification Rain. Skill description. When more than 100 Life Sages collaborate, they can summon a localized rain to purify and significantly weaken the armor and vitality of viral organisms. On the battlefield's front lines, Yun's Honggayu's eyes lit up. Ladies, we're mages now. Holding her life staff high, she rallied the sages. Form up. Take your positions. Channel together. Meanwhile, Miracles through Strength led several thousand Divine Guardian soldiers to form an impenetrable defense, steeling themselves for the assault. Lift! Yun's Honggayu commanded. 500 Life Sages began to chant in unison. Green light converged in the heavens. The poisonous fog above condensed, transforming into pure, cloud-white formations. Suddenly, fluorescent rain poured down. This wasn't ordinary rainfall. This was a potent antimicrobial solution forged from the power of the Titans. Ro-ar. The rain struck both the infernal blaze demon and its countless tendrils. The sound of searing corrosion echoed violently, releasing plumes of black smoke into the already chaotic air. The fiery demon's protective shield crumbled rapidly, weakening significantly. Boss's overall attributes reduced by 30%. Tendril shield defense reduced to 0. Now's our chance, the Blade of the Walkers shouted. Follow the Silverwing Sentinels and strike with everything you've got. With a deafening screech, 5,000 silver meteor-like projectiles streaked through the air, seeking out the demon's 12 massive tendrils. Behind them followed a swarm of thousands of players, dispersing into multiple formations to execute their attack plan. Inside the alveolar chamber, it was as if an army of ants had risen to overthrow a monstrous behemoth. Guided by the Silverwing Sentinels, they tore into this flaming titanic beast, heralding the chaos of a great hunt. At a distant corner of the battlefield, the Thunderstorm Emperor calibrated his railgun Gauss cannon. Big guy, I'm right for its eye. A flash of violet lightning raced forward, detonating in an explosion of gore within the demon's eye socket. However, the wound healed almost instantly. This infernal blaze demon was no amateur fighter. It was built to endure and annihilate. Waves of death spread across the battlefield. The magma shorelines devoured player after player by the hundreds, enveloping them in white light as they respawned back at Blackstone Fortress. Just advancing 10 kilometers earns you a diluted vial of Titan's blood. But damn, that prize is worth the madness. Within the core of the Lungs terrain, the battlefield had become a grinding meat grinder. The Silverwing Sentinels had dwindled to fewer than 500. Meanwhile, the boss demon prepared to unleash its devastating full-screen ability, Core Eruption. Magma-armored limbs bulged and fractured. Divine Guardian troop health bars flickered violently. Rows of players fell, replaced immediately by waves of reinforcements charging in. Players grumbled bitterly among themselves. Grinding EXP for 3 days down the drain. But that was the sting of Titan Online's death penalty. Lose half your experience and currency, and possibly your gear's level too. Not fallen, ready to fight again. Stop worrying about your experience points. The BOSS is down, and compensation has doubled. Feng Xing Tianxia shouted. The Thunder Mage levitated mid-air. Floating cannons turned blood-red as his mana emptied again. He swiftly downed 3 bottles of mana recovery potions. Lightning Prison Field. Fully activate. A 10-meter-thick lightning pillar crashed down, paralyzing and sending a group of elite flame demon guards flying. The Silver Wing Captain, left with barely half his armor intact, let out a mechanical roar. His jet engine ignited, transforming him into a silver comet that aimed straight for the exposed black heart of the flame demon. The flame demon panicked, swinging its massive hand to block, but the data maniac teamed with the Psycontroller for a mental disruption. Even with blood seeping from their 7 orifices, they persisted in locking it still. In an instant, the spear pierced through the black heart. Inhibitory enzyme injection activated. A thunderous explosion erupted, golden light spreading outward. The demon's molten blood solidified into black stone in a flash. The flame demon's defenses dropped to 0, collapsing amidst swirling dust. The health bar is gray. The defenses are broken. Feng Xing Tianxia roared. Forget the small ones. Full firepower on the BOSS. 1,000 attackers unleashed a storm of colorful attacks. The onslaught overwhelmed, and the massive body of the flame demon gradually dissipated into light fragments. The black heart shattered completely, its golden energy merging into the battlefield. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted. Surviving players swung their weapons wildly in celebration of this brutal victory. Above the fortress, a massive golden leaderboard unfurled, reflecting in the sky. Battle results. Contribution ranking published.
Número 1 Feng Xing Tianxia.
Rewards to the brim. Growth weapon selection box. X1. Legendary title. Demon Hunter's Vanguard. Biopower plus 100,000. Number 2 Strong Miracle Maker. Reward. A bottle of Resilient Life Elixir. Permanent enhancement. Biopower plus 80,000. Number 3 Dragon Battler in the Wild. Reward. Skillbook. Earth Stomp. Biopower plus 60,000. Feng Xing Tianxia's excitement was warranted, but he knew there was something more critical awaiting him. He opened the Gene Shop, and a series of refreshed numbers appeared on the screen. Operation. Storming Dawn Settlement complete. 1 focused bronchiole cleared. Battle rewards. Gene Shop inventory expanded. Blood of the Titan. Diluted. Inventory soared massively. 1,000 doses added as the BOSS settlement reward. Total inventory now 1991. Previously, only 9 people had obtained it. Now, the inventory explosion was unprecedented. Feng Xing Tianxia yelled, "Restock alert! Hurry! Grab them! Nearly 2,000 doses available." Strong Miracle Maker acted quickly and clicked the purchase button. System notification. Already purchased. One-time limit. Purchase failed. No luck. It's limited to 1 purchase per player. Strong Miracle Maker said in frustration. I even thought about sending a bottle to my clan elder. Feng Xing Tianxia chuckled at the predictable outcome. These 1991 doses serve as the access pass for all new elite LV.10 players, distributing resources evenly to prevent dominance by a few select players. World chat went into a frenzy. I got one. Qualified to buy. Why's it gone so fast? Only 30 seconds. Inventory wiped out. Those reflexes are on par with a tentacle monster. Despite the massive inventory boost, the sheer number of players made it a drop in the ocean. Players who snagged a dose rejoiced, while those who missed out gritted their teeth and continued grinding monsters, vowing to save up for the next chance. Fairly justified. As the buzz over the potion settled, Feng Xing Tianxia switched tabs, setting his eyes on a special item. A shimmering golden token lay quietly in the catalog. Titan Vanguard Legion Contract. Guild Token. Unlock requirements. Frontline advanced by 50 kilometers. Completed. Price. 50,000 biopower. Previously, no one had the spare resources, but now Feng Xing Tianxia's wallet was substantial. Purchase. He made the call decisively. Congratulations. First, Guild Token, acquired server-wide. He raised the token high, broadcasting his command loud and clear. Guild Dawn is officially established. Guild Leader Feng Xing Tianxia. Membership requirements LV.10 and class transitioned. Applications flooded in like a torrent, making the Dawn Guild a rising star overnight. Let's see where this leads. Higher dimensional perspective. Titan's body. Gu Chun gazed over the lung's core regions, satisfaction on his face. Right lung lobe, A7 lesion cleared. Self-healing in focal bronchi initiated. Respiration efficiency improved by 5%. Energy feedback reached 8 million. The lung crisis is abated for now, he murmured to himself. Though hundreds of smaller bronchial foci remain, the players can replicate this strategy effectively. The main bronchial systems, however, present an exponential challenge. Time to redirect the pros to tackle other organs first. Though the flame demon was vanquished, residual lava slimes and flame venom larvae still lingered across the terrain. The fields of thermal energy deposits left by the corrupted flame demon body were now marked as high-priority leveling zones. This area will now serve as a noob zone, specifically for players ranging from LV.5 to LV.10 to grind and level up. Gu Qin gently adjusted S7. Danger level unveiled. A new chapter begins. Gu Chen's consciousness delved deep into his body, targeting a more perilous battlefield, the liver. Toxicity was piling up madly. Early signs of cirrhosis had appeared, and the situation was critical. Second battlefield, open. In the game at Blackstone Fortress, players were celebrating their victory when an anomaly suddenly occurred in the Crimson Path. A ghostly green tributary slowly extended, leading into the endless darkness of the abyss. Expansion released. Toxic Maze. Server-wide quest. Liver expedition. Description. The flames of war in the lungs have subsided, but the detoxification hub has been corroded by venom. Access level, LV.10. Notice, players below level 10 should remain at Stormy Dawn to grind levels. The toxic fumes in the new map are too intense, and the weak won't survive. New map launch. Those above level 10, follow me. Dragon fights wildly roared, instantly igniting the communication channels. If you're not at level 10 yet, don't panic. Dawn Guild will lead dungeon runs for rapid leveling. The crowd split. A portion of elite players boarded the Crimson Vessel, heading into the unknown, while the majority stayed behind at Blackstone Fortress to begin another frenzy of grinding. The real world was just as insane, with everyone struggling to survive. The resurgence of the Titans was only beginning. It didn't seem so unusual after all. Blue Planet, Day 7 of the third beta test. An invisible storm swept across the globe. Isolated miracles suddenly spread. Paralyzed patients started walking, ordinary laborers bent steel rods with bare hands, and a professor with Parkinson's disease reasserted his influence in academia. When the number of cases surpassed 2,000, the entire world erupted in chaos. On Dragon Country's internet, a popular forum boiled over. A thread titled In-Depth Investigation into Titan Players' Physical Anomalies dominated the front page. A private investigator posted numerous real-world cases and secretly filmed footage. In the video, a frail man with glasses leaped astonishingly high, vaulting 3 meters into the air and clearing a speeding car as if possessed by superhuman abilities. The comments exploded. Special effects? Too fake. I'm a doctor, and this is real. Many miraculous recovery patients all play Titan. No wonder activation codes are selling for $500,000. Is this the secret to immortality? Send me a code. I'll sell everything I own to get it. Madness, panic, greed. The flame of humanity's desire for evolution was ignited to its peak. Dragon Country Security Bureau, Breakthrough Task Force meeting. On the large screen, data flickered continuously. Team leader, there are now 1,982 individuals categorized as superhumans, with 3 marked as A-level threats. Their IDs are Edge Runs World, Thunder God King, and Strength Brings Miracles. In Ban Jiangguo's hands was a top-secret file sent by Thunder God King Lei Jin, the liver battlefield expansion plan and a materials list. This kid thinks we're his logistics department. Amid a wry smile, his gaze sharpened like a blade. Approved. Initiate the Great Wall Plan. Deploy the military, scientific research teams, and top-tier athletes. All parties must be integrated into the Titan game. This is the fast track to evolution, and we must secure our position in the driver's seat. Across the Pacific Ocean, in an underground bunker owned by a shadowy conglomerate, several white men in suits sat around a table, coldly staring at the Titan game icon. No trace of servers, no trail in the flow of funds, and the signal source even appears to originate from outer space. Precisely. An elderly man with golden hair knocked on the table, his expression resolute. This miraculous tool for reversing aging, it's real. One word, buy. The command was issued without hesitation. At all costs, secure every account imaginable. If we can't buy them, kidnap advanced players. In a higher dimensional space within the body of the Titan god, Gu Chun watched the undercurrents surging across Blue Planet with an icy gaze. It did not matter who they were. Once within him, they became his cells. Clenching his fist, he issued the decree. Energy reserves are sufficient. Begin expansion. The numerical tracker for bioenergy in the system backend skyrocketed uncontrollably. Suddenly, system update. Fourth beta test opened. Additional slots, 50,000. Server capacity, 100,000. Newbie guide fully optimized. Help new clans adapt faster. In Blackstone Fortress's top-floor conference room, tension hung in the air. Thunder God King took his seat, glancing at his closest comrades as he spoke gravely. Edge, I reported the secrets of Titan to the Dragon Country's Security Bureau Special Action Team. The atmosphere froze instantly. Strength Brings Miracles widened his eyes. The data man stopped typing to adjust his glasses, and Cloudy Pomelo stared intently at Edge Run's world. Turning over core secrets to the government meant the Dawn Guild might lose its independence, soon falling under official jurisdiction. Yet Edge Run's world simply smiled as he polished a newly obtained weapon, his voice steady. You did well, Old Thunder. I don't blame you. The secret was already out. It's better to take the initiative. We need the regular army, the map's too vast, and the monsters too numerous for free players to handle. Lei Jin exhaled in relief. The first batch of 300 retired Special Forces operatives has been granted approval to register. They'll join Dawn unconditionally, taking direct orders. Resource support will also escalate. Excellent, Edge replied. Feng Xing Tianxia nodded. Retrieving a treasure from the top-ranked rewards, Weapons Select Chest. A black, liquid-like substance swiftly coiled around his arm, transforming into a dazzling short blade that devoured light. Weapon. Fong of origin, upgradable. Quality. Unique. Bound to. Feng Xing Tianxia. Attributes. Devour. Advanced biological gene evolution. Wielding the blade, Feng Xing Tianxia swung it, and a black fissure tore open in the air. Strong enough. We're invincible. Hardcore Sanctuary, Newbie Village Plaza. 50,000 rookies descended like a bombardment. One corporate drone who didn't want to work felt a stinging pain on the back of his hand, exclaiming, "This hologram tech is insane." A massive, throbbing heart pulsed like a sun, radiating an oppressive aura over the entire scene. Silver-armored, silver-winged sentinels patrolled the area, sternly commanding, "Rookies, stop dawdling. Get equipped and get to work. Titans don't tolerate slackers." The corporate drone was dumbfounded. Did an NPC just scold me? Hurriedly grabbing a bone knife and plain starter gear, he took another look. The map was far larger compared to the alpha test. Safe zones, hardcore sanctuary, corridor of size.
Danger zone, area à 7 bronchial passage, clan Ced. Extrême danger, l'hiver toxin Maz.
I heard Area A7 is the holy ground for grinding levels. Let's go. The corporate drone joined the crowd, boarding the Scarlet vessel.
À cette bronchial passage, Clan 7 mining zone.
The major monsters were cleared out, but flame toxin larvae and miniature slimes were quietly respawning. Veteran players sneered, but the rookies' eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a perfect training ground. Not surprising. The story was just beginning. Form a party to farm larvae. Where's our healer? The plaza echoed with calls for group members. Others shouted for high-price purchases of chitin fragments, eager to test their resources. The corporate drone avoided the bustling group and instead set his sights on a rarely mentioned sidetrack. As he navigated, he stumbled upon a narrow and eerie side path. With no system blocks hindering him, where darkness dwelled, so did the allure of adventure. Seizing the split moment when two red blood cells collided, he dove recklessly into the rushing blood flow, hurtling into the unknown. 10 minutes into the pitch-black path, the darkness grew thicker, and the stench of decay assaulted him. I think I may have found a new continent, guys. Untouched, uncharted. Excitedly, he turned on his recording tool. No sooner had the words left his mouth than thousands of scarlet eyes gleamed in the approaching darkness ahead. This was right lung lobe B1 bronchial path, an uncleansed zone. The entire corridor was overrun by mutant flame toxic golems and corrupted giant bugs, forming an overwhelming swarm of the dead. Caught in the surge of monsters, he gasped in shock. This is just one speck amidst countless specks of dust. Just as the monsters charged, the system notification exploded. High-risk zone discovered. B1 corridor of stillness. Achievement unlocked. Fearless Pathfinder. White. Dot. Reward. Plus 500 biomass energy. Totally worth it. He barely finished laughing before countless monstrous hands tore him apart. You have died. A global server announcement illuminated every player's screen. Player, I don't want to work, has sacrificed their life to illuminate the B1 bronchial path. A new hunting ground has been unlocked. The teleportation array has registered the coordinates. Titans call upon all their kin to venture into the darkness, paving the way, even if it means building it with your bones. The announcement electrified the server, throwing players into a frenzy. Die once for 500 biomass energy and get a global announcement? That's not dying. That's becoming a martyr. Everyone, stop competing for mobs in Area A7. Go unlock new maps instead. Run fast. Die first. Let's move. The throng of players swarming Area A7 instantly scattered, madly seeking unexplored side routes, determined to die for map unlocking. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chun watched as newly lit points dotted the map one after another, smiling in satisfaction. This is the true essence of the fourth calamity. It's not that I fear your deaths. I fear you don't dare to explore. Every death location became perfect pathological data. The players' corpses served as navigational beacons. Blackstone Fortress. Fengxing Tianxia stared at the global announcement, a smile curving across his lips. The developers really know how to motivate expansion. Standing atop the city walls, his gaze shifted to the massive forces gathering below. Apart from familiar faces from the Dawn Guild, 3 newly formed 100-member squads stood out. Dressed in uniform beginner gear, their formation was precise, their demeanor sharp. Lei Jun led 300 elite Special Forces members, experiencing an exhilarating sense of superiority in this game. Old Lei, take them to practice their skills first. Fengxing Tianxia instructed. Although Area A7 has been cleared, there are still lingering monsters in the vicinity, perfect for training. Understood. Lei Jun's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, his blood boiling. Next stop, Fengxing Tianxia's gaze locked onto the crimson route stretching towards the depths of dawn. The liver, Titan's detoxification factory, and the area most saturated with toxins. Are detox agents adequately stocked? He asked. The warehouse is packed to the brim. Yun Zhongyu replied confidently. Fengxing Tianxia drew his The pitch-black blade of the Origin Fong was raised, pointing towards deep dawn. Curing one bronchus? What's the big deal? A single spark can set a prairie ablaze. Just wait and see. Deep dawn, B1 zone. The infamous don't want to work met their end, broadcasting their explosive death live, causing a massive uproar across the entire server. The dark corridor boiled over in an instant. Here, unlike the orderly A7 zone, this was the playground of the brave. Countless solo players, clinging to dreams of a sudden rise to fame, flooded into this mysterious territory in waves. System notification. B1 zone, unknown territory, first exploration achievement unlocked, Fearless Pathfinder. Achievements that could be synthesized to boost attributes. The players howled with excitement. You mean we can grow stronger just by exploring the map? Hell yeah! Before long, the bronchial passages of the Titan's lungs were filled with torch-wielding, green-eyed pathfinding fanatics. Fewer players focused on fighting monsters now. Parkour enthusiasts were growing in numbers, and even scenic explorers had joined the fray. Follow the pulmonary veins back to the heart, or take the aorta to travel across the entire body. Rumors say the stomach's a hell of acidic torment. I'm dying to check it out. The brain is the command center. I must see it for myself. Players, akin to explorers from the Age of Discovery, commandeered stolen scarlet vessels or journeyed on foot, boldly venturing into uncharted territory. Server-wide announcement. Man like the wind has landed first in the B2 bronchial passage, earning an achievement. This killer ain't cold. Has discovered the left lung's upper lobe first. Achievement claimed. Players who failed to seize the lead slammed their fists in frustration, while those yet to depart eagerly fantasized about becoming the Speed King themselves. The Titan's vascular maze had transformed into a playground for adventurers. Meanwhile, foreign players began to flood in. English, Japanese, and Russian usernames flooded the zone. Oh my god! This is real! Amazing physics engine! Legends of Titan's blood spilled out from Dragon Nation, stirring up a frenzy across international networks. Impassioned foreign pro players swarmed in. On the forums, the veil of mystery surrounding hidden classes was finally ripped away. A scavenger spilled the beans. Don't believe the hype about hidden classes. I ate some gross monster meat and turned into a carrion walker. The skills suck so bad. Corpse devouring HP recovery and poison resistance can save a bit on potions, but it makes you look like some lost freaky mutant. Replies beneath were full of mockery. Haha. Weird classes are only good for soloing whales. I picked Bone Craftsman. All I can do is make dumb bone trinkets. No HP recovery skills. Nobody wants me in squads. Gradually, players grew more rational. Hidden classes might offer unique gameplay, but they weren't inherently powerful. A steady path to progression was the true way to rise. At that moment, on the docks of the Blackstone Fort Stronghold, a modified heavy-class Scarlet vessel, belonging to the Dawn Guild, was docked. Its hull featured newly installed Cheaty Noose barricades and rudimentary ballistay. Standing at the bow was Blade Across the World, bidding farewell as 300 elite operatives stood in solemn formation behind him. Their commander, Viper, dressed in basic novice cloth armor and carrying a bone spear, spoke with a calm tone. Blade Team, Thunder Squad, head to the front lines worry-free. We'll hold down B1 zone and train. Everyone is to reach level 10 and complete their class transitions within a week. 1 week. Blade Across the World's heart thudded. That was the spirit. The Thunder King of Lightning nodded silently. To regular players, reaching level 10 within 1 week was nearly impossible. But for Blade Across the World and his pioneering squad, they bore the critical mission of expanding the frontiers of B1 Zone. Strict discipline, blood and iron combat. Thunder slammed his palm on Blade's shoulder. With his command, 300 soldiers thundered their battle cries in unison, shaking the heavens. The core group of 5, along with over 100 fully armed elites, boarded the Scarlet vessel and set sail into the unknown. The Titan's once bright arterial blood slowly darkened, mingling with the acrid stench of medicine and rot. System notification. Entered hepatic portal vein region, high level of toxicity. Midair Fruit decisively ordered the party to don their makeshift gas masks. The massive sphincter muscle gradually dilated, revealing an eerie and otherworldly scene. This was the liver. Countless massive hexagonal liver lobules intertwined into a vast, towering maze. They rose like skyscrapers in the darkened expanse. Green bile rivers and purplish-black venous blood snaked through the labyrinth, lifeless and desolate. Black fungal mats spread across ruptured ducts, spewing noxious green fog and creating a hellish combination of decay and mechanical intrusion. Monstrous creatures loomed within, moving soundlessly. Map unlocked. Toxic maze liver. Environmental debuff. Biochemical corrosion. Continuous HP drain and armor reduction. Hold your breath, damn it. This wretched stench. But a hero was undeterred by mere odor. Blade across the world drew the origin Fong. The blade quivered, sensing imminent danger. The bile river seethed, bubbling ominously, as several bloated sludge butchers emerged. Their rusted iron hooks scraped the air as they slowly climbed onto the shore. Monsters detected. Sludge butchers, LV-16. Thunder immediately raised his shield and directed the formation. Guardian Phalanx, shield the hooks. Neuromancers, test the waters up front. Lightning crackled through the air, striking one of the creatures, only for the spell to dissolve ineffectively into the slimy surface. These beings' mucus made them impervious to magic. Use physical attacks. Hack them apart. Blade Marches the World moved decisively, vanishing with shadow step to reappear behind its target, slicing through the venomous gland with precision. Poisonous blood burst out in a crimson arc. The damage skyrocketed, striking critical weak points, while toxin absorption boosted his resistance. Dali Charge. The fiery shield activated, blazing like a meteor colliding into a cluster of enemies. The intense heat evaporated the mucus. Though a hook had snagged him, it couldn't slow this raging tiger. Heal me. Cloudy Yuzu swung her scepter, a cascade of divine light enveloping the battlefield. Dali's health skyrocketed, and the toxins vanished as if swept away. The battle rhythm was as fast as lightning, the team's coordination flawless as ever, even in this new hazardous environment. A few sludge butchers were swiftly cleared away, the expedition's first steps proving highly successful. Good loot. Blade Marches the World chuckled softly. This was the liver's opening act. Just wait and see. Data Maniac picked up a piece of green crystal. Toxic gallstone, a key material for top-tier antidotes and poison-based weaponry. Blade Marches the World stood at the riverbank, his gaze piercing through the fog, locking onto a towering hexagonal structure that shot straight into the clouds. Deep in this labyrinth, a massive shadow squirmed ominously. This was the hardened core lesion of the liver, its blood supply zone tightly held under its grip. The path ahead is long, Blade Marches the World muttered, shaking the venom-stained blade vigorously. The outskirts are just the beginning. Brothers, advance cautiously with every step. The urban skirmish begins. Plant the flags and set up the respawn point. At the hepatic portal vein entrance, the air was thick and sticky, shrouded with a green toxic mist, visibility reduced to no more than 20 meters. Something's wrong here, Dali Makes Miracles muttered, glancing at his smoldering arm guard. My molten shield can block physical and monster attacks, but this miasma's corroding my mana bar. 3 points per second. Cloudy Yuzu swung the Staff of Recovery, quickly refreshing the team's purification aura. The toxins are suppressing our energy flow. We won't last 2 hours. We need a safe zone immediately. Leading the front lines, Blade Marches the World slashed through the air with his weapon, Fong of Origin, bisecting a camouflaged, toxic insect in one swift motion. Maniac, have you found the nodes? Data Maniac's eyes flickered with blue light as holographic map data revealed subtle regulation patterns within the hexagonal maze, each segment poised around a central vein surrounded by converging capillary-like passageways. Found it! Li Zihan pointed toward the intact base of an ancient tower. The metabolic center's pipeline is ruptured, but the calcified foundation is solid enough to support a biobeacon. Blade marches, the world's expression turned frosty. Secure it. Everyone, prepare for battle. We're hammering in the first spike. Base H103 of the hepatic lobule resembled nothing less than an abandoned biochemical plant. The ground slick with streaming black bile, piled high with tumor-like growths. As over 100 elite members of the Dawn Guild breached its perimeter, the tumor spheres began to rupture one by one. Ashen-skinned creatures emerged, raw, muscle-bound monstrosities without skin, their elongated arms morphing into grotesque spraying cannons. Bile sprayers, LV.18, were here, the ranged ones. "Don't let the acid jets hit us," shouted Thunderstorm Monarch. The electromagnetic hover cannon fired instantly, spewing thunderbolts that pierced the group of enemies. The bile-soaked wetlands conducted electricity. The acid ignited into flames, and currents exploded wildly, causing more than a dozen sprayers to convulse in paralysis. "Assassins! Flank them!" Blade marches, the world's silhouette flashed, cleaving weakened foes apart with Shadow Step plus Blade Fan. Blades erupted like a dazzling display of light, executing the perfect kill. "Vanguard! Form up!" Dali Makes Miracles commanded 20 Infernal Guardians to plant their shields into the ground, activating the fiery aura. The high heat vaporized splashing acid, forming a semi-visible barrier of steam. Spectating freelancers gawked. This coordination is insane. Compost-level tactics. Not just chaotic hack-and-slash nonsense. The battle concluded quickly. This was merely the outer perimeter's cleanup. "Clear the area. Weavers, hurry up." Cloudy Yuzu led 10 life sages into the plaza, unleashing purification rain. Antibiotic droplets cleansed the poisonous moss carpet, revealing a foundation of exposed white bone. "This is the groundwork." Blade marches, the world retrieved a medium biobeacon, its cost steep at 5,000 units of biotic energy. His voice firm, he commanded, "Plant the flag!" Crack. The beacon's flagpole locked into place, anchoring the team's position. Indeed, step-by-step victories would show the path forward. The gigantic crystalline beacon thrust through the liver maze's polluted terrain. A green purifying force field exploded from its core. Toxic fog dissipated, corrosive slime neutralized and disintegrated. Within a 500-meter radius, an absolute safe zone was born. Server-wide notifications rang out in awe. Guild, Dawn, successfully secures the liver region. Respawn point activated. Teleport pad linked. Environmental toxins within area neutralized, granting a slow health regeneration buff. We finally made it out alive. Dali Makes Miracles removed his gas mask and greedily inhaled the clean air. If I stayed in that bleeding out debuff for a minute longer, I think my mind would have cracked first. Blade marches, the world's sharp gaze fixed on the countdown ticking down on the beacon's purification mechanism. Don't get complacent. The liver's mechanics are nothing like the lungs. Data Maniac worked on a live analysis as he spoke. The monsters in the lungs actively attacked. Here, the ones in the liver behave more like an immune system fending off invaders. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the hexagonal tower began to quake violently. Deep within the pipeline, the sound of fluid gurgling rumbled forth. A flashing red alarm appeared. Foreign object detected. Liver rejection response activated. Mobilizing swarm defense. Rejection response? The group felt their hearts tighten. Hundreds of black sludge monsters and hardened stone beetles surged like a tidal wave, flooding in from every direction. They felt no pain, no fear, moving only with the purpose to engulf the beacon. Hold the beacon! Feng Xing Tianxia unsheathed his blade and roared. This isn't just any siege. This is tower defense. Once the beacon is purified, the swarm will retreat on its own. Dawn Guild, form up and face the enemy. Viewed from above. At a higher vantage point, Guchun gazed down at the faint yet resilient green glow radiating from the liver region. It resembled a single purifying pill resting within a dark and murky abyss. The liver is far more complex, he said grimly. While the lungs were vulnerable to external attacks, the liver's battle came from internal chaos, metabolic dysfunction, and toxin accumulation. The monsters here were merely mutated normal cells. Combat alone won't cut it. We need to clear the blockages. He activated a newly unlocked system feature. System update, outpost upgrade. New facility unlocked. Toxin extractor. Function. Players can deposit toxin sacs and bile stones to convert them into high-energy fuel and antidote serums. A toxic hotspot, Guchun smirked. Sometimes you fight poison with poison, and this kind of profit-making opportunity, it's like mining in hell itself. Let's see how far this'll go. Inside the game battlefield, the Dawn Guild held a stalwart defensive line as the savage sludge monsters endlessly battered against their formation, unable to break through. Eventually, the beacon held firm, and soft green light began to spread gently across the area. We held it! Cheers echoed triumphantly as a peculiar new machine came into view. Curious, Dilly emptied a pile of rotten toxin sacks from his backpack into the contraption. The machine buzzed and hummed, spitting out antitoxin serum, rare, X5, plus 500 bioenergy. Whoa, bro. Trash turned into treasure. These toxin sacks used to sell for 10 points each, but this machine makes the rewards 50 times better. The discovery felt like a bomb detonating among the players. The once disgusting and loathed sludge monsters had now become walking wallets. Notify the guild. No more grinding in the barren lung zones. The liver is the real gold mine now. Toxin sacks can be converted to gold and medicine. Feng Xing Tianxia eyed the waves of incoming players, a sly smile playing on his lips. Our first foothold is firmly nailed into the liver lobules. Ahead lay a vast labyrinth of hexagonal structures. Next, we plant the Dawn Guild's flag across the entire liver maze. Liver Detox Encampment, H103 Safe Zone. A land of swirling toxic haze and lurking danger. The Dawn Guild's claim of their first foothold had unlocked access to the toxin extractor, bringing new opportunities to this venomous dungeon. For the elite warriors, this was a frontline charge. For casual players, it was a treasure trove, provided they weren't afraid to risk death. At the fringe of the encampment, near a giant severed bile duct, LV.8 player Go-Going-ing bent low, swinging a pickaxe. Red warnings flashed incessantly on his screen. High-risk area. LV.10 plus recommended. His health bar dwindled steadily, the hiss of his gas mask growing louder. Half a health bar left. Just one more crystal. Old Go muttered, eyes wide with determination as he furiously hammered away at a glowing green crystal. Ding! A bile stone the size of a fist fell to the ground. Overjoyed, Old Go, now down to 30% health, immediately bolted back toward the safety zone to heal. Around him, more low-level players repeated similar risks, dashing into the toxic mist to mine, then frantically retreating to recover. This snatch-and-dash strategy was humorously nicknamed Blade Running by players. Back in the camp center, Old Go dumped a load of subpar materials into the toxin extractor. The machine whirred and churned, outputting 1,200 bioenergy in return. Amazing! Excitedly trembling, he realized the profits far exceeded the gains from grinding monsters in the lungs. Though exhausting and requiring constant potion purchases, the payout was extraordinary. Meanwhile, a peculiar smell wafted through the air. Players gathered near the campfire, where someone with the ID Zonghua Little Chef had gone all out, presenting a pot of exploding dawn awful stir-fry. The ingredients, parasitic worms from the liver itself. Gross but potent, Little Chef shouted. This nightmarish dark cuisine worked as a life-saving tonic in the toxic liver dungeon, temporarily boosting poison resistance by 15% for 30 minutes. Players mining in the toxin zones lined up for a taste, each hoping to prolong their extraction time. Old Go smacked his lips but ultimately decided against trying it. At the docks, the Crimson vessel had just arrived. A group of foreign players disembarked, looking overwhelmed. Leading them was King Arthur, a Western-looking man with a white complexion, followed by dozens of LV.5 newbies trailing behind him. This map, It's got a gritty industrial wasteland vibe. King Arthur marveled, staring at the massive hexagonal liver lobules. A nervous subordinate whispered, "It's recommended for LV.10 players and above. The toxin levels here are insane. What if we die? There's no air wall blocking us, so if we're allowed in, there's something worth the risk." King Arthur proudly brandished his small round shield, resolute in his mining ambitions. "If the Chinese players can do it, so can we. Move out." Barely 50 meters outside the safe zone, the intense toxins, a sense of warning rushed in. Cough, cough, cough. The health bar plummeted dramatically. "Priest, help me now," came a panicked cry for assistance. Suddenly, 2 LV.16 sludge butchers emerged from the mist. They were blind but had a sharp sense for the smell of blood. Their steel hooks swung fiercely, and 3 LV.5 underlings were severed in one blow, vanishing into beams of white light. Arthur King stumbled back to the safe zone, pale-faced, with only a few dozen health points remaining. "This difficulty level isn't meant for us." He gritted his teeth, utterly disoriented. This liver-themed map devoured careless adventurers with its toxic fog. Surviving was the ultimate victory, and in this place that much was almost fair. In the B1 sector of Stormy Dawn, despite the apparent order, hidden tensions brewed within the two main strongholds. Old Ghost smirked cunningly at the side, seizing the opportunity for profit. "Hey friend, don't barge in without changing your class. For just 50 points of bioenergy, I'll teach you how to mine under the butcher's noses." His business mindset was as sharp as ever. Looking again toward the liver's front line, Lei Jun and Blade Vanguard fought side by side, but their eyes were constantly fixed on the movements of the Special Operations Unit at the rear. In the communications channel, a commander with the codename Viper reported, "Group 3 has successfully lured the enemies. The shield wall is perfectly coordinated. 0 casualties so far. Average level is LV.8. Lei Jun responded calmly. "Without LV.10 class promotions and resistance gear, the liver is a dead end. Hold out for one more day. Regroup immediately after class changes. We need firepower here urgently." "Understood. Mission will be completed." The Special Operations Unit's vow echoed firmly. The scene shifted to the front line, where the 2nd Division of the Dawn Guild faced a significant obstacle. The central vein junction was blocked by a massive wall of flesh and blood. The wall was riddled with holes, and countless vampiric liver leeches oozed through, bloody and terrifying. The 2nd Division leader, Frostblade, narrowed his eyes gravely. Thousands of leeches, fast underwater, capable of draining blood. With toxins that slow you down, a frontal assault is impossible. "President Blade is waiting behind us. We need to clear the way," a team member said anxiously. Suddenly, Frostblade's eyes lit up, staring at the towering hexagonal columns of the liver lobules. "No waterway. Take the rooftops. Climb the slippery walls and rely on the engineer squad." The fleshcraft workers stepped forward. 5 individuals garbed in dark crimson robes, with bony frames strapped to their backs. Pressing their hands to the ground, bone-like spikes began to rapidly sprout. Their skill activated: bone reconstruction, biological scaffold construction. The intertwining spikes formed a spiral staircase of bone that wound its way up the slippery column, reaching all the way to the top. Everyone was stunned. "That works." The craftsmen remained composed. "As long as there's enough material, ladders and fortresses are no problem." Frostblade was overjoyed, issuing orders. "Everyone up the ladder. Bring the alchemical explosive packs. Let's give those leeches a taste of hell." Proper class synergy was key to everything. 100,000 players joined forces against the 4th calamity. In the distance, behind the enormous wall of flesh, a pair of colossal eyes slowly opened. The true ruler awaited the arrival of these reckless intruders. Let's see how this unfolds. In traditional anatomy, the liver is divided into left and right lobes, with the liver lobules being its functional units. They're hexagonal, and the human body has 500,000 of them. But in the Titan world, who knows how many there are, this isn't a human liver after all. I made it all up. At this moment, Titan, Genesis had developed a hierarchical pyramid ecosystem. At the peak stood the first echelon, led by Blade Vanguard and Dragon Warlord, reaching LV.1718. Fully equipped and skilled, they were spearheading the exploration in the Liver battlefield. Next came the hardcore gamers and grind masters at LV.1516, the backbone of guilds or highly skilled solo players. Below them was the massive group of common players, just reaching LV.10 and completing their class changes. Some boldly formed teams to challenge the Liver zone and were subsequently crushed. Others stayed in the Lungs B1 and B2 zones, farming the smaller regions in pursuit of the first completion achievement. Finally, there were 50,000 beginners at LV.56, still crowding newbie Village A7, competing to farm slimes. There were even players aboard the Crimson Mist vessel, roaming around taking photos, occasionally encountering mysterious bosses, and dying instantly without even checking their stats. That's how it should be. Liver Zone, H103 Liver Lobule District. Engineering Team, Plant the Explosives. Frostblade, the 2nd Division leader of the Dawn Guild, commanded coolly from atop a towering hexagonal column. Dozens of alchemical explosive barrels were ignited and hurled down from the heights, landing precisely on the cirrhotic nodules blocking the veins. Boom! Boom! The explosions sounded in succession, tearing massive gaps into the solid wall of meat. The long-blocked venous blood finally rushed through in a torrential flood. It's clear. The team erupted in cheers. The blasts were incredibly effective, dispersing the swarm of leeches. As the water level dropped, the sludge-covered riverbed gradually came into view. Get down there, loot the bodies, gather resources. The elite team threw down ropes, sliding down the columns with practiced skill. They were seasoned LV.15 players. Suddenly, Frostblade felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. The dense swarm of vampiric liver leeches, LV.19, hadn't been washed away but had inexplicably vanished. Scout the area. Light up the zone. The spiritualists threw illuminating orbs, lighting up the center of the riverbed. The sludge began to bulge upward. A massive structure suddenly, a mountain of flesh slowly rose. From the shadows of the hidden wall of flesh, the true overlord finally revealed itself. Warning. Encountered regional overlord. Monster. Corrupted broodmother. LV.22 leader level. Description. It's not a single entity, but a nest of countless parasites. LV.22 leader level. The players froze in shock as the corrupted broodmother let out a deep, guttural sound. And then hell descended. From tens of thousands of pores, black viscous liquid was ejected in unison, and the swamp beneath their feet quickly came alive. The players looked down in horror, realizing that they were standing on a dense mass of blood-sucking liver leeches. 1,500 in number. Warning. Trap triggered. Sea of worms. Retreat. Frosted Blade shouted with his scalp tingling. Facing this sea of worms, even if Guildmaster Feng himself were here, retreat would be the first option. But it was already too late. Swish, swish, swish. The black leeches surged like a tide, climbing up the pillars with astonishing speed. One player, halfway up a rope, had their neck bitten by leeches latching on from the side. Sacred guards, form up. Defend the platform at all costs. Atop the hill, Frosted Blade stared at the looming black wave of leeches, dread sinking into his heart. Spiritual arcanists, lay down firewalls and thunderstorms. A storm of chaotic skills erupted. Flames surged. Lightning flashed. But the monsters continued their relentless swarm. Over 1,000 LV.19 leeches were unstoppable. Roar! The broodmother let out an enraged bellow, spewing a noxious mist that instantly engulfed the platform. Warning. Toxic environment. Attributes drastically decreased. Healing effectiveness halved. Continuous HP loss. The healers were plunged into despair as their frantic efforts seemed futile. Their mana wasted while health bars plummeted uncontrollably. The leeches swarmed onwards. First one, then 10, then 100. Frosted Blade, We can't hold on. A desperate cry for help. He struck down 2 leeches with his sword, only to have one latch onto his leg. The paralyzing venom spread rapidly through his body. In his final moments he bellowed, "The H103 riverbed is a trap. Toxic mist and climbing creatures. Don't enter the water." Dawn Brigade 2 has been wiped out. Heading back in the next second, countless sharp teeth descended, and Frosted Blade fell to the ground. "You have died." 10 minutes later, at the detox camp, white light flickered at the revival point as members of Dawn Brigade 2 returned one after another, their equipment damaged and their spirits completely drained. "My new gear just broke. Even with dozens of people, there's no way to beat that sea of worms." The players looked pale and discussed the disaster fervently. Even the main team from Dawn Brigade got wiped, and the Brood Mother poisons the battlefield? Plus, there's a giant trap underwater. The camp was tense, the atmosphere heavy with dread. Meanwhile, the teleportation array began to glow. Feng Untamed led his core team, returning at full speed. Seeing the despair on the faces of those from the last battle, he calmly asked, "The gear, swallowed by the Brood Mother." Frosted Blade growled through clenched teeth. "As long as we're still here, that's all that matters." At the dock, a massive Crimson battleship slowly docked. Lei Jun disembarked with 300 elite Spec Ops members from aboard the deck. All of them LV.10, fully specialized into their roles, armed to the teeth, and exuding an aura of strict discipline. "Lei, you're here." Feng Untamed nodded. Lei Jun surveyed the camp and sneered, "Looks like we're just in time." The 300 players swiftly formed into 4 formations. The first formation, Steel Bastion, comprised of 100 heavily shielded warriors forming an impenetrable line and standing unshakable in defense. The second formation, Stormlords, consisted of 80 ranged damage dealers controlling the battlefield through overwhelming firepower. The third formation, Phantom Blades, included 60 stealth specialists for flanking and assassinating key targets. The final formation, Life Sages, consisted of 60 powerful healers to ensure sustained support. This special operations unit has undergone hellish training with 0 casualties to date, Lei Jun boasted. "Let's show those worms what an organized military force can do." Feng Untamed's gaze turned sharp. "Good. Assemble all main forces. Whether it's the Spec Ops unit, Brigade 1, or experienced solo players, gather everyone. Main Brigade 2 stays close behind." He unsheathed his pitch-black longsword, Fong of Origin, and pointed it toward the fog-covered H103 zone. "First, we retrieve the fallen equipment. Then, we crush the damned Brood Mother and its worms. One by one. Move out. Target H103 riverbed. All troops, advance." This is how it should be. The curtain of battle was reignited. The black sludge surged, as thousands upon thousands of blood-sucking liver leeches blanketed the dry riverbed like a writhing, repulsive carpet. In the center, the colossal, corrupted Brood Mother lazily spewed more noxious mist, savoring the triumph of its previous massacre. Suddenly, from the hexagonal pillars, synchronized footsteps echoed. The Brood Mother's compound eyes twisted, locking onto the rows of gleaming silver figures. "Everyone, regroup." At the lead, the Thunder Lord raised his hand. Hovering magnetic cannons hummed as they fully charged. His voice, cold as steel, "Target locked below. Gravity strike. Deploy." Without hesitation, all 300 players leapt from 100 meters above. Frosted Blade stood there, dumbfounded. Are they insane? Moments ago, his Brigade 2 had leapt into the river and been slaughtered. The third squad voluntarily jumped into the river? Feng Xing Tianxia smiled indifferently. "This is called the Steel Torrent." In midair, 100 steel barriers raised their giant shields. Gravity crash. Boom! The giant shields slammed into the silt with immense force, triggering a shockwave that sent leeches flying in all directions. In less than 3 seconds, the steel shield wall locked into place, with each piece seamlessly connected. An indestructible circular battle formation rose firmly. The outer perimeter sealed off. The inner circle unleashed firepower. 80 Thunder Lords wielded staffs and unleashed a barrage of floating cannons, weaving an intricate electrical grid. The shield wall formed the core as electric waves spread outward. Leeches attempting to climb were instantly scorched, turning black and falling away. The tides have turned. Great strength creates miracles, scratched his head. This coordination is flawless. It seems they don't need me to tank the damage anymore. Feng Xing Tianxia assessed the battle situation. The mother nest was momentarily startled, quickly attempting to outflank the third squad. He unsheathed the Fong of Origin and shouted his command. First and second squads advance. Cut off the retreat of the third squad. Kill! Ice Blade Frost Fury, eyes bloodshot, charged in with the resurrected second squad, descending rapidly using zip lines, igniting the flames of vengeance across the battlefield. The battle raged with fiery intensity. The ironclad formation stood as a steel bastion, leaving the mother nest visibly perplexed. It suddenly contracted its massive body and opened its exhaust vents. Another spray of toxic gas. Chemical Defense Squad, Purify. 60 life sages shed their heavy robes, standing sharply in lightweight armor, raised their staffs in unison, and cast purifying winds. The poisonous mist dispersed, transforming into a churning tornado. Beautiful, cloudy orange praised, the timing and precision of the skill impeccable, as healers maintained military-grade composure. With the poison fog dissolved and the sea of insects held back, the mother nest grew increasingly desperate, issuing a piercing shriek that shook the heavens. The massive creature writhed, attempting to burrow into the silt in an effort to escape. You won't get away. Feng Xing Tianxia's gaze turned icy. Assassin Squad, execute decapitation strike. Mages, provide suppressive fire. 60 Ghost Blades, along with Feng Xing Tianxia and Ice Blade Frost Fury, activated Shadow Step, darting toward the target like spectral wraiths. The assassins landed with precision, swiftly closing in on the mother nest. Feng Xing Tianxia gripped the Fong of Origin tightly. It glowed with a devouring black light as he plunged it into the back of the mother nest. Squelch, a fatal strike. The weak point hit. Special effect triggered. Devour, reduces target movement speed by 30%. Daggers rained down like a storm. Piercing, tendon slicing, and bleeding attacks intertwined in relentless assault. The mother nest writhed in agony, flailing its tentacles wildly. But against the current legion of assassins, its movements were sluggish. Each tentacle strike was deftly dodged, and a follow-up slash landed squarely in retaliation. The tide of battle shifted sharply, waiting only for the third squad to stabilize and launch their counterattack. That's how it should be. The loot's inside its stomach, Cloudy Orange suddenly shouted, her voice cracking. Through the semi-transparent body of the mother nest, several weapons were visibly lodged in its digestive tract, floating as they were yet to be fully dissolved. I see it. Feng Xing Tianxia responded calmly. In a flash, he maneuvered past a jet of corrosive acid, leaping directly onto the head of the mother nest, targeting its maw. Great strength. Thunderstorm. Pry its mouth open. Infernal Avatar activated. Great strength transformed into a fiery giant, using both hands to pry open the hardened jaws of the mother nest. Open up for me, roared Great Strength. In the distance, Thunderstorm operated a floating cannon, directing a surge of violet lightning that struck the mother nest's oral cavity, causing its internal muscles to spasm and forcing its mouth open. Thanks. Without hesitation, Feng Xing Tianxia dived straight into the nauseating, acid-drenched maw of the creature. What the hell? Did Brother Feng just get eaten? Nearby ordinary players exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the mother nest abruptly convulsed violently, as if it harbored a goddess of iron fans in its belly. Rip! A pitch-black blade sliced out violently from its abdomen. Emerging covered in sticky mucus, Feng Xing Tianxia clutched several weapons in his hands, bursting out from the mother nest's gut. Weak point severed. Core damaged. The mother nest let out a final horrific scream before its massive body deflated like a punctured balloon. Focus your fire. Send it to hell. Ice Blade Frost Fury roared. His fury ignited, unleashing all his power to obliterate the faltering boss. Boom! Within seconds, the LV.22 boss that had wiped out the second squad dissolved into dazzling white light. Boss defeated. Corrupted mother nest. Rewards: large amounts of biomass plus rare toxic gland.
Zone H103 Cleared.
As the battlefield returned to calm, scattered leeches fled upon the death of their matron, making it easy for players on the outer perimeter to mop up. Feng Xing Tianxia wiped away the mucus clinging to his face and tossed the equipment onto the ground. Second squad, come claim your loot. The elite members of the second squad, still half-naked, quickly crowded around, grinning as they grabbed equipment. Thunderstorm arrived with the third squad. 300 players marched in perfect formation, their shield angles precise, resembling an impenetrable iron legion. Casualties? Feng Xing Tianxia asked in a low voice. 125 heavily injured, 0 deaths. Thunderstorm replied with a sense of pride. The third squad's tight coordination ensured injured members were immediately replaced, with healers acting like roaming medics, guaranteeing success. The players of the second squad stood dumbstruck. Same map, same type of monsters, yet their outcome was a total wipeout while the third squad achieved 0 deaths. This was the difference in skill. Good. Feng Xing Tianxia nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept across the steel-clad main force. Looking again at the spirited Dawn Guild, he smiled. With the integration of the 3rd Brigade and the 1st and 2nd Brigades, the Dawn Guild finally had the clout to dominate the toxic maze with ease. Well, for now, at least the heavyweight creatures hadn't shown up yet. 10 minutes rest. He fixed his gaze on the depths of the maze, where the towering central vein tower gleamed with a cold light. Next target. Liver lobule H105. That's the right approach. Just like this, zone by zone, we'll conquer this entire maze in no time. In the timeless chaos of the void, Gu Chen's colossal titan-like form floated, silently engaging in introspection. His body was no longer flesh and blood. Instead, it was a shattered cosmos, a galactic river of stars. At the dim edge of his right lung's starfield, a resolute streak of golden-red light shimmered. It was the players clearing the life pathway of the A7 bronchial zone. Deeper down in the Liver Nebula, the situation was far more convoluted. 5 faint yet resilient light dots flickered amidst the toxic mists. The Dawn Guild has taken over H103, the Dragon Battle Guild has secured H109, and a few independent alliances have established a mushroom village on the fringe. Gu Chan observed these busy lights within his vast body, an indescribable sense of peculiar emotion welling up inside him. We'll see. In front of his immense build, the 100,000 players weren't even specks of dust. Yet, these seemingly insignificant little fighters, driven by immortality and that unyielding greed, were like countless diligent worker bees, step by step restoring this collapsed hive. Liver metabolism recovered by 0.01%. The data was meager but profoundly significant. It was the very first drop in turning the tide. After all, this was the beginning of hope. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the real world. Location: First People's Hospital of Kyoto City, Rehabilitation Center. Liu was slinging her luggage over her shoulder, ready to leave. The doctors frantically tried to stop her, their white coats flapping as sweat beaded on their foreheads. Miss Li, you're a miracle in world medicine. You can't leave. Comprehensive tests are still needed. Dressed in activewear, Liu casually shrugged them off, as carefree as a free-flying swallow. I've done enough tests, and I'm already recovered. Better than ever before. The doctors gaped, baffled, as the elderly professor nearly dropped his glasses. No scientific explanation, huh? The reason is simple: good mood, good health. With that, she cleverly evaded the obstructing crowd and lightly pressed the elevator button. One shoulder carrying her bag, she moved with unrivaled ease. Dad, Mom, hurry and come downstairs. I've escaped. The elevator doors slid closed, cutting off the doctor's shouting. Outside, under the bright sunshine, Liu took a deep breath. Freedom had begun. That evening, the Dawn Guild's core voice channel erupted into chaos. I escaped from the hospital. The doctors look at me like I'm some kind of alien. Ha ha ha, you're awesome, girl. Same here. I ran from weight training rehab and just found a hotel in Magic City. Since everyone's settling in, why not meet in person?
Feng Xing Tianxia spoke Ganli. Offline Metup.
Discuss the future. Agreed, Lei Jin stated tersely. Zihan and I are already in Magic City. Then tomorrow night at Cloud Apartments. Feng Xing Tingxia shared the location. End of the world or not, we're having hot pot. The next night at Cloud Apartments in Magic City. For the first time, the 5 members of the Dawn Guild met in person. Despite the luxurious location, the apartment's decor was simple and understated, with rows of gaming equipment being the only indicator of their identity. Tonight, however, it was filled with warmth and excitement. In the center, a copper hot pot boiled with a spicy butter broth, its fragrance intoxicating. Wang Daqiang's massive chest muscles stretched against his tight t-shirt as he stared hungrily at the paper-thin slices of lamb in Feng Ji's hands, practically drooling. Feng Ge, you've got some serious skills with the knife. Steady hands, professional gamer perk? Chen Feng replied with a smile, neatly arranging the meat as the knife spun like a dancing sprite. Li Zihen was busy fiddling with his portable terminal, occasionally adjusting his glasses. Lei Jun took a cautious sweep of the balcony, ensuring escape routes, before finally closing the door and joining the group. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Chen Feng opened the door. Standing there was a girl with a healthy glow, her ponytail swishing as she stood casually in denim jeans. Liu was here. Just wait and see. This was only the beginning. Hello, everyone. I'm Cloud Yu. The girl waved shyly, and the atmosphere instantly warmed. Liu hopped lightly over the threshold, her previous situation entirely unnoticeable. Everyone was astonished. You're moving so fluidly now, even jumping. Chen Feng interrupted with a smile, handing out chopsticks. The food's in the pot already, less talking, more eating. Sit down and dig in. As the hot pot steam clouded the room and the alcohol flowed, online comrades became offline brothers, dissolving all barriers into thin air. After 3 rounds of food and drink, Chen Feng turned to Lei Jun, starting a topic that brought everyone to full attention. Old Lei, any updates from the official side? Lei Jun calmly sipped his beer, his gaze steady as he replied, the higher-ups have designated our guild as a strategic cooperation unit. As long as we don't cross the red line, the authorities are fully supportive. The salary cards of the 300 Special Operations team members are all tied to the guild's account. Chen Feng nodded. Now that's reassuring. Suddenly, Li Zihen's expression turned grave. Brother Feng, over the past 2 days, more than a dozen major conglomerates such as Tiankai Group and Longting Capital have approached us. They want to buy shares, acquire us, or even threaten to mess with the people in our game. Wang Daqiang immediately shouted, what are we afraid of? If anyone dares to mess with our players, I'll take my team to camp at the respawn point and take them out. Chen Feng shook his head, his eyes steady. We can't act rashly. They won't make a move unless there's a loophole within our ranks. He pointed to his head. Real-world money is useful, but within the game Titan Genesis, it's just numbers. These conglomerates might use money to buy bioenergy from freelance players, but that's not the key. The real hard currency is combat strength. Combat strength is what matters? Liu furrowed her brows. So, should we fight them? Chen Feng smiled. No fighting. We do business. Do business. The group was taken aback. The game world is vast. No one can devour the whole pie. He gestured toward the night outside the window. The liver, the lungs, each region can be expanded and colonized. We at Dawn only have a few thousand members. We can't possibly take the biggest share. So, we need to position ourselves smartly. Chen Feng pointed his finger. First, establish technical barriers. We need to conquer the strategies and lock down the special resources. Second, prioritize military power. Keep Dawn's combat capabilities as the strongest in the entire server. When big guilds run into tough bosses, they'll have no choice but to pay us for assistance. Lei Jin summed up, "They provide the funding, we provide the expertise, and capital supports the elites." Chen Feng raised his glass. "Cooperation maximizes profits. Don't let short-term gains ruin the grand strategy. The real impacts on the virtual world need to be with a long-term view." Li Zihen teased, "The virtual world affecting reality. It's practically miraculous. I, a staunch materialist, am starting to believe in the divine." Liu retorted with a raised glass. "Divine? We are Titan's chosen descendants, recipients of blessings. That's what's real. Cheers." 5 cups collided, their crisp clink echoing through the room. The camera pans to the in-game liver region. Dawn Guild's detox camp had taken shape, accompanied by 2 nearby strongholds that had also risen from the ground. Coordinates H109, the Ironblood Outpost. This was the fortress of the Dragon War Guild, constructed with tremendous expenditure, an ironclad bastion. Tensions were rising, a testament to the fierce competition in the liver zone. Let's see who comes out on top. Voiceover. These groups may lack the top combat power of Feng's world, but they have wealth and backers. With tens of thousands of players, unified equipment, and a carpet-style offensive strategy, their target is the Mushroom Village at the edge of the liver zone. Scene switch. Mushroom Village, a recreational hub for players. Giant luminescent fungi, symbiotically coexisting in the liver zone, offer a serene ambience. Players here farm, fish in the Bile River, and experiment with peculiar cooking. Weak combat power? No problem. The detox potions and special culinary ingredients produced here are the server's top sellers. A true paradise of leisure. High-dimensional perspective. Gu Chun stared at the 3 glowing purification stakes piercing through the toxic fog, carving out a pocket of light in the darkness of the liver zone. The area had only just been stabilized, but his gaze shifted beyond the diaphragm, locking onto the next battlefield, an acid-corroded and ravaged stomach. Scene shakes violently, the stomach convulsed, and a torrent of strong acid surged upward, scorching the cardia and nearly engulfing the recently repaired base of the lungs. This tiger's maw cannot be left unchecked. Gu Chun gritted his teeth, fingers flying across the keyboard, activating a new dungeon. Battle for the cardia. Acid surge. Camera pulls back. From a high-dimensional view, Gu Chun commanded as if piloting a divine body, surveying the stellar landscape of the liver region. The labyrinth of toxins was dark and lifeless, with only a few glimmers of light. Dawn's camp at H103, Dragon War's outpost at H109, and Mushroom Village, 3 isolated islands. This was merely 1/10,000th of the broader effort. The liver region remained an ocean of the enemy's influence. Narration. Purification is a protracted war. For every droplet of toxin broken down, the pain is reduced by 1 increment. The seeds have been sown. Patience is the key to victory. Emergency alert flashing. Upgraded alert. Stomach acid reflux intensified. The cardiosphincter is out of control, with high-corrosion stomach acid approaching the base of the lungs. Gu Chun furrowed his brows, biting back his frustration. Heartburn to the bitter end. If the acid torrent isn't stopped, the Blackstone Fortress at the lung base would be consumed. Physical dissolution, far more devastating than any virus. We can't rush this. We need to build a defense line first. Resource Management Interface. Gu Chun counted his bioenergy reserves, over 100 million units pulsating in restless motion. Players' mortal bodies can't withstand the acid. We either enhance them or see them perish in droves. His fingers moved swiftly, commands issuing in rapid succession. Deploy resources. Diluted Titan's blood, 2,000 units. Bound to the new campaign. Battle for the cardia. Scene transition. Reality world. In a certain city on Blue Star, night had fallen, and the narrow alley was filled with the bustling warmth of a lively food street. "Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer. Hurry up." A rowdy group of beefy young men with sinister tattoos was gambling over cards, their clamorous behavior catching everyone's attention. Narration: 2000 Titan Blood. Merely a grain of gold amidst the sand for the billions of people on Blue Star. Who dares to keep secrets? Health, longevity, and extraordinary power. Once revealed, they become the obsession of the masses. This is just as it should be. The leader was a brawny guy with a crew cut. His ID, Raging Bro, a veteran of Titan game and a street punk. He was a jobless vagrant in real life but a level 11 berserker beast in the game. He was also one of the lucky few to secure the potion in the first batch. Tonight, his face was flushed red from drinking as he stood atop a stool, boasting brazenly. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "In the liver dungeon, I soloed 2 sludge monsters. No one's stronger than me." A student at the table beside him sneered and interrupted. "A level 11 guardian soloing level 16 monsters? Who are you kidding?" Raging Bro slammed the table furiously. With a loud crack, the solid wood table corner snapped off, sending wood splinters flying. The alley fell silent in an instant as everyone stared, astonished, at the broken table. He roared, "You little brat, who's lying now?" Staggering toward the student, emboldened by alcohol and arrogance. He acted as if the rules no longer applied to him. The student paled, regret gripping his heart. "What are you trying to do?" Raging Bro sneered maliciously and reached out with lightning speed, his hand cutting through the air. Suddenly, an iron-like grip clamped down on his wrist. The man who had been quietly eating noodles in a black jacket and a baseball cap stood up and commanded in a low voice, "Let go." Raging Bro exploded with rage, his temper uncontrollable. "Who the hell are you? Are you looking to die?" He desperately struggled to unleash the strength imbued by the game, twisting his arm with a grating sound. But the man's grip didn't waver in the slightest. "Your base strength has indeed been enhanced," the man said coldly, his sharp gaze piercing through. "But you're all force and no technique. Is that how you plan to use your power?" Raging Bro froze halfway awake. "You're a Titan player too? I'm here to teach you some rules." With a slight flick of his wrist, the man caused Raging Bro to let out a blood-curdling scream as his joints seemed to snap. The big guy crumpled to the greasy floor, unable to move. Before anyone could process what had happened, 2 black SWAT vehicles screeched to a halt nearby. Armed officers swiftly disembarked, efficiently cuffed Raging Bro, and hauled him into one of the cars. "Take him away." 12th case of a loss-of-control incident. The man in the baseball cap radioed calmly through his communicator. "Recommend mandatory cooling off and evaluate the risk of account recovery." With accounts tied to individuals, there was no way to impersonate someone else or commandeer their gaming pods. It was all under strict regulation. Onlookers recorded videos on their smartphones, their shock palpable. Such urban legends, though suppressed by authorities, were spreading like wildfire through the city's neighborhoods. At the Dragon Nation Security Bureau, in the conference room of the breach operations team, Ban Jiangguo furrowed his brows, staring intently at the rapidly scrolling list of enhanced individuals. 2,000 enhanced users, still relatively well-behaved, but this get-rich-quick mentality is becoming more prevalent. His gaze shifted to Lei Jun, who had just logged off and rushed over to provide his report. "Lei, when power comes this fast, the mental state can't keep up. Explosions are inevitable. It's better to guide than suppress." "Fengxing Tianxia has already taken action," Lei Jun replied. "Dawn Guild has issued the Extraordinary Code of Conduct, strictly prohibiting the misuse of power in the real world. Violators will be expelled, blacklisted server-wide, and even reported to collaborate with official real-world tracking." "A wise move," Ban Jiangguo nodded in agreement. "Inform Fengxing Tianxia that the authorities support their efforts. Reports indicate the second distribution of Titan blood is about to begin. This battle would be far from quiet, and that was to be expected. This time, even more eyes were watching. foreign financial conglomerates, mercenaries, extremist organizations, all mobilizing to snatch accounts, kidnap players, and even intercept shipments of Titan blood. Standing in front of the screen, Old Ban issued a stern warning. This is a smoke-free war. Hold the line. While the undercurrent of chaos surged in the real world, a golden server-wide announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb within the game. Expansion update. Acidic tidal wave. The liver expedition has just begun, and the gastric defense line at the Cardia is on the verge of collapse. Acid reflux threatens to engulf the pulmonary passage. Emergency server-wide campaign. Construct the Cardia Great Wall. The objective was straightforward and intense. Head to the gastric entry point, construct barriers using anti-acid materials, and stop the stomach acid's invasion. Eliminate the waves of corrosive sludge monsters and acid spitters. The rewards were dazzling. Gene Store second batch update. Titan Blood. Diluted version. Limited 2,000 vials. This time, it wasn't about reaction speed. Qualification was based entirely on your contribution to the Cardia campaign. 2,000 vials? Players burst into an uproar. Finally, it's not about internet speed anymore. Grind. Grind like crazy. Everyone's eyes burned with determination. This was a matter of life and death. Previously, only a small circle knew about the potion's effects, but in just 10 days, the rumors had spread like wildfire. This potion could defy fate. It was driving everyone mad. Madness. The battle in the liver zone escalated instantly. Even the lowest-level players threw themselves at the front lines, desperate to scramble for contribution points. Dawn Guild Headquarters, Detoxification Camp. Feng Xing Tianxia stared at the explosive chatter flooding the guild channel. Turning to their core team, they spoke with a commanding tone. Do you see now? This is a fight for contribution. It's both the fairest and the cruelest rule. Yun Zhongyu clutched her staff tightly, speaking with conviction. Brother Feng, my parents are getting old. I have to secure one for them. Li Chu Chi Ji scratched his head awkwardly. There's a kid from my village who broke his leg. I want to help him. Li Zihen, calm and composed, adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with determination. My mentor has Alzheimer's. Curing them would be a scientific miracle. Feng Xing Tianxia fell silent. He understood their emotions, but as a leader, he had to remain rational. You can help others, but first, you must ensure your own strength. His piercing gaze scanned the group, and his tone turned icy cold. Right now, this is a diluted version of Titan's Blood, just an entry-level tool. The game has only just begun. Stronger items and rewards will undoubtedly appear in the future. If we dilute our resources now and let our core strength falter, when faced with even stronger bosses and rare treasures later, we'll only watch others take what should have been ours. After a brief pause, his tone softened slightly. We must grow stronger first, then protect those we care about. Today's selfishness is the foundation of tomorrow's ability to protect. Do you understand? Everyone was struck by the weight of his words. Li Zihen nodded emphatically, his hand still on his glasses. Brother Feng is right. We can't afford to squander our advantages. Then let's move. Feng Xing Tianxia drew his sword, the artifact of origins, pointing it forward decisively. March. Target. Cardia. Location, lower esophagus, cardiac junction defense line. The first wave of Dawn Guild's vanguard force raced down the Crimson Vessel, emerging at the tracheal bifurcation and plunging into the deep vascular tunnels ahead. The atmosphere turned heavy. A suffocating nausea gripped everyone. The air was damp, viscous, and saturated with a nauseating stench of acidity and decay. It felt as though they had crawled into the throat of a living creature that had just burped. This smell, it's beyond overwhelming, someone muttered in disgust. Wearing a gas mask, Li wrinkled his nose. The foul odor in the air was indescribable, like 10,000 rotten tomatoes fermenting together with sulfurous eggs for 3 days and nights. As their ship approached a towering pink, fleshy cliff, they could see it clearly. At the cliff's base sat a massive circular muscle valve, the Cardia. The gate-like valve, which should have been tightly sealed, now spasmed violently, creating a wide, gaping fissure. SSSSSSS. Yellow-green liquid erupted intermittently like geysers from the valve, splashing onto the surrounding tissue walls. It charred and melted the flesh, releasing clouds of white smoke and a stinging acidic stench into the air. System warning: hazardous acidic environment. Environmental debuff: high-concentration gastric acid corrosion, causing true damage every second. Within the crowd, a player sneered. An environmental debuff? Seen worse before. But worse still, a further message appeared. Equipment durability damage increased by 1,000%. One of the forward scouts let out a pained scream as his +4 chitin bone shield, touched by acid, rapidly melted into a pool of sludge within 5 seconds. The acidic liquid dripped from his burned arms, and his face contorted in agony. My shield. Repairing it costs 800 durability points. This one drop just ruined it entirely. A desperate voice echoed among the players. Fear spread like wildfire. If their equipment was destroyed, all their hard-earned efforts would go to waste. For most players who earned their livelihood grinding daily, gear was everything. Feng Xing Tianxia roared. Full retreat. Ordinary chitin gear can't hold up. Withdraw to the elevated platforms. The group retreated hastily, scrambling toward the safety of higher ground. Looking down, they could see the bubbling acid below, where glimmering glob-like creatures swam happily. Corrosive ooze monsters with bodies glistening under a sheen of mucus. Dawn Guild fell into a tense silence. Yun Zhongyu gripped her staff tighter. Bit by bit, her equipment's durability drained away. The pervasive acidic mist seeped into every crevice, corroding their gear relentlessly. Fire could be evaded, poison resisted, but this acidic environment, it directly attacked the players' most critical assets: their wallets. This was the real challenge. Just as the group intently debated strategies, a commotion broke out in a distant section of the passageway. Make way! Dragon War Guild! Coming through! Hundreds of sleek crimson vessels cloaked in an anti-corrosive shimmering coat surged forward, a massive fleet swelling like an unrelenting tide. At the helm of the lead ship stood Long Zhan Yuyi, radiating an aura of extravagance. His golden armor gleamed, aglow with unfaltering confidence. Casting a disdainful glance at the roiling acidic pools below, he let out a condescending laugh. Is this all it takes to stump others? Didn't anyone learn basic chemistry back in middle school? With a dramatic wave of his hand, his voice thundered across the battlefield. Men, pour it in! Thousands of Dragon War members heaved oversized alkaline Galestons, expensively sourced from trades, into the acid pools below, as if terraforming an entirely new landscape. A chemical reaction erupted. White foam bubbled violently, releasing heat energy in dramatic bursts. The deadly acid neutralized rapidly, its ferocity vanishing before their very eyes as the pH shifted toward balance. System notification. Acidity levels reduced. Team contribution points for Long Zhan Yuyi have skyrocketed, securing them the top rank on the leaderboard. Long Zhan Yuyi burst out laughing. Money rules all. Forward, troops. Seize the kills and rake in the contribution points. With that, his forces stormed across the neutralized battlefield, slaughtering the corrosive ooze monsters en masse. Their softened armor shredded instantly under attack, allowing the Dragon War Guild to reap an unrivaled harvest. The sight of the Dragon Battle Guild sweeping the arena left the Dawn Guild patiently waiting for a breakthrough, their frustration visible in their fiery, unwilling gazes. Just wait and see. This game is far from over. Brother Feng, they're cheating. De Li stomped his foot in anger, crushing the stone in his hand. Isn't this just pay to win? Throwing hundreds of thousands in biomatter all at once. Feng Xing Tianxia remained calm, his gaze locked onto the arrogant back of Long Zhan Yuyi. Burning money might be a tactic, but it's unreliable. No matter how much he throws, it's only solving the symptoms, not the root. The acid keeps flowing incessantly, and those stones won't stop it. He turned around and pointed to the data master behind him. The latter nodded and chimed in. We won't play by the usual rules. The system's task is to construct a dam, not neutralize the acid. Without a proper stopper, the acid will endlessly gush out. With a Titan's sheer size and metabolism, total neutralization isn't possible. Sealing the gap is the key. Thunderbolt King, take the third troop to the high ground. Rope experts, set up a battlefield along the slick muscle walls. Yuzai, summon the flesh artisans. We're not diving down to fill the sea. Build the floodgate at the top. 2 battlefields erupted simultaneously. At the base, the Dragon Battle Guild went all out, spending frantically to carve an acid channel. Guild leader, the sword's durability is flashing red. Replace it. Keep the reserves ready. Long Zhan Yuyi continued his relentless onslaught. At the top, the Dawn Guild morphed into Spider-Men. 300 players hung suspended from the writhing esophageal walls, wielding bone picks and ropes with practiced efficiency. 3 o'clock direction. In the folds, there's an enemy. Lei Jin hung upside down, his eagle eyes locking onto a target. Boom! Lightning erupted. The strong acid spitter took a headshot and plummeted into Dragon Battle's shield formation, causing chaos to break out. Hee. Whoops, didn't mean to, came a smug reply. The Guardian squad urgently mined hardened calcium, while the Herculeans hammered it into the walls, chiseling mountains and splitting stones. Countless chunks of this calcium-rich material were extracted. The flesh artisans guided biotendons, weaving skeletal muscles into a massive biological filtration net. They aimed to weave this net in midair and sink it into the gap, sealing off the raging tide of acid at its root. System notice. The Dawn Guild has commenced a large-scale engineering project. Progress, 1%. Contribution skyrockets. Watching Fengxing Tianxia rocket up the leaderboard, Long Zhan Yuyi's face turned green. You've got to be kidding me. They're building illegal structures up there? Grinding his teeth in frustration, he lamented the depletion of his stockpile. Ignore them. We'll do the same. Gather stones. Craft squads move out. The 2 guilds clashed with brute determination, pushing the mission progress to its limits. 2 hours later, the Cardia defense line began to take shape. The Dawn Guild's calcium bone net slowly sank into place, suppressing the acid surge. The Dragon Battle Guild fortified their platforms while holding the line. System announcement. The first wavebreaker has been secured. Acid reflux reduced by 50%. Players from both sides cheered in success, faces tense with residual hostility but showcasing flawless cooperation. This was the contest among elites. But amidst the cheers, a deep growl rumbled from the depths of the Cardia. Grrrruyu. A ghastly, noxious wind laced with high concentrations of gastric pepsin burst forth. Warning. Stomach spasms detected. Strong acid tsunami imminent. Warning. Accompanying boss encounter. Devouring abyssal maw, LV.23, has appeared. A massive abyssal mouth, its maw lined with innumerable sharp teeth, suddenly shattered the freshly built dam. The ground quaked. This wasn't over. It was a colossal, pink writhing worm without eyes or limbs. Just a grotesque, ring-shaped jaw bristling with razor-sharp teeth. No claws, no punches, just one relentless motion. Inhaling. The air was instantaneously consumed by a fierce suction force, forming a rapid vortex. Dragon Battle Guild's elite guardian troops didn't even have time to raise their shields before being sucked into the gaping maw, stone and all, in a single, gut-wrenching moment. Crunch, crunch! The sound of shattering bones and breaking equipment echoed chillingly. Long Zhan Yuyi's face went ashen as he watched dozens of guild avatars extinguish simultaneously on the display, sending a cold chill through his spine. High above, Fengxing Tianxia gripped the Fong of Origin tightly, his gaze resolute. This is our chance. Dragon Battle took the brunt of the first wave of aggro. The boss is staggered now. He commanded decisively, Spirit Channelers, target its breathing pores. Close combat squads, prepare to board the attack. Here, there were no allies, only the battle for Titan's blood. Whoever claimed the boss would secure a dominant lead on the contribution board and seize the rare rebirth slots. The battlefield shifted to the bottom of the esophagus, where the Cardia defense line held precariously. Struggling cries echoed as Dragon Battle's elite guards were ensnared by the sticky, writhing maw and cried out for help in agony. Devouring abyssal maw half emerged, covered with mucus. Both magical and physical attacks repeatedly missed their mark. This monster is immune to physical and resistant to magic, Long Zhan Yu cursed under his breath. Suddenly, the air split with the sound of a new surge. Dawn Guild, full assault. Feng Xing Tianxia issued the urgent command. From the ridge-like folds of the esophageal wall, dozens of squads dived like bats, beginning their attack. Grappling hooks secure on the boss's back. Steady your footing. Unit 1. Follow up. Focus on breaking its armor. Unit 2. Clear the tentacles. Protect the healers. The Dawn Guild's first ever coordinated assault was flawless. The grappling hooks entwined precisely around the edge of the beast's spiracle, and in mere seconds, a climbing web was constructed atop the monstrous creature. Strength brings miracles. Unit 1. Charge. With a roar, high-level sacred guards charged up the web with wild ferocity. Dragon Fury Wild's mouth twitched as he observed the Dawn Guild's movements, stirred and apprehensive. Should we charge in too? The Vice Guild leader asked. We're nowhere near that level, he snapped, slamming his backpack to the ground. Dawn is all about finesse and precision, but me? I'm all about the explosives. Buy up all the high explosives from the mines. Get me every ounce of strong acid too. Guild leader, it's sold out, the logistics officer said helplessly, shaking his head. There's not even a single grenade left in the trading post. For the first time, Dragon Fury Wild realized the cold truth. Resources were finite, and wars couldn't be fought with infinite supplies. Fine, use what we've got left. Aim for the weak points, he ordered through gritted teeth. The tension in the battle reached its peak. 3 units of the Dawn Guild clung to the beast's back like sharks, operating with strict discipline. The 3rd unit pulled aggro and maintained the boss's attention. The 1st unit maxed out their damage output, while the 2nd unit intercepted disturbances and protected the healers. From atop the giant insect's head, Blade Marchworld issued an order. The Spiracle Mage King. Thunder Mage King Rayshock knelt on the beast's back and unleashed a railgun of electromagnetic energy straight into the spiracle just as it opened. Boom! Lightning exploded in a searing blast, triggering a violent shockwave. The boss's enraged roar was silenced, forcibly stifled. Blade Marchworld gripped the blood-soaked Fong of Origin tightly, transforming instantly into a shadowy black drill, plunging into the spiracle blasted open by the lightning. Just watch. A predator's precision. Target the weak points. Shadow kill. One strike pierced the fragile organs. The insides of the beast, a gluttonous maw, imploded in an instant. Seconds later, a furious howl tore through the air. Say-ah! The massive beast's body stiffened, like a collapsing skyscraper, and fell with a thunderous crash into the abyss of acidic pools. BOSS defeated. Gluttonous Maw, LV 23. Cardia Wall Defense. Success. The front lines erupted. Don't just stand there. Repair the gates. Grab the minions. Battle results. Cardia Great Wall construction complete.
Número 1 Dragon Fury Wild, Dragon Guild.
Battle highlights. Saturation bombing. Total conquest.
Número 2 Blade Marchworld, Dawn Guild.
Flawless coordination, killer finisher. The top 2 players clearly distinguished themselves, with roles starkly divided and results awe-inspiring. Blade Marchworld's lips curled into a cold smile. Dragon Fury Wild threw mountains of resources to claim first place. Fair enough. Second wave of Gene Store restocking commencing. Titan's Blood, diluted. Stock, 2,000 units. Purchase eligibility, top 2,000 contributors in the battle. The system instantly sent out purchase consent notifications. 0 delay, instant pressure.
I'm eligible.
The player ranked at 1,999 cried tears of joy, collapsing to their knees. Ha ha ha! Defying fate is no longer a dream, but the player at rank 2001 rolled on the ground in fury, left only to lick their wounds. From a higher dimensional viewpoint, Gu Chen observed the defense line with cold eyes. The line held firm, halting the flow of gastric acid. Esophageal reflux suppressed. Threats to the lungs eliminated. The stomach has stabilized. For now. He shook his head in resignation as he watched players charge headlong into the acidic pools, effectively mounting suicide missions. With such poor equipment, their physical resistance is high, but their magic resistance is practically non-existent. Without addressing the resistance issue, no one's getting deep into the stomach, let alone the liver. At that thought, Gu Chen made a decision. The liver and lungs are resource-rich, abundant in elemental materials. It's time to roll out a new system-wide update. Enchantment Alchemy unveiled. New NPCs, rune artisans, available at all strongholds. New feature available, equipment enchantment. Players returned to the lung raid zones. As Blade March World landed, a mysterious old man appeared beside the smithy. Your blade is sharp, but without attributes. Want to burn? Poison? Hasten. The old man gestured at his dagger, and a dazzling interface popped up. Enchantment system details. 1. Weapon enchantment. Flame infusion. Requires fire demon core fragments. Grants fire attributes. Deadly against plant and insect enemies. Toxic coating. Requires pure gall extract. Causes sustained corrosion and blocks healing. 2. Armor enchantment. Acid-resistant coating. Requires hardened gallstones plus slime mucus. Greatly reduces acid damage. Heat-resistant patterns. Requires ashes of embers. Reduces fire damage. Blade Marchworld's eyes lit up. A classic war sustains war strategy chain. Want to fight in the stomach? Gather anti-acid materials in the liver first. Looking to penetrate deeper? Liver? An essential for the fire core of the lungs, supplemented with enchantments to craft high-temperature protection shields. The perfect balance between the three major organs ensures a flawless counteraction system. Listen up, everyone. Fengxing Tianxia bellowed into the guild channel. Put the Cardia campaign on hold. The stomach map is too dangerous right now. If any loners want to throw their lives away, we won't join them. Everyone, shift focus to the liver and lungs. Start farming materials. Enhance all weapons. Activate full fire and poison resistance. When everyone's fully geared up in acid-proof suits, the time to strike back at the stomach will come. The moment the enchantment system activated, the haze lifted, the goal became clear, and morale soared. Just wait and see. The price of gallstones in the liver skyrocketed, and fire cores in the lungs became scarce. Within Titan's body, the frenzy of monster farming surged once more. Time frame shortly after the Cardia campaign. Location: Liver H105 Hepatic Lobule Zone. In a labyrinth of towering hexagonal columns, the battle raged on incessantly. The walls were sturdy, covered in jade-like bilirubin crystals, impervious to ordinary weapon strikes. Clang! Fengxing Tianxia darted past, his origin fang slicing with precision through the joint of a crystalline gallstone golem, which shattered loudly upon impact. A golden pillar of light burst through the darkness, and the surrounding poisonous haze instantly dissipated. Congratulations! Fengxing Tianxia has reached LV.20. The first genetic lock has been lifted. Server-wide notification. System update. Titan sequence unlocked. Reality projection activated. From afar, Dali produces miracles stopped mid-swing, gazing enviously at the radiant glow. He remained at level 19. Feng Bro levels up way too fast. It's insane. At this moment, the core team's levels were steadily converging. The experience gap within the group was narrowing, but Fengxing Tianxia, with his exceptional single-target damage and first kill bonuses, rose far ahead, becoming the first to reach level 20. Thunderbolt King and Li Zihan lingered on the brink of level 19. The Spirit Conductor, more specialized in area damage, had limited output for single targets. Meanwhile, Dali produces miracles and Cloudy Pomelo held steady in mid-level 19. Fengxing Tingxia felt the qualitative evolution that came with leveling up. It was no longer just a stacking of numbers, it was life in transition. He fixed his gaze on the silver and gold double helix shimmering in the center of his vision. Titan Sequence. Talent Tree, Titan Sequence. The culmination of mortal flesh and the dawn of divinity. With every level gained, a transformative opportunity arises, reshaping your very being. 3 foundational talents. 1. Flesh Sequence, Red. Muscle Fiber Reconstruction. Strength plus 15%. Keratinized Skin. Defense plus 10%. 2. Neural Sequence, Blue. Synaptic Acceleration. Reaction Speed plus 20%.
Predator Instinct, Heightened Danger Perception.
3. Shenix Sequence, Purple. Bioelectric Field. Spell Penetration plus 5%. Brain Overclock. Rapid Thought Acceleration, entering an absolute state of calm. Current Synchronization. 5.1%. Reality projection remains minimal. Fengxing Tingxia swallowed hard, unable to conceal his inner tremors. Without hesitation, he locked onto speed and reaction speed, decisively investing his first point into neural sequence, synaptic acceleration. Point allocation successful. In an instant, the whole world slowed down. The howling toxic wind became a faint whisper, and Dali produces Miracle's movements turned sluggish, as if caught in a slow-motion film. Thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat echoed, and for the first time he felt fully alive. "Hey Dali, punch me real quick," Fengxing Tingxia suddenly spoke. "All right then, here I come." Dali grinned as his molten fist came crashing down, the force slicing through the air. Fengxing Tingxia's pupils contracted. His body tilted slightly backward. With a gentle pivot, he narrowly evaded the fatal strike. The fist brushed past him, its fiery light still dancing. "I'm logging off for a bit," he said abruptly, not waiting for Dali's reaction, and went straight into idle mode, leaving his teammate dumbfounded. In Shanghai, Chun Feng slowly awoke from within the life support pod. A sparrow flew past the window outside, and his brain unbelievably tracked every flap of its wings in precise detail. Glancing toward his desk, he noticed a ballpoint pen silently sliding toward the edge. At the very moment before it hit the ground, Chun Feng's figure shifted. His hand swiftly caught the pen, faster than even he could process. "My senses have grown impossibly sharp, and my speed has dramatically increased," he murmured. The Titan's blood within him had fully awakened. He was no longer who he used to be. Synchronization, only 5.1%. The potential for further growth was limitless. He lay back into the life support pod, ready for the next sprint. 5 minutes later, Fengxing Tingxia was back in the battlefield within the game. Level 20 Talent Tree. Some of its effects directly influence reality. "This is insane," he shouted, igniting the team's excitement. "I, alone, can take down a 5-man special ops team, easy." Thunderbolt King and Data Madman exchanged determined glances, their fighting spirits burning fiercely. "Push harder. Farm those levels. Call in Group 3 for saturation farming." Thunder roared ferociously. The battlefield was on the brink of eruption. From a higher dimension, Gu Chun overlooked the Titan's colossal form. The first to transcend mortal limitations. "The particle is born," he muttered to himself, watching as the first talent star ignited in Blade Walks the World. Though the levels varied, the momentum was astonishing. At the same time, within the depths of the liver, hidden surges churned without end. That mass of dark, inky hardness, cirrhotic lesions, seemed to have awakened with consciousness. It began contracting, cutting off nutrient flows to the periphery, redirecting everything toward the H124 transport hub. There, a fortress of tumor-like tissue, composed of dead liver cells, was gradually taking form. Player crisis. Gu Qin frowned deeply. He swiftly issued a game-wide main storyline quest. Epic Battle. H124 Hub is here. When players saw the reward of 5,000 drops of Titan's blood, their eyes lit up green with greed. The money tree is here. The explosive excitement in the air jolted every player's nerves. This battle was destined to be epic. It was only natural. Management writes, the rhythm of collecting toll fees has arrived. The three major guilds, Dawn, Dragon Battle, and Dynasty, gathered, and players from the entire server surged like a tide. 100,000 cavalry poured out from the deep bronchial passages and the labyrinthine hepatic lobules, riding the Crimson Vessel straight toward the H124 newborn restricted zone. Even players with no sense of direction were swept into this bloody battlefield. Feng Xing Tianxia, standing alone at the highest point of H105. As the world's only level 20 god-tier player, he overlooked the holographic map filled with constantly jumping red dots, his cold eyes sharp like an eagle's. The Origin Fong at his waist emitted a low hum, seemingly resonating with its owner's battle intent. The gates to the superhuman era, once opened, will never close. His voice was icy and resolute. Move out. Flatten this tumor fortress. H124, the liver's transportation hub. This place had become a grinding mill of flesh and blood. Dawn, Dragon Battle, guild players, solo players, and casual players, an army of 80,000 densely packed like ants. Tens of thousands of people fought fiercely against the fortress built from necrotic cells, with shouts and explosions echoing continuously, the battle for purification management rights raging intensely. At the branch of the aortic arch, blood flowed rapidly, and the crimson vessels shuttled back and forth like busy buses. On one relatively empty vessel stood the anatomy class representative. No armor, no weapons, dressed in plain white cloth, wearing system-issued goggles on his nose, holding a small notebook, muttering to himself. That fork has rapid blood flow, likely the renal artery. Smells strongly of urea. Let's skip it. This vessel's blood is bright red, high in oxygen content. Most likely the common carotid artery or subclavian artery. The anatomy class representative, a fifth-year medical student in the real world, was both a research enthusiast and a scenery enthusiast in the game. Ever since confirming the game's setting as an adventure inside a Titan's body, he had gone completely mad. While others were slaying monsters and looting gear, he was enjoying a one-day tour of the human body. Everyone, the class representative is here. We're doing something big today. He waved his memory crystal and began live streaming. After dying dozens of times and summarizing patterns, as long as you follow blood vessels with thin walls, slow flow, and dropping temperatures, you can reach the world's edge. The comments section exploded. Streamer, don't send gifs. Last time the large intestine was almost submerged in excrement. Boundary? Is there an air wall? No. It's the microcirculation on the surface, the edge of the skin. I just want to break through this layer of skin and see the world outside. He passionately declared, I am the first man to reach the end of the world. The journey was long and monotonous. The anatomy class representative transferred 5 times on the Crimson Vessel from the aorta to the small arteries, and then to the arterioles. The path grew narrower and narrower, rivers turned into streams. The blood vessel walls were as thin as cicada wings, translucent and semi-transparent. The temperature dropped to the extreme. System prompt. Environmental temperature is dropping. Please keep warm. We're here. This is it. He excitedly jumped off the Crimson Vessel. The road ahead branched into thousands of hair-thin capillaries. The Crimson Vessel could no longer proceed, forced to queue up and squeeze forward with difficulty. The anatomy class representative took out a bone pickaxe and began excavating the outer layer of the Titan skin. Fresh flesh turned into a hard, rock-like keratin layer, peeled off layer by layer, passing through the basal layer, spinous layer, and granular layer. This was no ordinary skin. It was practically a natural geological fault. Finally, The last layer of hard rock was broken through, revealing a deep, dark expanse ahead. He crawled out of the hole with his hands and feet, stood upright, and the sight before him was breathtaking. This was the wasteland on the Titan's back, a vast, limbless gray-white desert. The cracked ground was filled with massive canyons, which were the folds and textures of the skin. In the distance stood towering black pillars piercing the clouds, covered in scales, the forest of hair follicles. And the sky completely shattered all understanding. No ceiling, no flesh walls, only endless deep darkness, dotted with stars, as if standing in the universe. System prompt: reached the end of the world, Titan's epidermis. Achievement unlocked: gazing at the stars. The anatomy class representative knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. We really live inside a giant's body, and outside is the universe. How realistic is this game? Could it be from an advanced civilization? However, the romantic moment was instantly shattered. Boom! The earth trembled. A meteor with a green tail flame crashed down violently from the distant sky. Dust and sand flew. Keratin debris was stirred up, almost blowing him away. No, that was not a meteor at all. It was a gigantic void devourer worm, as massive as an aircraft carrier, exuding deadly menace. As soon as it landed, its tentacles frantically pierced into the cracked ground, gnawing at the Titan's keratin layer. The smaller, void fleas on its back swarmed down like a landing force, spreading in all directions. Warning: external invasion void parasite species. They roam the universe, greedily devouring the flesh and blood of ancient gods. Holy crap! A Star Wars scenario? The anatomy class representative instantly shivered. The oxygen here was thin, his health points plummeting, making it impossible to stay for long. From a distance, he took photos, recorded videos, and quickly retreated back into the Titan's body. These monsters were simply a dimensional strike. With his highest level only at LV.20, he stood no chance. In the higher dimensional space, within the Titan's divine body, Gu Chun watched coldly. Finally, they've been discovered. Players' desire for exploration is ultimately endless. But this damn group of mites, the itching and stinging on his back reminded him that the void-devouring insect swarm had been entrenched on his body surface for quite some time. Initially, a few scattered parasites appeared, but later they came in droves, almost impossible to expel. At this moment, they were frantically burrowing through the dermis to suck blood, taking advantage of his body's recovery to devour recklessly. System: issue a cleanup task. Simulation result: players lack sufficient combat power, missing vacuum survival equipment and heavy armor-piercing firepower. Direct deployment would result in certain death. Gu Chun shook his head helplessly, wanting to utilize the players but unwilling to send them to their deaths. If you want to soar across the stars and seas, you first need a ship and a spacesuit. Equipment cannot be cheated. Players must rely on their own efforts. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Gu Chun understood that advanced biochemical armor wasn't something that could be casually created. Energy was tight, and even repairing internal organs required some buffer. Discovering a new map, Starry Wilderness, he came up with a clever plan, giving players a preparation period while dangling some bait. With a flick of his finger, the void obelisk rose in the central squares of several superfortresses. Though not yet completed, its imposing presence was already awe-inspiring. A server-wide announcement was released with a roar. Player, Dissection Class Representative, has touched the world's boundary. Starry Wilderness emerges. Universe-level predators are invading. Homeland is in peril. Server-wide quest chain activated. Titan's Arsenal, Phase 1. Want to win? Upgrade your equipment. Quest objective: collect high-purity alloy bones, high-energy fuel, and other top-tier materials. Accumulate 1 billion biological energy server-wide to immediately unlock the biodynamic armor research line. Solving problems for the Titan. Facing enemies is the order. The time for preparation has arrived. In the live stream, the dissection class representative was enthusiastically chatting away. Suddenly, the chat exploded. "Watch out! Turn around!" He spun around abruptly. The giant beast burrowed into his body, its blood-red maw wide open. At the last second, he shouted, "Brothers, activate the Gundam." The screen went black. Titan players were in an uproar. H124 battle for dominance? Not interested anymore. I'm going mining. No one stop me. The thickest fat. I'm extracting oil. Mecha, mecha, mecha. Gu Chen closed his eyes in satisfaction. As long as you grind hard, bioenergy will obediently be handed over, and all the technology will be mine. Reality and virtuality technology advancing on two fronts. Detox camp. The semi-finished void obelisk emitted a ghostly blue glow, with a cruel progress bar floating at the top. Titan Arsenal donation progress. 8.55 million/1 billion. 1 billion. A solo player looked up, his neck sore. 100,000 players across the server? Each has to contribute 10,000. Repairing my equipment once costs 800 points. Where would I find spare funds to donate? Gu Chen's economic harvesting trap had been set. Behind high-yield monsters lay exponential resource consumption. Durability decreased, consumables multiplied, and liquid funds ran dry. Among the crowd, a data fanatic hurriedly led logistics to transport frontline resources. Dawn Guild Channel, comm analysis. Brother Feng relying on solo players to gather, it would take half a year to collect enough. The system is forcing us into war. He pointed to the red on the map. H124 hub. There's high-purity basalt crystals there, worth a fortune. One crystal can replace several units of bioenergy. This is the only shortcut to unlocking mechas. Feng Xing Tianxia stood on the high ground, taking a deep breath. Everyone prepare. Dawn Guild's main force will launch a full-scale attack on H124. Liver, H124 Tumor Fortress. A super meat grinder. A massive fortress built from dead liver cells, hardened nodules, and vascular remnants. On the city walls, crystallized gallstone guards stood ready, their spears taking out waves of fragile players with each throw. The moat was filled with toxic bile, forcing melee players to halt their advance. This fortress was the true gateway to nightmares. Dragon Battle Guild, pave the way. A furious roar tore through the battlefield's flank. Dragon Battle in the wild, radiating golden light, clad in top-tier armor, descended like a war god. A blinding golden light exploded, shaking the screen. Server-wide announcement. Player, Dragon Battle in the Wild, has leveled up to LV.20. Gene Lock unlocked. Titan Sequence activated. LV.20, the dividing line between mortals and the extraordinary. Every level up impacts the real world. Without hesitation, he activated the talent tree, investing one foundational talent point into Flesh Sequence. Keratinized skin, drastically enhancing his physical resistance in reality. A spear flew toward him. He didn't dodge but faced it head-on. His armor rebounded the sharp spear with a resounding clang, and the damage numbers were negligible. His body was like iron, his skin like tire tread. Dragon Battle in the Wild laughed thunderously, shaking the heavens. The guild leader will tank the monsters. Throw money at the walls if that's what it takes to break them. Thousands of troops roared and charged. Dragon Battle in the Wild leading the way, his shouts inspiring the masses, solo players surging behind him like a tide. The camera shifts to the other side of the battlefield. The black robe is as solid as iron, and the leader of the Imperial Guild, Tian Su, cuts into the chaos like a scalpel. He is a strategist, a cold and aloof scholar. A flash of gold. LV.20 achieved. Psionic sequence, brain domain overclocking activated. Real-world thinking accelerates rapidly. A torrent of information floods his mind. His brows furrow, and he takes a deep breath to ease the pressure. Follow my command. The battlefield instantly breaks down into countless data lines. Aggro range, trajectory paths, healer mana, all under his control. Tian Su commands like a deity, and the Imperial Guild's advance is as efficient as that of Dawn and Dragon Battle Guild. Calm and ruthless, he strikes with precision. Blue Star Reality. Dragon Battle in the Wild's real-life counterpart, Zhao Kuo, slowly climbs out of the life pod. A top-tier second-generation rich kid, he has invested tens of millions to craft equipment, spending money like water in the game. Though the rumor of 500 million is exaggerated, it is undeniable that he is the biggest tycoon. Constantly purchasing materials, maintaining a full-time team, converting resources into combat power directly tied to wealth. Bare-chested, Zhao Kuo looks at himself in the mirror, picks up the cigar cutter, and slices his arm. His skin is as tough as leather, leaving only a white mark. Pressing lightly on the blood, his ambition surges. This keratinized skin is worth it. At max level, can it even resist bullets? The phone rings. Finance. Add another 10 million to the budget. What? Why? Who cares? My dad will handle it. Coordinates, Dragon Country Deep City, Network Security Center. Li Zihan has just leveled up to LV.20, having helped Fengxing Tianxia execute a precise tactical deployment in the game. But he has no time to celebrate. The server is persistently lagging, algorithm models are crashing, and the pressure is immense. In front of the screen, lines of code pile up, dull and monotonous. Li Zihan closes his eyes, activating brain domain overclocking, synchronization rate 4.9%. When he opens his eyes again, the cold, lifeless symbols come alive, computation speed soar, and efficiency skyrockets. Logical conflict, optimize redundancy. His fingers fly across the keyboard, executing a series of god-tier operations. The supervisor is dumbfounded. Is your brain a quantum computer? Li Zihan adjusts his glasses and replies nonchalantly, the version has been updated. The camera shifts back to the game. The battle at Fortress H124 is in a stalemate, with the three major guilds deploying their LV.20 leaders, boasting an astonishing number of participants. However, this liver core hub is not to be underestimated. Monsters at the entrance keep coming in waves, with level 21 elite, toxic aberrations, appearing one after another. Upon death, they self-destruct, spreading poisonous mist, making any advance extremely difficult. Brute force works wonders. Shield's fiery red warning flashed as he retreated from the front line. The monsters are too dense. Melee combat is simply impossible. Fengxing Tianxia wiped the poison off his dagger, his gaze fixed on the towering fortress ahead. Another tug of war. He smirked slightly, fully aware that this was not just about fighting monsters, but also a battle for resources. It doesn't matter if we can't push through. The crystals on the outskirts are enough to fill our 10 billion progress bar. He waved his hand and commanded, rotate in batches. Group 1 rests while Group 2 takes over. Don't be reckless. Focus on positioning and output. The battlefield was like a chessboard, and adaptability in troop deployment was the key. From a higher dimensional perspective, the Titan god Guchen observed the brutal battlefield. Every second, players fell, new monsters were torn apart, and countless energy and resources were devoured and integrated into his system. The server-wide donation progress was still slow but steadily increasing. Not bad. The players need to be tempered gradually. Gu Chen's gaze locked onto the dormant reactor of the fortress's inner lord. Once you clear the outskirts and level up your strength, then come challenge it. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Liver H124, at the Dawn Guild's frontline shelter. Acid rain corroded the rocks, and the atmosphere was heavy. The core 5-member team adjusted their states, their blood surging as they prepared for battle. The server's first batch of LV.20 players made their debut, and the Titan sequence appeared for the first time. The data maniac projected the talent tree vast and intricate. Most branches were locked and dim, with only the foundational roots glowing faintly. Li Zihan pointed to an advanced icon, frowning deeply. The threshold for second-tier talents is insanely high. After level 20, you only get 1 potential point per level, but unlocking a second-tier talent requires 2 points, and you have to invest 2 points in the first tier first. The good news is that the 3 major sequences, Flesh, Neural, and Psionic, can be mixed. Bad news, the threshold for the second-tier ultimate skill is above LV.23. For now, we can only rely on the first tier to endure. The Thunder King toyed with the floating cannon in his hand, sighing helplessly. Hidden opportunities lay deep within the purple depths, but he could only look on with regret. The group turned their attention to the existing first-tier talents of the 3 major sequences. Though basic, they were already enough to turn the tide of battle. Talent Tree Titan Sequence. The end of the mortal iron body, the starting point of divine evolution. Upgrades mean transformation with limitless potential. From levels 20 to 29, 1 potential point per level. The Flesh Sequence, Neural Sequence, and Psionic Sequence each lead to different destinies. The battle has just begun. This is their starting point. Enhanced potential points, sudden surge in combat power. 3 sequences, Flesh, Neural, Psionic. Each corresponds to different attributes. Max out the talents and the strength doubles. Flesh Sequence focuses on improving physique, strength, and recovery. Muscle fiber restructuring pushes explosive power to the limit. Keratinized skin becomes as hard as iron armor, impervious to small projectiles. Unyielding bones enhance resilience, making them incredibly tough. The Life Furnace aids regeneration, instantly healing injuries, ensuring sustained combat against monsters. Neural Sequence emphasizes agility, perception, and precision. Synaptic acceleration speeds up neural responses, making dynamic visuals seamless. Hunting instincts activate, capturing killing intent and sight. Bullet time enables rapid thinking, making the world seem still. Micron-level control maximizes body precision, ensuring flawless blade handling and muscle coordination. Psionic Sequence prioritizes intelligence, spirit, and control. Biomagnetic fields enhance spell penetration. Brain overclocking boosts computational power, and thoughts flow effortlessly. Mental Threshold locks strength and resistance to control and pressure, while Energy Resonance amplifies spell range, enabling feats that simple spells can't achieve. At this moment, everyone had reached level 20, with all first-tier talents fully allocated. The main tank, Dali, immediately chose the Flesh Sequences, Keratinized Skin. His skin emitted a faint gray glow, and even biting attacks couldn't faze him. The Thunder King and Data Maniac abandoned their staffs, dominating the Psionic Sequence. The Thunder King locked onto a biomagnetic field, while Data Maniac chose Brain Overclocking, unleashing overwhelming magic power, excelling in both control and output. Unique among them was Yoon Jong-yu, the Fate Weaver. Her healing wasn't simple magic but a blend of flesh and spirit. With high health and strong healing abilities, she didn't hesitate to first select muscle fiber restructuring, enhancing her own life limit. Staying alive is fundamental. Her gaze was resolute. The team's eyes all turned toward the corner. Who? The server's number 1? Chun Fong, who had just reached level 21. The data fanatic was eager to try. Fong, what did you choose? Chun Fong spread his hands, the blue neural circuit on the panel flickering. The only player in the entire server with 2 potential points, he went all in on the neural system, paving the way for advancing to the second tier. Synaptic acceleration, plus hunting instinct. Speed to the extreme, instincts worthy of a god of slaughter. To play the game at this level, your strengths can't be weak, he said calmly. Weaknesses? You guys can cover for me. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the trajectory of dust moved slowly in his vision, as if time had frozen. The world has slowed down. Weaknesses are crystal clear. Mark the target. Strike where it hurts. Standing up, the Origin Fong in his hand spun into a flourish, its cold gleam faintly visible. Points allocated. Let's move. In the distance, the massive tumor fortress came into view. Conflict ignites. Battle is about to erupt. Titan Gu Chen's perspective. The frigid wind of the cosmic dawn. Several cells within flickered on and off. This was the qualitative transformation of life, as ordinary carbon-based lifeforms gradually evolved into higher-dimensional beings. Time is running out. Gu Chen felt the toxins on the surface of his liver accelerating their erosion, the collapse of his body far outpacing the player's rate of destruction. I must recruit more organisms, restore the neural network, and accommodate more players. Liver H124 perimeter. The battlefield boiled like a cauldron. The Dawn Guild's first group was tightly suppressing a gatekeeping boss named Crystal Centurion, a 5-meter-tall purple crystal-stitched monster wielding a massive core sword. Each swing unleashed a wave of toxic gas, every strike lethal. Frontline warriors held their shields high, their health bars plummeting. Without the desperate healing efforts of dozens of priests in the rear, the line would have already broken. The first group leader roared, "Armor so thick it reflects magic, physical attacks can't penetrate. We must break through." At this moment, the guild leader Feng Xing Tianxia calmly ordered, "Group 1, hold the aggro, clear the middle lane." The formation instantly opened up, and the Dawn Core 5 charged forward like a scalpel, piercing straight into the boss's throat. With the power surge at level 20, sheer numbers were no longer enough. The 5 of them could now carry the entire field. De Chong, take the aggro. No one gets through. De Li Chu Chi Ji ignored his shield, using his body to forcibly withstand a massive sword strike. Amid the clash of metal, the blade left only a white mark, without a single scratch. The flesh sequence granted him immense hardness, like a solid rubber tire, with keratin tough enough to shatter. This is way too tough. The priest behind him was stunned. The healing rate can keep up. The Centurion roared, its crystal core flashing, as it prepared to unleash its ultimate move, Crystal Resonance, a full-screen AoE. The data maniac adjusted his glasses, his overclocked brain calculating energy frequencies, launching a precise mental disruption. Thought disruption, an invisible mental spike shot into the boss's core. ZZZ. The ultimate move was forcibly interrupted, leaving the Centurion stiff and stunned, defeated on the spot. Controlled. At this moment, several venomous hounds took the opportunity to flank, targeting the frail healer Yun Zhongyu. The guards rushed forward, shouting, "Protect Sister Yuzi! No need to panic." Yun Zhongyu calmly cast her spell. The bone staff howled through the air, sweeping fiercely. The monstrous strength of muscle fiber reconstruction made the strike tear through the air like a gale. Bang! The hound's spine fractured, flying several meters away like a rag doll. That's it, the 5 showed their sharp edge, and the battlefield had already tilted in favor of the Dawn side. Physical debridement, the key treatment method. Yun Zhongyu withdrew her staff, and a green life echo suddenly enveloped Dali. The healing amount skyrocketed, the numbers were astonishing. The divine guard beside her froze. This melee healer was too incredible, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the scene. Feng Xing Tianxia calmly spoke, "Mage King, armor break." His figure gradually faded, swiftly shuttling around, seeking the most lethal strike. The Thunder Mage King's shoulder-mounted electromagnetic floating cannon finished charging. The passive bioelectromagnetic field compressed the thunder element into a deadly particle stream. Boom! The crystal armor on the Centurion's chest shattered violently, exposing the decayed flesh core. Its absolute weak point revealed. Relying on his dual neural sequence talents, Chun Feng moved so fast he turned into a blur. Synaptic acceleration made the boss's falling motion appear like a slow-motion replay. Hunting instincts guided him to lock onto the deadly red core. Leaping into the air, Origin Fong drew a sharp arc, instantly piercing the core, shredding and pulling out. The action was clean and efficient, completed in 0.1 seconds. As the blade pierced, the Centurion collapsed to the ground, its health dropping to 0. Critical hit, weak point penetration, bleeding, and fatal strike all executed seamlessly. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. The battle ended so quickly, they couldn't even react. The Core 5 awakened their talents, their dominance off the charts. Tanks tougher, control more precise, healers could tank and fight, and damage dealers exploded with instant kills. It was only natural. As the boss fell, a fist-sized dark blue crystal rolled out. High-purity gallstone. Rare. Li Zihan stepped forward and quickly opened the marketplace interface. Market price, 50,000 bioenergy. With one click, the crystal turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The server-wide mission progress bar slightly moved. Titan Arsenal bioenergy progress plus 50,000 points. Chun Feng wiped the blood off his blade. Not bad efficiency. Each elite monster gives 50,000 bioenergy. If we farm a few more, clear the outer guards well, the first phase will be perfectly completed. He turned around, his gaze firm, and shouted, "Advance the battle line. When facing strong enemies, we charge." High-dimensional perspective, deep space in the ancient Titan's morning. Nebula-like pupils flickered slightly as he gazed at the high-purity gall crystal that had just been recovered. Energy was instantly absorbed through the divine body network and injected into the parched body. The 10 billion energy threshold was still far off, but this kill monsters drop loot recover cycle had already begun to show results. Level increased by 20. Elite cell antivirus efficiency multiplied dozens of times. Gu Chun calmly analyzed. The numbers are too few, with millions of enemies inside H124. He scanned the energy reserves in the back end. Though far from enough to repair his body, it was sufficient to support a larger-scale consciousness summoning. The qualitative change is complete, but the quantitative change still needs to be initiated. His will issued a new command through the system. Prepare for a server-wide announcement. The 5th large-scale beta recruitment. Initiate. This time, the army of 100,000 will become 200,000 calamities. On Blue Star, a system announcement exploded across the internet. Titan, Genesis version preview. 5th beta test opens. Deep Morning threat upgraded. Nationwide immune guardians summoned. New slots added. 100. 000. Eligibility randomly drawn. Distribution time. Within 24 hours. 100,000 slots, for billions of players worldwide, only 1 in 10,000, chosen by destiny. The era has changed. The latest VR gaming pods are ready to play as soon as you buy them. But that activation qualification, the only pass to connect to Titan, Genesis, is more precious than life itself. Dragon Nation's imperial capital, headquarters of the Breaking the Wall special project team. Ban Jiangwo stared at the countdown on the screen, the cigarette but burning to the limit without being discarded. 100,000 slots, randomly snatched across the entire internet. His brows furrowed. Buyout?
Impossible.
The technical department staff officer shook his head. The lottery algorithm is a black box, completely random, unsolvable. Ban Jiangwo's gaze turned icy. No solution? Then we'll pile on manpower. He spread out the 1st Titan Special Operations Unit formation plan. All 3,000 elite Special Forces soldiers get online to grab slots. Logistics, clerical staff, bring them all in. A total of 50,000 people. Even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, we have to fight for it. And also contact the Dawn Guild. If the official draw isn't enough, we'll rely on them to recruit and reorganize retired soldiers. He commanded. Understood. Deep City, an internet tech giant. Li Zihan took off his glasses and rubbed his head. The surrounding noise was deafening, and the supervisor roared in anger, urging, "It must be done tonight." Brain domain overclocking activated. All the chaos instantly froze, and the fury on the supervisor's face was precisely deconstructed into data. This code is trash. Li Zihan calmly handed over his resignation letter. Are you crazy? Where are you going? To another world. He put on his coat and walked out resolutely. As he stepped out of the building, his phone buzzed with a secret invitation. Code Utopia's top coders assemble. Titan new beta test slots up for grabs. If you win, notify me, and I'll show you a new world. A large construction site. 2 strong men were handling the soaked cement bag. their faces flushed. At that moment, Wang Daqiang, wearing a safety helmet, walked over. 300 pounds of cement was like a feather as he carried it on his shoulder and steadily headed to the second floor. The workers were shocked. What kind of miracle drug did Daqiang take? Wang Daqiang chuckled. It's from Titan. This game is great for building strength. The qualifications are hard to get. If you don't have money, you rely on luck. For those doing physical labor, being a tank in the game is the most sought after. I need to register and give it a try. There's hope. If you get selected, come find me. Leveling up beats bricklaying. He spoke with great enthusiasm. At a high-end shooting club, the doors were locked, and the sign had been removed. Lei Jin calmly wiped the sniper rifle model in his hands, his gaze sharp as lightning. 7 or 8 men in casual clothes sat around, with unopened game helmets neatly placed in front of them. Captain, is this thing really as amazing as you say? A burly man with a buzz cut raised an eyebrow. Lei Jin put down the model in his hand, his eyes cold. Once you're in the game, the bullet impact feedback is more precise than real combat, and the trajectory naturally drops. Your shooting skills won't go to waste. He glanced at the helmets. I've prepared the helmets, but account qualifications depend on the system's draw. Tonight at midnight, everyone will log in to grab registration slots. What if we don't get selected? Someone asked nervously. Lei Jin sneered. If not, then buy, trade, or use foreign connections to get an account. This opportunity is crucial. The faster we move, the faster we progress. At Yoon Jongyo's home, Liu sat beside a folding wheelchair, teaching her parents how to use the helmet's iris recognition. Dad, Mom, the qualifications are randomly drawn, so there's no guarantee, she said worriedly. The elderly couple smiled as they put on the helmets. We're lucky. If we get selected, we'll help you with logistics. If not, we'll just be home guards. Liu looked at her parents' graying temples and silently prayed for everything to go smoothly. The 5 screens in the online conference room lit up simultaneously, and 5 groups of players were ready to go. In front of the office building, Li Zihan announced, I quit my job. I've saved enough money and gathered a few friends to charge forward together. At the construction site, Wang Daqiang grinned foolishly. The foreman was just about to dock my pay, so I lifted the loader to change the tire. He got so scared he gave me triple pay and begged me to leave. He rallied a group of fellow villagers to register, preparing to grab slots. In a cozy bedroom, Liu turned the camera. My parents are getting old and slow at operating, but they'll definitely be great at logistics. At a private shooting club, Lei Jin, dressed in uniform, chuckled lightly. Retired and now a consultant, bringing my old assault team brothers into the game. Our marksmanship is top-notch. Switching to hunter or spirit weaver won't be a problem. At Fengxing Tianxia's home, Chun Feng's gaze was firm as he looked at his companions in the video and said, Excellent. He raised an eyebrow at everyone. Worried about the lottery? Statistically, pulling in all your friends and family is unrealistic. Li Zihan frowned. Yeah, it's almost impossible. Chun Feng smirked coldly and opened a system email he had just received, projecting it. Titan's gift. Those holding the beacon can skip the lottery and directly obtain the 5th beta test qualification, with the spawn point near you. This is an internal referral code, Wang Daqiang exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. Exactly, Chen Feng said. Reaching LV.20 and unlocking the talent tree grants 3 to 5 direct access slots. It's a privilege the system gives to elite players. While you're busy handling real-life matters, don't forget to claim them quickly. Liu instantly logged out and returned. I have 3 slots, just enough for my parents. This well-executed series of actions had already set the stage for the future battlefield. It was only natural. Lei Jin let out a sigh of relief. With 5 slots successfully securing the core assault team, the rest could be left for their opponents to worry about. Chun Feng put away his smile and solemnly declared, Slots are limited and will only go to the most trustworthy and capable people. He stood up, his gaze piercing through the screen, staring into the vast early dawn. This round is the express ticket to the evolution of a new era. We must seize the initiative. The next day, Blue Star was in an uproar. A fallen sports champion stared at the screen, the fire in his eyes reigniting. In a campus dormitory, a student lost in post-graduation confusion frantically refreshed the registration page. Outside a hospital ward, a patient trembled as they stared at the slot distribution. As the countdown hit 0, Titan, Genesis, officially launched its 5th beta test. 100,000 new units descended with a roar, the waves of data tearing through the stillness of the early dawn like thunder. Coordinates, Hardcore Sanctuary, where the scarlet giant walls stood tall and imposing. Heartbeats echoed like ancient war drums. At the center floated the silver-white fluid-armored guide, NPC-0. 2 rows of silver-winged sentinels stood solemnly with light spears, untouchable high-level guards. Suddenly, a rain of white light poured down, and 10,000 players descended onto the plaza. Clad in simple cloth with soft-boned swords and shields, their blood boiling with excitement. 1,000-strong team swiftly cleared a vacuum zone with surprising order. At the forefront, a stern man, Great Wall 1, attempted to establish a guild but lacked the critical item, Titan's Oath token. At that moment, an urgent email popped up, and LV21 Feng Xing Tianxia sent over a guild token. A welcome gift for new comrades, a token of Dawn Guild's friendship. Don't mention it. Great Wall 1 smirked and quickly used it. Server-wide announcement. Great Wall Watch Guild established. The official army had formally entered the fray. The scene was bustling, with Dragon Battle and the Royal Guild sparking a recruitment frenzy. Join the guild and get bioenergy, plus level-up assistance. Advanced talents in mathematics and physics preferred. The core sanctuary instantly became a hub for talent. Meanwhile, at the detox camp near the hepatic portal vein entrance, it was a completely different scene. Thick fog enveloped the area with faint roars echoing. It was the stronghold of the Dawn Guild. The Core 5 temporarily retreated from the H-124 assault to focus on protecting newcomers. By the bonfire, white light flickered as over a dozen figures landed precisely. System notification. The Chosen have descended. Wow, why is this place so suffocating? Someone complained, as the curtain quietly rose on a new battle. A loud exclamation, thick with a regional accent, pierced the air. 5 burly men, dressed in coarse novice clothing but as strong as young bulls, barged in beside Mighty Miracle. Taiju, ergo. Mighty Miracle laughed heartily, punching the leading man on the shoulder. I didn't trick you guys, did I? Brother Chong, this feels way too real, Taiju said, touching the thick shield issued by the system. We're only level 1, and this environment around us, it's unnerving. Don't worry, it's a safe zone. Mighty Miracle patted his chest. These 5 slots are all yours. Our construction site, Brick Moving Task Force, is all set. Turning to the other side, 5 sharp-eyed men stood silently in front of Lei Jin. The moment they landed, they instinctively scanned their surroundings, highly alert. Captain, the man codenamed Falcon stood at attention and saluted. 2 more brothers got accounts too. They're heading to the Great Wall Watchpoint to explore the bronchi in the lungs. Lei Jin stared at them, his expression stern. 5 is enough. This is the liver, a level 10+ restricted zone. If you go out now, it's a dead end. You're instructors, not cannon fodder. The camera shifted to the warmest scene, where Yun Zhongyu's parents and relatives surrounded her, curiously observing the harsh environment. This is Yuzu's battlefield? Yun's father gazed at the river flowing with green bile in the distance, his eyes filled with shock and heartache. Dad, it'll be fine. Yuzu smiled as she handed out gas masks. Even though it's a safe zone, the smell is really annoying. This will help a bit. The camera turned again to the data fanatic, whose companions, seemingly a collection of model answers, were seriously studying. At the Dawn Guild's temporary meeting, Feng Xing Tianxia gathered everyone. He said, "The situation is clear. At the core sanctuary, an army of 100,000 is pressing in. As the number 1 guild, we can't stay silent. Previously, we focused on elite players and neglected low-level newcomers. It's a bit late, but the guild's reputation can still hold. He instructed, Fnatic, send the peripheral members of the Lung mission to the plaza to recruit. The conditions are simple. Follow orders and have strong execution. Fresh blood must fill the ranks. We can't always rely on the 123rd Regiment. The data Fnatic nodded. The recruitment post is ready. First in server progress, top-tier players, squad strategy sharing. It's sure to attract people. Then, Chun Feng's gaze locked onto the few level 1 friends in front of him, his tone heavy. You are special. The clan privilege allows you to skip the long vascular route and directly face frontline risks. But the danger is immense. For the next 3 days, don't go out, you'll die instantly. Stay here at the detox camp and handle logistics, there's work to do. Once your level increases, learn how to run solo missions. We will charge towards Fortress H124 to gather resources and gain experience. Only after you reach level 10 and change professions can you join the main force in battle. The data Fnatic pulled up the global mission panel. Titan Arsenal Biomass Collection Progress. Current progress, 18.2%. He analyzed. The progress has exceeded expectations. Recently, monster spawns have been intense, coupled with support from solo players, pushing it to 18%. But we're still far from 100% for biokinetic armor. Chun Feng declared firmly. With waves of new players entering, the speed of biomass collection will explode. But our goal isn't to waste time. It's to seize major resources. Fortress H124, resembling a massive malignant tumor embedded in the main vascular pathway, is surrounded by a thick calcified shell and an acid moat, deterring countless players. The boss doesn't show itself. Feng Xing Tianxia coldly stared at the dark red zone on the map. A fortress of this level must have a high-level boss guarding it. If it doesn't come out, the core resources will remain unattainable. He turned to ask the data Fnatic, what's the latest situation with Long Zhan and Huang Chao? It was as expected, a high-energy showdown right from the start. The Fnatic adjusted his glasses and 2 massive marching routes appeared on the holographic map. On the left, the Long Zhan Guild feigned an attack, taking on the firepower. On the right, the Huang Chao Guild provided long-range suppression, destroying equipment. Meanwhile, the Dawn Guild, they attacked the main gate, aiming directly at the heart of the H124 Tumor Fortress. Force it out to fight for its life. With this declaration, the unprecedented joint assault of the 3 major guilds was about to erupt. At the front line, 3 massive forces converged, tens of thousands of top-tier players fully armed, advancing in grand formation. In the camp, Taizhu watched their backs and shouted excitedly, "That's Brother Chong, leading thousands to charge at the monster boss. Brothers, let's grind and level up, just wait and see." At the liver coordinates H124, a thunderous boom, the Huang Chao Mage squad bombarded continuously for 10 minutes, causing the corroded calcified outer wall to collapse with a deafening crash, revealing a terrifying maze of intertwined blood vessels. Countless red, ghostly lights flickered as the guards surged out. 3 rows of crystallized executioners charged forward. Giant axes smashed into the ground, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, their purple crystal armor gleaming with a cold light. Behind them, the corrupted broodmother spewed a green swarm of insects, while blood-sucking liver leeches fluttered in the air. Dragon Battle in the Wild, clad in the Lava Beast King armor, raised his massive sword high and roared, "Dragon Battle Guild, impenetrable fortress." Shields rebounded, forming an indestructible wall of steel. Giant axes struck repeatedly, sending sparks flying. The health bars of the frontline warriors plummeted, yet they held their ground without retreating an inch. In the rear, berserkers and infernal guardians went on a rampage, their bloodlust igniting the battlefield. They furiously hacked at the executioner's knees, sparks exploding. Enemies were sent flying, their fate unpredictable. On the flank, the Imperial Mage calmly commanded, "Thunderlord Squad, chain lightning, target the front row's knees." Electric arcs intertwined into a web, paralyzing the crystallized executioners instantly, rendering them immobile. On the battlefield, blades clashed and flames roared as the conflict escalated. Dawn, Dragon Battle, and Imperial forces locked onto their targets with unrelenting determination, leaving no room for retreat. Now this is what you call a true battle, isn't it? The Venom Ranger squad unleashed a rain of arrows, targeting the Broodmother in the rear. Fire. Venom Rangers, a niche advanced class for hunters, relied on poison arrows to blanket the field, causing continuous corrosion, a playstyle that tested patience to the extreme. Unfortunately, there weren't many players who chose this class. The server's top boss, Fengxing Tianxia, had long switched to Phantom Blade, monopolizing the spotlight. Green arrows rained down like toxic showers. The Broodmother's thick layer of fat was rapidly corroded, and the frequency of its poisonous insect spewing sharply declined. Poison against poison, the effect was immediate. But the enemy was an elite monster, not to be underestimated. One surviving corrupted Broodmother suddenly contracted, releasing over a dozen poisonous insects that darted past the shield wall, heading straight for our rear line. Boom! 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 The insects self-destructed, their corrosive acid exploding violently, clearing an entire area in an instant. Over a dozen mages in the middle of casting spells had no time to react and vanished into white light. The line is about to break. There are too many monsters, someone shouted in panic. No retreat. Hold the line at all costs. Dragon Battle in the Wild roared with bloodshot eyes, his keratinized skin enduring the acid as he slashed a poisonous insect in half. He turned to the Dawn Guild and demanded, "Is the rear assault ready?" "Patience." A calm and resolute voice rang out. The core of the Dawn Guild finally revealed its fangs. The special ops team was about to strike. Fengxing Tianxia, clad in dual talents, darted across the battlefield like a black phantom. Stepping on monster heads, he bypassed the meat grinder front lines in the blink of an eye with astonishing speed, completely out of reach of the crystallized executioners. Close behind was the infernal guard Dali, engulfed in blazing flames, charging into the horde like a bulldozer. He didn't defend, only rammed. His tower shield turned into a deadly weapon, striking like a meteor and toppling two executioners in one go. Path cleared. A gap instantly appeared on the battlefield. The Thunder King of Law stood dominantly on a high platform, half kneeling, with floating cannons on his shoulders fully charged. A sharp lightning beam pierced precisely through the weakened mother body's mouthparts. With a loud splatter, the decayed mother body exploded, its fluids evaporating into nothingness. Level 20 output. Is this strong? Is this the power of top-tier players? Casual players in the distance were left dumbfounded. Only the guild leaders of Dragon War and Dynasty had reached level 20, while the few members of Dawn's silent advancing team tore through the enemy lines as if they were in a marketplace. Don't just stand there, follow up. Yun Zhongyu waved his staff, casting life chains in succession, providing continuous group healing and holding the bloodline amidst the acid rain. The three major guilds fought fiercely to the boiling point, suffering heavy casualties, but ultimately wiped out the elite gatekeeper monsters. It's down. The last executioner has fallen with a crash. Cheers erupted. The allied forces advanced step by step, reaching the open plaza inside the fortress. Here, dimly glowing pipelines coiled around, reactors roared, and the ground was covered in thick, dark green liquid. Though the outskirts were cleared, an oppressive feeling in their hearts grew stronger by the moment. Where are the monsters? With so many minions dead, the boss should have appeared by now. Something's wrong. Data Maniac and Dynasty Guild leader Tian's expressions changed as their abilities issued warnings. Energy levels are abnormally off the charts. Retreat! Before the players could react, the ground suddenly cracked open. 3 green beams of light burst out from the earth, instantly sealing all escape routes. A terrifying pressure swept over, suffocating everyone. The suppression from the level disparity couldn't even begin to describe this instinctive fear. Like ants intruding into an elephant's feeding ground, The crisis escalated sharply, and the battle was far from over. The grating sound of bones grinding marked the beginning, followed by the hissing of boiling liquid, and finally transformed into a deafening roar. In midair, a withered figure slightly tilted its head, gazing coldly downward. A massive shadow slowly emerged on the ground, muttering filthy desires. Meat. More. Premium meat. 3 malicious wills intertwined, echoing across the desolate square like the death knell of hell. Server-wide warning. A Lord-level unit has awakened. High-risk biological reaction detected. LV.28. Extremely dangerous. The light beam dispersed, revealing 3 giant beasts in a triangular formation. On the left, a moving mountain of flesh, dozens of meters tall, covered in rotting fat and stitched gallstones, dragging a blood-dripping, rusted cleaver. On the right, a hydra half-buried underground, its heads dripping corrosive venom capable of melting steel, fused with the bile ducts of the fortress. In the center, a floating emaciated priest, its tattered robe fluttering, a bone staff embedded with a purple evil eye, and soul chains connecting the mountain of flesh and the hydra. The 3 lords, gluttonous devourer, flesh mountain, toxic touch hydra, plague priest LV.28 iron triangle. This time, no one was coming to help, no silverwing sentinels, no buffs. Dragonfights in the wild stared at the endless health bars, his giant sword heavily striking the ground, his throat dry. 3 bosses? And they can coordinate? The priest lightly waved its bone staff, and 2 green light chains connected the 3 beasts. System notification. Symbiotic link. Activated. Health shared. Triple regeneration. Dragonfights in the wild slashed down with his sword. The damage negligible, instantly healed back to full. How are we supposed to fight this? It's like fighting 3 monsters with triple health. While the players were stunned, the priest immediately counterattacked. A purple-black void rift opened, and shadow lasers rained down like a storm. ZZZZZ. Full health divine guards and fragile mages were instantly killed. Indiscriminate true damage, unstoppable. Even healers can't hold up. Spread out quickly. The ray will refract. With just 1 wave of skills, over 100 players fell, the formation collapsed. Hold the line. Don't retreat. Feng Xing Tianxia roared. Die and revive immediately. Rush back. Wear them down. The resurrection point flashed with white light as players gritted their teeth and ran back to the battlefield. My armor's broken, but I'm still coming. Don't just stand there. Divine guards, retreat quickly. If the front line breaks, we're doomed. Soldier, this is your mission. Corpses piled up like a copper wall and iron barrier. The 3 major guilds firmly blocked the plaza perimeter, pinning down the meat mountain and hydra. Elite players pulling and consuming. How could they easily admit defeat? But the high-damage AoE sweeps, revives unable to keep up with deaths, frequent equipment explosions, and the war of attrition became increasingly hard to sustain. On the high ground at the flank, 2 figures stood side by side. The only 2 level 20 mind hackers in the server, Data Maniac and Tiansu. Data Maniac adjusted his glasses. The data streams between the 3 bosses surged like a waterfall, so clear it was shocking. Tiansu frowned. Symbiotic link? It's not just shared health, but a massive energy cycle. The Plague Priest is the core, draining the life force of Meat Mountain and Hydra to unleash destructive magic, while dispersing the damage back to them. The 3 kings combined, bound together to live and die as one, a monster with triple health bars. Tanking it head-on?
Absolutely impossible.
Maniac pointed to the sky. To win, we must cut the network. Physical and magical resistance won't work. Only mental interference might have a chance. Tiansu shook his head. Priest LV.28. Mental resistance is off the charts. We're both LV.20, relying solely on mind hacker skills. The immunity chance is extremely high. Maniac grinned. 2 won't work. Then 200 will. There are plenty of players in the guild who switch to mind hacker. Regardless of level, gather them immediately. He continued, cybersecurity brute force attack, DDoS. Massive junk data streams. A wave of mental bombardment, severing the connection in seconds. Tiansu decisively ordered, all psychic hackers, gather at the coordinates. Prepare to unleash mental shock. Dawn's team, Dragon Battle's team, everyone move out. In the center of the battlefield, Dragon Battle spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Finally! A move! Brothers, push these 2 chunks of meat aside. Mages, secure some space." The warriors, disregarding their shattered equipment, fought barehanded against the mountain of flesh, holding the line for the rear. On the high ground, hundreds of psychic hackers were already in position. Data Maniac and Tiansu stood at the forefront, their mental energy like sharp needles, targeting the Plague Priest. Tiansu inhaled deeply and activated Brain Domain Overclock. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. Invisible mental waves surged like a flood, crashing into the priest's brain. The priest froze, his mental vision surrounded by noise and gibberish, wave after wave of disruption. The light chain connecting the 3 kings flickered violently and suddenly snapped. System notification. Severe mental interference detected. Symbiotic link has been severed. The opportunity is here. The Plague Priest collapsed, and the Fleshcrafting Guild erupted, scarlet vines surging forth, entangling him in an instant. In the shadows, Fengxing Tianxia locked onto the moment. "De Chong, send me up!" Miracle of Strength's veins bulged as he lifted Fengxing, sprinting and leaping like a black missile soaring skyward. In the distance, the Thunder Mage King waved his hand furiously. "All mages, electrocute him!" Lightning surged like an ocean, precisely bombarding the magic shield. Without the link to distribute the impact, the shield was as fragile as glass, shattering into pieces under the bombardment. Chun Feng flashed forward, closing in on the shriveled body of the Plague Priest. It was stunned and terrified, its life-sharing severed, its shield shattered, reduced to a useless state. That's it, victory is at hand. Now the Plague Priest looks like a fragile mage, high in health but unable to withstand the frenzied assault of Blade across the world. Origin Fong slashed through the sky, a black streak piercing straight ahead. Blade across the world roared, "Die for me!" The lightning-fast Shadow Dance unfolded, blades raining down like a storm. 16 strikes in a second, each a critical hit, targeting the core directly. The priest's health bar plummeted wildly but wasn't instantly killed. It struggled, attempting to reconnect its symbiosis and reverse the tide of battle. Seeing the danger, Blade across the world drove his short blade fiercely into the priest's chest energy core and twisted hard. Then he shouted, "Mages, don't hesitate. Fire at full power." Before the words finished, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the sky weaving an impenetrable net of lightning, striking the airspace like divine punishment. Boom, the explosion was dazzlingly brilliant. Amid the chaos at the center of the blast, Blade across the world grinned wickedly and delivered the final stab. System notification. Blade across the world has died. A server-wide announcement echoed. The Lord Plague Priest has been slain. The priest shattered into ash, and the green symbiotic light chain instantly collapsed. Woohoo! The symbiosis buff is gone. Charge! All players' morale surged, their eyes locking onto the 2 remaining giant beasts, Meat Mountain and the Hydra. The battle was far from over. Roar! Without the protection of symbiosis, Meat Mountain and the Hydra fell into a berserk state. The Flesh Mountain's eyes were blood-red, its decaying body emitting a scorching dark red glow. The Hydra's 9 heads screeched madly, venom spraying everywhere, turning the square into a sea of poison. The healer's down. The link is broken. Dragon Battle in the Wild crawled out of the rubble, wiped away the blood, and glared angrily at the Flesh Mountain, whose health bar was still terrifyingly high. Not only is its regeneration absurd, but its defense is downright insane. Faced with such a boss, seasoned players knew the only solution: chip away at it, wear it down. The Divine Guards decisively spread out, pulling aggro, splitting the battlefield into two zones. Dragon Battle held off the Flesh Mountain, the Royal Dynasty handled the Hydra, and the Dawn Guild provided support everywhere. At the Detox Camp's respawn point, a flash of white light appeared. Blade Across the World was reborn. The Fong of Origin was still bound to him, his equipment intact, but his armor was completely destroyed. That lightning strike hurt like hell. He clutched his chest in pain, but there was no time to rest. He immediately rushed back to the battlefield. The H-124 Warzone remained brutal. The boss's health bar had dropped by less than 10%. The left side of the battlefield was a fiery chaos, with the Flesh Mountain like an out-of-control machine, swinging its massive blade and slaughtering countless players. "We can't hold it! We can't hold it!" Miracle of Strength was kicked several meters away, but stubbornly got back up and shouted angrily, "Don't try to tank it head-on. Keep your distance and use the terrain to trap it. The back line can't be touched. Who's brave enough to go in? Anyone who goes in dies. Then die. What are you scared of?" Dragon Battle in the Wild stripped off his heavy armor, bare-chested with a sword in hand, charging at the giant beast. "All Divine Guards, remove your armor. We need speed. Lure the Flesh Mountain to the collapsed corridor in Zone B. Keep taunting it." Hundreds of players shed their armor and weaved through the battlefield, swarms of flies circling the Flesh Mountain. "Pus-filled monster, over here. Come chase Grandpa, you fat pig." The battlefield reached a fever pitch, the slaughter intensified, and the climax was about to erupt. Quite normal. Meat Mountain is enraged. This giant beast, massive in size, shakes the earth with every step it takes. It locked onto the player with the highest aggro, charging madly, its roar reverberating across the battlefield. Flesh craftsmen, build walls. On the ruins, dozens of flesh craftsmen moved in unison. Bone walls and flesh barriers rose instantly, forcibly halting the beast's advance. Meat Mountain missed a step and fell into the filthy ruins. Unable to move, players surged forward like a tide. Divine Guard attacks flew out like a barrage, their damage numbers negligible, but the hunter's precise sniping unleashed continuous high damage. The advantage in numbers was clear. Endless rounds of combat, like ants gnawing at a giant beast, covering every inch of Meat Mountain's skin. Some hacked at its ankles, some stabbed at its boils, while others focused on attacking its eyes. Meat Mountain struggled, each twist crushing several players, the white light of respawn points forming a continuous band. "Hold on. Wait for me to respawn. Block the path with corpses. Don't let it escape. Ah, I got sprayed with pus on my face. Get away." The flesh craftsmen were overjoyed. The corpses became their blood and mana, and they even crafted flesh grenades in their hands. This wasn't just a battle. It was a clash of wills. Meanwhile, on the right side of the battlefield, the Imperial Guild was locked in a fierce fight with Venomous Touch, Hydra. As a stationary turret, Hydra sprayed venom across the field, instantly draining health upon contact. "Spread out. Maintain a 5-meter distance." The Data Madman stood at a high vantage point, his brain operating at hyperspeed, precisely calculating the attack trajectories of each Hydra head. Tian Su followed closely to assist. "The 3 heads on the left are charging up. Zone B is dangerous. Roll to the right. The main head's venom is depleted. Hunters, strike." The tactics of the Royal Guild were precise and ruthless. Hundreds of Thunder Lords and Mind Hackers took turns attacking, not aiming for damage but for brief moments of stiffness, locking down the Hydra's abilities. Amid the poisonous mist, the Ghost Blade advanced stealthily, launching a frenzied assault. The health bar kept dropping as healers fought desperately to provide support. "The healers can't hold on much longer. Retreat. No, 3 more strikes will do. 1, 2. I was wrong. Stop attacking." This battle lasted a full 3 hours. On the square, corpses piled up like mountains, trampled by resurrected players charging back into the fray. Equipment broken? Pick it up from the ground. Mana depleted? Healers step in. This is the cruelty of the 4th calamity, undying persistence, endless cycles. Finally, a furious roar shattered the heavens as the massive flesh mountain collapsed. Its legs were severed by players, riddled with wounds, not a single patch of intact skin left, and its regeneration ability completely exhausted. Boom! The giant body fell, raising clouds of dust. Immediately after, the Hydra's last head was crushed. Global announcement. The player coalition has successfully breached the H124 hub. The portal to the first liver region has opened. Victory! Damn. Finally wore it down. My hands are sore. This is the taste of victory. Quite normal, actually. Wow, died 8 times, lost all my money. But this time it was worth it. My experience skyrocketed to the point of spamming the screen. The battlefield was instantly drowned in cheers. The players slumped on the ground, panting heavily, their smiles brighter than the victory itself. From the black hole where the boss disappeared, a green glowing crystal, half the height of a person, emerged. Feng Xing Tianxia walked over, his gaze locked onto it. Item: H124 Flesh Core. Description: the power source of the fortress, containing highly concentrated bioenergy accumulated over time. Energy contained 10 million. Long Zhan Yuyi approached, licking his lips. If we sell this thing, we can repair the equipment for the entire guild. Tiansu also came closer, silently staring at the core, his gaze filled with a wolf-like hunger. Feng Xing Tianxia placed his palm on the crystal, feeling the earth-shaking energy waves. He glanced around. Dawn, Long Zhan, Royal Dynasty, and the scattered solo players, all bloodied and with battered equipment, yet everyone was returning with full rewards. This thing can't be divided. His steady voice echoed through the regional channel. The investment was too great and its value is too high. It can only be reclaimed and converted into bioenergy for redistribution. Everyone agreed. Feng Xing Tianxia immediately launched a server-wide mission, Titan Arsenal. The bioenergy progress bar was stuck at just over 20%, a billion-level target that seemed blindingly distant. With the core added, the progress jumped by 1%, but the players were disappointed. Only 1%? How many bosses do we have to kill for this? Suddenly, the roar of machinery tore through the air. H124, United Camp established. Core energy injection activated. Bile salt refinery activated. Players can now accept refining tasks to process gallstones into high-energy crystals. Produces massive amounts of bioenergy. This was the key. A never-ending bioenergy factory. System announcement. Joint attack. 20% camp commission. Dawn 6.41%. Dragon Battle 6.33%. Imperial Dynasty 5.23%. The rest goes to small groups. Titan's Blood, diluted version, qualification distributed based on contribution. 5,000 vials. Blue Star Dragon Country Imperial Capital. Morning light spilled over the neon-lit metropolis, where millions bustled about. It was just another ordinary Monday, yet it concealed a new order forged from fierce battles. The third batch of 5,000 vials of Titan's Blood, diluted version, was distributed, bringing the total number of global players who had consumed it to over 6,000, with some even taking 2 or 3 vials. Even more shocking, after last night's bloody battle, the number of players at LV.20 with unlocked talent trees skyrocketed from just a handful to 53. Zhao Family Consortium's private estate. Young master is awake? The butler cautiously stepped back half a pace. After 18 hours of sleep that seemed like a dream, the newly awakened Zhao Kuo exuded an overwhelming aura, like a beast roused from slumber, radiating an oppressive presence. It was only natural. Zhao Kuo, dressed in his exclusive loose training attire, had taut but not overly bulky muscles. His body resembled a compressed spring, brimming with high-density explosive power. Beneath his matte gray-white skin, a faint metallic sheen was visible. LV.21, first-tier flesh system with dual talents fully unlocked, bolstered by 3 vials of Titan's Blood. He was the top-tier tank in the entire server, unmatched in both strength and defense. I'm starving. His deep voice resonated, causing even the nearby vase to tremble. The dining room's long table was piled high with high-calorie food. Zhao Ku showed no restraint, tearing into beef and crunching bones as if he were refueling his body rather than eating a meal. "Where's the old man?" he asked while chewing voraciously. "The chairman is in the study. The proposal to increase investment in the Titan game has been unanimously approved. The testing equipment has also arrived on the second basement level," the butler replied, wiping his sweat. "Good." Half an hour later, the private security training ground on the second underground level was vast and austere. A heavy-duty force measuring pillar stood alone, next to a 2.5-ton bulletproof off-road vehicle. Zhao Ku walked in barefoot, taking a deep breath. The muscles on his back suddenly tightened. Layers of grayish-white keratinized skin emerged, resembling an invisible biological armor draped over him. Skill activated. Tier 1 muscle fiber restructuring plus Tier 1 keratinized skin. He threw a punch. A thunderous boom shattered the silence, and the force measuring pillar was dented. The display screen flickered with an error message, and the sensors smoked and exploded. His fist remained unscathed as Zhao Ku calmly observed. He then approached the bulletproof vehicle, gripping the chassis with both hands, his leg muscles taut like steel cables. "Lift!" The metal creaked and trembled as the off-road vehicle tilted at a 45-degree angle, its rear wheels lifting off the ground. The iron beast was forcibly hoisted into the air. Zhao Ku set the vehicle down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What does power truly feel like? He clenched his fists, a fiery passion igniting in his eyes. If he were to enter the underground black boxing matches, those so-called champions would be nothing more than fragile porcelain dolls before him. "I'm done being human. Housekeeper, prepare the car. Take me to the address I gave you earlier." In the capital, at the headquarters of the Breaking the Wall Special Task Force, Ban Jiangwo stared at the top-secret list displayed on the large screen. The cigarette in his hand was nearly burning his fingers. His eyes filled with excitement and shock. The global high-risk player list LV.20 and above, only 53 individuals. 52 from the Dragon Nation, 1 from overseas, suspected to be a foreign student. "This is exactly the situation we wanted." Ban Jiangwo slammed the table with force. The game originated in the Dragon Nation, and with strict regulations in place, it had essentially become the nation's private server, leaving top foreign players scarce. Intelligence Officer Report. Dawn Guild. 22 members, including 14 core members and 5 key figures. Dawn Third Squad. 8 members, Special Operations Unit. Imperial Guild. 11 members. Dragon Battle Guild. 9 members. Other scattered small guilds. 10 members in total. Delay resources and training on Lei Zhen's side, and continue using Dawn Guild to train Great Wall Watch newcomers for maximum efficiency, Ban Jiangwo affirmed. "Keep a close watch on that sole overseas player. If they're friendly, make contact. Otherwise." His gaze turned icy as dark clouds gathered outside the window. "Just wait and see. The real showdown has only just begun." In the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, a mysterious base glowed faintly, and the story continued. This was a semi-militarized base funded by Zhao Ku and rented by Lei Zhen through official connections. The perimeter was secured with electric fences, retired veterans led patrols, and the security was as tight as a fortress. Inside the meeting room, the leading figures of the 3 largest guilds in the Dragon Nation's extraordinary circle, Feng Xing Tianxia, Dragon Battle Yu Yi, and Tian Su, gathered together. This meeting would determine the future landscape. Tian's Feng Su adjusted his glasses and spoke in a steady voice. "The game is progressing smoothly, but urgent news from the dark web indicates overseas forces are unable to obtain accounts and have placed bounties on kidnapping players." Lei Zhen coldly interjected, "Kidnapping?" Feng Su nodded, hinting at the danger. The core members of the 3 guilds are equipped with security, but those scattered and mid-level players could become targets at any time. Zhao Ku's eyes turned fierce. Anyone who dares touch my people, I'll cut them down. Chun Feng stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Violence alone isn't enough. We share common interests and should unite. He pushed forward a proposal for the 3 guilds to form a transcendent alliance. Dawn Guild will handle armed special operations, eliminating all threats. Dragon Battle will manage funds. Zhao Kuo, you need to establish a nationwide player protection network. Imperial Guild will focus on intelligence. Feng Su will monitor the dark web and immediately locate the bounty initiators. Feng Su smiled. Resource sharing, alliance in offense and defense, united as one. Zhao Kuo said boldly, money is not a problem. Peace in reality makes the game more enjoyable. The 3 tightly clasped hands together, and the extraordinary alliance was born. This was not just about game power, it would also stir up a storm in reality. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the special operations team outside the window, the alliance's first operation, helping the officials test the waters. The scene shifts to the Tianjin port. Piercing sirens blared as SWAT armored vehicles heavily surrounded the abandoned warehouse. Lu Biao was causing trouble. He was an LV.18 Divine Guard player, smashing riot shields with his bare hands, arrogantly boasting, I am Superman. The sound of collapsing metal shelves was deafening, and the threats kept escalating. A black SUV aggressively broke through the blockade, and Zhao Kuo, Chun Feng, and Feng Su stepped out of the vehicle. Zhao Kuo glanced around. Troublemaker? LV.18? Judging by the sound, just a brute with strength. Nothing special. The 3 major guilds joined forces, confronting chaos in reality. The real battle was just beginning. Li Zihan adjusted his glasses, staring at the thermal imaging footage sent back by the SWAT team in the distance. His brain worked at high speed, and the psychic sequence brain domain overclocking made him exceptionally calm, with analytical skills off the charts. Although the psychic sequence seemed weak at this stage, he and Feng Su had long predicted, one day it could become a humanoid signal transmitter, directly controlling electronic devices, an incredible feat. Feng Su turned his head and calmly reported, heart rate 148, muscles nearing spasm, eyes dazed. The surge in strength has caused cognitive dissonance. He can't control his desires. Li Zihan nodded. Proceed. Chun Feng flashed a red badge, and the on-site commander waved his hand. Snipers, stand down. Don't waste bullets. Zhao Kuo, go wake him up. Inside the warehouse, Lu Biao was at the height of his arrogance. He punched through a solid wooden table, reveling in the thrill of destruction. What are the police worth? In the game, I am invincible. Suddenly, the rolling door slowly opened. Zhao Kuo entered, breaking through the light, unarmed. Lu Biao roared. Who? Don't come closer. He stared warily at the approaching figure. Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow. You're Lu Biao? Popped some pills and think you're invincible. Lu Biao burned with rage, shoving aside the hostage and charging forward like a mad bull. His fist whistled through the air with a force that seemed to tear it apart, aiming straight for Zhao Kuo's face. D. Zhao Kuo's gaze remained steady, not even bothering with a defensive stance, slightly turning his body to let the fist strike his shoulder. Bang! The fist collided with the steel-like shoulder, the recoil causing Lu Biao's wrist to ache as if he had hit a wall, which was to be expected. His eyes widened in disbelief. I drank Titan's blood. How is it possible that I can't hurt you? Zhao Kuo sneered, his eyes flashing with higher dimensional disdain. That blood only strengthens mortals. Your inflated strength has fed your arrogance, but it hasn't helped you see the bigger picture. His muscles tightened, the grayish-white keratin layer gleaming coldly, enhanced by reality projection level 1. Keratinized skin. Zhao Kuo grabbed Lu Biao by the neck, lifting him like a chick, his fingers as unyielding as hydraulic clamps. Remember this? Zhao Kuo's voice rumbled like thunder. In the game, you're a rookie. In reality, you're just a weakling. With a flick of his hand, Lu Biao flew over 10 meters, crashing heavily into a pile of cardboard boxes, struggling to get up for a long time. Chun Feng stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene. Take him away. Lock him up. Trash like this doesn't deserve to play Titan. Now that's more like it. Half an hour later, a montage video was released through official channels, flooding every Titan player. No bloodshed, only a shocking comparison. LV.18 Lu Biao was as weak as a baby before LV.21 Zhao Kuo. There had been enforcement actions a few days ago, but this public display of deterrence was off the charts. The officials had tacitly linked Titans to extraordinary powers, directly stepping in. The National Barrier-Breaking Task Force joined forces with the Titan Extraordinary Alliance to issue the Extraordinary Management Regulations, launching a full-server real-name registration. From today, no one dared to ignore this storm. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the Golden Triangle, the situation was entirely different. The undercurrents of Southeast Asia, contrasting with the iron-fisted suppression in the Dragon Kingdom, saw another force quietly spreading. This luxurious estate, once the domain of a drug lord, now bore a new sign. In the hall, Dragon Kingdom warriors sat calmly, dressed in tactical vests, lounging on leather sofas, with the drug lord's corpse beneath their feet. Boss, the video from back home has been released. A crew-cut subordinate handed over the phone, his face suddenly changing. Zhao Kuo defeated Lu Biao in one move. Luckily, we ran away quickly. In the center of the sofa, Zhang Kuang, with a face full of flesh and sinister eyes, sneered arrogantly. The former president of the Wild Wolf Guild, Game ID Greedy Wolf, spoke with conviction. The country couldn't contain us. It was destined from the start. He swirled his wine glass, his cunning gaze flickering. From the moment Titan's blood was distributed, I sensed danger. If this power is confirmed, the entire world will change. Zhang Kuang sneered coldly. The official task force is secretly watching, ready to throw players with a criminal record into prison. But I led everyone to escape early, and that's why we have today. A subordinate flattered him. Boss, your foresight is sharp. This place is far from authority, and no one cares about red name players. Exactly. Zhang Kuang stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura. Level 20 unlocks the talent tree. Neural sequence, hunting instinct activated. He walked toward the trembling drug lord, suddenly exerting force and bending the steel gun barrel with brute strength. In the country, you have to follow the rules, watched by the officials, suppressed by the big guilds. Zhang Kuang sneered coldly. Those fools can't handle it, colluding with the officials to set rules, despicable and shameless. He tossed aside the deformed gun, his eyes burning with ambition. When power runs wild, only here, fists are the only law. Second brother, notify the domestic snakeheads. Accounts tied to individuals can't be bought, but people can be recruited. Find those who can't make it, have a criminal record, and want to get rich. Tell them. The Golden Triangle welcomes you. There are no stinking rules from those people here. As long as your fists are strong, women, money, territory, all can be yours. I'm going to build my own kingdom. Looking out at the chaotic jungle, he smiled cruelly. Once we establish ourselves in the game and here, who will be the boss? It's hard to say. Shifting to the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, Alliance Base, Chun Feng stared at a piece of the latest intelligence, his brows slightly furrowed. Greedy Wolf Zhang Kuang has sharp instincts. After the battle at H124, he immediately withdrew his core team. Fong Su pointed to the red on the map. They've infiltrated the Golden Triangle, recruiting domestic blacklisted players. Lei Zhun snorted coldly. Hiding like rats in a ditch, dreaming of carving out their own kingdom? That place is too complicated. The officials can't act recklessly. Let them be. Chun Feng's expression was calm. A frog at the bottom of the well has too narrow a vision, probably unaware that long-term accumulation is the true path to success. He stood up, his mind conjuring the disciplined Great Wall Watch army. Once we gain control of mechas and other heavy weaponry, with a single iron fist, these clowns will be swept away. For now, focus on mining. Biomass is the fastest, and the Titan arsenal must advance at full speed. Meanwhile, suppress those people in the game. If they don't participate in the main storyline, we can tolerate it. But if they dare touch the main storyline, cut them down immediately. He issued a strict order. The H124 refinery must operate at full capacity around the clock. Within a week, the biomass progress bar must exceed 50%. Liver, H124 Joint Camp. This place transformed from a death fortress into a sweatshop, guarding the life passage deep within the liver. Its strategic position is unshakable, like an iron gate leading to the vital point. This situation has only just begun. The Transcendent Alliance, formed with an iron grip by 3 major guilds, controls the new stronghold with astonishing efficiency. The moat, once filled with deadly venom, has now been completely transformed by the Flesh Craftsmen. Hundreds of craftsmen working overtime have turned piles of monster corpses into a pale bone bridge, connecting the fortress to resource points, ensuring smooth logistics. The first step to wealth, Balsalt Refinery billows with thick white smoke, its machines roaring incessantly. Regional announcement. Batch 108 of high-purity bile crystals has been refined and stored. The temporary commander, Mind Hacker, wielded a staff to direct transportation. Rampaging beasts disarmed, carrying bone containers filled to the brim, with raw materials delivered from the outskirts. Move. Biomass loot multiplied several times. But this is merely surface-level revelry. Climbing to the highest point of the fortress, ahead lies a sea of green fluorescence. A massive, fleshy, pillar-like hepatic lobule, standing like skyscrapers amidst the dense toxic mist. There, it is a more vicious and dangerous deep region. H124 is merely an outpost at the gate of the Liver Nebula. The scene shifts, coordinates, lower lobe of the right lung, B4 segment bronchus, forward operating base. Here, the atmosphere is even more grim and intense than the industrial zone of the liver. 1,000 Great Wall Watch recruits are lurking in the ciliary forest. The microcilia of the tracheal wall now stand as towering, semi-transparent columns over 10 meters high, swaying in the fierce wind. In the distant darkness, the Titan's breath transforms into a gale, with wind speeds exceeding level 12, carrying dust and roaring as it sweeps through. The communication channel is silent yet commanding, with calm orders repeated over and over. B4 area, 3rd sector, commence clearing operation. The commander of Great Wall 1 stands atop a giant cilium, coldly surveying the ground. A tide of monsters surges forward. On the pink mucous membrane plains, countless gray-green, pus-like slimes, LV.8, squirm, splitting and proliferating. First echelon, Divine Guard Phalanx, Heavy Shield Barricade Formation, activate. Bone Tower shields strike the ground, hooking into the membrane, shields tightly interlocked to form an impenetrable steel wall. Second echelon, Hunter Phalanx, ascend. Occupy the ciliary treetops. Hundreds of warriors use grappling hooks to climb the giant columns like flying squirrels, lurking and searching amidst the swaying branches. Monsters within range, 300 meters. The monsters screech in waves, attacking densely, attempting to crush the defense line with sheer numbers. Hold steady. Tilt shields 30 degrees. Brace for impact. Iron shields fiercely meet the monster tide, the sound of collision deafening, reverberating through the blood bars touching the shields. Yet the defense line remains unmoved. Weavers in the rear swiftly replenish, stabilizing the front line. The wind is coming, use it. It was during the Titan's breathing cycle, with fierce winds howling out of the trachea. The watchers remained motionless, but the slimes were thrown into disarray by the gale, swaying precariously in midair. Throw and shoot. Cover every angle. Countless bone spears and venomous stingers shot out with the wind, piercing through the struggling slimes. Green pus splattered, and acid rain engulfed the battlefield. Thrust. The hunters leapt down suddenly, their blades slicing through the air and stabbing into the monster's core with uniform precision, harvesting mechanically. That's it. The battle had just begun. After tens of minutes of fierce fighting, the battlefield fell silent, with thick layers of viral remains covering the ground. Great Wall 1 calmly issued orders. First squad, collect bioenergy. Second squad, clean up the battlefield. Third squad, set up a perimeter. 5 minutes to rest, check equipment, and then charge again. The goal was clear: everyone to change classes within a week and reach the main quest threshold. Scene shift: Gallbladder Wasteland. This secret realm, far from the H-124 core, was shrouded in mist and unknown death. A team of over 20 players, with mismatched equipment and fierce gazes, struggled to climb the massive vascular walls. Leading them was Greedy Wolf Zhang Kuang. Really not going to H-124 to pick up loot? One subordinate asked, drooling with desire. Greedy Wolf sneered, slashing down with his blade, causing blood from a leech to splatter. Are you crazy? That place is locked down tighter than a drum by the 3 major guilds. Show your face and you're dead. He pointed to the endless bile ducts ahead. This branch of the bile duct stretches tens of thousands of kilometers, bigger than Earth. Without the Crimson Arc, who could traverse it all? We'll stick to the edges, grow quietly, kill monsters, level up, and gather equipment to slowly grow stronger. Think long-term. At level 20, we return to reality, and being a local tyrant won't just be a dream. Straightforward and decisive, Greedy Wolf ordered. Don't cause trouble. Don't show yourselves. Train in silence. Time passed, and a week later, the Titan Arsenal's bioenergy progress skyrocketed, breaking the 50% threshold, igniting a frenzy across the entire server. At the H-124 joint camp, Fengxing Tianxia slashed down a small monster with one strike, exhaling deeply as he stared at the progress bar, exceeding expectations. But the data fanatic poured cold water on the excitement. It's not over. The shallow resources have been exhausted. To get the remaining billions, we have to go deeper, and the danger will spike. The current map was complex. Zone S7 of the lungs was half cleared, while B1 and B2 were in the midst of fierce battles. The liver's entrance was dotted with scattered guild outposts. The H-124 joint camp remained stable. Multiple fronts. Experts go solo, newbies stick together. Venturing into the toxic miasma zones is terrifyingly risky. Anyone who doesn't follow orders will die quickly, the data fanatic said coldly. With over 180,000 players online, the invasion was in full force, and the game's pace exploded. The massive Titan's body, with every nerve hiding a battlefield of wealth, awaited conquerors with blood and fire. The vascular system, like a labyrinth, awaited its challengers. The scene shifts to the B19 bronchiole of the lower lobe of the right lung. The wind howls and visibility is reduced to the extreme. A 5-person squad tenses up, facing off against an LV-25 lava colossus. Scalding pus flows down the monster's body, and with every swing, it sends out waves of scorching heat, like a volcanic eruption. Fengxing Tianxia gives a concise order: interrupt the spit. The Thunder Mage kneels on one knee against the rocky wall, his electromagnetic floating cannon ready to fire. Data Maniac's gaze is sharp and sinister, fixed on the lava colossus, with a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Zap! The prelude to battle erupts suddenly. It's only natural. This is the true essence of the game. A streak of blue lightning strikes the colossus's throat directly, sparks flying everywhere. The lightning, combined with a powerful paralysis effect, causes the colossus's massive mouth to freeze instantly. The high-temperature mucus it was about to spit gets stuck and burns it from within, sending waves of pain through its body. Dali, charge! The main tank withstands the residual counterattack, slamming his glowing red tower shield into the monster's knee, stunning it instantly. Taking advantage of the moment, Chun Feng leaps into the air, a shadow streaking past his shoulder as the Fong of Origin plunges straight into the exposed weak point. Fall! The colossus crashes to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the elite monster is annihilated by the Dawn Core team, and the entire scene erupts in excitement. Data Maniac quickly analyzes and records the weak point data, then gives the order to continue advancing. Chun Feng looks at his panel, seeing his level rise to LV.23. Overjoyed, he prepares to unlock his second-tier talent. Enhancing the second tier is one thing, but trying out other talents is more thrilling. He rubs his chin, gathering his teammates to discuss the choice between bullet time and micron-level control. It's a classic movie trope. Don't hesitate. Yun Zhongyu makes the decision with one sentence. In the end, Chun Feng decisively selects bullet time, and his aura surges dramatically. I'm logging off first. Good luck, everyone. With those words, Chun Feng exits, leaving his teammates full of anticipation. At the edge of the liver, the Great Wall Watch Guild launches a large-scale military suppression. Over 1,000 LV.10 plus elites coordinate flawlessly, advancing with shield walls and a web of lightning and thunder. Divine Guard Unit 1. Hold the shield wall steady as a mountain. Spirit Conduit Corps. Unleash full firepower with the lightning net. The commander, ID Great Wall 1, oversees the operation from a high vantage point, his gaze sharp as he watches the bile duct crawlers swarming below. A white bone shield wall slowly moved forward, as long-range mages unleashed a web of lightning, the blue light dazzling. Under the electric shocks, hundreds of monsters convulsed and collapsed, followed closely by the hunter's phalanx, slaughtering them like mowing grass. Hold the formation. Hunter's squad report back. The command was like a death warrant, crushing the red threat zone like a bulldozer, gradually turning it green. At the gallbladder entrance, the Dragon Battle Guild took the lead in venturing to fight monsters. Yu Yi charged in shirtless, wielding a heavy hammer, directly confronting the LV.22 elite, hardened gallstone beast. The iron-armored monster had tough defenses, but he activated keratinized skin, using his steel-like body to withstand the fierce collisions. The intense clash echoed thunderously, the clang, 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 resembling the forging sounds of a blacksmith's shop. Behind him, the Thunder Lords unleashed a frenzy of attacks, firing at full power. Is the guild leader holding the aggro? Solid as a rock. I'll zap it to death. Zhao Kuo laughed wildly, kicking the monster over. Able to lift an off-road vehicle in reality and challenging stone monsters in the game? Facing them head-on is the true style of a boss. Bronchiole A76, the wind howled, with wind speeds at level 14, making it impossible for ordinary players to stand firm. 6 LV.20 Royal Dynasty Guild All-Star team members stood ready, advancing steadily. This is the operation of a top-tier guild, undaunted by wind and rain, all for the next wave of victory. Quite normal, really. Ahead, half of the airway was blocked by a massive dark red tumor. Boss, inflammatory tumor, LV-27. It resembled a living volcano, furiously spewing high-temperature pus and ferocious flame demon larvae. The shields of the Divine Guard members were scorched red, the damage accompanied by burns. Who would have thought that even within the bronchioles, this thing in front of them would be so troublesome? And this was just the lesion. Once inside the lungs, the situation would be even worse. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, a silver streak of light tore through the air. Boom! The 3-meter-tall silver-winged sentinel landed imposingly, its light spear sweeping out a crescent-shaped energy wave, instantly clearing the attacking flame demon larvae. Soldier, stay close to me. Level 3 infection source detected. Commencing elimination. Its voice was cold and mechanical. An advanced NPC had arrived. Stop just watching. Take advantage of its aggro and focus fire on that tumor. The elemental Frenzy Spiritcaster issued the command. The team immediately clung to the NPC's leg, unleashing full firepower. This cling-to-NPC leg for clearing strategy had already become the mainstream tactic for conquering the high-difficulty lung zone. Switching scenes, the diaphragm planes. Not everyone here was a battle enthusiast. The casual player with the ID loves eating big watermelons, hid in the giant fluffy grass, staring at the translucent blue jelly-like creatures ahead as they squirmed, devouring black toxic residue. These neutral blue slimes were hungry yet friendly. Big Watermelon tried tossing a piece of low-level energy crystal sugar, and the slime instantly swallowed it, popping out a big heart icon, happily rubbing against his feet, even granting him a minor healing buff. Holy crap! You can feed them? He kept tossing sugar, and the blue slime surprisingly split into more adorable little creatures, circling around him. Treasure! These are living mercenaries. Big Watermelon spammed the chat. Wild blue slimes spotted in the diaphragm plains. Feed them sugar to recruit, they can heal and detox. Casual players, come quickly. Soon, dozens of scenery enthusiasts flooded in, starting to raise this group of natural mercenaries. With food in hand, the native creatures inside the Titan's body became the strongest pets and fighters. Now, shifting to the liver zone. Here comes explosive good news. The players have unlocked the farming talent. The players from the Life Profession Alliance carefully planted the newly exchanged high-yield spores on a decayed mother body corpse. The corpse shriveled, and the spores rapidly grew into detox giant mushrooms half the height of a person. Harvest. Giant detox mushrooms X3. Eating them can neutralize intermediate toxins and restore health. It's a success. The Life players beamed with joy. This is way more profitable than fighting monsters. Quickly, drag all the surrounding corpses over here. Let's start a 100-acre farm. As far as the eye could see, the abandoned liver zone transformed into orderly farmland. Fungi grew wildly, becoming a frontline supply source while also earning some pocket money on the side. This scene, oddly enough, seemed normal. From a higher dimensional perspective, Titan Guchen perceived the changes within his body. Elite players precisely targeted high-risk lesions, logistics players established a positive cycle, and casual players inadvertently preserved the seeds of native microbial life. This massive organism was slowly awakening. Titan Arsenal progress, 50.5%, 50.6%. Although the progress was slow, it felt like a gentle stream converging into the most solid foundation. Breathing feels a bit smoother. The next step, our journey has only just begun. The cosmic-level organism Titan, his heart, resembled an incomparably massive supernuclear reactor, continuously undergoing fusion and fission. With every movement, the cosmic matter he absorbed was incredibly diverse, encompassing the entire periodic table of elements. Yet his heart, immensely powerful, forged these chaotic substances into the key elements his body truly needed, such as oxygen. Although he could survive without oxygen, the moment it was present, his self-healing speed instantly increased. Guchen felt that as the critical nodes of the bronchial tubes in his lungs were cleared, oxygen finally flowed through his bloodstream, quietly spreading throughout his body, and his surface temperature began to rise. Thriving and prosperous. From a god's eye view, a golden beacon lit up on the map, locking onto the crimson area of the lungs and connecting hundreds of bronchial tubes. A new mission refreshed. Server-wide epic quest chain. Titan's breath. Warning. Extremely high heat source detected in the lungs. Objective. Venture deep into the bronchial segments. A1, A105. To locate the parasitic flame demon causing the high heat. Reward hint. High-energy fire cores can be collected. Mech core fuel. As soon as the message was released, the entire gaming world was in an uproar. Whether it was the liver's grind party or the lungs vanguard team, everyone raised their heads and focused on the target. At the entrance to the bronchial segment, an awe-inspiring vast space unfolded. Its diameter exceeded 100,000 kilometers, yet it was engulfed by raging flames. A thunderous roar tore through the air. Flame Demon Lord LV.35 stood in the center of the sea of fire, its limbs composed of lava and obsidian. With every step it took, the ground transformed into a scorching pool of magma. The player's prideful cold weapon tactics were nothing more than ants before it, and the divine guard shield wall seemed insignificant and powerless. Retreat! Retreat now! Feng Xing Tianxia shouted urgently in the command channel, his tone heavy. Long Zhan Yuyi, clad in top-tier fire-resistant gear, faced the enemy's symbol of power, the lava whip, and was forcibly struck, sent flying, his health bar plummeting. The healer didn't even have time to heal before being instantly killed by the scorching heat. Even though the player's average level had climbed to LV.25, this colossal beast, standing hundreds of meters tall and possessing its own domain, rendered their physical bodies fragile. Players retreated like a tide, scrambling back to the A105 bronchial segment, temporarily holding their ground. From a higher dimensional perspective, deep in the cosmos, Titan's chest, resembling a brilliant nebula in the universe, began to emit faint pulsations, taking advantage of the opened airways. The universe lacks oxygen, but Titans do not rely on oxygen to survive. His heart is a biological nuclear reactor more magnificent than the sun, wrapped like a Dyson sphere. Gu Chen's will traverses the lungs, inhaling thin stardust, high-energy particles, and tiny meteorites. These substances are instantly pulverized, ionized, and converted into pure nuclear fuel, injected into that massive heart. Boom! The heart beats powerfully, energy surging like a galaxy, flowing to every limb and bone. Not bad, children. Take steps of resilient steel. Inside the temporary frontline camp A105, 2 weeks of frenzied advancement. Dawn, Dragon War, Royal Dynasty, and the Great Wall Watch 1,000-member group from H106 together conquered over 100 fine bronchi from A1 to A105, clearing the lesions. Level 20 players skyrocketed, doubling efficiency. The number of Silver Wing Sentinels also climbed simultaneously. But today, in front of the segmental bronchus gate, the flame demon guarding it stood like an impenetrable iron wall. Feng Xing Tianxia leaned against a dark corner, gulping down a bottle of advanced recovery potion. Although the previous battle was lost, he showed no sign of discouragement. His gaze locked onto his character panel. ID, Feng Xing Tianxia. Level, LV.26. Potential points, 1. After 2 weeks of intense battles, he had accumulated enough talent points, and his potential was about to erupt. Talent tree neural sequence. Bullet time activated. Thought acceleration, nearly frozen. Micron-level muscle control assisted. Full evasion and critical hits enabled. Chun Feng stared at the flame beast, fists clenched, fingertips slicing through the air, leaving a crack in its wake. He could react, even strike at the back of its neck, but the high-temperature flames formed an invisible barrier, scorching his skin within 5 meters. Should I invest in the flesh sequence? Feels like it's missing something, he muttered. Suddenly, a golden light exploded in the upper right corner of his retina, shaking the entire server. Server-wide announcement. Titan Arsenal Biotech fundraising complete. Current progress. 1 billion. Full capacity. The camp fell into dead silence, followed by a burst of ecstatic cheers. It's done. 1 billion biopower. All the hard work over the past half-month paid off. Where's the mech? Where's the mech? The system promptly pushed a notification. Biodynamic exoskeleton technology tree unlocked. Please proceed to the Heart Core Sanctuary to consult NPC 0 for details. Location switch, Heart Core Sanctuary. White light flickered. Chunfeng, Zhaoque, Tiansu, and Great Wall 1 rushed overnight with the core team. At the sanctuary's core, the silver NPC 0 floated silently, surrounded by Silver Wing Sentinels on high alert. A massive holographic projection platform glowed with blue light. Zero's voice was solemn. Brave kin, your loyalty has moved the Titan. Scorching flames and deep dawn erosion. Your flesh cannot endure. The divine armor has manifested, but the cost of wielding it is immense. Chun Feng opened the exchange menu, and the prices instantly made his heart tighten. S1 Mech Pilot Certification Chip. Price, 50,000 biopower. Function. Unlocks neural link port upon implantation. Titan's Fist Prototype Complete Blueprint. Price, 1 million biopower. The content covers a full set of industrial technologies, including biological transmission, neural connections, and high-energy battery packs. Zhaoque's eyelids twitched, almost exploding with anger. Isn't this daylight robbery? 10 billion bioenergy all goes to the system, and then we still have to pay out of pocket to buy the blueprint. Great Wall 1 calmly deducted the account balance. If money can solve it, it's not a problem. The key is to defeat that flame demon. If we work as one, the guild buys one copy, and everyone benefits. Feng Xing Tianxia held the azure chip and the heavy blueprint, and the atmosphere in the room froze. Just as everyone was immersed, the data fanatic Li Zihan suddenly leaned in, holding the complex blueprint with trembling hands. Tiance frowned. "What's wrong?" Li Zihan revealed a shocking conclusion. "Brother Feng, something's completely off. The blueprint is wrong? No, it's a genuine masterpiece." He suddenly zoomed in on the blueprint details, pointing to the neural signal translator and the molecular structure of the biobattery. "I studied biomedical engineering and researched invasive brain-computer interfaces. This structure isn't some game art fabrication. It's a theoretically feasible engineering design. The alloy formula is insane too. While the Titan's internal resources are rare, real-world titanium alloys and graphene can completely substitute." The crowd was in an uproar. Chun Feng's eyes burned with intensity. Tiance clenched his fists, standing at the threshold of the Mechanical Legion's inception, where the boundary between reality and virtuality was shattered. As the words fell, several big shots were stunned, and a just-as-expected expression appeared on Tiance's face. Great Wall One's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "This game actually gave us an exoskeleton blueprint 50 years ahead of Earth's technology?" Li Zihan muttered softly. "Not just 50 years. If this neural direct link technology becomes real, disabled individuals could run like ordinary people, and prosthetic technology would go straight to the museum." Great Wall 1 took a deep breath, quickly cutting off the public channel, and calmly ordered within the core group, "Log off immediately. Export all the data. Send it to the Academy of Sciences." This isn't just a simple game. It's technological assistance from an advanced civilization. It makes sense. Chun Feng looked at the blueprint, feeling the surging LV.26 strength within his character. While real-world technology is under official control, he is just a player, and his goal is singular: to crush the flame demon blocking his path. Reality can wait. For now, let's build a mech first. Flesh craftsman, all hands on deck. Burn the money. 1 hour later, H-124 Joint Camp, Workshop number 01. The most expensive extravagance war in the entire server was in full swing. Precious materials poured out like a stream. Forging, Titan's Fist, prototype. Consumption, high-purity Gall Crystal X 20,000. Hardened Flame Demon Bones X 10 tons. Bioenergy X 5 million. A massive furnace injected scorching liquid into a 3.5-meter mold. Dozens of craftsmen sweating profusely as they meticulously carved neural circuits. Suddenly, a roaring pressure release, steam dissipated. A violent black-tech mech slowly took shape, covered in chitin armor, with glowing blue energy circuits flowing, equipped with 6 miniature jet ports on its back, and a chainsaw thermal blade buzzing on its right arm. Titan's Fist. Completed. Mech strength depends on the operator. Long Zhanyu, jealous yet envious, pouted at Chun Feng. "You go first." Chun Feng gazed up at the steel behemoth, inserting his hand into the neural link slot. Detected LV.26 player, Feng Xing Tianxia. Titan's Fist. Activated. Buzz. The mech's faceplate snapped shut, its eyes flashing blood red. His entire perspective instantly elevated. The power of flesh and technology fused into one surged. He swung his arm in a strike. The air exploded, the sonic boom blasting several craftsmen off their feet. "For my peanuts. Work injury reimbursement." Chun Feng lifted the craftsman with one hand, like holding a chick, and through the loudspeaker, his voice resonated like a steel deity. "Awesome." He glanced at Zhao Kuo, Tiansu, and Great Wall number 1. "Stop saving money. Bring out the reserves. Mass produce. Build a mech army. With this thing, forget about twisting off the Flame Demon Lord's head to kick it like a ball. I feel like I could wipe out a whole colony of bronchial parasites in one breath." Blue Star, Dragon Nation Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences, underground 3rd floor. The high-level military laboratory was dead silent, the atmosphere tense. Ban Jiangwo sat upright and solemn, while Lei Jun stood sternly by his side. Over a dozen top academicians in material science, bioengineering, and mechanical dynamics surrounded the holographic projection of the blueprint 4th Titan's Fist. 2 elders, whose mere presence commanded respect, sat at the head of the table, figures known throughout the Dragon Nation. Academician Li, what is the expert panel's conclusion? The elder's voice was steady, veins slightly visible, as he tightly gripped his teacup. The addressed academician Li, a titan in neuroengineering, removed his glasses and gazed reverently at the neural translator structure at the core. This game had just begun. Academician Li nervously reported, "This is not a simple game design. This neural signal-to-electronic signal zero-delay conversion system breaks through a decade-long bottleneck in our brain-machine interface research. Although we cannot synthesize biological materials, a downgraded substitution using graphene and memory alloy should be feasible." The power expert took over. The bionic muscle bundle transmission system completely outclasses bulky hydraulic rods. The load capacity of a single soldier exoskeleton would increase at least 5-fold, with flexibility approaching that of a real human body. Ban Jiangwo's face was heavy, his eyes filled with disbelief. The elder at the head of the table remained silent for a moment before slowly standing up. "This game requires our utmost effort. Immediately elevate the Breakthrough Team's authority and establish the Titan Engineering Bureau. Mobilize experts nationwide and spare no effort to decode the blueprints." Lei Jun stood silently by, listening. Within the player community, there was a shared consensus. Anyone who uses the power of the game to disrupt reality is bound to meet their own demise. The data fanatic scoffed disdainfully. Those arrogant types really seem to lack brains, especially the hot-headed ones popping up recently. They're so strong, yet they still want to go solo? Clearly, they're tired of living. The elder's eyes sparkled. The surge in players has made nationwide participation inevitable. Law enforcement must collaborate with top players to regulate power. Fortunately, they're smart enough not to step out of bounds and divide territories. Let them fight it out in the game. In reality, we need to forge this technology into a blade to protect our nation. With our current advantages, we might not need to just hold the defensive line. Inside the game, H-124 Joint Camp was experiencing a painful moment. Long Zhanyuyi crouched by the observation window, his eyes fixed on the flesh craftsman, stuffing crimson crystals into the mold, his heart aching. 5 million bioenergy. Take it easy. Fengxing Tianxia stood at the entrance, his face heavy. The 3 major guilds and Great Wall Watch have emptied their coffers, and we barely managed to scrape together enough for 4 units. The data fanatic analyzed the figures from behind. Expensive? Yes, but the energy doesn't rely on bioenergy. The high-energy fire core, obtained through lung power, can sustain 30 minutes of combat per unit. That fire core isn't cheap either, someone muttered. The allocation list was released. Fengxing Tianxia LV.26, Chainsaw Thermal Blade Plus, Back Propulsion Unit. Long Zhanyu Yi LV.26, Dual Tower Shields, Plus, Thickened Composite Armor. Dali Chu Chi G LV.25, Heat-Resistant Coating Plus, Heavy Power Hammer. Lei Dian Fa Wang LV.25, Beyond Visual Range Fire Control Radar Plus, Electromagnetic Sniper Cannon. The 4 top-tier individual combat forces. Tian Su adjusted his glasses. Fanatic and I will handle field command. Yun Zhongyu nodded. I'll bring the healers to provide support from the rear. Chun Feng stared at the 4 black giants emitting a metallic glow. These iron shells are just for us to save face in front of the flame demon. Durability and maintenance are complete unknowns, and repairs will definitely cost a fortune. If anyone dares to mess around, they'll pay out of their own pocket. Zhao Kui chuckled. Don't worry, Fengji. Driving a limited edition sports car, steady as ever. After several hours of rest, at the entrance of the bronchial passage, The wind was sharp as a blade, and heat waves surged. This was no longer a narrow tube but a vast domain with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, unleashing a level 8 hurricane. In the center of the Sea of Fire, a terrifying 300-meter-tall giant beast, the Flame Demon Lord, spewed magma, and with each step, the ground transformed into a scorching pool of molten lava. The mech squad stood silently on standby. Fengxing Tianxia's cold voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Mechs will engage head-on. Tiance, take the mages to clear the flame demon spawn. Yuzi, healers, don't let go. Rotate in. Boom. For black mechs spewed blue flames, charging into the Sea of Fire. The Flame Demon Lord's furious eyes widened, raising a 100-meter-long molten whip, striking directly at the frontline black mech. Last week, Long Zhan Yuyi was instantly killed by this whip. But this time, Zhao Kuo's heavy armor mech transformed, twin tower shields suddenly converging, deeply embedding into the rocky ground, with exhaust ports fully counter-thrusting. The whip struck the shield fiercely, sparks flying, and a deafening crash echoed. Zhao Kuo was pushed back dozens of meters, the ground splitting into 2 deep cracks, and the armor quickly lost 15%, with the cockpit alarm blaring sharply. But the mech remained intact, and Zhao Kuo survived. Blocked it, he shouted. Tiance data showed damage reduced by 80%. The heat-resistant coating absorbed the remaining heat. Long Zhan Yuyi laughed wildly. This time we can stand and fight. Fengxing Tianxia calmly ordered, attack! 2 black shadows instantly darted in, teammates leaping mechanically, heavy power hammers spewing flames, smashing fiercely into the flame demon's toe joint. Boom! The rock shattered, and the giant beast's body suddenly tilted. Chun Feng activated bullet time. The mech's rotation speed skyrocketed, defying the laws of physics to dodge the fiery ring midair. The chainsaw thermal blade buzzed, slicing through the obsidian shell, causing scorching magma to gush out. Armor breached. Lei Zhun set up the sniper cannon. A blue beam shot through the flame demon's eye, unleashing a torrent of psionic energy. The flame demon let out a painful roar, shocked that these bugs, clad in iron, could actually break its defenses. Players in the rear shouted, "We can break its defense now!" 4 mechs and 7 top-tier experts forcefully tore open a path through the inferno. Chun Feng frowned. "Don't celebrate too early. This is just the warm-up. We must take it down before the reserve fuel of 1,000 fire cores runs out." Steel versus the supernatural. In Gu Chen's eyes, this flame demon was already a second-tier cosmic-level combatant. Its body resembled a planetary core, magma flowing, its long whip cracking the air, creating vacuum zones that pressed down menacingly. For black mechs danced like phantoms amidst the Sea of Fire. The cockpit alarms blared repeatedly. Right arm armor 15% damaged, coating peeling off. Long Zhan Yuyi, drenched in sweat, grew even more fervent. Peeling off? Just hold on. The heavy mech stomped down, digging deep into the magma ground. The battle had only just begun. The flame demon's massive foot, capable of crushing a tank, slammed down hard, shaking the battlefield and kicking up dust. Zhao Kuo stood his ground, the 4 rear thrusters roaring as he used the thrust to push against the giant foot, his twin tower shields firmly resisting the impact. Screech! Hydraulic rods wailed in agony, sparks flying everywhere. The mech was on the verge of collapse. "Don't break, my new mech!" Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "Where's the output?" Li Chu Chi-ji maneuvered behind the flame demon's foot, delivering a heavy punch. His powered thermal hammer struck decisively. Bang! 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 The boosters exploded, shattering the obsidian surface and exposing the magma muscles beneath. In midair, Fengxing Tianxia remained as calm as ice. Bullet time had just cooled down, and he swiftly adjusted his posture. With micron-level precision, he dodged the flame demon's massive hand, his chain blade flashing as it pierced the soft spot under the flame demon's armpit. Lava erupted. The mech's outer shell sizzled. The flame demon roared, ready to strike, but a lightning armor-piercing round hit its eyelid like a flash. In the distance, Yoon Jongyo waved her staff, while waves of healing spells from the healers covered the four mechs. Don't panic. The torn muscle bundles of the mechs can recover. This wave of healing is solid. Position yourselves. Position yourselves. The boss's health bar dropped to 70%, followed by an enraged roar. The ground trembled. A giant whip struck the earth. Fire pillars erupted, and the temperature soared. System warning. The boss has entered the second phase. A large number of flame demon larvae are hatching. From the cracks, thousands of lava elements surged out, roaring as they charged toward the player army. Don't panic. This is just a massive AoE. Prioritize clearing the mobs. Great Wall Number 1 commands the Bone Shield Array to form a defense and hold the perimeter. Berserker Corps switch to long weapons and charge. Imperial Mage Corps lay down the electric grid. The main forces of the three major guilds were brimming with morale, forming a flesh and blood defense line to firmly block the lava elementals. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of peculiar-looking players were busy placing blue jelly. They were the summoner team led by Big Watermelon, deploying giant blue slimes onto the battlefield. Balky, go! Eat the fire sparks. The slime pounced on the flames, instantly turning red, and with a poof, it spat out cooling mist, miraculously smoothing out the scorching terrain. This can even reduce debuffs? The Guardian watched as the sea of fire was licked clean, and the pressure was instantly halved. The casual players are defying the odds. Just as the Flame Demon was preparing to unleash a full-screen ultimate move, an even greater storm was about to arrive. This is it. Suddenly, the sky was streaked with over a dozen silver cross-shaped beams of light. Detected irreversible organ damage risk. Requesting intervention. Approved. Initiating enzymatic program. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A silver legion pierced through like sharp blades. 12 silver wing sentinels, LV.20. All highly trained, precisely embedded themselves into the massive body of the Flame Demon. At the center, a larger and more robust figure with crimson gold wings, Silver Wing Sentinel Squad Leader, LV.30, led the charge. As the giant flames were about to erupt, the squad leader raised his light spear high and thrust it fiercely into the Flame Demon's body. Lysozyme Field activated. ARG. A semi-transparent prismatic force field instantly enveloped the area, even enclosing the 12 sentinels within. Boom! The explosion of fierce flames swept across the shield. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Within the shield, the sentinel's armor wriggled, devouring the burning flames. The fire was reversed, and the enemy's blaze was turned against them. The data panel flickered, armor obsidian shell, corroded by bioenzymes. The captain gave the order. Light spears glowed with a pale white light, fiercely stabbing at the joints and chest. Sizzle! The obsidian melted like a candle, corroding into pitch-black pus. Defense significantly reduced. The data fanatic shouted excitedly. It softened. Shield energy rapidly surged. The force field can last at most 30 seconds. The captain's gaze was icy, his arm distorted by energy devouring, resembling a steel giant's arm. The sternum has been enzymatically dissolved. Attack the core. The heart. 30 seconds. Got it? The delivery from the NPC. The mech's remaining energy was only 15%, but Chun Fong unhesitatingly loaded the final flame core. Everyone focus on the target. Fire at will. The enzymatic shield was about to break. Chun Fong piloted the mech to burst into a sprint, shattering the ground beneath. Rise! The engine roared, the hydraulic arms snapped, and the several-ton mech was catapulted 100 meters into the air. Law King, cover us. The last shot. Hit it. The barrel of the Thunderquake mech was already glowing red-hot, yet it continued firing relentlessly. The bullet pierced through the hole left by the sentinel, shattering the weakened defenses. Crunch, the defense completely collapsed. In mid-air, Chun Feng clearly aimed at the pulsating molten heart. Mech overload mode activated. All remaining high-energy fire cores injected at once. Boom! A 10-meter blue flame tail erupted. The mech transformed into a black meteor, and the chainsaw blade spun at blinding speed. D. Squelch. The black meteor pierced through the chest, the chainsaw wildly spinning, shredding the molten heart to pieces. The attack triggered a chain reaction. The flame demon lord's body instantly stiffened, and the magma rapidly solidified and dimmed. Data flooded the screen. Armor break, stun, paralysis, softening, weakness, fatigue, severe injury, bleeding, poisoned, critical weak point hit, breakthrough. A deafening roar shook the very core. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying Flame Demon Lord, LV.35. The giant beast transformed into an extinguished obsidian mountain range, marking the end of the siege battle. But this was only the prologue. Under Chun Feng's command, the three major guilds immediately mobilized to claim territory. Fleshcraft Artisan. Stop dawdling. Build the windbreak wall now. The wind speed at this pass is bizarre. If we don't build the wall, logging in tomorrow will blow us straight back. It was to be expected. The battles ahead would only grow more brutal. Hundreds of artisans worked tirelessly, turning the flame demon's corpse into the blazing outpost. The obsidian shell was dismantled into sturdy city walls. The high-temperature core became a natural furnace, and mech recharging facilities were fully equipped. The temperature difference here is extreme, a battlefield where yin and yang intertwine. The blue slimes have become the little heroes of the camp, maintaining a constant temperature environment. Zhao Kui dragged his damaged mech and slumped in the center of the camp. A string of astronomical figures appeared on the screen, the repair costs so high it left him in despair. This war is damn expensive, he sighed. Fengxing Tianxia jumped off his mech and patted his shoulder. Don't feel bad. Once this outpost is established, troops will keep pouring deeper. Flame demon parasites produce flame cores, walking fuel. With a continuous energy supply, the battle situation is stabilized. This is how it should be. In reality, on Blue Star, the situation was delicate. Dragon Nation's imperial capital, Titan Transcendent Alliance. Feng Su slammed the heavy report onto the table, his brows tightly furrowed. The cost of maintaining stability has skyrocketed, and the number of level 20 players across the server has exceeded 3,000. Most are under surveillance, but the scattered individuals are out of control, with robberies and brawls occurring frequently. The map is dotted with red markers, social panic is intensifying, and ordinary people are growing increasingly fearful of players. Lei Jin pulled up a satellite map of the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia. Greedy Wolf has established the Wild Wolf Zone there, expanding it threefold. They are recruiting fugitive players, over 100 high-level LV.18 outlaws, and more than a dozen level 20 talent holders. They've become mercenaries, helping drug lords seize territory, openly challenging government forces. It has become a lawless land. Chun Feng tapped the table. Domestic players are actually smuggling themselves over there? Feng Su sighed. Some people just want to escape the rules and go there to become kings. Chun Feng sneered. Let them go, but remember their names. When reality settles, we'll settle accounts one by one. Protecting the pure land of Dragon Nation is the top priority. High-dimensional universe. Within Titan Ancient Dawn's body, players opened a segment of the bronchial tube, relieving respiratory pressure, but 200,000 players remained insignificant. The higher the progress, the harder survival became for players. New reinforcements were urgently needed. With a single thought from Ancient Dawn, a massive wave of data surged, igniting the entire network. Titan Major Update version 06 is live. 1. 300,000 new slots are dropping, expanding the server to nearly 500,000 players. No regional restrictions open globally. 2. The brand new micro-pet system is online. Capture and cultivate blue slimes and other probiotics, turning neutral creatures into allies. Pets have no carrying limit, instantly doubling combat power, but players must cover their food expenses. New forces are emerging, and total war is imminent. Blue slimes blow bubbles to heal and detoxify. Headless knights split into bone walls, forming defenses. Rabid hounds bark and bite, specializing in dealing with parasites. Feed them high-energy fire cores and gall crystals to evolve pets, greatly enhancing their power. Epic flames reignite. The ancients awaken. Within Titan's body, the once-standing army, dormant for 1,000 years due to energy depletion, is now awakening as the breath of life resurges. Players are scattered across the map's dark corners. Lymph nodes, bone marrow frontlines, where the statue-like ancients stand silently. Awakening them requires injecting massive amounts of bioenergy or completing special triggers. Various ancients make their debut. Warlord, an irritable macrophage, fond of consuming high-energy resources. Assassin, a cold-blooded T-cell specialized in killing viruses. Armory Officer, a collection fanatic, B-cell, unlocking powerful biochemical weapons, and more unknown secrets. The news caused a global uproar. Dragon Nation leads in high-end resources, while foreign players are left isolated. Yet, with 300,000 new recruits flooding in like a tsunami, the game's landscape is about to be destroyed and reshaped. 100 level 1s can't beat a level 20 expert. The slogan hits hard. The truth is cruel. Blazing Outpost. Players cheer. Updates here. Pet system is live. Check out my blue slime. Fed it flame demon ash. Now it's a lava slime. Burning basic attacks. A hand warmer all in one. The atmosphere is rich with leisure. But Chun Feng and Lei Zhan's sharp gazes are fixed on the third update. Ancient Ones resurrected. Titan Old Army? Aren't those our divine guards and hunters? A scout assassin rushes in, panting, Guild leader, there's a strange cavern near the bronchial segment. A row of giant shield statues, kneeling giants. Chun Feng's eyes flash. Let's go investigate. Searchlights pierce the darkness. Over 10 statues, each 10 meters tall, covered in cracks and dust. Kneeling on one knee, shields damaged. The oppressive aura descends silently, bringing a sense of slaughter. Interface pops up. Dormant warlords available for awakening. Energy severely depleted. Awakening cost, 50,000 bioenergy per statue. Zhao Kuo is surprised. Cheaper than building mechas. Without hesitation, Chun Feng throws out bioenergy. Golden light pierces through. Stone shells shatter. Pale muscles emerge. The giant slowly opens its black pupils. Murderous intent surging. War! Again! Guardian 704. The voice rumbles like thunder. Feed me. Kill enemies. System prompt. Cold goodwill. Hiring fee 2,000 bioenergy per day. Meals included. Just feed them and they'll work? I like this personality. Zhao Kuo bursts into laughter. Chun Feng's lips curl into a cold smile. With these ancient ones, 30,000 new recruits, powerful mechas, and the depths of the bronchial segment, who dares to stand in the way? The scene shifts again to the hardcore sanctuary, as chaotic as an international market in uproar. That's right. A new battle is about to erupt. 300,000 new players are flooding into global servers like a tidal wave. Newcomers from all over the world, with different skin colors and languages, are swarming in. The majestic and oppressive Scarlet Hall leaves them dumbfounded. Some new players squat down to touch the floor, while others cautiously approach the aloof, silver-winged sentinels. The once solemn newbie square has now turned into a recruitment frenzy. The Dawn Guild's 9th Division is recruiting healers and tanks. Join us and get top-tier bone gear. Led by Fengshen, the #1 in strength. The Dragon War Guild is giving away 100 bioenergy. We'll take you through high-difficulty dungeons. Guaranteed level-ups. The Royal Guild only wants high IQ players. Pass the logic test and keep up with the pace. Not only the 3 giants but various small and medium guilds, as well as freelance studios, are sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. The Brotherhood is recruiting. Loyalty comes first. Gold Farming Group pays daily wages. Bioenergy can be exchanged for cash. A newly joined foreign player hadn't even reacted yet when an enthusiastic middle-aged woman from Longwa grabbed him. "Young man, want to join? Our Sunset Red logistics support is top-notch." Scene switch, a second-tier city in Longwa, late at night. Lu Wei, game ID man like the wind, an ordinary food delivery rider. He has no special skills or big guild background, but with incredible luck, he got into the game early, scavenging and grinding monsters online every night. Finally, last night, he leveled up to LV.20 by stumbling upon the corpse of an elite monster. The moment of destiny's turn had arrived. He was speeding on his electric bike, delivering food, trying not to be late. Suddenly, at a red light intersection, a car ran the red light recklessly, heading straight for Lu Wei. Time seemed to freeze. Talent activated. Neural sequence. Blue. Beginner. Synapse acceleration. In Lu Wei's eyes, the car's trajectory became crystal clear, and the driver's panicked expression was vividly visible. He suddenly braked, swerved, and lowered his center of gravity. The electric scooter grazed the car's bumper, narrowly avoiding disaster. Passers-by stared in shock. Whoa, a stunt driver. Lu Wei took off his helmet, his hands trembling as he took a deep breath. Is this transcendence? He hadn't activated Titan's blood, nor did he have full attribute boosts, but the synaptic acceleration had already made him surpass ordinary people. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the Titan Transcendence Alliance app and registered with his real name. 5 minutes later, notifications exploded. Dragon Battle Guild's 26th Regiment is recruiting. Quit delivery work. Become a squad leader. Salary guaranteed. Log in now. Contract attached. Comment. Even solo players can join. Why didn't you come earlier? No negotiations. We'll carry you. Lu Wei swallowed hard. He might be slow, but he wasn't stupid. That night, there were plenty of ordinary players like him who had just awakened. Transcendent physiques were gradually overturning the logic of society's lower tiers. It was only natural. Scene switch, right lung segment, bronchial entrance. Blazing outpost. This was no playground for beginners, but a meat grinder of life and death trials. The flame demon lord had been slain, yet the bronchial segment remained occupied by swarms of inflammatory tumors and lava elements. Players relied on the outpost, fighting fiercely. Fengxing Tianxia controlled Titan's Fist, slashing down an LV.30 elite monster. The mech issued a warning. Left arm transmission shaft worn 80%. Factory repair recommended. Broken again, so annoying. Fengxing Tianxia reluctantly logged off, staring at the smoking steel behemoth. This thing is awesome, but it burns through money like crazy. The data fanatic next to him analyzed. Its combat power caps at LV.35, but our first-tier average is LV.26. At this rate, in less than 2 months, players' physical capabilities will completely surpass the mech prototype. It turns out that the awakening of the human body is even more terrifying than machines. Mechs are just a temporary crutch. The real future battlefield will be supported by self-evolution. Fengxing Tianxia's gaze was resolute. The future held limitless possibilities. On the other side of the defense line, Zhao Kuo led a group of people frantically feeding pigs. These weren't ordinary pigs but 30 awakening giant ancients, mutated macrophage forms. Number 704, standing 12 meters tall, its shell shield covered in spikes, led its overpowered brothers. NPC Legion, Ancient Guardians. LV.27, friendly but reliant on food to sustain life, their ultimate move is devouring evolution. Number 704 let out a burp, roaring in an ancient language. 30 giant creatures stood up in unison, their aura exploding like moving walls. Intruders, eliminate. The charge was imminent, the biological tanks smashing through lava elementals, stuffing the debris directly into their mouths, crunching loudly. Zhao Kuo's face was full of pride. See that? These gluttons are even tougher than mechs. If they break, they can fix themselves. Truly the chosen workers. It made sense. Meanwhile, the player's daily joy, the pet system, was equally popular. Besides the usual probiotic slimes and eosinophilic hounds, a lucky player showed off a rare exclusive. Holy crap! What kind of treasure is this? A black orb surrounded by purple lightning arcs, with a sly grin on its face, turned out to be the natural killer cell, assassin type. NK Ghost. LV.18 epic quality, capable of precisely identifying cancerous mutations, delivering a critical hit with 5 times the damage. It moved as soon as it decided, suddenly appearing behind enemy lines, rapidly draining the elite monster's health bar. This game not only tests your grind but also your luck. Tears of envy flowed. Just as everyone was immersed in the excitement of pet raising, NPC feeding, and mech repairs, a system warning suddenly swept through the scene. System notification: segmental bronchial blockage cleared. Outpost ventilation efficiency increased by 0.2%, though 0.2% seemed insignificant. Feng Xing Tianxia felt uneasy. The blockage was more severe than expected, and the Silver Wing Sentinels were working at full capacity to clear it. Then, a red alert blared. Oxygen concentration abnormally increased. The oxygen-rich environment activated the hidden, flame demon parasites. The originally crimson lava turned into high-temperature blue flames, with the fire becoming even hotter and more ferocious. The system immediately issued a server-wide limited-time mission: defend the flame outpost. Hold the line for 4 hours, or the monsters will reclaim the ventilation shaft. Generous base experience rewards, and the top 3,000 contributors can purchase the legendary item, Titan's Blood, diluted version. The entire scene erupted, and Feng Xing Tianxia gave the order: stop all feeding and petting. Prepare for battle. The monster tide is here. In the distance, the sea of fire turned from red to blue, the blue flames devouring the air and burning even more fiercely. Countless blue fire parasites surged like a tide, fast and explosive. If your mechs aren't repaired, don't log in. You can't withstand this scorching blue fire. Divine Guard Army, form ranks and hold the line. Healers, keep a close eye on healing. Ancient Legion, clear the way and carve us a path to survival. The war drums thundered, and the crisis at the flame outpost escalated sharply, life hanging by a thread. In this battle of defense, who will have the last laugh? For Titan's Blood. A roar pierced through the battlefield. Inside the outpost, Feng Xing Tianxia commanded through the communication channel: don't hold back. Deploy every single bio-beacon. Plant them all. Several players carried glowing white fleshy spheres and forcefully planted them into the ground. The beacons instantly took root and sprouted, tendrils spreading rapidly, and 3 5-meter-tall life hubs rose from the ground. This was the trump card, activating resurrection, teleportation, and supplies. With 5,000 bioenergy, they established their final line of defense. Blue slimes desperately absorbed energy amidst the scorching heat waves. They were the saviors in this inferno, clearing the heat waves and building a solid barrier. Ahead, an overwhelming swarm of blue flame parasites surged madly. Players triggered waves of traps and turrets, with caltrips, poison, and trenches everywhere, as if a tower defense game had officially begun. On the walls, 5-meter-tall biochemical mortars gleamed with a terrifying fusion of monster bones and acid. At the gunner's command, "Ready, fire!" Countless corrosive liquid shells rained down like a storm, sweeping through the insect tide, burning their agonized bodies with white smoke. Below the walls stood the heavy armored guards of the Dragon War Guild. Their iron shield formations provided protection, metallic arcs crackling through the shield gaps, and electromagnetic coils flashing with lightning, tearing apart swathes of parasites. The slowing adhesive web traps interlocked layer by layer, turning the outpost into a precise and brutal slaughterhouse. Bone Gatling guns roared wildly, and players shouted arrogantly, "Come on! Let's see how many lives you have." However, the good times did not last long, and the system warning blared sharply. The environmental temperature broke 400 degrees. The oxygen-rich blue flames began melting armor, and the defensive structures rapidly collapsed. The Gatling gun barrels suddenly softened and deformed, and the once indestructible obsidian walls of the outpost began to melt and crumble under the blue flames. Long Zhan Yuyi stood at the front line, the mech coating peeling off, and the equipment value plummeting like a torrent. The blue flames not only scorched flesh but also corroded equipment, rendering the healers powerless. Even more terrifying, the parasites seemed to be cloaked in a blue flame shield, making attacks almost ineffective. The data panel flashed red, damage reduced to only 30%, with both physical and magical attacks absorbed by the high-temperature blue flames. Melee players could only look on helplessly. In the distance, the ancient guardian phagocyte giants struggled, their skin carbonized by the blue flames, consuming blood ravenously, but their regeneration could not keep up with the rate of blood loss. The battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse. "We can't hold back this fire. It's too sinister." The defense line, seemingly indestructible, was gradually collapsing under the blue flames. It was only natural. This fire burned not just flesh but also hope. Emergency retreat order number 704 exploded, and Zhao Kuo roared, "Stop eating. If you keep eating, you'll be cooked." But Chun Feng glanced at the resurrection tower behind him and calmly retorted, "Retreat to where? This is the last line of defense. If we lose it, we'll have to start over from the bronchioles." Tian Su said helplessly, "Hold on. My mana is almost depleted. The monster tide keeps coming. Wearing us down to death isn't a dream." The defense line was on the verge of collapse, defensive towers exploding one after another. At the critical moment, the system prompt suddenly appeared. "High-risk infection source detected. Immune system responding. Request for support. Approved. Deployment unit. White blood cell core. Silver wing sentinels." The sky suddenly showered silver rain, and the flowing light seeping from the blood vessel walls converged into a legion. 5,000 silver wing sentinels, clad in fluid armor, wielding light spears, their electronic eye visors flashing cold blue. By the command of the Titan, purge the filth. 5,000 light spears lit up simultaneously, precise and silent beams of white light shooting out. Look, the once all-conquering blue flame parasites had their flames extinguished in an instant, their hard shells melting like snow. Silver wing sentinel applies enzymatic decomposition. Enemy armor nullified. Blue flame shield disabled. Duration 60 seconds. Armor broken. This NPC is way too overpowered. Zhao was smashed down with a hammer, and the previously indestructible elite monster's head burst like a watermelon. The organization players erupted in excitement. Their damage instantly doubled, delivering true damage with every strike, each blow lethal. Feng Xing Tianxia dragged his broken mech to stand again, wielding a chainsaw blade with a missing edge. The NPC stripped the armor. Even plot armor has to step aside. The defensive line instantly revived, with the Steel Torrent and Silver Wing Sentinel launching a counterattack. Players unleashed their full output. NPCs stripped armor and broke shields. The Ancients tanked damage on the front lines, and pets cleaned up the surroundings. Perfect coordination, flawless execution. The smoke cleared, leaving ruins everywhere. The cost was heavy. The ironclad mech knelt down with a roar, its cockpit hatch opening, the smell of burning filling the air. Feng Xing Tianxia crawled out of the broken mech, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. System notification. Mech core melted, left arm transmission scrapped. Repair requires 2 million bioenergy plus massive resources. Suggestion. Directly scrap it. 5 million to build. Scrapped in 4 hours. Feng Xing Tianxia was heartbroken. Although the mech withstood the hardest wave, the high heat erosion destroyed it at an extremely fast rate. Long Zhan Yuyi patted his own mech. Out with the old, in with the new. As long as the frame isn't broken, a few repairs and it can fight again. Feng Xing Tianxia remained silent, his gaze falling on the rapidly flashing experience points. This brutal defense, combined with the experience gained from eliminating the Flame Demon Lord, allowed him to break through his bottleneck in one go. System notification. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level LV.27. You have gained 1 potential point. Remaining potential points. 2. Chun Feng took a deep breath, opened the talent tree, and the battle truly entered a new chapter. At LV.20, he unlocked Neural Sequence and decided to go all in with 10 points. At LV.23 and 25, he respectively unlocked Bullet Time and Micron Level Control, leaving only 2 first-tier talent upgrades. Neural Sequence, Tier 2, unlocked. Consumes 2 potential points to gain Intermediate Synapse Acceleration. Brain neurons transmit signals at lightning speed, surpassing the limits of carbon-based lifeforms. Thinking speed doubles, the world slows down. The rotation of a bullet in the chamber is clearly visible. Buzz! The brain roared, and the battlefield sounds layered. The whistling wind, the vibration of mech engines, the dancing dust in the air, all came into view. Chun Feng grabbed a handful of ashes and released them. The ashes fell slowly, almost unbelievably so. He swiftly drew his dagger and flicked up the unburned particles before the ashes hit the ground. The blade returned to its sheath, and only then did the particles bounce up. Who? His gaze sharpened, and the frustration from the mech's explosion was swept away. Surpassing mechs is just around the corner. At the edge of the battlefield, Titan's blood was fully distributed. On the other side, hundreds of Silverwing Sentinels. Rangers LV.20. With golden markers above their heads coldly stared at the players. Employment contract. Price, 100,000 biomass energy plus 10 blue flame crystals. Can be hired indefinitely as long as you can afford it. Bringing a squad of Sentinels is no problem. 100,000 each, and they're LV.20. Ordinary players shy away, the price is intimidating, and they look fragile on the surface. But high-level players reveal greedy smiles. Armor-piercing artifact, absolutely solid. Zhao Kuo waved his hand, threw out his savings, and directly bought 20 Sentinels. Form 2 rows, follow me. As long as you strip the monster skins, I'll smash their heads. The scene was explosive. Silver Wing Sentinels surged like a tide. High-level groups were surrounded by silver soldiers, while ordinary players only had a few blue slimes tagging along. The first echelon finished resting and decided not to venture into the deeper parts of the segmental bronchus for now. Preliminary speculation suggested a boss above LV.40 was guarding it. Certain death awaited. Chun Feng pointed at a fork on the map. The main path is blocked. We'll go this way. Recon reports that the airflow there is still, the Crimson vessel can't pass through, will need special methods. Coordinates. Right lower lung lobe B404 outside the segmental bronchus. No path ahead, President. The scout pointed forward. The once surging Crimson galaxy came to an abrupt halt. The dark void devoured the way ahead. In the distance, the faint blue B404 loomed faintly. Red blood cells can't get through, how do we cross? Long Zhan Yu Yi frowned. Walking the tightrope. Feng Xing Tianxia pointed to several giant cables in the air. Remnants of necrotic blood vessels hardened into collagen fiber bundles. Thicker than the cables of a sea-crossing bridge, they spanned the dark abyss, connecting to the distance. This sky road made from dead blood vessels became the only passage. Craftsman team, immediately make bone pulleys. 1 set per person. Hook them up. Slide across. Keep your hands steady. Falling means certain death. The slide was long, thrilling, and dangerous. 500 members of the joint exploration team finally set foot on solid ground. A chill swept over them. No wind, no fire, no eerie cries. Only a deathly silence. The tracheal walls beneath their feet were no longer healthy pink or crimson but a lifeless gray-black, necrotic tissue. The data fanatics stared at the detector. There's no oxygen here, no blood flow, completely dead. The group continued their deep dive, venturing into the dim necrotic core. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered. Upon closer inspection, it was a city, countless glowing mycelium, calcified bones, and crystal-like buildings sprawled across it. emitting a cold, haunting beauty. In the center, a massive withered and broken fleshy tower rose from the ground. That was the necrotic nerve bundle. There's movement. Zhao Kuo gripped his warhammer tightly, alert and on guard. A group of half-meter-tall, translucent creatures emerged from the City of Light, surrounded by blue light, their forms resembling light mist, holding delicate biological cold light staffs. This is a neutral race. Light energy fungus, Titan's kin, a mutated probiotic symbiotic civilization, levels ranging from LV1 to LV35, in a state of vigilance and weakness, their faith wavering. The elder at the forefront slowly raised his staff, his voice not transmitted through air but via bioelectric waves, directly resonating in the mind, filled with ancient despair. Outsiders, have you come to plunder the last spark? Chun Feng stepped forward, signaling to cease hostilities. We are Titan's kin, here to eliminate the infection. The elder's eyes turned from confusion to sorrow, pointing at the nerve tower. It's too late. The thunder messenger is gone. The heavenly path severed. The Father God silent. The sky offers no rain. The earth no nourishment. He sighed deeply, his body bending, the light almost extinguished. We have guarded the tower and waited for the Father God's awakening for thousands of years, but only silence remains. Our people can't hold on any longer. The Titan's massive body nurtures countless living beings, coexisting and sharing divine grace, fulfilling their duty of protection. But the divine war brought severance, nerve necrosis, and the light energy fungus civilization was isolated, trapped in a collapsing ecosystem. The despairing vigil, this heavy atmosphere rendered all players silent. Though most didn't fully understand, they felt a chilling sense of dread. The data maniac quickly analyzed the physiological structure, whispering a few words to the Thunder Mage. Suddenly, the Thunder Mage stepped out from the crowd, the overwhelming aura of the Thunder Lord surging from his body, electric currents crackling and leaping. The elder abruptly turned his head, his dim light-filled eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling blue light. This is thunder fluctuation. He trembled, reaching out as if in pilgrimage. Thunder! The heavenly path is opening. The elder roared thunderously. People, awaken! The new thunder messenger has arrived. The Father God has not abandoned us. Buzz! The dead city instantly boiled over. Countless blue lights erupted from the buildings. The light energy fungus gathered in the square, their gazes devout as if witnessing a divine miracle.
Hidden epic quest triggered.
Remnants of the old days, light up the lost lighthouse. Mission objective: infuse electrical energy from the Lord of Thunder, activate the withered neural tower, and restart the Skyway. Just wait and see, this time there's hope for the Skyway again. Camera zooms in on the shattered fault of Zone B404. Deathly silence spreads. Fiber bundles hang like broken harp strings in the vast darkness. Suddenly, a sharp screeching sound tears through the silence. Hundreds of black dots swiftly streak across the sky, the Weaver's forces racing in, with the Life Sage and Flesh Artisans converging. This is a life-or-death assault. They bear high overload resistance, breaking through extreme speeds, slicing through the air with bone pulleys and biopropellers, rushing at full speed toward the core of the 30,000-kilometer-long sky chasm. Scene shifts to the ground. Luban No. 7 lands steadily. This is B404? He steps down, leaving a deep pit, his gaze locking onto the ghostly blue city and the severed Crimson Star River. The president said to connect the bloodline? Don't kid me. This is clearly about building a super bridge across the equator. Brother Luban, since you're the bridge expert, tell us how to fix this. Luban coughs lightly. To be honest, I've never seen such a crazy project. Inside the command center, the atmosphere is tense. The data maniac spreads out a holographic map, eyes resolute. The fault spans 32,000 kilometers. The goal, rebuild the Crimson Passage and restore blood flow. The challenge lies in the unsupported middle section, which must also withstand immense blood flow impact. The atmosphere grows heavy. Everyone holds their breath. A flesh artisan named Master Craftsman stands up, pointing to the framework of the plan. We'll first extract calcium and collagen from necrotic tissue to create hollow bone conduits as the framework. Building bridges does not require aesthetic appeal, but demands unparalleled sturdiness. Every 500 kilometers, 64 pressurization stations are set up to ensure the blood flows smoothly without obstruction. What about the inner walls? The bones are there, but how can the blood vessels be sealed? Here, the battle has just begun. This fractured crimson blood vessel is destined to be reignited by them. The server's number 1 life sage, Yoon Jong-yu, steps forward, leading an invincible team to embark on a super project, repairing the fractured Titan blood vessels. Using regenerative proliferation technique, they frantically stimulate the growth of vascular endothelial cells, reconstructing the framework and regenerating flesh. The data fanatic adjusts his glasses and calculates 30,000 life weavers level 10 and above working in shifts. The workload is explosive, estimated to take 20 days, with an average of 1,600 kilometers of road laid per day. Resources and mana recovery items are skyrocketing. Patience? Don't even mention it. It requires an ocean of patience. The master craftsman waves his hand. Let's get to work. A blood and flesh celestial road spanning the galaxy. This is a bragging right for a lifetime. At the construction site, thousands of flesh craftsmen soar into the air, hardening bones and weaving fibers. Pale bone spikes intertwine like dragon bones, forming giant rings hundreds of meters wide, filled with biological adhesive. From afar, it looks like a giant dragon lying across the galaxy, with the framework gradually extending. Meanwhile, the life sages wield their bone staffs, scattering green life energy. The fractured blood vessels begin to wriggle. Pink flesh buds rapidly climb and expand, covering the framework and embedding elastic vascular walls. For every kilometer repaired, the logistics team hangs glowing biological lamps. Inside the dark Titan body, the first light strip illuminates. This is truly a handcrafted masterpiece by players, an epic-level infrastructure project. At the same time, on the other side, players engage in deep exchanges with the native light energy fungi. In the temporary laboratory of the Imperial Guild, Quantum Mechanics holds a biological cold light staff gifted by the light energy fungi, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This isn't ordinary biological fluorescence. This is high-efficiency photon storage technology. The light energy fungi can convert bioenergy into high-energy photons, storing them in special crystalline cells. Tiansu furrows his brow. Mathematics major, stay precise and solid. Don't mess it up. The technical officer adds nervously. If we truly reverse engineer this, laser weapon sizes could shrink by 100-fold, energy consumption could drop by 90%, and the civilian applications would be explosively promising. Fong Su silently looks at the NPC elder who worships the glowing beings. What they call miracles is actually advanced technology. We need to maintain friendly relations, trade for the best equipment, and secure the core of this technology. Meanwhile, in the scattered player zone at the fungal mat farm, another group enjoys a relaxed atmosphere. Hey, neighbor, sell me some of that glowing mud? Love eating big watermelon tugs at the light energy fungi, asking for goods. The bluish glowing soil, a mix of high-energy excrement and necrotic tissue from the light energy fungi, is generously offered after a moment of hesitation. Big watermelon plants, detox mushroom, spores into the soil with one hand, and instantly, the mushrooms shoot up, transforming into semi-transparent blue giant mushrooms, shimmering with an enticing glow. Ethereal blue mushroom. Eating it instantly restores mana and grants night vision. The farming enthusiasts went crazy. Divine Fertilizer, a mage's artifact. A project combining both technology and miracles is underway, and with such a grand infrastructure scene, it's bound to go viral. Quick, quick, hurry and build a good relationship with the NPCs. Help them clean up and exchange for precious resources. In this forgotten wasteland of civilization, an absurd scene unfolded. Players clad in high-tech mechas desperately sought guidance from NPCs on crystal technology. Meanwhile, Other players followed closely behind NPCs with shovels, collecting poop. The photonic fungal tribe looked at this group of unusually fervent Titan's kin and, for the first time, felt fear. Perhaps this is what they call social anxiety. The photonic fungal main city, long shrouded in despair, unexpectedly found new vitality. High-dimensional perspective. Titan Gu Chun. Gu Chun coldly observed the changes within the B404 region. That white skeletal vascular structure connected death and life like a bridge. These little ones always managed to surprise me. The repairs had just begun, yet the player's creativity brought a smile to Gu Chen's face. Since they're working so hard, the rewards can't be lacking. With a thought, the slumbering Lord of Thunder began recharging. Faint fluctuations rapidly intensified, as genetic data and blueprint fragments quietly flowed into the database along the heavenly path. Gu Chun decided to secretly plant seeds of technology in the players' minds through the neurons. Go explore. Go learn. This is just the beginning. Echoing in his mind was the memory of that apocalyptic divine war, with the kin war serving as its prelude. Everything will become the power of my rebirth. Heart, core sanctuary. Time passed, and the novice village bid farewell to chaos, transforming into a bustling transit hub. Language posed no barrier, yet cultural and factional divides were hard to overcome. On the east side of the square, the new Dragon Nation guild Wings of Freedom was recruiting, shouting about conquering the left kidney and expanding their territory. Captain Know-It-All stood on a high platform, passionately igniting the crowd, gathering all the newbies. On the west side, a group of players from the Polar Bear Nation with Ura suffixes wrestled. Their Steel Torrent team consisted entirely of berserk beasts, immensely powerful and brimming with fervor. The true elites, Dawn, Dragon War, and the Royal Dynasty veterans, had all disappeared into the deeper maps. What remained were second-tier players leading newcomers, honing fresh blood. Conflicts existed, but no large-scale wars had erupted. Weak newbies were everywhere, and the treasures outside were tempting. Who would want to waste time here? PvP was thrilling, but PvE was more rewarding with tangible resource output. Above the higher dimensions, Gu Chen's gaze swept over 50,000 restless souls. To turn chaos into a blade, he reconstructed the mission system, forming a tightly knit tree structure. Server-wide campaign system update. The Titan's Awakening. First-level strategic objectives. Restart breathing. Purify the lungs and restore blood oxygen. Energy circulation. Unblock the material flow throughout the body. Defense construction. Skin defenses against void invasions. Level 2 campaign. Respiratory reboot. Clear bronchi B1 to B10. Establish 3 outposts. Defense line construction. Dermis expedition. Gather void intelligence. Level 3 tactics. Daily bounties. Submit gall crystals, defeat 50 flu viruses, escort supplies, clear capillary blood clots. Tasks are closely interconnected, and everyone has their role. Major guilds fight fiercely over regional development rights and outpost taxes. Small groups and solo players, like worker ants, spread across the Titan's body, desperately grinding level 3 tasks for experience and bioenergy. Though their numbers are as insignificant as drops in the ocean, the flames have ignited everywhere. Coordinates locked. Subcutaneous back. Edge of wound in Zone D. This was once the site of a live-streamed expedition by the Anatomy class representative. The air is dry and bone-chilling. Looking up, the pink sky is dominated by a rift tearing through the void. A wound on the Titan's skin. A gateway to the abyss of the endless universe. A joint expedition team of dozens crouches on the thick fatty highlands, each with strikingly unique features, the elite among this batch of new players. Suddenly, an English player trembles and cries out, "What is that thing?" In the distance, on the Black Plain, an apocalyptic battle erupts. On the ground, the Black Melanoma Legion spreads with tentacles as thick as giant trees, a force that has caused players to suffer repeated defeats. In the air, a colossal beast spanning several kilometers hovers. the Void Devourer worm. Its entire body is encased in amethyst armor, its 1,000-meter-long form suspended in the gravity-defying subcutaneous space. Boom! Its massive maw opens wide, unleashing the deafening Void Devour skill. Hundreds of tentacles and decayed tissues were sucked into its abdomen, even swallowing large patches of land. It's devouring cancer cells? An ally? No, it's eating titans. Cancer cells are just dessert. The Dragon Nation commander's face turned pale as he urgently shouted for retreat. Its level is unknown. Don't act recklessly. But it was too late. The Void Devourer worm's body trembled, and thousands of void fleas, tank-sized and ferocious, were released from the holes on its back. The fleas frantically pounced on the cancerous tissues on the ground, showing no mercy. Even more terrifying, they quickly locked onto the expedition team on the high ground. We've been spotted. Open fire. Lightning and toxins were fired simultaneously, striking the amethyst-like carapace, only to deal -1 damage. The void fleas leapt thousands of meters, landing heavily among the players. Boom! A massacre erupted instantly. The players, as fragile as paper, were shredded into pieces by the sharp forelimbs, with several divine guards sent flying along with their shields. Run! Don't look back. No need to run. Capturing footage is the priority. Within seconds, the entire team was annihilated, turning into a sky full of white light. Respawn point, Lymph Node G4 outpost. This was the first self-built base pieced together by the newcomers. Flashes of white light flickered as the resurrected players stood stiffly, their faces still pale with lingering fear. Too powerful. Even stronger than the Flame Demon Lord on the forum. Probably even the Blade God Mecha can't withstand it. The forum's trending searches were dominated by a video titled Void Devourer Worm's Debut. At the end of the footage, the giant worm engulfed the cancerous forest, then turned back, its cold purple void flame eyes sweeping across the screen, as if targeting every Titan life form for extermination. All players knew. The internal crisis remained unresolved, while external threats were closing in step by step. Server-wide announcement. True Dermis Zone D severely damaged. Warning. Void Devourer worm is nesting. Main quest, defense line construction, priority upgraded. Priority upgraded. Rewards doubled? Hiss. It's not just about the rewards. It's about truly protecting Titan and fulfilling the responsibility of the kin. Players excitedly shouted, "Team up! Let's go!" The camera shifted to B404 Bronchiole, where Blade Walker, Dragon Warrior, and Mighty Miracle were eagerly anticipating. Watching others conduct research, farm, recharge, and fight monsters, they had become mere spectators, idle members of society. The three quickly agreed to form a team and recruit others. The scene transitioned to the secret base of the Blue Star Dragon Nation's imperial capital, Academy of Sciences, Titan Engineering Bureau. The atmosphere was even tenser than on the battlefield. The 40-second simulation test passed. The mechanical arm had just been assembled. It seemed simple but precisely replicated the core design of the Titan's fist from the game. The academician's eyes burned with excitement and hope. Academician Lee gently stroked the carbon nanotube bionic muscle, his eyes bloodshot but filled with excitement as he said, "The blueprints in this game are legit. Using neuroelectronic translation technology, we've overcome decades-old challenges." Beside him, Ban Jiangwo asked gravely, "How long until it's operational?" Academician Lee asserted, 3 months to produce a military-grade exoskeleton prototype. If we can get more advanced blueprints or the flame core sample from the game, Dragon Nation's combat power will transform." Ban Jiangwo nodded and ordered intensified player monitoring, focusing on those nearing level 20 with significantly enhanced physical abilities and highly educated individuals. The nation needed them to continue delving into the game and bring back usable technology for reality. The rewards would be substantial. Over 300,000 Dragon Nation players were strictly disciplined, and any lawbreakers or superhumans were swiftly dealt with by enforcement. Order remained unshakable. The scene shifted across the ocean to the political center of the United States Eagle Nation, inside a luxurious estate's recovery room. 70-year-old Senator Smith removed his gaming helmet. His face flushed and spirit invigorated. In the game, he was a level 5 newbie, but the sensation of his nervous system being activated had him hooked. I must have that Titan's blood potion. Smith's eyes were filled with greed as he instructed his assistant. Find top gamers, at any cost. Green cards, gold cards, trust funds, stock dividends, privileged protection. Even if it requires invoking presidential powers, I must acquire that qualification. This was the taste of power and money, wasn't it? Inside the Pentagon, the recruitment office issued new orders, the Titan Project, recruiting high-level players regardless of race or gender. They deliberately dismantled Latin and Asian gangs to prevent cliques. These recruits wouldn't go to the battlefield but would remain active in specific guilds within the game, while working in designated companies in reality. Generous benefits were provided, including relocation to good neighborhoods, modeled after Silicon Valley, with healthcare, tax exemptions, interest-free loans, and provident funds all included. Life was good. The state machinery operated like clockwork, and an intense battle outside the game was unfolding. When the Eagle Nation makes a move, it's still the same old capitalist game. Fast-track channels, massive scholarships, and privileged military ranks reserved exclusively for LV.20 and above transcendence. This tactic is too predictable, hoarding money to nurture elites, ensuring no one can easily overturn the game. Scene shift: Little St. James Island. A group of middle-aged bigwigs, wearing tall hats and sporting beards, sit around a long table. Medium-rare steaks glisten with oil. They're not simply dining. They're plotting a conspiracy. Before the conversation ends, we can't let the Eagle Nation dominate alone. We must intervene and take control of this planet. The voice is steady yet brimming with murderous intent. Voices of agreement echo, and the conspiracy begins to take shape. Next stop, Wild Wolf City, the lawless carnival of the Golden Triangle. If the Dragon Nation is a bastion of order and the Eagle Nation a capitalist arena, this place is the Devil's Courtroom. Dilapidated warlord territories are given a fresh coat of paint. Smuggled armed helicopters are parked by the poolside, and decadence reaches its peak. Wolf Boss, a new batch of players has arrived. A subordinate beams with excitement, leading dozens of newcomers with varied expressions. Fugitives, desperados, and even a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western adventurers. The strongest among them is barely level 10. Yet in reality, each is armed and ready, with blades flashing and shadows of violence vividly present. By the poolside, Greedy Wolf sprawls arrogantly, enjoying a massage from a beauty at his leisure. He ignores the mortals, casually crushing a walnut in his hand. The shell shatters with a snap, leaving the kernel intact. His LV.22 skills are revealed. Hunting instinct, muscle fiber reconstruction, keratinized skin, a hardcore survival build. The newcomers fix their gaze on him, flames of ambition igniting in their eyes. The display of power is not just intimidation but also a promise. Greedy Wolf rises, his body covered in prominent scars like a lion king entering the arena. His muscles tense, and his aura instantly dominates the scene. He coldly declares, "Here, there's no law, no morality. Only the strong devour the weak." Behind him, a mountain of wealth gleams temptingly. Cash, gold, jade, firearms, and most importantly, custom-made game login pods. He says, "Don't talk to me about those game missions, working yourself to death for what? We're here to grow stronger, to rule in reality." He downs a strong drink, his voice hoarse and ruthless. The strong should trample the weak mercilessly. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps over the newcomers. Some respond with eager enthusiasm, others shrink back in contempt. Greedy Wolf continues, "The Titan game is our greatest opportunity. Slowly and steadily strengthen yourself, and one day, the entire Golden Triangle will be our backyard." His eyes turn northward, his ambition soaring beyond the horizon, his blade aimed at an untamed world. "This land, sooner or later, no one will be able to stand above me." Here, savagery and brutality surge like a tide, and silently, a storm is brewing. The Titan's body is not simply a scaled-up human form. The size of its cells remains the same, but their quantity is thousands of times greater. Imagine billions of kilometers of body hair. Don't be ridiculous, there's only hair in specific areas. Pathology serves as a reference but doesn't correspond point by point. Physiological anomalies rely more on imagination. The level of technology isn't vastly different from reality, with the addition of widespread holographic gaming. Otherwise, current technology would have already reached lunar bases and beyond. On the back, at the D3 region of the spine, the sky tears open with a massive black fissure, and void energy flows in reverse. This wound is the secret injury of the ancient Titan. Surrounding it is darkness and chaos, resembling the vastness of the universe. Player Tang Dasui, clad in mismatched gear and wielding a two-handed greatsword scavenged from a second-hand market, crouches on the trembling fat tissue of the Titan's back. As a latecomer who joined during the 5th beta test, his level barely reaches 15, and his class is Frenzied Behemoth, a blood exchange DPS expert under the Guardian specialization. At this moment, he can only curl up and hide, watching helplessly as the prelude to a cataclysmic battle unfolds ahead. A void devourer worm, nearly 1,000 meters long and resembling a starship, floats in midair. Its amethyst carapace glows, and each movement causes space to tremble. Its opponent, the Shadow Tendril Aggregate, a mass of thick black tendrils, each as large as a 10-story building, emerging from the ground. Covered in malevolent eyes and suction cups, they form a bizarre black forest, tightly entangling the lower half of the void worm. Players in the distance watched in shock, frantically recording the terrifying Cthulhu monster with their cameras. Sanity points rapidly plummeting. Suddenly, the crystalline spines on the void worm's back lit up, and a purple void death beam slashed out. Shadow tentacles evaporated in large swathes, like a hot knife through butter. Damage rating 99999? That's way too high. Nearby, a solo player screamed in excitement, imagining the thrill if it hit their face. Suddenly, Tang Dasui roared, "Don't just stand there. It's spawning." Crystal apertures abruptly opened, ejecting thousands of black dots like cluster bombs raining down madly. Upon closer inspection, they were swarms of void fleas. Tank-sized, six-legged, razor-sharp, pitch-black, emitting ear-piercing screams, pouncing on every living creature. At the same time, shadow hunters emerged from the ground, engaging in a frenzied battle with the fleas. The battlefield instantly became a chaotic three-way standoff. The 4th Calamity's game rule: justice in gang fights, chaos in opportunistic brawls. A flea landed near Tang Dasui's squad, danger closing in. "Take this." Tang Dasui gritted his teeth and activated the blood frenzy skill. 20 people against one flea, might as well grill it for skewers? Nearby squads quickly assembled, forming a group of over 100. Guardians, hold the front line. Don't let the fleas break through. Healers, hurry up and heal me. I'm about to bail. Mages, don't forget you can cast skills too. Countless skill runes bombarded the flea, but its health bar barely dropped. Suddenly, the flea swung its sharp forelimbs, sending 3 guardians flying with heavy injuries. Damage is off the charts. We're barely holding on. The battle is intense. Life and death hang by a thread. Tang Dasui swung his sword, slashing fiercely at the void flea's leg, only to leave a shallow gash. His hand went numb instantly. He hadn't expected the flea's leg to be so tough, the harsh reality for ordinary players. Facing a level 30 elite monster, sheer numbers were barely enough to hold it off. Just one void flea required 100 players to surround it, and even then it was hard to suppress. As they struggled desperately, a streak of black light suddenly flashed across the battlefield's flank. A dazzling blade light so fast it was blinding. The void flea froze mid-motion, its severed leg flying into the air. Tang Dasui was stunned. The figure was clad in black armor, a dagger dripping with purple blood, which he casually flicked. ID: Feng Xing Tianxia, LV.27. Feng God is here. Quick, Follow him. The injured Void Flea roared in fury, launching a ferocious charge toward the group. De Li Chu Chi Ji and Long Zhan Yu Yi stepped forward to meet it head-on. Their muscles swelled as they forcefully withstood the impact, then countered with a hammer blow that smashed the flea into the ground. These battle maniacs had rushed to the scene as soon as they heard about a high-level monster. For top-tier players, elite monsters were nothing more than punching bags, easily dismantled limb by limb before being decapitated in a few swift moves. Chun Feng cast a calm glance at the dumbfounded Tang Dasui, then pointed at the corpse and said coldly, "This flea is a hassle to fight solo. No pets, no mercenaries, just gather more people. Take the materials yourself." Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred and darted toward a denser cluster of monsters. Tang Dasui swallowed hard and urgently called out to his comrades to loot the corpse. "Food's here. Look at this void carapace. It's essential for crafting high-level gear." Above the battlefield, the Void Devourer worm seemed to grow weary of the fight. It suddenly began to charge up, its purple light illuminating the entire area. System warning. Void Devourer worm is releasing Void Annihilation. Range, entire map. Warning. All followers, take cover immediately. Chun Feng's face changed drastically, shouting angrily in the channel, "Everyone, take cover. The plot kill is coming." Boom! A purple shockwave suddenly exploded, and everything in its path, whether shadow hunters, players, or scurrying fleas, was reduced to ashes. Tang Dasui clung tightly behind a pile of fat, feeling as if a train roared past overhead. As the light faded, District D03 was left in ruins. The cancerous mother body was blasted into a half-crippled state, retreating underground with a mournful wail. The Void Devourer worm remained unscathed, though the light on its back dimmed slightly as it slowly descended. It began nesting, purple fungal mats spread out. Crystalline structures rose from the ground, eerie and bizarre. Server-wide announcement. The D03 battle phase has ended. Result. Failure to. The Void Devourer worm has established a nest. New map unlocked. Void Worm Nest. New missions available. Danger alert. Extremely high-risk area, dense with void radiation and elite monsters. Tang Dasui climbed out of the ruins, looking at the worm nest that resembled an alien base. Instead of fear, he shouted excitedly, "Whoa! Endless rare materials. A fixed leveling spot. Awesome!" He took out a bottle of low-grade red potion from his backpack and drank it in one gulp. "The big shots eat meat, we can still fill up with the soup. Brothers, return to the city to repair equipment. Tomorrow, we'll camp around the insect nest and specifically hunt down lone fleas." From the distant high ground, Feng Xing Tianxia stared at the insect nest with a heavy gaze. Another battlefront has emerged. The difficulty is off the charts and highly aggressive. We must bring the elite team to pioneer this. Madman, Yuzu, Law King, did you receive this? Progress depends on you guys. It's urgent on my end. Void Insect Nest. Players were in misery, repeatedly thwarted in their advances. The once healthy subcutaneous fat layer had now turned into a disgusting purple wasteland. Purple fungal carpets covered the ground, with spiky crystalline structures rooted in the alien battlefield. This was not the Titan's body but a void radiation zone, where all void creatures locked onto the phase shift shield, reducing physical and elemental damage by 80%. Players also had to endure relentless mental erosion. This was the real reason players couldn't make progress here. The monsters were tough, but that was just the surface. The environment was the true enemy. Around the insect nest, void creatures were arrayed like a newly formed army. Void weavers, spider-like creatures, spun webs to repair with astonishing speed. Void crushers, massive beetles with forelimbs as hard as battering rams, specialized in smashing Titan bones. Void raiders, masters of stealth, lurking in shadows to target the back line. At the center, the Void Annihilation worm, resembling a carrier, lay cold and motionless. Its lower body was deeply embedded in the Titan's dermis, with root-like tentacles piercing into the flesh, initiating a horrifying parasitic ritual. This was the ultimate strategy of interstellar predators, transforming into the core of the mother nest to drain the energy of an entire star system. Though this worm was small, it was capable of stirring up a storm. Gu Chun remembered the torn-apart old evil god, the Void Worm Emperor, Wuxiang Zhishir, whose terrifying power as an 11th-tier deity stemmed from devouring and corrosion. Now, though this parasitic worm was only Tier 3, it might inherit that power. It was currently in its most vulnerable yet most dangerous embedding phase. Extracting it was possible, but it would come at a high cost. Last night, players who attempted to approach were instantly vaporized by the Void Annihilation cannon behind it. Razor-sharp and utterly ruthless.
Titan au Genesis Forum.
Players' viral post. How to defeat the swarm nest? Devs, give us an explanation. LV20 Thunderlord complains. Phase shift shield is too overpowered. Skill damage doesn't work at all. Guardian Core Warrior adds. The Crusher's hammer smashes shields directly, and even physical attacks are deflected. Another player summarizes. This isn't about stats. It's the environmental buffs at play. We must find a way to neutralize void energy. A seasoned player steps in. The devs opening both B404 and the Void Swarm nest at the same time must have a deeper meaning. I brought a light spirit mage and swept through everything. A curious newbie asks, what's a light spirit mage? Pinned post reveals, Lung B404 Light Energy Fungus Civilization Research. Stop fixating on the swarm nest. The light energy fungus in the B404 area has mastered strong light technology, countering the void. I suggest all major sects immediately send diplomatic teams to seek assistance. Scene shifts to the lower lobe of the right lung, B404. A once-dead city, now revived through the activation of neural towers and the flow of blood vessels, roars back to life. This place has become the outer edge of the universe's most bustling battlefield, where the clash between light and darkness is about to unfold. It makes sense, strength will eventually bear fruit. In the city square, crowds of players swarm to get close to the faintly glowing blue natives, the light energy fungus. Want to interact? Not so easy. The light energy fungus can see through every player, screening for qualified individuals. In a corner, a small guild player with the ID only crouches. In front of them is a light spirit mage apprentice, Glimmer, standing no taller than 1 meter, with a faint, weak glow. Hello! Unlike others who spam trade requests only carefully takes out a lesser glycogen crystal, they picked up and cautiously offers it. Glimmer leans forward, eyes filled with both desire and wariness. The crystal is gently absorbed, and the previously dim halo instantly revives, their mental states suddenly replenished. Thank you for replenishing my energy. We, the Light Clan, extinguish without an energy core. What you have given, I will repay. Long isolated, the light energy fungus suffers from severe energy shortages. The arrival of players is like a lifeline sent from heaven. The only one held back laughter, watching this little guy being serious yet adorable. Its intelligence is even higher than that of the dumb Ancient One, a nearby player teased, and the Ancient One's armory officer shot a cold glance. The only one felt a chill down their spine, an inexplicable sense of danger. Glint's friendliness towards you +1. The only one smiled broadly, tossing over 2 bottles of oxygen-rich water. Let's team up and fight together. Glint spun and danced, its small staff emitting a resolute light wave. The contract is established. Whether in darkness or void, I will guide you forward. System notification. Light Spirit Mage Glint, LV15, has joined the party. The only one excitedly posted, Light Spirit Mages are cost-effective, highly intelligent AI, and super useful. Void Nest, the Dawn Guild's special task force assembled. 3 Light Spirit Mages floated protectively in the center. Void Fleas detected, 3 in number. Divine Guards, raise shields. Light Spirits, engage. 3 LV30 Void Fleas, their purple shields absorbing most of the damage, screeched as they charged. Flash, it's up to you. the captain commanded. The little light spirit Flash furrowed its brows and raised its crystal staff. 3 ghostly blue beams pierced the darkness like daylight, striking directly at the lead flea's shield. The shield trembled violently, light and void energy clashing fiercely, and the shield shattered instantly. The shield's down. Charge! The players swarmed forward, slashing wildly. The 3 fleas struggled and rolled, their bug-like wails drowned in the brilliance and attacks. Experience points surged, and void shell fragments were dropped. The reversal unfolds. Light pierces through the void's gloom. Drop. Trace void dust X2. Flash flew over, frowning as he stared at the corpse on the ground. This chaotic energy, we can't use it. The Elder said void power must be purified before it can be utilized. Players need this. Void materials lying around are treasures. As soon as the void environment buff appeared, the flesh artisans couldn't hold back any longer, eyeing the void carapace and dust, top-tier anti-magic equipment and rare alchemy materials. The data maniac frowned, swiftly swiping across the screen. Liver/lung produces food. Feed light spirits break shields. Players slay void monsters, obtain void equipment. Combat power skyrockets. Explore deeper. This industrial chain spanning organs and civilizations is taking shape. A perfect closed loop, unstoppable. Let's go! The captain smiled, patting Flash on the shoulder, his gaze firm. We'll feast and drink well. The hive nest. Today we'll send it to hell. Right lower lobe of the lung. Necrotic fault B, 404. The battle horn sounded. 1, 2. Lift. The life sages raced forward, rapidly casting nourishment spell on the nearly withered endothelial cells, rescuing the critical moment for the tender blood vessels. In the darkness, tens of thousands of flesh artisans floated midair, constructing massive white skeletons piece by piece with materials transported from H-124. This was the keel of artificial blood vessels. Inside the skeleton, the Life Sage team led by Yoon Jongyo cast precise spells, causing pink granulation tissue to grow wildly, climbing and intertwining, eventually forming a solid yet elastic inner wall of the blood vessel. The master craftsman wiped his sweat, proudly staring at the flesh pipelines stretching thousands of kilometers. Amazing! Efficiency off the charts. Players took turns, replenishing mana as it depleted, advancing over 1,000 kilometers in a day, continuously approaching the depths of the fault. The embryonic form of this fleshly sky road ignited a spark of hope for the residents of B404. B404 City of Light Archive Hall. Outside, it was blazing like a furnace, but here it was serene like a sanctuary. In the library built from glowing crystals, players and the Elder of the Light Energy Fungus tribe engaged in deep conversation. The Elder touched the ancient prismatic crystal, full of melancholy. A long time ago, when the Father God was awake, we were the messengers of radiance. Our ancestors lived in the river of light, converting energy into pure photons, slaying shadow parasites that feared the light. With a shift in tone, the light flickered with sorrow. After the great cataclysm, the river of light dried up, and the thunder messengers fell. We retreated to this barren land, barely surviving on the remaining minerals. We have been starving for too long. The Elder's gaze was deep, staring at the high-energy nutrient solution offered by the players, revealing endless longing. Now, even the light that sustains the lives of our people is about to extinguish. The data maniac pushed aside the documents and smiled. What a coincidence. We have plenty of food. Glycogen crystals, oxygen-rich water, high-energy fat blocks. Take your pick. What are the terms of exchange? The Elder fixed his gaze on that magic staff. Teach us the technology to harness light. The data maniac pointed at the light spirit mage. Skill mentor. The secrets of light energy. The starving light energy fungus tribe saw the supplies brought by the players as a godsend. In return, the tribe opened their knowledge base without reservation. A system notification flashed. Studying Principles of Photon Resonance. Beginner. Learning progress. 1%. Congratulations. You have acquired the universal skill, Light Energy Affinity. Reduces mana cost of light-based spells by 10%. Congratulations! You have obtained a special blueprint. Photon Focusing Lens. Core component of a lightsaber. This is how it should be. Cooperation leads to greater progress. What shocked the players the most was the truth behind the Light Energy Fungus Tribe's technology tree. Quantum Mechanics, a science prodigy, held the bioluminescent staff, gifted by the glowing fungus tribe, his hands trembling, not from excitement, but from a shattered worldview. He had thought it was merely advanced cold laser technology of the future, but when he tested it with his homemade spectrometer, he was utterly dumbfounded. The runes at the core of the staff were as complex as a nebula, but according to Earth's physics, it was essentially just a bone that glowed. How could it possibly emit high-energy beams? The nearby player was puzzled. Why is this thing glowing and emitting energy? It's just a game setting. Don't overthink it. Isn't mech technology also something created in the game? That's energy conversion. This is different. Quantum mechanics suddenly had an epiphany. The core is consciousness. Consciousness can actually interfere with matter. This is pure idealism. The entire audience was speechless. A player whispered, "Come to think of it, we can use so many skills, and our physical abilities are off the charts. Isn't the game itself playing with idealism?" Quantum mechanics almost choked. This is overthinking it. But the mission still had to proceed. Bottom drawer technology, provided by the light energy fungus, needed to be studied by the Engineering Institute. An urgent email was swiftly sent to the Real-World Academy of Sciences. Ban Jiangwo and the others initially thought they had obtained mech technology, but when they saw the consciousness interfering with matter report, their faces turned green. The academicians looked at each other, the atmosphere explosive. What is this? Game technology? Is this a joke? Forget it, it's research from a mentor's protege. Let's patiently take a look. The most shocking thing, however, was not in the laboratory, but in the hearts of the players. Fong Su, the game's top-tier mind hacker, had just finished learning photon resonance taught by the Elder of the Light Energy Fungus, and the advanced psionic sequence was now online. In reality, he stared at the neon lights outside the window, and the skill description echoed in his mind. Psionic sequence, Tier 2, Energy Resonance. Mental power can resonate with surrounding electromagnetic waves, sound waves, and light waves, triggering physical reactions. There was also the more basic bioelectromagnetic field, and combining the two was simply insane. A heaven-defying thought flashed through his mind. Frequency. The ripple the Elder of the Luminous Fungus spoke of. Its rhythm, it's a feeling. He reached out toward the unlit fluorescent tube and murmured softly, "Feel the flow of electrons. Guide it." Closing his eyes, he focused all his attention on mobilizing the enhanced neural currents within his body, attempting to replicate the casting frequency from the game. Suddenly, the tube flickered with an eerie movement. Zzz. The light turned on. Though it flickered faintly, the glow was pale and dim, yet undeniably real. Fong Su's hand trembled in shock, and the light instantly went out. His heart pounded wildly, and his back was drenched in sweat. This feeling was more terrifying than building a mech. Mechs are mechanical, rooted in materialism. But what he had just attempted was magic, using the bioenergy within his body to light up a lamp from a distance. What if it were magnified 10,000 times? Would that be a lightning strike from his palm? A holy light spell? Especially after just learning light-based magic from the Elder of the Luminous Fungus, the experience was utterly overwhelming. He immediately pulled out his phone, dialed Chen Feng, and spoke in a voice that was both excited and hoarse, trembling with emotion. "Brother Feng, notify the old team leader immediately. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, Academy of Sciences' top-secret laboratory." Late at night, the underground lab was brightly lit, the atmosphere so heavy it felt as if the air had frozen. 3 people sat silently in the central isolation zone. Fong Su, Li Zihan, and Lei Jin. They were the initial Spirit Core users, fully committed to the second-tier psionic sequence after reaching level 20. The broadcast voice trembled. The 10th double-blind test. Begin. They closed their eyes, and the bioelectric currents within their bodies quietly awakened, beginning to oscillate rhythmically. In front of Fong Su, a deactivated high-pressure sodium lamp 2 meters away suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The gas inside instantly ionized, and a faint white light appeared. Lei Zhen extended his finger. The air crackled, and blue electric arcs flickered at his fingertips, clearly visible. In front of Li Zihan, the electronic instrument screen fluctuated. The data waveform was rhythmic yet subtle. Mental power stirred the signals, birthing new physics. The monitoring report shattered common sense. No external energy input. The law of energy conservation has been broken. Behind the glass wall, a young physicist was losing his mind. Are their brains nuclear reactors? Where is the energy coming from? 10 minutes later, an emergency meeting erupted. The academicians engaged in heated debates. This is a supernatural ability, a paranormal phenomenon. No, it's a new field of bioelectromagnetics. Professor Gu broke the deadlock, stepping forward in his pajamas, his voice steady and impactful. You are all wrong. In the projection, there were the runes of the Titan photonic fungal civilization and brainwave diagrams. Magic is not an illusion. The reason it seems unscientific is because our resources are scarce, and our understanding is limited. Professor Gu raised his glass and revealed the truth. Technological development is constrained by natural endowments. Ancient porcelain craftsmanship in the Dragon Kingdom reached its peak, but glass was always subpar. The reason is that we had kaolin, which the West lacked, leading their technology to develop along optical and chemical routes. He scanned the room and delivered the final question. The reason Blue Planet civilization denies magic is the resources are simply insufficient to support it. The room fell silent. This was it. The branches of Blue Planet's technological tree were quietly splitting into a second pathway. The dawn of magic. Blue Star magic? It doesn't exist. There is no magical substance here. Nothing in the crust or atmosphere. Even if mutations occasionally occur, they are far from enough to form the materials for a scientific discipline. The ancients regarded magic as divine miracles, while modern people see it as supernatural phenomena. Science is confined to screws and test tubes, and no biological creatures have developed magical energy organs. Professor Gu pointed at the 3 players resting next door, his voice icy. But a variable has appeared. Titan, the giant god of the deep universe. Within its body lies magical substances beyond our comprehension. Through Titan's blood and the talent tree, players have brought these things back to Blue Star. Their nervous systems have already transformed into new, magical energy organs. The conference room was so silent that heartbeats could be heard. Professor Gu turned around and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Materialism. Don't panic. Magic is neither a divine miracle nor superstition. It is another set of physics in the universe, just with materials and laws different from ours. Blue Star is a coal-burning civilization, while the light energy fungus species is a civilization powered by mental energy. Both are on equal footing, just following different paths. Applause erupted, with Ban Jiangwo being the first to clap. Ambition reignited in the eyes of the scientists. Within the realm of science, analysis is the ultimate principle. Psionic technology, the true second technology tree, is coming. A military engineering academician spoke excitedly. Once we master this theory, we won't just control explosives and machinery. We can also harness psionic energy. Ban Jiangwo looked at the elder on the big screen, who was in a deep sleep. The elder immediately issued a top-level command. Top secret code. Candle Dragon Project. Established. The Psionic Research Institute was founded, led by Professor Gu, with a focus on second-tier psionic players. The goal: to decipher the physical models of photon resonance and bioelectromagnetism. Strict lockdown. Magic player data is immediately classified as top secret, and public magic displays are prohibited. Players above LV-23 Spirit Conductor are temporarily sealed from using magic. A media blackout is enforced on a societal level. In the game, a dual-track operation is implemented. The combat group levels up and fights monsters, with stronger energy leading to deeper foundations. The research group selects the strongest scholars to specialize in light energy fungus technology, studying it from scratch as if deciphering alien texts. After all, learning is endless. In the game, right lower lung, B404 City of Light. Fong Su logged in, staring at his hands, recalling the shiver of lighting up a bulb in reality. Tian Su, madman, what did they say? Chen Feng asked. They've gone crazy, Fong Su said with a bitter smile, though his eyes sparkled. A specialized institution has been established. Brother Feng, we're really about to witness history. He looked up at this city of light sustained by magic. The drifting light energy spores were not special effects but the future code of the Blue Star civilization. Brothers. In the Royal Guild's Research Department channel, Fong Su issued a command. Lei Jin began contacting players with technical backgrounds. The battlefield, from now on, had turned into a library. Grind the favorability of the light energy spores for me. Memorize every scroll, blueprint, even elementary school textbooks in the library. Resources? Don't worry. Leveling up, earning money, ensuring your safety. We'll carve a bloody path for you. All you need to do is steal the fire. I want to stay and research too. Why do I have to fight just because my level is high? A furious roar broke the silence. Location: B404, City of Light, Central Archives. Outside, machinery roared, firearms clashed, and the battle raged on. Inside, it was so quiet that only the sound of pages turning, or more accurately, the flickering of magical light screens, could be heard. With the research command issued, experts poured in. Science and engineering prodigies, military scientists, professors, and scholars furrowed their brows, painstakingly studying magical data and formulas. What they were focused on was a book titled ** Mushrooms' Magical Enlightenment. Understanding Light. *. But in the corner squatted a completely different presence. ID, someone from the history books. Level LV.9. Class, Spirit Conduit. Zhu Yan, a junior history major in real life, was a newcomer. He didn't grind monsters or craft light swords. He did only one thing: listen to stories. What happened next? After that great battle, where did the high priest go? He sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a woven notebook in his hands, his expression focused. Opposite him floated an adult luminant with a slightly hunched back, whose name was Long, City of Light, Librarian, LV.33. While other players asked about blueprints and recipes, he inquired about names and the past. To protect the final barrier's energy, the High Priest dismantled the core and transformed into the cornerstone of the City of Light, the glowing floor beneath your feet. The librarian's eyes flickered with sorrow and nostalgia. Zhu Yan paused his writing and solemnly recorded. 300 cycles before the era, the High Priest sacrificed himself, becoming the cornerstone, helping the tribe survive the Great Extinction Winter. As the record was completed, the notebook faintly glowed. "Thank you, outsider," the librarian said warmly. "You are the first to be willing to listen to my old stories. Others are only interested in light energy weapons. History is not useless." Zhu Yan closed the notebook. "It is the backbone of civilization. Forget the past, and glory becomes a castle in the air." The administrator was stunned. The light body trembled, as if awakened by the revival of ancient memories. He floated to the deepest part of the bookshelf and took out a cracked, mottled, and dim ancient crystal stone. "This is the Photon Memory Stone, recording the most glorious moment of our race. The time when the Father God was not yet asleep, following the Thunder Legion to battle in the depths of dawn. Take it, record it. Do not let our glory perish and fade away with our race." Zhu Yan received it with both hands. As his fingertips touched it, a vast and desolate scene surged into his mind. Countless golden thunder giants' bloodlines surged, blue light weaving into a net of light, fiercely battling the dark and terrifying tide. Buzz! A golden beam of light suddenly shot up from Zhu Yan's body, piercing straight through the dome of the archive. System notification. Deep resonance with the historical river of the Photon Spore civilization. Player traits detected. Reverence for civilization and desire for documentation. Hidden profession triggered. Congratulations! Ling Shu Envoy has changed profession. Civilization historian. Level up. 910. A moment of silence. The scholars in the archive all looked up, staring in astonishment at the inconspicuous level 9 rookie in the corner. Holy crap! Golden light? How powerful must that gear be? What did this level 9 newbie do? NPC favorability maxed out. Even Zhu Yan was dumbfounded. But that was understandable. His character panel had suddenly undergone a massive change. Profession, civilization historian. The profession's trait is called Echo of Time. It cannot directly manipulate elements but can use a medium to briefly project recorded historical fragments. Exclusive weapon, a growing chronicle. Currently, it holds the history of the Light Spore tribe, the Great Cataclysm chapter, fragment. Skill 1. Historical reenactment. Spirit summoning. Spend mental energy to summon a projection of a historical figure you have recorded to assist in battle. Their strength grows with your level and the completeness of the historical record. Skill 2. Civilization artifact. Projection. Materialize historical items or weapons. Zhu Yan stared at the notebook that had suddenly transformed into a heavy tome and tentatively flipped to the chapter on the High Priest. Surrounded by experts, all above LV20, bearing the Great Wall title and forum celebrities, they curiously speculated, a liberal arts comeback? Show us what you've got. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and softly called out, historical reenactment. High Priest of Light. Boom! Countless blue light particles in the air converged into a 1.5-meter-tall phantom wearing intricate ceremonial robes. Though its face was blurred, its presence was overwhelmingly majestic. The projection's aura was comparable to a LV-25 powerhouse. The High Priest waved its scepter, and a blue light curtain instantly unfolded, covering half the archive. Mana regeneration rate skyrocketed, increasing by 5% per second. The scene erupted. Is this profession a summoner? Holy crap! Group mana regeneration? This speed is insane. It's not a summoner. It's a walking magic fountain. Boss, give me one of those accessories. But the exhilaration lasted only 3 seconds before Zhu Yan's face turned pale. His mana bar emptied, and he staggered, nearly fainting. The High Priest's projection immediately vanished. My level is too low, he gasped. LV-10. The spirit can only last for 3 seconds. A researcher from the Imperial Guild excitedly grabbed his hand. Classmate, join us. This place is full of science students, but we're short on humanities. Think about it. Once you level up and record the historical data of the Flame Demon Lord, you can summon it as a fighter, record the blueprint of a mech, and it can instantly materialize to crush enemies. Zhu Yan's heart trembled with excitement, imagining. While others wield blades, he fights by flipping through books. Here's another move. Appendix 2, Mech Torrent. The imagery was overwhelming. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chun was secretly amazed. A historian of civilization. I didn't expect this type of special magic-based ability. Typically, it's about civilization inheritance. Truly fascinating. 16 days later, Dermis Layer D03, outskirts of the Void Swarm nest. A beam of white light pierced through the purple sky, directly striking the heavy black armor of the Void Shatterer LV-35. The monster's most annoying phase shift shield instantly collapsed and disintegrated, melting away like snow. Immediately, a Berserk Beast player shouted, "The shield's broken. Charge!" Wielding a giant axe, he leapt up and struck down with a powerful blow, briefly stunning the enemy. Green slime splattered as the group's relentless attacks turned the monster into a sieve. Without its damage reduction buff, it was nothing more than a chunk of tough meat. A nearby player complained, "BYD, watch where you're aiming. Stop focusing on me." This wasn't a random occurrence. From the moment the Light Spirit Mage mercenaries joined the battle and the Spirit Manipulators began learning new skills from the Light Energy Fungal Tribe Elder, the tide of the battle completely shifted. At the rear of the team, Spirit Manipulators wielded their newly upgraded, bioluminescent cold light staffs. Bursting with excitement, the once Thunder Lords who could only discharge electricity, and mind hackers who could only perform mental interference, now showcased brand new skills. Photon Pulse, high-frequency light beams, 200% damage, the nightmare of void creatures instantly shattering void shields. It's it. Chainsaw of Light is online. ID Namo Gatling Bodhisattva laughed maniacally, wielding the great Saw of Light against the Void Worm.
Bang!
The light-based magical weapon crafted by the Light Energy Fungus is truly hardcore. In the distance, a Light Spirit Mage floated in mid-air, waving their staff. A flare shot into the sky, exposing the Void Ravagers completely. Hiss! The terrified cries of the Void Zerg echoed. They felt the soul-burning radiance. The highly intelligent Zerg quickly executed a strategic retreat, vanishing into the Devourer nest. Understandable. Lower lobe of the right lung, B404 necrotic fault, another grand project begins. This is the must-visit site for Dragon Nation players. The Sky Mending Project, whether battle maniacs or newbies, all flocked here in reverence. The internet exploded, with envy and jealousy reaching their peak. The game is phenomenally popular. Titan Genesis has become a nationwide phenomenon, with over 500 million reservations. Ultra-wealthy players scrambled to pre-purchase activation codes. With levels surpassing 20, tens of thousands of Transcendents emerged, the hype skyrocketing. Challenge if you dare. 30,000 kilometers high in the sky, the White Dragon's vascular skeleton extended, pointing directly to the edge of B404. Final 500 meters. Prepare for closure. Yoon Jongyo stood on the floating platform, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. 1, 2, lift. Tens of thousands of flesh and blood craftsmen exerted their strength, pulling tens of thousands of biological traction ropes. The gaps slowly aligned. Life and death in an instant. The life sages stepped in, applying green active adhesive to nourish the break. Pink granulation tissue grew wildly, bonding seamlessly like super glue. Crack! Boom! The deafening roar shook the universe. The grand work of mending the heavens was officially completed. Server-wide announcement. The Flesh Road to Heaven is complete. The lower lobe of the right lung is unobstructed. Participating players receive the epic title, Mender of the Heavens. The crowd held their breath, their gaze fixed on the distant horizon at dawn, toward the direction connecting to the Titan's heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar like galloping horses and raging tsunamis erupted. The Crimson Vessel has arrived. The white pipeline instantly turned crimson, high-pressure plasma surged, and the Crimson Vessel rushed into the desolate riverbed. Centuries-dried blood vessels were reawakened, and the gray tissues quickly turned a healthy pink. This is the miracle of life. Just wait and see. The excitement has only just begun. B404 City of Light, Central Square. Tens of thousands of light energy fungi knelt in unison, their gaze fixed on the scorching red river in the sky, their cheers shaking the heavens and earth. To the new generation of light energy fungi, that was the color of life. But the ceremony was far from over. The blood vessels are cleared, next comes the nerves. A certain figure recorded in the annals stood at the edge, the historical tome in their hand flipping pages automatically, the quill pen furiously documenting this historic moment. Their gaze locked onto the towering 100-meter-high withered spire, the necrotic neuron. The Thunder King hovered atop the tower. Behind him, 500 Thunder Lords formed a massive amplification array. Ancient One, Messenger of Thunder, Thunder King's voice was steady. Centuries ago, to block the virus, you self-immolated your synapses and entered a dormant state of false death. Now, the energy threshold has been reached. We shall awaken it. Roaring loudly. Activate all lightning spells. Target the feet. Maximum power. 500 blue lightning pillars surged toward the neuron resembling withered wood. Electric currents rampantly spread, the gray-black shell cracked and peeled away, revealing golden shimmering nerve bundles. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A golden pulse wave erupted at the top, sweeping across B404, rapidly traveling back to the Titan's brain along the vascular highway. System prompt appeared. Neural node in the right lung B404 rebooted. The ancient thunder messenger awakened. Radiance converged, transforming into a massive phantom composed of golden lightning, majestic and vast, faceless yet exuding an overwhelming aura. An electronic voice echoed, "Connection restored. Thank you, new immune system, connected to the Father God's neural network." The electric field spread across the entire city. All players in the B404 area received a new buff. Titan's Will. Skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Mana regeneration plus 100%. Players erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Unlimited firepower? In the Void Insect Hive, a ghostly blue photon sword sliced through the void, its swift and lightning-like movements dominating the battlefield. Dodging the invisible strike of the Marauder, it countered with a piercing blow. The enemy screeched and fell, an experience orb instantly absorbed by Chun Feng. A golden light shot skyward, dispersing the dark fog. System prompt. Congratulations on reaching LV.30. First in the entire server to achieve this. A server-wide announcement was shockingly released. The new chapter of evolution begins. Miracle Maker and Dragon Battle in the Wild looked at him with envy, exclaiming, "Look! New skills and abilities." Chun Feng took a deep breath, feeling the virtual body data reorganize, with attribute limits significantly enhanced. Open the panel. From LV.30 onwards, potential points increase to 2 points per level. Currently, 2 points available. He frowned slightly. During LV.20-29, he already had 10 potential points, which were fully allocated to the first and second tiers of the neural sequence, just enough to use them all. Now, the door to the third-tier talent tree has opened. The mist at the top of the blue neural sequence dissipated, revealing the faint glow of the third tier. Unlock condition. Current potential consumption greater than or equal to 6 points. Single point requires 5 points. Chun Feng's gaze was resolute, ready to break through the bottleneck once again. This time, he wouldn't stop until he reached the peak. Feng Xing Tianxia raised his eyebrows. The third-tier talent was unlocked. He quickly browsed through the screen, which displayed a series of awe-inspiring skills. Flesh sequence. Red. Muscle fiber restructuring. Body size increases by 50%, weight skyrockets, immune to knockback and airborne effects. Bones as hard as titanium alloy. Cell level regeneration. Severed limbs can regrow 1% health recovery per second. Immune to poisoning and bleeding, vitality off the charts. Life furnace overclocked. Damage absorption converts to energy. Explosive power surges instantly. Metabolism breaks limits. Toxins become harmless like sugar. Flesh domination. The body transforms at will. Hands can turn into blades. Limbs can extend. Ultimate shape-shifting ability. Neural sequence. Blue. Synapse acceleration. Neural piercing. Attacks inflict poison and stun. Can also penetrate armor to cause mental damage. Blink. Instant teleportation. Immune to physical attacks. Disappearing and reappearing like a ghost. Deadly rhythm. Continuous attacks increase critical damage, up to a maximum of 300% critical damage. Pain severance. Fight for 5 more seconds even when severely injured. Damage doubles. Calm and fearless in the face of death. Psionic sequence. Purple. Bioelectromagnetic field. Brain overclocking. Automatic energy gathering. Skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Energy devour. Absorb psionic energy upon kills, enabling infinite endurance. Psionic vision. See through all energy shields and cloaking, leaving targets with nowhere to hide. Reality anchor. Completely immune to lethal and spatial banishment. Unwavering consciousness. Chun Feng fixed his gaze on Blink. Teleportation? This is the ultimate skill for an assassin. No matter how fast you are, you still have to run there. With Blink, instantly infiltrate behind enemy lines, high-speed movement triggering a tactical frenzy. But when he checked his remaining potential points, he only had 2, while Blink required 5. Short by 3 points. I need to reach LV.32 or find extra potential points. A god-tier skill was within reach, yet locked by his level. With a helpless sigh, he gave up on Blink for now, choosing to enhance his attributes first, progressing steadily. At level 30, even without Blink, other more powerful benefits were already available. Now that's more like it. Store grand opening. Titan's Blood, diluted version, limited release. Exclusive for LV.30 players. 100,000 bioenergy per vial. Limited to 5 vials per player. Chun Feng glanced at his wallet, his bioenergy balance instantly plummeting, the pain almost making him unable to stand straight. Even if I'm broke, I have to buy it, no choice. He immediately borrowed bioenergy from friends and decisively purchased 5 vials. 5 bottles of deep red liquid lay quietly in his backpack, like blades hiding a deadly intent. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and down the first vial, the burning sensation erupting through his body like a volcano. Even after multiple uses, the impact still left him momentarily stunned. System prompt. You have consumed Titan's Blood. All 5 vials were consumed by Chun Feng. With the activation of the last one, he felt like a tightly drawn bow, his explosive power surging, unstoppable in every direction. He declared confidently, truly invincible, a lone charge to take down the Void Devourer. Long Zhan stepped aside, gesturing for him to go first. Air squeezed through his fingers with a crisp sound as he clenched his fists, his aura overwhelming. With the boost from reaching LV.30 and the effects of the 5 vials, his raw physical strength instantly surpassed the level of LV.29. It was to be expected. The guild channel exploded. Brother Feng, a level 32 Void Crusher has spawned. A named giant bug. Chun Feng chuckled lightly, his figure flickering. Without any skill enhancements, his base speed alone left afterimages. He rushed to the scene, where the monster's hammer-like forelimbs were relentlessly smashing at the divine guards. Their formation was nearly torn apart. Chun Feng said in a deep voice, "Move aside." Without slowing down, he charged straight at the crusher. This time, with just a slight sidestep, the massive arm's heavy blow grazed past the tip of his nose. 3 consecutive sword thrusts precisely severed the connections in its carapace, spraying purple blood. Too slow. The visual advantage brought by LV.30 allowed him to easily spot its weaknesses. The Light Spirit Mage followed up with a focused beam of light, breaking the void shield. Chun Feng stomped the ground, the sound of cracking earth echoing as he launched himself like a cannonball, his light sword slashing at the giant bug's head. Boom! The crusher collapsed with a thunderous crash. Unbelievable, Brother Feng. The onlookers were stunned. No skills, relying entirely on basic attacks. Absolute power is the ultimate rule. Feng Xing Tianxia smiled faintly, shaking off the bloodstains. His high attack, zero defense glass cannon build made slaying monsters as easy as slicing through butter, but a single misstep would shatter him like glass. Fixing his gaze on the void rift, he was full of hope. Just 2 levels away from Blink's step. I'll grind like crazy if I have to. Soloing the insect nest core. Who can rival me?
Backpack synchronised location, des 03 Void Insect Nest, Réard Dermal-Layé.
The allied forces shouted, "Charge! Coordinate with the light weapons. These bugs are as fragile as crumbs." Tens of thousands of players, armed with bioluminescent weapons, surged like waves, effortlessly wiping out the outer void fleas and pressing straight toward the giant beast's mother nest. The mother nest was half buried underground, its spinal ridge towering like a purple mountain range. Target locked. The boss itself, prepare for battle. A small guild leader raised his light sword high and commanded, "Brothers, aim for its spine, focus fire." The air suddenly froze. The giant beast, silent for so long, was now enraged by the buzzing of mosquitoes. It did not turn around. The volcano-like craters on its back began to glow with a blinding purple plasma light, and a warning flashed across the screen. High-energy reaction initiated. Void Devourer insect. Secondary cannon array charging. The players froze. Boom! 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 Hundreds of purple plasma shells streaked through the sky, each trajectory precisely covering the player army. Effortlessly, the light beams struck down, vaporizing the ground completely. The shield wall guardians and elite hunters, along with their proud formations, were completely obliterated. The photon fungi mercenaries were spared. They had been observing from a distance, not daring to engage. This monster lived up to its name, a terrifying legend from history books now standing vividly before them. The players were in a panic. Retreat! Retreat now! Is this a star destroyer? Can we even fight it? Fleeing in disarray, wishing they had more legs to run with. Finally, they understood the reason behind the Void Devourer worm's hidden level. Scene transition. In the central archive of the City of Light, the atmosphere was entirely different. Here, there was no battlefield chaos, only an interdimensional exchange of knowledge. The player with the ID Quantum Mechanics stared at the bewildered photon fungi elder in front of him, as if conversing with an alien civilization. You don't know the periodic table of elements? The player was shocked. Elements? Are they the building blocks of the world? The elder asked in confusion, his staff glowing. Light is the source of all things, the composition of matter? That is the domain of the gods, he replied. A group of academic overachievers was left speechless. The photon fungi's magical prowess was astonishing. They could wield light swords and manipulate light-based magic, yet they were completely ignorant of basic science. They didn't understand chemical reactions, relying on experience to refine crystals. They knew nothing of anatomy, defeating monsters solely with photon bombardments and holy light healing. And they had no concept of levers or mechanics, constructing buildings entirely with fungal filaments. The research director of the Imperial Guild slammed the table, eyes filled with fiery brilliance. Elder, let's trade. He pulled out a notebook, writing swiftly and boldly. We'll teach you mathematics, to understand the world. Teach you physics, to comprehend the universe as we see it. Teach you chemistry, to explore matter and particles. Teach you engineering, to design sturdy buildings and turrets. In exchange for your magical theories. The elder gazed at the mechanical schematics on the wall, eyes sharp and bright. For their tribe, striving to survive in a perilous world, this was undoubtedly a key to victory. Deal! A clash of civilizations unfolded. Luminous magical creatures gathered around the blackboard, listening to humans explain the principles of levers and weak point anatomy. Scholars sat cross-legged on mats, learning meditation and frequency resonance. Scene switch. Left kidney renal pelvis stone mining area. A blind spot outside the battlefield, untouched by the main storyline. A forest of hard, cold crystals. Boom! A massive boulder was suddenly shattered. A spiked stone colossus, LV.28, let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Standing atop the corpse of the giant beast was a figure resembling a demon god, greedy wolf Zhang Kuang, level 25. His bare upper body was covered in shimmering crystalline patterns, and his gray-white skin, resembling granite, revealed his mutation, petrified bone armor enhancement. This made him akin to a walking humanoid tank, with defense stats off the charts and almost no sense of pain. Though his movements were slower, his presence was overwhelmingly domineering. He led over 100 followers, most of them between level 18 and 20, forming the second-tier player group. Their equipment was mismatched, and their aura was filled with hostility. Without NPC support or main quest rewards, they relied solely on relentless grinding. In this brutal mining zone, only sheer effort could pave the way forward. Zhang Kuang jumped down from the Colossus's corpse, causing the ground to crack. Looking into the distance, the rough and imposing Wild Wolf City 01 stood tall. Its walls were constructed from kidney stones and adorned with monster heads, symbolizing the only semblance of civilization in the wasteland. The surroundings were desolate, accompanied only by monsters and strange rocks, with not a single trace of human life. This vast kidney labyrinth was despair-inducing. The small group of dozens felt like floating specks of dust in the solar system, their isolation driving them to the brink of madness. Someone muttered complaints under their breath, their spirit on the verge of collapse. Zhang Kuang's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted angrily, "Shut up! Lonely? Desolate? This is our advantage. This endless expanse of resources belongs entirely to us." He declared the plan to continue advancing deeper, setting up respawn points and gradually consuming the wilderness. Though anxious inside, he understood his forces were limited, and progress was as slow as a snail's pace. Yet, as the leader, he had to remain resolute, using thunderous methods to maintain control. 3 months, just 3 short months, and the world had changed beyond recognition. As battles erupted across various fronts, especially in the lungs and dermis layers of the back, the number of level 20 players surged past 50,000, unlocking the talent tree. Superhumans were no longer a myth, roaming the streets and shaking governments to their core. Scene shift. Dragon Nation Black Market. Buying large quantities of bioenergy. 1 bioenergy point for 20 dragon coins. Instant payment. A scalper desperately shouted orders over the phone. Despite strict official crackdowns, real currency transactions couldn't be stopped, and bioenergy had become hard currency. However, the market was bizarrely tight, with a severe shortage of supply. "There's really no stock," the scalper lamented. Repairing equipment, buying pets, raising silver wing sentinels, it all costs money. Who's willing to sell? High-priced bioenergy listings get snatched up instantly. I suspect bots are sweeping the market. Low-price sellers were all shrewd, only willing to sell in small amounts, engaging in petty trades. Titan Engineering Bureau in the Imperial Capital. Ban Zhangwo frowned as he stared at the security report. Over 40,000 level 20 players in Dragon Nation. Grassroots pressure is immense. A senior official nearby sighed, "Ordinary special police are powerless against players with keratinized skin. Handguns have become mere toys." An urgent red-letter document was issued. Notice on recruiting advanced players into the public service system, officially opening a new chapter. Anyone who is LV.20 plus and passes the political review can directly join the Special Operations Division and officially start their position. Internet tycoons are quick to act. Penguin Group offers tens of millions in annual salary to recruit LV.25 plus experts as security consultants. Huahua Technology establishes the Titan Laboratory, frantically recruiting researchers from the Titan kin. Gaming is no longer a frivolous pastime but a pawn in the next industrial revolution. Eagle Nation's giants attempt to interfere with Dragon Nation but are blocked by the Ministry of Commerce. Meanwhile, inside St. Peter's Basilica, the battle among the College of Cardinals is in full swing. The radicals wave Titan Genesis, proclaiming the game as a gift from God, the embodiment of the cosmic creator. The conservatives angrily denounce it as demonic temptation, claiming the game incites bloodlust and violence, a conspiracy of Satan. Billions of believers are torn, simultaneously praying and offering to the Titan statue. Even more fanatics have formed the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, worshipping the Void Devourer worm. In Eagle Nation's Los Angeles Privilege Haven, regulatory oversight is absent, and powerful players have formed mutual aid societies. On the surface, they offer mutual assistance, but secretly, they are a mix of gangs and cults. Zhao Si, once a minor figure in his home country, has now moved to Eagle Nation, flaunting his muscles by the pool of his luxury mansion, surrounded by admirers. He laughs. "As long as my fists are strong enough, I train with congressmen and I'm the boss." The Eagle Nation government turns a blind eye, using these migrants to gather Titan intelligence. Their main forces only entered the game during the 6th test, putting them at a disadvantage, so they must recruit external allies. At arcades, the latest gaming pods are out of stock. Official price, 50,000. Black market price, skyrocketing to 200,000. still causing fierce competition. Low-cost helmets sold out early, leading to frequent violent brawls over helmet purchases. In chaotic war zones, the fighting escalates. Warlords are no longer satisfied with ordinary firearms and seek extraordinary mercenaries for reinforcement. LV.20 Berserk behemoth clad in bulletproof armor, wielding a heavy machine gun, an invincible humanoid tank sweeping the battlefield. The era has changed. Single-soldier combat produces kings. High-dimensional perspective, Titan Gu Chun. In the depths of the universe, Gu Chen's colossal body slowly warmed. The data line connecting the divine body system to Blue Star was heating up, as the biological energy of 500,000 players continuously nourished him. Still not enough, Gu Chen sighed, understanding that the chaos of reality was the growing pains of civilization's evolution. He had access to all player information and dismissed these minor skirmishes with disdain. I am no longer human. I cannot waste emotions. The 9th tier represents cosmic deities capable of destroying advanced civilizations. The strongest players are only at the 1st tier, still far from being able to face the most powerful 3rd-tier monsters. Nervous system load capacity passed. Energy at full capacity, bioenergy depleted. Gu Chen decisively gave the order. The game was about to undergo a major transformation. Full server major update announcement. Void threats escalate. Total war is imminent. The 7th large-scale beta test is now open. New slots, 500,000. Total server population instantly reaches 1 million. A million calamities descend. In front of their screens, billions held their breath, staring at the countdown. Was it the gateway to heaven or hell? The path to transcendence, it's up to you to decide. The system broadcast resounded like thunder. The 7th beta test officially begins. Welcome 500,000 new players back to the embrace of Titan. Signal chains lit up simultaneously across Blue Star. Countless data lines were not directed to servers but directly connected to Gu Chen's neural network. This time, no single-point spawning, 3 major factions for you to choose from. Spawn locations. Hardcore Sanctuary, Safety First, Transportation Hub. Beginner's Paradise, crowded and stable with rare battles. B. Blackstone Fortress, Military Stronghold. Battlefield right at the gate, perfect for passionate combat enthusiasts. C. City of Light, where magic and technology converge. Glowing light energy fungi, a paradise for magic and research. A beam of white light exploded. The super streamer Mr. Beast, with 200 million fans worldwide, slowly opened his eyes. The red giant hall before him was utterly breathtaking, and the sound of heartbeats roared like thunder. My God! He touched the elastic myocardial floor beneath his feet and shouted to the camera. Guys, this isn't CGI. This is real-time rendering. You can even feel the humidity in the air. Among the 50,000 newcomers, over 10,000 were players from Dragon Country, while the rest were foreigners from all over the world. The Hardcore Sanctuary resembled the United Nations Assembly Hall, where players of different races gathered together. A player pointed to the sky in admiration. The vascular column is truly a masterpiece. The NPC Zero rose with its giant body, and the scene immediately fell silent. After a tutorial, players dispersed in all directions. Those daring to provoke the Silverwing Sentinels and Zero were instantly killed. Their corpses hung in the air, resembling a depiction of Jesus' crucifixion. Major guilds' headhunters were busier than ever. Recruitment was no longer blindly frantic. Elite players became the prized members of the main teams. In the game, players are immortal, making management a major challenge. Expanding recruitment recklessly only leads to chaos in resources and distribution. Even if I trick you twice, there's nothing you can do to me. Raising the threshold, though regrettable, is the only option. B404, City of Light. One of the hottest spawn points this time. A paradise for fantasy enthusiasts. Sugoi. Virtual streamer, Sakura Blade, paused in the square, captivated by the glowing blue light energy fungus NPC, her eyes sparkling. The legendary energy fungus, so adorable, This is my home. Spirit conductor. Time to learn magic. Here, the art is exquisite, with a mysterious aura in the tranquility. Many new players surrounded the glowing elder, attempting to unlock hidden professions. The elder had no choice but to close the library, allowing only a few people to enter. In the player's eyes, it was the legendary place that requires high favorability to access. Don't disturb him while he's studying mathematics. Today, he still needs to consult the Divine Envoy about Cartesian coordinates. A lifetime of research in magic, formations, inscriptions, and enchantments, now encountering new knowledge from another world. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It's truly indescribable. The light energy fungus people were startled when they first saw this group of divine envoys. Unexpectedly, as long as they made a request, the divine envoys were overjoyed. The tasks were so simple and came with experience points, it was like hitting the jackpot. Friends, I'm in the City of Light. Just picked up a trash cleaning task. Experience points skyrocketed. Come on, let's take a photo. The light energy fungus nearby twitched their faces, cursing in their hearts. Are these people really divine envoys? I'm going to complain to the chieftain. Scene change, a 7-district, Blackstone Fortress. This was the first stronghold where players took root, now transformed into a steel fortress. Yura, take off your clothes. To the battlefield. The burly men from the Polar Bear Nation stripped off their newbie gear as soon as they landed, streaking to find monsters to slaughter. Where are the monsters? Let's fight. Bearded Steel Ivan roared, swinging his fists. A group of fans followed closely behind, watching the newbies fight each other, creating quite an entertaining scene. The veteran pointed to the city gate. Turn left. There are dust mites and flu viruses. The wind is a bit strong, be careful. What's wind? We're not afraid. Ivan pounded his chest and led the charge. In less than 5 minutes, a gust of wind from the Titan blew them sky high, scattering them across the Cilia tree branches, leaving no chance for revival. Help! Forget it! Just kill me quickly so I can respawn. The screams were endless. Meanwhile, the veteran players in the deeper layers were brewing a military revolution. In the conference room, the data fanatic presented a performance evaluation report on the mecha. The Titan's Fist mecha has many limitations in actual combat. Its basic combat power is equivalent to an LV.35 elite monster, but once players exceed level 35 or unlock advanced talents, the mecha becomes a burden instead. Fengxing Tianxia nodded. The control response can't keep up with the speed of an LV.30 Ghost Blade. The mecha is bulky and lacks agility. Longzhan frowned. So, what's the conclusion? The mecha is suitable for a transitional period, best for players around level 25. If their attributes are insufficient, wearing it boosts them to level 35 combat power. The cost is high, 1 million each, so not everyone can have one. Recommend forming a mecha squad, making it a shared asset for rotation. Li Zihan added. The pilot leaves, but the mecha stays. A relay system across 3 generations. One mecha for multiple uses with driving rights sold for 50,000. Low-level technical players should use it first. The mecha will be maintained in the warehouse during downtime and prioritized for elite pilots between levels 24 to 28 during critical missions. Once they reach level 30, they take off the mecha and head to the front lines, making way for the next batch of brothers. Chong Changyi how suddenly understood. Now this is a proper army, an ironclad camp with flowing soldiers, where tanks and mechas rotate with the personnel. It's decided. Chun Feng made the final call. Dawn, Longzhan, and Royal Dynasty will establish a 100-member mecha squad, prioritizing low-level technical players. The old-timers will rely on blink step and high-level martial skills. No one will be able to touch us. Fengxing Tianxia said confidently. World Channel. The situation has just begun. Inside the Titan's divine body, a sudden commotion erupted in the liver's safe zone. OMG. I just rushed in and saw a squad of black mechas flying overhead, Mr. Beast exclaimed. Are those NPCs? No, those are the new mechas built by the Longzhan Guild. 5 million each. Don't even think about affording one. A passerby laughed. On the other side, Sakura Blade Master patted his head. How do I join the Light Energy Fungus faction? I want to protect Microchan. Steel Ivan raised his hand and shouted. Who's forming a team to the kidneys? It's chaos there now like paradise. We need to build a frontline fortress. 1 million players poured in, and the organs and blood vessel regions inside the Titan instantly boiled with activity. Though the map was vast, wandering alone was a dead end. Teams were the standard, starting with 10 people, forming groups to build bases, fend off plunderers, and craft weapons. Newcomers exclaimed, "This is more fun than 2B2T. I'm settling here." Amid the excitement, an undercurrent began to stir, on the outskirts of the D03 void insect nest in the dermis layer of the back. A dry heave escaped as Tang Dasui turned pale, staring at a pile of rotting flesh. A recently dismembered void flea, its purple innards emitting a stench of decayed seafood. Hold it in. Flesh artisan Hannibal, holding a bone surgical knife with slimy hands, stared fanatically at the corpse. He said, though the knife wasn't necessary, using it felt more thrilling. Found it. He pulled out a faintly pulsating dark green sac from the rotting flesh. This is a void pheromone sac. The bugs use it to identify their kind. The light energy fungus faction's favor is hard to grind, and their production is low. There's not enough light weapons to go around, Hannibal sneered. So, let's play an old trick, a biological version of the Trojan horse. Tang Dasui and the surrounding players felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. 10 minutes later, Hannibal coated them entirely in a thick, slimy biological adhesive, as if they'd been thrown into a vat of mucus. Click! The skull cap closed, sealing Tang Dasui completely inside the insect shell, with only 2 slits to see through. Apply the oil. Hannibal pierced the sac, drenching the disguised ones in the potent pheromone. System notification. Disguise state void kin activated. The effect will dissipate once the scent fades. Warning. Skills are disabled in this state, and sanity value will continuously decrease. 15 human bugs formed a suicide squad, crawling twistedly toward the dark purple insect nest. As soon as they entered the mucus-filled passage, a suffocating sense of oppression overwhelmed them. Ahead, a massive void weaver hung upside down from the ceiling, its 8 sharp limbs repairing the fungal carpet. It turned its head, its lifeless, eyeless compound eyes locking onto its kin. Hiss! A low-frequency vibration. The weaver swayed its antennae, emitting complex biological signals, as if conducting a patrol check. The 2 players at the front froze. What's it doing? Return it. A stiff imitation. Hiss! Wrong response. The compound eyes instantly turned crimson like fire. Of course, the flea in front of it was mistaken for a midnight snack. It sensed not the rhythm of the void, but a vibrant heartbeat, irresistibly delicious. Swish! Scythe-like claws instantly sprang out. Splurt! A brief sound of tearing. The first player was instantly sliced into 3 pieces. Blood and purple camouflage liquid splattered, the head pierced, and the brain completely drained. The 3 behind exploded in terror. Run! Running away with your back to a higher being. Serves you right. 7 or 8 void larvae suddenly burst out from both sides of the passage, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced viciously. Skill ban. They could only scream as they were bitten, their painful cries instantly turning into shattered fragments. The 15-member team suddenly dwindled to 5. Don't move. Stay quiet. It's pheromone sensing. Relax. Hannibal gritted his teeth and roared, ordering everyone to hold their breath and stand by. The weaver moved around, hanging upside down to probe with its tendrils. The cold tendrils slid across Tang Dasui's face, licking his eyelids. Fear solidified. Void pheromones and biological glue became the only shield. Holding their breath was the only way to survive. The tendrils hesitated, then withdrew. The weaver turned to repair the walls, completely ignoring the survivors. Escape. The 5 fled in disarray, avoiding the death traps of the death corridor. Finally, they reached the core of the insect nest. Before them was a massive, twisted spherical womb void devourer insect, resembling a giant aircraft carrier. Beneath its semi-transparent skin, purple energy churned, embryos intertwined and entangled, nauseating to behold. Underneath its abdomen lay a mountain of insect eggs, rising and falling. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the sickly sweetness of pheromones, unbearably pungent. This is the source. Tang Dashue's stomach churned, unable to shake off the image of his teammates being devoured by larvae. The squad channel exploded. "Start recording. I want to see this." Hannibal glanced sideways and reminded, "Don't puke. Look at the golden egg above." Golden purple light shimmered, revealing a special Void Devourer insect egg sac. Void Devourer insect egg. Stealing this one, the fallen brothers are worth it. Tang Dasui held his breath, his iron-like insect legs stepping forward, charging towards the egg mountain. The moment his hand touched the golden egg, the air froze. The abdomen of the devourer worm split open with a crack, and the hatching chamber fell into dead silence. The spawn was born, and the storm was coming. The eyes of the devourer worm burned with purple flames, slowly turning, locking onto the tiny flea attempting to lurk from the crack. The hive mind swept through rapidly, but there was no response. Its gaze instantly turned icy cold, hungrily fixating on its prey. System prompt. Locked on by the Void Devourer worm. Disguise failed, because it wasn't connected to the hive mind network. Hannibal exclaimed in shock, taking the lead to sprint away. "Run!" Tang Dasui also roared, rushing towards the cliff, trying to jump off to escape. However, it was too late. The abdomen of the devourer worm suddenly burst open, hundreds of hair-thin tentacles moving as fast as lightning, instantly shrouding the space. The remaining 5 players had nowhere to hide, firmly bound by the invisible tentacles. Tang Dasui looked down, only to see countless transparent tubes piercing through the insect shell disguised like blades, penetrating his leather armor and delving into his blood vessels and pores. There was no pain, only bone-chilling cold. Blood and bioenergy were continuously being drained. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of devouring echoed overhead. Hannibal suffered even worse, as a thick tentacle pierced through his skull, voraciously absorbing the biological material stored within his body. 2 seconds later, he turned into a shriveled husk, with only bones dangling loosely. System notification. Life absorption complete. Body digested. Tang Dashue's vision blurred, his sense of touch dulled, and he felt a writhing sensation in his chest and abdomen. His body went limp, and his consciousness began to fade. In his ears, the joyful tremors of the Void Devourer worm resonated, as the crimson energy was transferred into the golden egg. Burp! In the instant of death, only echoes remained in the incubation chamber. Respawn point, lymph node G4. 5 people stumbled out of the respawn pool, vomiting uncontrollably. Perverse. Tang Dashue's face was as pale as paper. The feeling of having his soul drained through a tube left a lasting shadow. The footage quickly spread across the entire server. Title: Warning. Tentacle Play Horror Live Recording. The writhing tentacles on the screen left all players in silence. These people actually played this intensely? The experts' expressions grew serious. Their gaze locked onto the Void Devourer worm egg at the top of the incubation chamber. When will it hatch? How fast will it grow? Will it threaten the current battlefront? Just one devourer worm was already terrifying. If more were to hatch, players would have no choice but to abandon the stronghold. The data expert's face turned ashen. Unable to estimate the incubation time, the consequences are unimaginable. The void worms grow rapidly, and that devourer worm is laying eggs and spawning troops endlessly. He frowned deeply. Damn it, it just keeps reproducing. Long Zhan Yi cursed angrily. We must act immediately. Feng Xing Tianxia lightly touched the origin Fong with his fingertips, the high-tier holy light coating inscriptions on the blade gleaming, specifically designed to deal true damage to void creatures. De Shuai and the others were drained into mummies. The queen worm must be on high alert. Sneaking in is impossible, De Li Chu Qiji asked. Feng Xing Tianxia said in a deep voice, "If sneaking is impossible, then we disguise ourselves." That's right, it's at critical moments like this that you see who the real heroes are. In the corner, a strange cackling laugh echoed. Hannibal pushed a flatbed cart, on which lay the precisely modified shell of a void shredder. The mastermind behind the last infiltration plan now made a dazzling appearance as a consultant. He calmly analyzed, void creatures have a fatal weakness. They transport prey or high-energy corpses to the incubation chamber to serve as a nutritious meal for the larvae. His eyes burned with fervor as he stared at Feng Xing Tianxia. Can't get in alive? Then we'll get in dead. Feng Xing Tianxia instinctively felt a chill, but this was the only way, so he had to go for it. 10 minutes later, on a makeshift operating table, Hannibal brought out a bucket of liquid emitting a pungent blue glow. This is an improved void-disguised liquid, mixed with void Zerg pheromones. It will drastically lower your body temperature, reduce your heartbeat to less than 10 beats per minute, and completely mask your human scent, putting you in a false death state. Feng Xing Tianxia stripped down, carrying only his weapon, and reluctantly crawled into the foul-smelling abdominal cavity of a worm corpse. Hannibal grinned sinisterly. And here's a bottle of high-energy attractant, which will make you smell irresistibly delicious to the void worms. The worker worms won't abandon you halfway. They'll definitely deliver you to the queen worm. Before he finished speaking, he began sealing the gaps in the worm shell. You only have one chance. Once you're dropped, that's your signal to act. The carapace closed, and darkness swallowed him instantly. Feng Xing Tianxia curled up in the cramped, dark worm abdomen, his skin tightly pressed against the shell, secured firmly with biological adhesive. He became like frozen meat, the cold seeping into his bones, forcing him to hold his breath desperately. Suddenly, a void worker worm appeared, keenly sniffing out the enticing scent. It circled the corpse, confirming its freshness, and understood its purpose. A delicious gift for the queen. Feng Xing Tianxia suppressed every trace of vitality, and the worker worm, satisfied, let out a screech, dragging him toward the depths of the hive. Bumping and swaying, the narrow tunnel scenery unfolded outside. Feng Xing Tianxia activated his recorder, capturing everything. The purple fungal carpet, countless holes, and disgusting larvae. A living person entering this place would be exposed instantly, but a corpse passed through unimpeded. Passing through the territory of void predators, the predators eyed him greedily but were immediately driven away by the fierce worker worm. How dare you? Such a delicacy is not for the likes of you. Finally, the incubation chamber came into view, illuminated by a flood of firelight. The massive void devourer worm hovered above, its purple demonic eye half closed, exuding an overwhelming pressure that even made the falsely dead Feng Xing Tianxia's heart tremble. The worker worm respectfully placed the corpse down and retreated silently. The queen worm extended two tentacles, swiftly binding Feng Xing Tianxia's worm shell and suspending it at the top of the incubation chamber. This was the true countdown to death. Seize the moment, strike in one blow. There, a void devourer worm egg, as tall as half a person, stood quietly, its golden-purple glow swirling, the embryo inside the eggshell writhing violently, radiating an overwhelming hunger. The tentacles slowly positioned Feng Xing Tianxia's corpse beside the worm egg, adjusting it into a posture convenient for feeding, gently stroking the egg with an unusually doting manner. The blood vessels on the insect shell began to squirm, as if trying to absorb nutrients from Chen Feng's body. Could this unhatched insect egg actually feed on its own? Feng Xing Tianxia raised an eyebrow, a cold, cruel smile appearing on his face. Now the distance to the target, 0 meters, practically face to face. Have you eaten? He coldly asked in his mind. First, let me strike you once. Fair enough. 3, 2, 1. A single slash tore through the eggshell, instantly breaking the disguise. Boom! Chun Feng's feigned dead body suddenly exploded, fragments of the carapace and embalming fluid scattering in all directions, like shrapnel piercing into the insect egg. A figure, bare-chested and wielding a light blade, erupted from the fragments like a Shura from the underworld, the sound of wind roaring. The void-devouring insect was shocked and furious, its roar shaking the heavens. It had never expected that the food prepared for its offspring would hide a living person. In an instant, countless tentacles lashed out like whips, tearing through the air, sealing off all of Chun Feng's escape routes. The speed was beyond imagination, but at that moment, Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes sharpened, his pupils contracting into needles as he activated bullet time micron level control hunting instinct. The entire world froze in an instant, the tentacles turning into slowly creeping vines, and even the dust became vividly clear. You're strong, but I'm the cheat of this world. His body twisted, his form bizarre, nimbly dodging the first wave of tentacle attacks. With no room left to evade, Feng Xing Tianxia focused all his potential, stomping hard on the insect egg and suddenly propelling himself. Synapse acceleration. Slash! The origin Feng in his hand shone brilliantly, like a miniature sun, slashing down. Even with his abdomen violently pierced by a tentacle, blood gushing out, he remained relentless. The blade vibrated to the extreme, slicing through the thick eggshell like cutting thin paper. Crack! The eggshell shattered. The embryo let out a piercing wail. Its mangled flesh turned to sludge, fluid spraying everywhere, staining Chun Feng's body. A critical hit with one strike. Satisfying. He smirked mockingly. Time resumed, and dozens of tentacles suddenly attacked. Chun Feng was pierced midair like a rag doll, blood splattering everywhere. His health bar instantly dropped to 0. Yet the arrogance in his smile remained. The void devourer worm above him, enraged to the extreme, roared deafeningly but was powerless to prevent its crushing defeat. Furious but useless, you can't protect anything. He taunted, bye-bye. Server-wide announcement. Player Feng Xing Tianxia has successfully destroyed the Void Devourer worm egg. A few minutes later, at the G4 lymph node respawn point, with a flash of white light, Feng Xing Tianxia reappeared, reborn. His experience bar had dropped slightly, his level rising from 30 to 31, but he was brimming with energy. Players swarmed around him, their cheers deafening. He did it! Feng God is amazing, so ruthless, delivering himself as a bomb to destroy the egg. Flying worms everywhere. Background coordinates. Dermis layer, D03 Warzone frontline, G4 lymph node defense line, ZZZ ARG. Deep within the insect hive, a soul-piercing shriek exploded, instantly shattering the nerves of all players. Purple-red noise dots filled the vision, and health plummeted sharply. Global server warning. The Void Devourer has fallen into grief of losing offspring. The mechanics have changed. The insect mother no longer channels top-tier energy to the devourer eggs. All remaining energy is poured into ordinary eggs, increasing their hatching speed by 300%, and their attacks directly upgrade to deathmatch mode. The ground shook and mountains trembled as void creatures, like berserk warriors, frantically poured out of the hive. A purple fungal carpet spread rapidly, and tens of thousands of void fleas and crushers swept in like a devastating flood. These bugs have gone completely insane. The frontline commander roared, Divine Guard Corps, hold the line at all costs. But the insect tide was too overwhelming. With fewer than 10,000 players, even with multiple avatars, the frontline was torn apart like paper. What used to be one-on-one challenges turned into packs of wolves devouring people, causing entire sections to collapse instantly. The shields are about to break. The healers are out of mana. Cries of despair echoed everywhere. Just as the defense line was about to fall, the heavy roar of engines shattered the hopelessness. 30 top-tier LV.25 Mech's Titan's Fist charged into the battlefield from the flank like a steel flood. Dragon Battle Mech Unit 1 formed a heavy shield wall, standing as unyielding steel. Enemy collisions shattered, causing countless casualties, and the defense was impenetrable. Imperial Mech Unit 2, equipped with shoulder-mounted plasma cannons, bombarded the insect swarm, creating vacuum zones and enhancing the killing power. Dawn Mech Unit 3, wielding chainsaw swords, launched an assault, slaying elite insect swarms with deadly precision. Solo players were dumbfounded. Is this the legendary Mech Corps? But the situation remained dire. The mechs could only hold off hundreds of insects, while players strategized to delay and retreat. The mechs held the line, biting down on the battlefield with all their might. The commander roared, "Mech energy is limited. Retreat to G5 immediately. G4 can't hold anymore." With the last plasma cannon shot fired, the fuel chamber's core ignited, and the mechs retreated at full speed. These precious mechs must not be damaged. 30 mechs escorted the remaining players and resources in retreat. Amid the sea of corpses numbering in the tens of thousands, resources were king. Minutes later, the newly constructed biological beacon, G4 lymph node, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Regional announcement: G4 outpost has fallen. Battlefront retreated by 400 kilometers. Coordinates: right lung lower lobe B404 City of Light, Royal Library. The atmosphere here was completely different. The player with ID Master of all eras excitedly held the ancient tome of the Light Energy Fungus Elder, Illustrated Guide to Deep Dawn Species, Ancient Chapter. Surrounding scientific experts and guild executives stared intently at the screen, awaiting major clues. According to the records of the Light Energy Fungus. According to the records of the Light Energy Fungus. That's it. The professor pointed to the ancient runes and calmly recited the key secret. Void Devourer worms are the core calamity of the Deep Dawn evil god, Wuxiang Zhishir. Its mother body is extremely powerful but has limited reproductive ability. A single egg consumes all void essence, and once it ruptures, the mother body is completely depleted and cannot regenerate. Converted to time, it's roughly 1 year. As the words fell, everyone froze, then erupted in ecstatic joy. Haha, 1 year. Long Zhanyu Yi burst into laughter. Fengzi, that slash of yours was worth it. You've earned us a whole year of development time. Data Maniac sighed. If this boss could spawn offspring in just a month, we'd be doomed. But now, the mass-produced soldiers are just cannon fodder with no growth potential. As long as the mother body doesn't regenerate, there's still hope. Currently, it's just hard mode. Definitely not extreme mode. G5 lymph node, the new defensive line. Feng Xing Tianxia sat on a resource crate, listening to the battle reports, his face finally showing some color. He had just been resurrected not long ago, carrying a mountain of supplies while running, exhausted to the point of breathlessness. Watching the forum video of G4 being swallowed by the purple insect tide, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Losing a stronghold, the monsters surging, everyone defeated and battered. It was indeed miserable, but the blade of the devourer worms hanging over their heads had finally been severed. 1 year. Chun Feng gripped the Origin Fong tightly. More than enough. He thought fiercely to himself. By then, it won't just be about blowing up its eggs. I'll cut off all its tentacles, dismantle all its turrets, and destroy every single attack organ. BYD dares to poke me with tentacles. He stood up, his gaze resolute, looking at the retreating mechs and the continuously arriving reinforcements. Fortify the G5 defensive line into a fortress. Since they want a war of attrition, we'll play along. Inside the Titan, there's no shortage of fourth calamity players eager to level up. These bugs are quite considerate, delivering endless void resources for free. Right lower lobe of the lung, A7 area of the bronchioles. The earliest base of the Dawn Guild, relatively safe here. The pink mucosa is covered with glowing moss, with a few harmless dust mites occasionally flying by. Suddenly, a mix of laughter and screams erupted. This monster actually bites butts? Interesting. Fried Chicken and Beer Squad, A small group of newbies from the 7th test, levels 3 to 4, equipped with beginner gear. All had standard non-human athletic builds, exuding a strong presence. At the front of the team was Redemption, a steady guardian, holding the shield firmly. The aggro is messed up. Old Lin, slow down your output. Beside him, Life is Short was sprinting, using the shield as a brick to smack the monster. Take this smack. Annoyed yet, the Dust Mite squeaked in protest and immediately lunged at him. Hold steady, focus fire. The team leader, Wild Forest with sharp eyes, in the role of a hunter, precisely stabbed the monster's joints with a bone dagger. The Dust Mite charged, knocking Life is Short to the ground. Where's the healer? Heal me quickly. At the very back, Happy Chubby Homebuddy, a weaver, cast a spell, but the green light orb veered off course and hit the stealth teammate Shadow S. But awkwardness maxed out. The scene descended into chaos. This is how it should be to make it exciting. Ah, you fat idiot. You exposed me. Shadow screamed, forced to reveal himself. Originally planning a cool backstab, but the teammates messed up with chaotic moves. The Dust Mite charged, and Shadow was flattened into the ground like mud. What on earth are you guys doing? Shadow rolled his eyes, looking utterly disheveled. In the midst of a chaotic battle, two newbies tangled with each other. The LV.3 Dust Mite was finally worn down to death. Everyone collapsed on the ground, exhausted, exclaiming, "I'm beat!" Life on Earth was still poking the corpse and playing with its bones. The chubby guy was exploring around when he suddenly shouted, "Come quick! There's a hole under this ciliary forest." The group peeled away the mucous membrane and picked up an old medal emitting a dark silver glow. T-Cell Commando Medal, a symbol of the glory of ancient warriors who fought against viruses and perished to the last man. The recipient enjoys the Heroic Spirits Blessing buff in the A7 area, with experience plus 5%.
Permanent expérience boost?
We're rich, the newbies exclaimed in awe, thrilled by the 5% bonus. Redemption gently brushed off the dust and murmured, "The game's backstory is tougher than we imagined. No matter how heavy it is, leveling up is the real deal." Life on Earth snatched the medal and shouted with a grin, "I'm the captain now, charge." Scene shift. Left kidney, around the renal pelvis. Leveling up here feels like royal treatment. An elderly man in high-tier gear, spiritual pivot mastersmith, excitedly pointed his finger, unleashing a roaring current. Thunder! Beside him, LV.21 expert Zhao Si finished off the stone golem with a single strike, causing it to explode into fragments. That was brilliant. The feeling of mastering lightning is simply godlike.
Zhao Si flattered obsequiously.
Smith smiled, savoring the tingling electric sensation. Even this basic power is intoxicating. Zhao, well done. Bodyguard stood guard, clearing out all the wild monsters, leaving only the final bit of experience for the old man to finish off. Master, once you reach LV.30, you can buy the Titan's Blood Key of Immortality. Zhao Si's eyes gleamed with profit-driven intent. Understood. Smith nodded, surveying the desolate wilderness. This place is both safe and perfect for leveling up. It's even better than the bronchioles. How did you find it? Business is an art. Zhao Si lowered his voice. This area belongs to Greedy Wolf. No one dares to come here. We gave them some real-world support and they sold us the terrain data. Titan is too vast. No one monopolizes the land, but intelligence can definitely be considered a business. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as a dark deal quietly concluded on this desolate blood-soaked land. Coordinates, Crimson Passage, the most dangerous area leading to the intestines. The mad adventurer Columbus Reborn piloted the high-speed Crimson vessel, racing through the turbulent currents. I am Columbus. Welcome to the live stream, everyone. He streamed while navigating the map. Routine monster farming wasn't thrilling enough. Map exploration always offered fresh excitement. Beyond this point lies the intestines. The game's greatest treasure is hidden here, untouched by anyone. The speedboat sprinted for hours, only to encounter a sudden blockage ahead. Now this is getting interesting. The real excitement lies ahead. A thick layer of yellow grease, mixed with calcified substances, completely blocked the passage. Columbus frowned. Blocked? Not exciting enough. He pulled out a high-purity incendiary bottle purchased from the light-energy fungi tribe, tossed it, and instantly, flames erupted, igniting the grease and sending thick smoke billowing. "The path is clear," he exclaimed triumphantly, but he failed to notice. The pungent smell quietly drifted into the endless darkness. Higher dimensional perspective. Gu Chen's stomach trembled, his gaze locked onto the intestines. The terrifying parasitic beast, hidden for so long, was awakened by the smell of burning grease. A warning popped up on the screen. Detected reaction from a fifth-tier cosmic creature. Void Helminth has awakened. Combat power assessment. Divine level. The livestream camera shook violently as two golden eyes lit up in the darkness, followed by a colossal mouth, as vast as a planet, slowly closing in. This is not a creature, but a colossal and terrifying entity, clad in diamond-hard white chitinous scales, surrounded by a void storm. BOSS. Void Helminth Dragon. Level? Description. A parasitic titan intestine, a starry beast that has devoured dwarf planets. Columbus froze instantly. Compared to it, the Void Devourer worm was utterly insignificant. Space ripples tore apart as this giant beast didn't attack but simply opened its mouth to inhale. A terrifying gravitational vortex formed in an instant, engulfing the burning wall of grease, red blood cells, Columbus, along with hundreds of kilometers of surrounding bodily fluids. The live broadcast abruptly cut off, leaving only those two cold, moon-like golden pupils and the massive black hole devouring everything. The forum exploded. What kind of monster is this? A planetary-level boss. Confirmed. This game is definitely Universe OL. Void Devourer worm is nothing. The dragon parasite can swallow it whole in one bite. All players were thrilled, fantasizing about the day they could punch the Devourer worm and kick the Void Dragon parasite. Slaying dragons? Not afraid at all. The size is so massive it's triggering the overview effect. The parasite evolves into a dragon. The green caterpillar turns into Rayquaza. Same routine. 2 weeks have passed. Ordinary people just worked a few shifts and took a 2-week vacation. But for Titan players, these 14 days were a complete rebirth. In-game, Backdermis Layer D03. On the Purple Wasteland, a dark figure was fiercely battling 3 Void Marauders. LV.32. Feng Xing Tianxia let out a fierce shout, and his figure instantly vanished. It wasn't invisibility but bullet time combined with teleportation. 3rd-tier talent. Instant step activated. Blades flashed repeatedly, and before the stealthy elite monsters could react, their heads had already flown off. As the Titan sequence advanced, the gap in player strength gradually widened. Before level 20, barely able to contend with ordinary monsters. After level 20, crushing ordinary monsters, comparable to elites. With the 3rd-tier talent unlocked, Feng Xing Tianxia can easily annihilate elites of the same level. This is the power of the overpowered Titan's kin. With benefits bestowed, the strength is off the charts. The experience orb merged into his body, and Chun Feng's stats skyrocketed. ID, Feng Xing Tianxia. Level, LV.32. Potential points, 1. He finally unlocked his potential. The muscles in his legs, after countless microscopic reorganizations, now resembled rocket engines ready to launch at any moment. Even without using instant steps, his speed was astonishing. Chun Feng raised his head, staring at the massive insect nest in the distance and the giant beast Void Devourer worm. The former ? Had turned into a glaring red label. Void Devourer worm LV.52 boss. Weakness / post-laying aftereffects. Level 52. A fierce glint flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. If it has a health bar, there's a chance. Though he couldn't defeat it yet, at least there was hope. Northern suburbs of the Imperial capital, Supernatural Alliance's secret training ground. The massive alloy gates were tightly shut, with the highest level of security. Lei Jin, Zhao Kuo, Li Zihan, and the observer sent by Ban Jiangwo all focused intently on Chun Feng in the arena. Wearing the test suit that clung tightly to his body, Chun Feng took a deep breath. In reality, without the assistance of a game system, the physical strain of instant steps was extremely destructive. But he had used nearly 10 vials of Titan's blood to strengthen his bones, and his body had already been completely transformed. With only one flesh potential point left, he set aside the flesh sequence for now and decided to test his skills first. Test begins. Target. Dummy 30 meters away. Chun Feng's gaze locked firmly on the target. Bioelectric currents erupted within his body, and his muscles contracted violently, like a race car engine igniting in an instant. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the concrete beneath his feet instantly shattered. Everyone's vision blurred. In their sight, Chun Feng appeared to remain motionless. In an instant, the shadow at his original position blurred and dissipated. His body reappeared, 30 meters away. The dummy was struck by an invisible force, instantly shattering into pieces, with fragments scattering in all directions. Wow! Li Zihan and the others exclaimed in shock. Even the high-speed camera couldn't capture any trace of his movement. It was true teleportation. Chun Feng swayed, his face pale, and white steam rose from his legs, his sweat evaporating instantly. The energy consumption is massive. Using instant steps in reality is exhausting. But the results, you've witnessed them. Zhao Kuo swallowed hard, staring at the shattered remains. This lunatic. Who could possibly block him if he had a blade? Lei Jin's eyes sparkled. For extreme solo combat, even lethal hidden weapons can't compare to this move. Dragon Country Heavy Industry Group's final assembly workshop. The might of machinery is the embodiment of national power. Industrial Cthulhu, activate. With the design blueprint, the Tianji Dragonslaying Cannon, mass production is a sure thing. Longqin 1 multifunctional exoskeleton mech, the 1000th unit, rolling off the line. The red silk is unveiled, revealing rows of camouflaged steel mechs neatly arranged. No sci-fi muscle structures like in games, relying entirely on hydraulic rods and graphene batteries. No neural direct connection, but precise control through a myoelectric helmet. Though it's a monkey version of Titan's Fist, its combat power remains terrifying. In the testing field, a soldier wearing the exoskeleton easily lifts a scrap car and accurately throws it into a waste pool 100 meters away. Another soldier remains steady as a mountain in a simulated fire and radiation environment, with the exoskeleton's maintenance system performing flawlessly. It's done. The chief engineer is moved to tears. Though it can't fly or burrow, this is a mass production unit. Single soldier battle armor, large-scale deployment is just around the corner. Earthquake rescue, counterterrorism, stability maintenance. Every advantage is within grasp. First conference room of the Imperial Capital's Psionic Research Institute. Here, the laws of mechanical physics are being reshaped. Human cognition is being broken through. Around the conference table, everyone sits solemnly. This is not science fiction, nor a military drill, but a real classroom for a group of top-tier players. Hundreds of spiritual core users, above LV.23, including college students, civil servants, and a rare few who have acquired the second-tier talent, Energy Resonance. They have been summoned to embark on magical research for a new era. The camera zooms in. On the podium, there is no flashy PowerPoint presentation, only a massive blackboard, on which the titles Introduction to Photon Dynamics and Elementary Magic Theory are boldly written. This is the first formal class of the Dragon Nation's magic program. Professor Gu raps on the blackboard, his demeanor as serious as a higher mathematics lecture. Magic is not mysticism, nor is it merely electromagnetic waves. He draws a large question mark and points below, to their bodies. They are no longer purely carbon-based organisms. Through Titan, they have brought back to Earth high-dimensional magical particles never seen before. Thus, magical energy organs were born. This is not simple magic and cannot be explained by Maxwell's equations. They are beginning to construct entirely new formulas, scientifically decoding the essence of psionic particles. Turn to page 5. The wave-particle duality of psionic particles and the mental interference formula. Below the podium, the apprentices are fully focused, their pens flying across their notebooks. Those players who conducted research in the game have now transformed into strict instructors, inspecting everyone's diligence. The scene is surreal, resembling elementary school students in a sci-fi conference room, earnestly reviewing how to scientifically control superpowers. The atmosphere, solemn yet absurd, is indeed unique. At this moment, Professor Gu calls out a name, Fong Su. Come up. Fong Su stands, invigorated, deeply versed in the magic of the light energy fungus race. He effortlessly activates the latent energy within his body. This time, he doesn't rely on guesswork but aligns closely with the textbook's spiritual frequency, commanding the awakening of the extraordinary power deep within his cells. The air distorts, and magical energy erupts. A sphere of light slowly takes shape, about the size of a fist, milky white and smooth, neither hot nor glaring, completely overturning Earth's optical principles. Level 1 photon fusion. Perfect. Professor Gu's eyes burn with fervor. This confirms the universality of the new physical laws. The classroom falls into dead silence, broken only by the sound of pages turning in notebooks. Magic theory, condensed into 1,000,000 words. By the end of the class, the drowsy students feel as though they've been transported back to their high school days. Lei Zhen meticulously reviews his notes, preparing for serious study. Ban Zhangwo steps into the room, smiling as he announces, "The nation has decided to establish special skills training classes. You are the first batch of seed instructors. Remember, the light you wield is the ultimate truth. You are the first of the new humanity." At this moment, the Dragon Nation declares the establishment of a second-generation scientific system centered on psionic physics. While other nations remain enamored with the mysticism and religiosity of magic, Dragon Nation players have already ascended to the pinnacle of science, using mathematics to imprison miracles and seize control of the future. Knowledge is power. At the back of the classroom, Zhu Yan lowered his head and wrote in his diary, "Myth becomes reality. We neither kneel nor worship, only analyze." End. Levels skyrocketed, experience surged, and the first echelon firmly held their advantage, reorganizing squads to enhance monster farming efficiency. The Void Zerg ravaged the area between G5 and the old G4 stronghold, with thick purple mist rolling, void fields spreading, and the stench of death filling the air. A dull impact shook the ground. A 15-meter-long Void Shatterer, clad in heavy purple armor, swung its siege hammer-like forelimbs, furiously smashing against the dark red alloy tower shield in front of it. Behind the shield, Long Zhan Yuyi stood calmly, his level maxed out at 31 in the second-tier flesh sequence. His muscles were taut like steel cables, enduring blows powerful enough to destroy skyscrapers. His feet sank deep into the ground, unmoving, as solid as a rock. "Engage!" Long Zhan Yuyi roared. On the flank, flames erupted. Li Chu Chi-Ji's fists burned fiercely, his obsidian magma armor spewing lava, igniting the monster's armor with a single strike. Fire clashed violently with the cold void environment, creating a stunning display of offense and defense. In the rear, a 3-person triangular formation stood as steady as a rock. Tian Su lightly tapped his staff, his deep blue eyes exuding profoundness. A mental wave unleashed spikes, precisely piercing the monster's neural nodes, paralyzing the giant insect. "The time to break the shield has come," Tian Su ordered calmly. Data Maniac operated the photon pulse, beams striking the shield's connection points in a triangular pattern, causing cracks to appear. Thunder Mage, known for his brute force lightning combined with photon streams, shattered the shield with an explosive blast, severing the beetle's legs. A retired Special Forces soldier in reality, he abandoned complex formulas in the game, opting for pure, satisfying output with his skills. The beetle screeched, spraying void acid from its back in an attempt to force the group to retreat. Yet Yun Zhongyu stood firm, enveloped in a green glow that rendered the acid ineffective. Her life staff was firmly planted in the ground, her purification field shield protecting the team. Yun Zhongyu's skill allocation was unique, combining second-tier talents with potential energy buildup, preparing to unlock cellular regeneration at level 31, enhancing recovery and reaction speed. In this battle, the offense and defense were intricately coordinated. The first echelon gave their all, and the Void Behemoth faced a breach. It was to be expected. She was one of only 2 players in the entire server with third-tier talents. Second-tier unyielding bones were useless to her. Enhancing recovery and health was the key. Her skill doubled healing effects, making her teammates' health bars unshakable. Despite the enemy's relentless bombardment, their health remained steadfast. The team's coordination was like a precision machine, their synergy impeccable. Though their levels were capped at 31 with the Titan's gift, their strength far surpassed elite creations of the same level, easily withstanding the level 38 Void Insect. Health at 20%. The bug's about to go berserk. Data Maniac's eyes stayed glued to the panel. Same old rule, Brother Feng finishes it off. Before the words fell, the Crusher's movements suddenly froze. Compound eyes reflected a slow-motion world, while everyone saw a black lightning bolt tear through space. ID. Blade across the world, LV.32. Chun Feng had been maneuvering dozens of meters away, but in the next moment, it was as if space folded, defying physical rules yet feeling perfectly natural. Flash Step, Tier 3 talent, high-speed short-distance spatial teleportation. His blade, Origin Feng, was held in a reverse grip, its killing intent restrained. Shadow Kill, a dazzling mid-air directional change. 2 figures dangerously crossed paths. Swish! After a moment of silence, a hair-thin bloodline appeared on the Crusher's hardened neck. Its head slid off along the cut, smooth and flawless, with no time for bodily fluids to gush out. An instant kill on the spot. Dragon Battle in the Wild retracted his tower shield, enviously staring at Blade across the world. With his potential points stuck at 4, he grumbled, "Just one more level. At level 32, I'll definitely choose Titan's favored body." This is the gap between Tier 3 talents. Blade across the world turned around, his expression calm. Flash Step overturns combat dynamics. Before, you had to rely on predicting attacks to get close. Now, spatial displacement easily creates opportunities. He glanced at his teammates. Leveling to 32 soon, right? Miracle Worker is ready for it. Miracle Worker rubbed his hands excitedly, golden light shining within his body. System notification. Player Miracle Worker has leveled up to LV.32, gained 2 potential points, totaling 6 points. With the support of resources from 3 major guilds, Miracle Worker's leveling speed was astonishing, surpassing Dragon Battle, becoming the second player in the entire server to reach level 32 and unlock a Tier 3 talent. Brothers, I'll go ahead first. Dali opened the talent tree and unhesitatingly activated the 3rd tier flesh sequence, Titan's favored body. With a loud boom, a heavy airflow shook the entire scene. Dali's body suddenly expanded, growing from over 2 meters to more than 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged like rocks, and his skin gleamed with a dark golden metallic sheen. This feeling, like tearing apart a void worm with my bare hands, as long as the level difference isn't too great. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Tiance and Data Maniac exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. With one more 3rd tier talent, the team's combat power multiplies exponentially. Dali returned to his normal size and actively activated the skills to enlarge and enhance all attributes. Keep pushing forward. Probe deeper. Let's see how strong the top-tier elite of the frenzied devourer worms really is. Meanwhile, in Light City B404, the level 16 someone from the history books was making frequent appearances. Although Zhu Yan is not high level, he is a popular figure in the City of Light, spending his days pondering historical records and conversing with NPCs. He steadily enhances himself by studying the history of the light energy fungal tribe, striving for a perfect historical recreation. Just wait and see. The exciting journey ahead has only just begun. Lower lobe of the right lung, A7 zone, Blackstone Fortress, job change hall. The old Watcher Zero is no longer sufficient, and NPCs from various strongholds are vying to take over. The hall is bustling and noisy, with level 10 novices surrounding several Silverwing Sentinels and Ancient Mentor NPCs, enthusiastically selecting their future professions. In the corner, the 5 members of the Fried Chicken and Beer Squad are seated together, showing off their new panels. "I'm invincible now," Lin Zai exclaimed with fervor. He had once glided for over 10 kilometers in the Gale Zone, accidentally unlocking a hidden profession, Wind Hunter. With high-speed mobility and explosive power, he also mastered wind-based spells, making it a sibling profession to Phantom Blade. Shadow silently revealed his regular profession, Phantom Blade. "Why not go for a hidden profession?" Lin Zai asked. Shadow replied coolly, "Hidden doesn't necessarily mean strong. I think future job changes are more important." "All right, suit yourself," Lin Zai said with a smile. Lin Zai turned to the 2 tanks, Redemption and Life on Earth. Redemption, calm and composed, displayed his panel, Silent Knight. In the previous battle, he relied on his agility and shield to endure elite monster attacks for 10 minutes without using taunts, even countering with shield stuns to meet the hidden conditions. With high magic resistance, he can also silence enemy mages, standing out as a lone knight. "Whoa, a mage killer!" Lin Zai exclaimed in shock. Redemption responded indifferently, "Not bad." Life on Earth scratched his nose, grinning slyly. "Now this is what I call art." Despite failing to win with taunts, he managed to provoke an elite monster for 20 minutes with trash talk, forcing it into a frenzy to chase and bite him. New hidden class released, Flesh Fortress, rage-inducing aggro-magnet, high recovery and defense, a tanky war god. Everyone was speechless, truly tailor-made for trolls. "Where's Fat Otaku?" Suddenly, Life is Short noticed someone was missing. With heavy footsteps, Happy Fat Otaku appeared. Originally, his ID was just moderately plump, but now he had turned into a massive bear-like figure, with a round belly, thick limbs, and an imposing stride. "I can't live like this," he said with a mournful face. Previously, during the fat storage adventure, he fell into a pit. To survive, he devoured fat like crazy, literally eating his way out of death. Hidden class, Energy Guardian. Condition: consume an excessive amount of fat in a short time and survive. Skills: energy storage, team reinforcement. Basically, a walking mountain of meat. Lin Zai was curious. What's the use of this skill? Fat Otaku raised his staff and pointed at Lin Zai. "Let me give you some extra oil." A stream of yellow energy surged into Lin Zai's body. The next second, Lin Zai's body swelled, his cheeks rounded, and he instantly gained 50 pounds. This class change is truly... System notification. You have gained Fat Shield. Defense skyrocketed, health surged. The price? Agility dropped by 40%. Body size expanded, turning into a giant fat pig. Lin Zai stared blankly at his chubby hands, roaring furiously. "I'm a Wind Hunter. I need speed. Who wants defense? You fatso, turn me back right now." Beside him, Run Sheng Zai sure laughed heartily, rolling on the ground. "This skill is amazing. Whoever dares to mess with us, we'll turn Fatty into a ball, and they won't even be able to run." Shadow held his forehead, exasperation overflowing. Silent Knight, trash-talking tank, force-feeding healer, and now an unreliable leader. "I'm the only normal assassin here. The pressure is immense." Ren Shangzai Shi raised his eyebrows and smirked. "Normal? You, the aloof and edgy teenager. Really?" Shadow chose to ignore him. "This team feels off," he sighed. Lin Ziye's eyes flashed as he interrupted. "No, it's actually pretty strong. Let's go. Head to Area A7 to find elite monsters for practice. Show them who's boss." A 5-person squad made up of 4 hidden classes was incredibly eye-catching. A7 bronchioles. Shadow stood atop towering cilia, his custom cloak fluttering, back facing his teammates. Stop posing. The monsters are here.
Lin Ziye soğutet.
Ahead, several LV.5 mutated dust mites were attacking a lone neutral creature. Shadow's figure flickered, using Shadow Step to backstab with his dagger, instantly killing a dust mite. Level suppression. If you can't one-shot them, you might as well start over. Renshang Zeisher staggered forward, hooked his finger, and roared, "UGLY thing! Come! Bite me!" Taunt skill activated. Aggro instantly maxed out. The dust mites, eyes red, charged madly at him. Renshang Zeisher tanked the attacks, his health not dropping but rising instead, thanks to his top-tier hit-to-heal ability. Damn, it felt great. Ah, this feels perfect. Even the best masseurs don't have this kind of strength, he said gleefully. Redemption couldn't hold back, directly sweeping away a bunch of monsters with a shield bash, grabbing a higher-level dust mite, and slamming it to the ground. Silence! Bullying weaklings is way too easy. Happy Fatty held a crispy roasted mystery meat leg, chomping down. Should we try something more challenging? As the team's energy guardian, he replenished energy at all times, ensuring the squad stayed active. Not just because he was a glutton. This roasted meat was crafted by a life player specializing in Infernal Guard cuisine, its flavor so authentic it felt like you could smell the smoke. A few hours later, this rookie squad that had been rampaging through A7 followed the main force and arrived at the Liver battlefield. Liver Lobule H-147 zone was bustling with noise. Hundreds of players who had just reached level 10 were besieging the corrupted Hive Mother. Attention! The Hive Mother is summoning monsters. The blood-sucking liver leeches had barely landed before being mobbed and smashed into pieces. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall crystallized executioner LV.20 Elite tore through the defenses and charged at the fried chicken and beer squad. Holy crap! The big guy's here! Life is Short shouted excitedly. Watch me! I'll draw its aggro. Things got lively now. The main show was about to begin. He charged forward fiercely, sliding in with a provocative middle finger. Hey, punk! Is that axe of yours made of plastic? It's not even good enough to trim my grandpa's toenails. Skill check. High intelligence elite monster insulted. Entering berserk aggro mode. The executioner's eyes blazed with fury as it swung its giant axe down, splitting the ground like a mountain. Life is Short instantly dropped to his knees, crying out, "Holy crap! It's really coming? Help! I can't take this damage." The Guardian player immediately rushed forward, raising his shield to block the heavy blow. "Go, Fatty, go!" Lin Zai shouted. Happy Fat Otaku took a deep breath, sucked in his belly, and visibly shrank a size. He raised his staff and a yellow-white energy beam shot toward Life is Short. Fat injection. Life is Short inflated like a balloon, transforming into a round, chubby ball. When the giant axe struck again, it bounced off the thick layer of fat. The fat absorbed and significantly reduced the damage. Ha ha ha! It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. The meatball laughed joyfully, but soon realized he was so fat he couldn't stand properly and could only roll around to move. "You guys attack. I'll be the meatball tank to draw aggro and soak up damage." A bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. An enraged elite monster furiously chasing a rolling meatball, while the other players surrounded and attacked the monster, which completely ignored them. "Stop messing around. There are more monsters coming." Shadow was about to step in when a few blood-sucking liver leeches suddenly appeared, ambushing the rear line. Redemption stepped forward, wielding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, striking a valiant knightly pose. The liver leeches attacked but were silenced with a single slash, reduced to mere weaklings unable to bite. Lin Zai waved his hand to release wind blades, while Shadow stealthily assassinated the leeches. They were instantly taken down. The crystallized executioner, meanwhile, fell under the onslaught of the rookies, only managing to take a few sacrificial players with it. The battlefield, though chaotic and absurd, saw the team heavily injure the enemy with the combination of fatty meatball and hot-blooded techniques, drawing countless astonished glances. Understandable. After achieving victory in the liver stage, this group became completely overconfident. Let's go. Time to explore uncharted territory. The bronchioles no one's ever been to. Lin Zai took the lead in suggesting. Everyone immediately agreed. They sneaked into the remote B-74 bronchiole. The crimson vessel infiltrated the lesion, preparing to slay the boss. The air was deathly still, with black mucus spread everywhere. At the end was a pulsating giant black cyst. LV.20 boss. Mutated aggregate. A level 20 boss? Isn't it more fun to toy with level 20 elites? Feeling invincible after shedding the meatball state, they were brimming with confidence, cursed furiously, and launched an all-out attack. The boss awakened, grotesquely expanded, and exploded into countless microspores, covering the entire area. Full-screen AoE virus storm. Cough, cough. The health is dropping too fast. Shadow's health was halved in an instant, as environmental magic damage surged uncontrollably. Can't silence it. Its level is too high. It's a passive aura. Redemption shouted nervously. Can't heal. The fat's gone. Fatty Otaku pulled out his staff, but as soon as he transferred energy to life on Earth, he slimmed back to his original form, frantically waving his staff around the battlefield. The boss reassembled, its giant tentacles sweeping across the area. Bang! Life in the world and redemption were both knocked away, their health bars plummeting. Oh, danger of a team wipe. Run! The boss, dissatisfied and foul-mouthed, sealed off the retreat with tentacles like an iron net. Hold on to me. Lin Zai erupted. His cloak billowed, air currents surged wildly. Wind Hunter exclusive skill. Wind Corridor. High-speed airflow instantly boosted the speed of all five. The whirlwind swept the ground. Spores were blown away, and Lin Zai forcibly tore through the toxic mist barrier. The five escaped the boss's aggro zone like they were on a roller coaster. Safe zone. The five collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds, bruised and battered. Amid heavy breathing, laughter shook off the lingering tension. Thrilling. Now that's what I call a fight. Shadow adjusted his gear, reminding them of the harsh level suppression. Titan sequence requires level 20. We're still too green. Lin Zai patted off the dust. This escape deserves a perfect score. Void Worm Nest. The flames of battle reignited. Yoon Jongyo stared at Dali, who had stripped off his divine gear, with a "you're crazy" expression. Dali was excited. Freshly minted at level 32. Barefoot fears no one wearing shoes. He was the second player in the server to achieve a Tier 3 talent, possessing the flesh sequence with combat power off the charts. I just want to see how tough the boss really is. Don't follow, just watch from a distance. If the situation looks bad, retreat immediately. Dali slowly approached the insect nest. Void fleas and crushers attacked, but he struck them head-on and swiftly took them down. In his sights was the boss Void Devourer Worm, a colossal beast whose towering form shook the heavens, now less than 10 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his ultimate move. Flesh sequence, Tier 3, Titan's favored body activated. Bones cracked loudly, his body expanded, and muscles surged beneath his metallic dark gold skin. The spare tower shield in his hand now seemed like a toy disc. The frenzy buff was activated. Keratinized skin, muscle fiber reorganization, unyielding bones, and life furnace all fully engaged. The exclusive infernal shield of the Infernal Guard protected him, transforming him into a humanoid fortress. Dali, go! The giant's heavy steps charged toward the Devourer Worm. The boss, lazily dozing, had its secondary cannons on its back already locked on target. Come on! Face me head-on! Boom! The first shot of purple void energy blasted forth, vaporizing the shield, blowing off both arms, and sending Dali 10 meters deep into the ground. His skin was tainted with an ink-like corrosion. Whoa! At the bottom of the pit, the heavily injured Dali weakly lifted his head, utterly shocked. This shot? Already crippled? Before he could recover, the second shot roared in. The world fell silent. The air froze, Respawn point Lymph Node G5. A flash of white light, and Dali stood up, utterly bewildered. Is it over? Long Jean, who had been lying in ambush nearby, laughed so hard he couldn't straighten his back. How does it feel? Did the Titan's favored body hold up? Dali rubbed his completely unharmed body, his expression complicated. Too fierce. Even with full stats and max talents, I couldn't withstand 2 shots. A level 52 boss, truly overpowered. But he was also the only player in the entire server who managed to survive 1 shot. This sacrificial experiment clarified the upper limit for top-tier players. Tier 3 talents only let you go from being 1 shot to taking 1 more hit, nothing else. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in mid to low-level maps. The B-20 small bronchus in the lower lobe of the right lung used to be a high-risk zone that required a standard team to pass. Now, 1 person leads an army to clear the way. A level 28 life sage, soloing, leisurely wandered through the monster horde with a drink in hand, completely unbothered. Ahead, 2 10-meter-tall ancient overseers blocked the path, bulldozing viruses like machines. On either side, for Silver Wing sentinels launched precise strikes, casually applying armor-breaking buffs. Over 20 monster pet guards behind him. 5 headless knight shield guards, 10 frenzied hounds tearing madly, and a blue slime on his shoulder constantly generating mana recovery bubbles. The mercenary pets kept leveling up, starting with 1 person and gradually forming a legion. This is the explosive troop strategy. Forming a legion solo, who can compete with me? He said proudly. Suddenly, a level 25 flame colossus elite monster charged out. The battlefield instantly erupted. The pet legion swarmed forward, combining armor-breaking, taunting, and damage output to attack and kill. The elite monster didn't even have time to react before being torn apart. This playstyle greatly increased the efficiency of clearing mid to low-level maps. Bronchioles turned from high-risk zones into player paradises, and the speed of clearing infected areas skyrocketed. Major guilds also began forming pet mercenary legions, temporarily focusing on mid-level maps, while the top-tier battlefield remained quiet. Meanwhile, the 7th wave of 500,000 new players surged in like a tide, quickly leveling up to 10 and completing their class transitions. No longer crowding the beginner villages, the new wave headed straight for the liver mining zone. Tens of thousands of frenzied beasts and thunder lords roared as they charged into the mist. Their equipment was poor, their levels were low, and their coordination was chaotic, but their sheer numbers were terrifying. The moment a monster appeared, hundreds or even thousands of arrows and axes rained down, turning it into a corpse in seconds. Occasionally, small teams like the Fried Chicken and Beer Squad ventured into uncleared bronchioles, where the danger multiplied. Fortunately, pet-owning veterans had pioneered a pet rental service. Want to solo? Want to form a small team? Rent high combat power pets here. Affordable, reliable, durable, with plenty of options. Food not included. The world of the Titan god's body had already become a layered microsociety. Overlooking this map, the player gathering points were clearly visible. The cleaned bronchioles resembled a bustling novice village, with hundreds of thousands of players shouting in various languages as they hunted down mutant dust mites. Their skills varied, but their enthusiasm was boundless. On the outskirts of the liver, in sectors H100 to H200, lay the battlefield for newly transitioned players. Rich in resources and teeming with powerful monsters, the players were kept endlessly busy. Medium-sized guilds and fixed squads, like countless worker ants, were nibbling away at the foggy map. They continuously harvested bal crystals, supplying the factories with an unending stream of resources. The rookie team, Fried Chicken and Beer Squad, dared to venture into the bronchioles, facing unknown paths, undiscovered bosses, and the coexistence of risks and rewards. More powerful players were entrenched in segments A1 to A105, delving deep into the liver and tearing through enemy lines with their blades. The Void Insect Nest was a labyrinth for top-tier players. Though it remained unconquered, the competition for resources had reached a fever pitch. In B404, the City of Light, the scene shifted. Real-world scientists transformed into scholar players, burying themselves in rune research, pulling all-nighters even for the basics. The atmosphere was both mysterious and fervent. The flame of academia burned silently. Lower lobe of the right lung, a 105 frontline command post. At the forefront of the lungs, this was the final hurdle blocking the path to the segmental bronchi. Realizing that the level 52 boss couldn't be defeated in the short term, the top guilds regrouped and launched another assault. Leading players like Great Wall No. 1, Blade Across the World, Dragon Battles in the Wild, and Heavenly Strategy gathered around a massive map, their expressions grim. The situation in the insect nest is temporarily stable. The data fanatic slid his finger across the map, revealing a regional detection chart. Brother Blade took out those eggs. The Void Devourer worm is furious but hasn't posed a strategic threat. The outer resources can sustain us for a long time. Now it's time to settle old scores. The group sneered, their faces dark. The infernal parasite had once destroyed their mechs, and their hatred burned fiercely. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. His gaze fixed on the segmental bronchus. A month ago, they had slain the gatekeeping flame demon lord, only to be driven back by overwhelming parasites and scorching heat. It was like a thorn stuck in every player's throat. This time, it's different from a month ago. The main force of Great Wall Watch averaged LV-20, with 50 Titan mechs on standby, ready to launch the assault at any moment. High-level combat power off the charts. Long Zhan Yu snapped his fingers, his smile fierce and determined. The first echelon is all above level 30, with several third-tier talents activated. If we don't take it down this time, I'll melt my gear. Tian Su added. Environmental issues resolved. Blue slimes and lava slimes cleared the high-temperature zones. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes burned with battle intent. Everything is ready. I'll scout ahead. All preparations complete. Battle begins. 3 hours later, deep within the segmental bronchus. Heat waves rolled. The acrid air stung and dazzled. Dark shadows darted between magma and tentacle gaps, swift as phantoms. Chun Feng piloted the Crimson Arc, evading monster aggro, heading straight into the depths for reconnaissance. Monster density surged dramatically. At the end lay his true enemy, the flame demon parasite emperor. Its slender form, entirely covered in crimson chitin armor, perched like a demon king on the bronchial walls. Hundreds of limbs deeply penetrated the titan's flesh. With each breath, scorching toxic flames spewed from its back. Suddenly, data flashed across the retina. Flame Demon Parasite Emperor LV.43 liter. Status: Parasite/High Temperature Radiation/Swarm Domination. Description: Ruler of the Flame Demon species, capable of controlling the temperature of an entire lung. Level 43. Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The decisive battle was about to erupt. What's a flame demon lord compared to this? The creature before him was a full 8 levels higher, rivaled only by the legendary Void Devourer worm and Helminth dragon. Feng Xing Tianxia's figure flickered and vanished instantly. With intelligence secured, the flames of war ignited. All forces, attack! The earth trembled like the stampede of 1,000 troops. The battlefield was truly awe-inspiring. At the forefront were 200 pitch-black titans fist mechs, resembling an iron fortress. Piloting them were elite players selected by major guilds. Though their levels were only 25, the mechs granted them the strength to confront elite monsters head-on. Beneath their feet lay a soft carpet of intertwined blue and red, tens of thousands of blue slimes and lava slimes. They raced toward the sea of magma, with blue slimes spewing bubbles to engulf the lava and lava slimes frantically absorbing heat, forcibly clearing a path. From the rear, an old herdsman shouted, "Charge!" The scene was both tense and brimming with hope. On either side of the mechs, thousands of steel fortifications and divine guards formed a tower shield formation. Heavy hammers struck the ground, creating an impenetrable defense. In midair, thousands of silver-winged sentinels, mercenaries wielded light spears, escorting the army and ready to unleash powerful enzymatic breakdown to dismantle enemy armor. In the distance, the parasite emperor roared, emitting a piercing screech. Countless flame demon parasites crawled out of the magma, their fiery blue heat and billowing smoke charging toward the player army. They're here. Long Zhanyu Yi piloted his modified mech, leading the charge with a thunderous roar. With reinforced armor and doubled power, he rallied the Dragon Battle Guild, shouting, "Steel Tide! Show these bugs what we're made of!" Boom! Iron collided with carapace, flames and beams intertwined, and the battle erupted instantly. Fengxing Tianxia, however, did not enter a mech. He slowly drew Origin Fong, staring at the roaring parasite emperor, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The explosive clash was like a tactical nuclear detonation. Players above level 20 might be considered experts elsewhere, but here they were mere foot soldiers. Scalding magma splashed, steel fragments spun, and the deafening sounds of battle cries and spell explosions wove a symphony of war. At the forefront were the Heavy Mech Battalion, Divine Guard players, and a group of warlords, ancients holding their ground with unyielding resolve. Long Zhanyu Yi roared, "Hold the line! Not a single step back!" His mech's armor and blue shield glowed brilliantly, resembling a mobile fortress. Charging head-on were countless lava mammoths LV.40 elites. The steel fortifications stood firm like a mountain, while bloodthirsty beasts darted through, engaging in brutal and intense life-and-death combat. Behind the shield wall, a team of fleshcraft artisans worked in tight coordination. They were constructing flesh mechs on site, skeleton complete, muscle stitching, psychic hackers in position. At the command, dozens of artisans worked together to finish the assembly, birthing several flesh Gundams. These monstrosities were armored with pale bones, stitched together with beastly muscles, their exposed blood vessels and tendons grotesque and terrifying. Without pain or fatigue, they ferociously tore into enemies, using the corpses of monsters to fight against monsters. The war correspondent shuttles through the battle lines, busy capturing every thrilling moment. This is the legendary iron-blooded battle. The flank battlefield is in utter chaos. The enemies are not ordinary monsters but lava tumor towers, growing on the tracheal walls, spewing deadly micro-parasitic spores. Release the dogs. With a command, thousands of ferocious hunting dogs charge forward. They are killers of the immune system, specifically designed to eliminate parasites. Their eyes are blood red, soaked in cooling blue slime, frantically tearing apart those lava towers and spore clouds. Their teeth are sharp enough to easily rip through the parasite's outer skin, and their special saliva enzymes instantly dissolve the target. One hunting dog fiercely sucks in a parasite engaged in combat, its body instantly swelling, growling in satisfaction. Practically a mobile vacuum cleaner, players follow closely behind, effortlessly harvesting the suppressed parasitic monsters, steadily securing precious space for the core battle. Meanwhile, the leader above the central lava lake finally reveals its full form. Flame Demon Parasite Emperor LV.43 emerges from the Sea of Fire. This is no ordinary insect but a nightmare-stitched demon. Its entire body is covered in crimson armor, hundreds of segmented limbs deeply embedded in Titan flesh, twisted tentacles constantly twitching, dripping lava. 6 main limbs are as sharp as scythes, and a massive flaming face of agony burns on its back. Though only tens of meters tall, its oppressive presence is overwhelming. Roar! The piercing scream of the flaming face sweeps across the battlefield with tangible fiery sound waves. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from the Sea of Fire. Miracles through Strength LV.32, the only Tier 3 Talent Guardian, the ace main tank of the Infernal Guards. Infernal Guards around him harass the enemy, easing the pressure on Miracles through Strength. The battlefield is surrounded by Infernal Guards, as only they can withstand the burning damage. Miracles through Strength fully unlocks the Tier 3 Talent Titan's favored body, his muscles swelling into a dark golden giant, forcibly grabbing the front leg of the Parasite Emperor. Lift it up! With a crack of his bones, the Parasite Emperor, weighing thousands of tons, is directly slammed to the ground by Miracles through Strength. This move, satisfying. The Parasite Emperor, enraged, spews fire poison in an attempt to disperse the players. But the Infernal Guard's fire resistance is extremely high, making the fire poison damage negligible. Keep healing miracles through strength. Liu and the Life Sages frantically healed from a distance. The third-tier healing was overwhelming, and Dali's health bar danced wildly but stubbornly stayed above the execution line. The scorched skin quickly peeled off, regenerating fresh flesh. One person stood firm against this powerful tank, holding steady. The fire damage from the Insect Emperor, when faced with the super healing and high fire resistance of the Infernal Guardian, seemed bound and unable to shake free. Meanwhile, the mage group tightly blocked the gaps between the minions and elite monsters, taking turns unleashing electric currents and mental shocks on the Insect Emperor, causing its entire body to stiffen. The opportunity is here. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared above the Insect Emperor's head. Feng Xing Tianxia, relying on third-tier talent, blink, and mid-tier synapse acceleration, his speed broke through the limits. Mecha? Nonsense. Completely useless. He abandoned mechanical armament, preparing for a fatal strike. In mid-air, Chun Feng unleashed over 10 afterimages, as if 10 Chun Fengs were attacking simultaneously. The Insect Emperor furiously swung its 6 scythe-like arms, attempting to sever his ant-like body. Yet Chun Feng's movements were impossibly fast, and the enemy's attacks appeared in slow motion to him. Joints, ligaments, nerves. Every weak point was precisely locked onto by his sharp gaze. The Origin Fang in his hand stabbed swiftly, directly targeting the Insect Emperor's joints. With a squelch, the giant arm's tendons snapped, hanging limply. Before the Insect Emperor could react, Chun Feng had already launched a chain of flash steps. Z-shaped cuts in the air created blood blossoms, severing arms, slicing hind legs, piercing the flame vents on its back, causing flames to backflow and explode, violently tearing apart its battle body. Dismemberment became the assassin's secret weapon. Though the health bar was thick, Chun Feng could shred it into pieces. The Insect Emperor roared in fury, already covered in wounds. But at that moment, the fiery face on its back opened, devouring surrounding flames. Its severed limbs regenerated instantly, bone spikes grew wildly, and its body size surged. Infernal Parasite Insect Emperor, second phase activated. Gluttony, regeneration, armor evolution. Feng Xing Tianxia landed steadily, flicking the blood off his blade, his gaze icy. Dali, can you still hold on? Dali's skin regenerated, his lips scorched, yet he grinned viciously. Just starting, no problem. All right, continue. Aiming at the target, Chun Feng gathered his strength again, cut it down to the skeleton. In its second phase, the Insect Emperor's carapace blackened. Severed limbs turned into bone blades. The toxic flames disappeared, replaced by close combat. With one slash, several Infernal Guards were swept away. Blood splattered, their paper-thin armor shattered instantly. Forcing himself to endure with Titan's favored body, he was still sent flying over 10 meters by the bone blade, a deep gash appearing on his leg. Coughing up blood, he cursed, "I can't hold on. This is too strong." The Insect Emperor pressed its advantage, its bone blades spinning like a blender, white light scattering with every slash. Don't panic, reinforcements are here. From the flanks, the mech squad and main forces converged. The parasites were completely cleared, and all firepower was focused. Surround it. Subdue it. Dozens of mass-produced mechs rammed into the Insect Emperor, pinning its legs and forming an encirclement. Melee players swarmed the Insect Emperor's legs, frantically exploiting its weaknesses. Ranged mages unleashed lightning, light-based spells, and poison arrows, pouring down like a torrential storm. Amidst the chaotic battle, a golden pillar of light suddenly appeared. System notification. Tiansu LV.32. System notification. Dragon battle in the wild LV.32. At the core of the mage faction, Tiansu's eyes gleamed with the light of a decisive battle. The real show is finally starting. Tian Su deftly pressed the purple tier psionic sequence, immediately activating energy affinity. Environmental energy automatically converged, boosting mana and cooldown reduction. The previously raging fire elements instantly became as docile as lambs. He waved his staff, mentally linking with hundreds of blue slimes around him. The jelly-like energy entities frantically spat out mana bubbles, coordinating their energy, and the mage group instantly went into overdrive, with unlimited energy coming online. Unlimited firepower. Full-scale bombardment. The barrage poured down like a torrential rain, forcing the Bug Emperor to keep its head down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Long Zhanyu Yi stepped out of his heavy mech armor, wielding a massive double-handed axe. He instantly activated Flesh Sequence, Titan's favored body, his figure swelling to nearly 4 meters tall. His dark red metallic skin gleamed coldly, dominating the entire field. "I'll handle this side. Leave the other to Dali." His thunderous roar shook the heavens as he charged into the Bug Emperor's ranks like a tank. Bone spikes pierced his shoulder, but he ignored the pain, swinging his axe with explosive power. The Bug Emperor's knee shell cracked under the impact. Two giants coordinated their assault with mech support, forcibly pinning the Bug Emperor down. The Phantom Blade seized the opportunity to probe its weak points, launching relentless attacks from all directions. The sharpest assassin on the field, Fengxing Tianxia, staggered slightly. The continuous use of high-intensity skills had drained him, leaving his stamina critically low. Though his mana remained, he lacked the strength to continue outputting damage. He decisively called out, "I can't keep going. Leave the head to you guys." On the other end of the channel, Zhao Ku's blood boiled with excitement, finally seeing the Guardian players ready to land the final blow on the boss. The Bug Emperor was firmly pinned down. Hundreds of Guardians clung to its legs, mechs jammed its scythes, and mages burned its eyes with beams of light. It struggled in vain, like an elephant overwhelmed by ants. Long Zhanyu Yi stepped onto its back, charging toward its head. He raised his giant axe high and smashed it down onto the skull. The axe got stuck. "It's not dead? Do we need mages to unleash their ultimate moves?" The crowd grew anxious. Zhao Ku refused to give up, pulling out the axe and delivering 3 consecutive heavy strikes. Bang! 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 Like chopping ribs, the Bug Emperor's screams echoed endlessly. Relentlessly, the axe fell again. After several brutal blows, the tough skull finally shattered into a bloody mess. The Bug Emperor let out its final weak wail, its body convulsing violently before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The screen exploded. Server-wide announcement. Player Long Zhanyu Yi has successfully slain Flame Parasite Bug Emperor, LV.43 boss. Bronchial lesion cleared. Titan's breathing efficiency greatly increased. We won. The guild leader is unstoppable. Face-to-face output is invincible. The scene erupted in wild cheers. This was it. The true reversal had finally arrived. Amid the fierce battlefield, Long Zhanyu Yi stood tall atop the Bug Emperor's corpse, swinging his axe, drenched in blood, exuding wildness and overwhelming dominance. Players around him celebrated wildly, their cheers shaking the skies. A level 43 boss loaded with treasures. Taking it down meant claiming the crown. Chun Feng sat at a distance, downing a recovery potion as he observed coldly. He couldn't help but internally criticize, "That pose is so ungraceful. I'd rather go for a direct overhead axe strike," sending brain matter flying for satisfaction. Although he didn't land the final blow for extra experience, his rapid consecutive strikes in the early stages were the true key to victory. All of this was coldly recorded on the data panel. Progress was immense. The scene shifted to the research lab, where the atmosphere was tense. Even at noon, the curtains of the Psionic Research Institute were drawn, resembling the eerie calm before a storm. Tian Sufang Su and data fanatic Li Zihan, 2 players who had simultaneously reached level 32, activated the rare 3rd-tier talent energy affinity. While the outside world seemed ordinary, they closed their eyes, adjusting their breathing, entering a mysterious high-frequency mana meditation. Suddenly, the monitoring instruments went haywire. High-energy particles materialized out of nowhere, surging wildly. Blue ethereal light surrounded the two, igniting the dust and gases in the air, altering their properties and marking them with unprecedented mana signatures. The mana-infused area rapidly expanded, transforming the space within a 10-meter radius into a bizarre and magnificent spectacle. In the laboratory, a small white mouse was frantically active inside a sealed glass box, slightly chubby in size. The surrounding air had been permeated with magic, turning into a low-concentration magical gas. Magic energy particles, though intangible, could attach to physical particles, creating the miracle of air filled with spiritual energy. Professor Gu was extremely excited, pointing at the data and shouting enthusiastically, "Players are no longer batteries. They are living generators, even pollution sources." Blue Star, originally a magic energy desert, was being forcibly eroded and transformed by them, converting ordinary particles into high-energy particles infused with magic energy. With every breath, they inhaled Blue Star's physical particles and exhaled gas brimming with spiritual energy. Beside him, Ban Jiangwo looked at the report, his scalp tingling. If more of these players emerge, Professor Gu's gaze deepened, and he nodded slowly. This will change everything. That's right. The threat of the future had quietly taken shape, and an even greater storm awaited them. The secrets of Blue Star were quietly changing the world. The existence of two spiritual energy players seemed insignificant in terms of energy fluctuations. But what if the number of players above LV.30 surged to 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000? The spiritual energy they emitted would completely rewrite Blue Star's atmosphere. Ordinary people, without any special talent, would experience a dramatic increase in physical fitness by inhaling this new air filled with spiritual energy. Plants and animals would also mutate. The revival of spiritual energy depicted in novels was now being vividly reenacted in reality. This was the Era Awakening, known as the Artificial Spiritual Energy Revival. At this moment, the Dragon Nation held the core secrets, while the world closely monitored every move of the extraordinary individuals. In the underground laboratory of Eagle Nation's Area 51, several LV.1520 players were forced to undergo tests, their palms sweating as the instruments displayed extremely weak energy readings that dissipated instantly. The general roared, "What kind of low readings are these? Throw money at it. Recruit LV.30 samples. Spare no expense to compete with the Dragon Nation for energy." The chief scientist gave a wry smile. Levels determined everything, and low levels simply couldn't unlock the true talent tree. In Europe, the Bear Nation and Neon Nation, all were pouring their efforts into researching this unknown new particle. Pandora's box had been opened, and no one wanted to fall behind. This was the rule of survival for the strong. As the Titan game became a global sensation, LV.20 marked the beginning of a revolution in real-world power. Below 20 were mortals, above 20 were superhuman candidates. In a certain area of the Dragon Nation, the Iron Fist Super Body Club had a striking banner at its entrance. 3 registered LV.22 Divine Guard coaches, teaching you hands-on how to master your transformed body. In the training area, a muscular coach erupted with power, his muscle fibers reorganizing as he single-handedly supported a hydraulic press with barely a gasp. The coach roared, "Break through LV.20, and your strength will reflect in reality. You won't just grow stronger in the game. You can overturn the world in real life." The trainees recorded with their phones, their eyes burning with determination. These LV.15-18 aspiring superhumans saw a clear path to advancement. Membership discounts, Titan-exclusive private coaching, and game strategies. Push for LV.20, learn to harness your power, and stop breaking door handles at home. Meanwhile, a top university's esports club had transformed into the Titan Tactical Research Society. The club president, LV.23 Thunderlord, stood in the spotlight, his fingers dancing as a coin hovered and spun in midair for 3 seconds. "You all saw that, right? This is spiritual energy. At level 23, the second-tier talent unlocks, allowing mental power to directly manipulate matter. Corporate recruiters are scrambling to hire, offering high starting salaries. Playing games can also become the strongest credential. He raised his 5 fingers, exuding dominance. However, the distribution of level resources was uneven, with low-level players scattered everywhere, and the scarcity of power becoming a fatal weakness. On the streets of Mexico, piercing police sirens wailed as officers hid behind vehicles. In the middle of the street, a man swept through enemy forces, wielding a steel pipe like a storm. His god-tier armor deflected missiles. He was Wang Han, an LV.30+ player. The police car was smashed flat by his strike, the hood dented, and the local thugs shouted madly that he was the uncrowned king here. A high-level player, revered by the gang as an honored guest, becoming the true god of the streets. A small war-torn country in West Africa, where extraordinary beings are scarce, and the spark of desire to become a god burns fiercely. On the battlefield, a brutal warlord stepped on corpses, holding a blood-stained gaming helmet aloft like a holy grail, his ambition unstoppable. This is the edge of Blue Star's rise, where psychic energy awakens, wars rage, and the game of the strong has just begun. Listen to me, all of you. The leader's bloodshot eyes glared as his thunderous roar echoed, surrounded by a group of child soldiers wielding AK-47s. This helmet can make you gods. Whoever snatches the most will become a general and enter the game to ascend to godhood. In this forgotten wasteland, the login devices for the Titan game have become treasures more precious than diamonds. To enter the game, countless people shed their last drop of blood, staining the desolate land. From a higher dimensional perspective, Gu Chun quietly observed the chaos of Blue Star. This chaos was just the nourishment he needed. As the concentration of magic energy on Blue Star slightly increased, his connection with the planet became more stable, as if a two-way channel had opened. They evolve, I awaken. His divine consciousness soared instantly, piercing through billions of kilometers. The false gods swept by the Titan's divine consciousness quietly concealed their traces. Gu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't even think about outlasting me. This is not just a game, but a shared evolutionary carnival between two worlds. This is the collision of destiny. Bronchial segments A1 to A105. Once a lake of burning magma, now a towering black fortress stands proudly. High-level players worked with incredible efficiency, and this fortress was swiftly constructed. Tens of thousands of players were busy building the forward base to attack the lung lobe. Wherever they went, they built. This was the basic norm of the fourth calamity. In the Bronchi, the territory cleared by players was becoming smaller and smaller. Everyone preferred to challenge high-level zones, special zones, and new maps. So many lesions left uncleared? I'm afraid we'll never get out of the lungs in our lifetime. Newbies were full of confusion. Don't worry. Leave the grunt work to the NPCs. An experienced player nearby pointed to the sky. Thousands of silver streaks darted like missiles. The Silver Wing Sentinel Legion had been deployed. As key nodes were cleared, part of the Titan's immune system was restored. These white cell warriors automatically dispersed, conducting a carpet-style purification of the bronchioles. System notification. Bronchiole B-1024 has been purified by the NPC Legion. See that? We're the vanguard, tackling the tough challenges. Leave the sweeping and clearing to the NPCs. The experienced player patted the newbie on the shoulder and led him to explore newly discovered ruins. Lower lobe of the right lung. Here, there was no clamor of player armies, only a solitary black figure moving through. ID. Blade Runner LV.32. Chun Feng was alone without heavy equipment. With the aid of instant steps, he moved like a ghost, invincible until his stamina ran out. Any monster daring to block the way was instantly killed. He paused at the fork of a massive cartilage structure. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. It was no longer a passage but an inverted forest. Thick bronchi stretched out like towering tree branches in all directions. At the ends of the branches hung thousands of semi-transparent sac-like structures, alveolar sacs. The early-stage boss players encountered was hidden here. But now this forest had turned into hell. The air was filled with a yellow-green toxic mist. The once healthy pink alveoli were deformed, filled with turbid fluid, or shriveled and necrotic, turning gray-black. Area environment. Severe pneumonia. The gradient of monster density was evident. Near the entrance, the bronchial walls were densely packed with armed assaulter Streptococcus pneumoniae LV.36, resembling heavily armored tanks, covered in spikes. In the fluid accumulation zones floated phantom-type pulmonary edema LV.38, their bodies swollen and semi-transparent like specters. This was the true entrance to hell, where danger could erupt at any moment. Further ahead, half the sky was shrouded by a high-temperature storm eye. Countless LV.40+ colossal shadows circled, their aura even more oppressive than the flame worm emperor. ZZZZZ. At the entrance, an elite plasma ray LV.36 suddenly detected a living being. Its body swelled, and a scorching red beam shot straight toward him. Fengxing Tianxia reacted instantly, using a flash step to move dozens of meters sideways, dodging the main attack. However, the beam twisted eerily in mid-air, grazing past him. His shoulder throbbed with pain. His health bar dropped by a third, and a severe burn debuff was applied. I can't handle this. The environment is too sinister. Looking at the dense swarm of monsters ahead, the plasma ray had already charged its second strike. Fengxing Tianxia shook his head and decided to retreat. The monsters are densely packed and closely coordinated. Approaching them is a death sentence. With a few quick steps, he widened the distance and ran back to the safety of the bronchial passage. Retreat does not equate to failure. After a rough observation, he had already recorded the panels of various creatures. This intelligence would become the first strategy guide for the main force's advance into the lung lobe. Coordinates: Liver Edge Gallbladder Canyon. On the other side, the international top streamer Mr. Beast was leading a live-streamed expedition. Look here, Mr. Beast pointed to the ruins ahead. This was an ancient neural hub, long abandoned, with the remains of massive nerve fibers scattered everywhere, resembling a dead city. But in the center stood a towering fleshy spire, dormant neuron thunder messenger. The guide says this thing can be activated with electricity. Mr. Beast excitedly called out, "Thunder Lords, charge it up!" Dozens of currents instantly surged into the high tower. Neurons trembled. The top of the tower shone brightly with golden light, and ripples spread out swiftly. System prompt: Neural node H77 activated. Reconnecting neural network. Activated node detected. Lung B404. Neural transmission initiated. Below the tower, a golden vortex suddenly opened. Mr. Beast cautiously reached out, and in an instant, his entire body was sucked in, transforming into an energy form, crossing countless spaces in a flash. The vortex engulfed him, completing the reassembly. He abruptly opened his eyes, now standing in the plaza of the City of Light at B404. Witness the miracle. Teleportation anchor point. Map traversal in mere seconds. Previously, players relied on the Crimson Vessel and return scrolls for the fastest map traversal. Now, the teleportation network is fully activated. This is the vast and intricate neural network within the Titan's body. A true instantaneous teleportation system covering the entire body. As long as you find these thunder messengers, you can teleport immediately, spanning thousands of miles to reach other organs in an instant. Find the teleportation towers. Mobilize the entire server. Dig deep. Scour every neural relic. Higher dimensional perspective, Titan Ancient Dawn. In the depths of the universe, amidst the tranquil sea of stars, the floating Ancient Dawn trembled slightly, sensing the second light point of the neural network activating. H77 node responding. Ancient Dawn nodded, its consciousness passing through the newly connected neural pathways, casually scanning its divine body. Now, the grand scheme officially begins. Within that colossal body, countless players floated like specks of dust. To them, this was an unknown wilderness. But Gu Qin knew that this was an extremely precise war machine, born for the universe. A damaged body, yet possessing the terrifying combat power of the 10th tier of the universe. As a Chaos Titan, he had long broken free from the shackles of mortal creatures. Without an excretory system, his digestion was a matter-energy annihilation furnace. Stellar fragments, divine corpses, none could escape his intestines, only to be converted into pure energy. No waste, only the destructive power surging forth after devouring. Gu Qin attempted to mobilize magic energy, and sharp pain immediately struck. Magic energy was sealed. 2 hearts beat within his chest cavity. The first, the red star-like heart core sanctuary, sustained his vitality, its shield nearly repaired, as steady as a rock. His vision penetrated layer by layer into the depths of the golden divine bone, where the second heart floated, the magic energy core. It was a crystal condensed from high-dimensional spiritual energy, yet it was bound by black chains, with divine seals engraved on the chains. The magic energy heart was lifeless and dim. Under the seal, he could not perform divine arts, relying only on his massive body and immune system to hold on. Those thieves who ambushed me, they truly lost everything. Gu Qin sneered inwardly. Once I break the seal, the first thing I'll do is tear them apart. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Feng Xing Tianxia, lockdown. The wind speed in his lungs surged. The main quest was updated. Players quickly focused on 2 key missions. Void insect nest, dermis layer on the back. Suppress the LV.52 Void Devourer insect. Rewards include rare void crystals and powerful equipment. The sealed secret, liver region. Bile Duct Canyon, ancient civilization ruins. Recommended for spirit artificers and fate weavers. Rewards unknown. Immediately, players split into groups. Charge. The market price for void materials is skyrocketing. It's irresistible. Swarms of players leapt onto the Crimson Ark, speeding toward the insect nest on the back. Meanwhile, in B404 City of Light, the situation was entirely different. Mr. Beast became the center of attention, bombarded with questions. You said you came from near the bile ducts? And there's a civilization ruin. Neural transmission? Is that for real? The crowd gathered tightly, with sentinels guarding closely. Mr. Beast was sweating nervously as his companions arrived. Quantum mechanics scanned the surroundings, visibly shaken. Colleagues, this second civilization must be studied. The story was just beginning. Over the past few days of focused learning, everyone gradually realized that while the Light Fungus clan's light-based magic was powerful, its horizontal expansion was almost non-existent. The host made a startling suggestion. Form an archaeological team, bring along a Light Fungus clan magic master, and set out together. What do you think? The excited Professor Zhongding made a decisive decision. No more talking. Let's go immediately. The scholar of the dynasty quickly informed the Tian's guild leader. Neuron transmission? A new civilization's ruins? Tian's eyes sparkled. This is immensely valuable. He decisively commanded. You all go explore. Take bodyguards with you. However, in the next second, Tian's clenched his fist. Forget it. I'll go personally. The guild channel immediately issued an order. All map exploration teams discovering similar ruins must report immediately for centralized development. Scene transition, Liver's Edge, Bile Duct Canyon. The darkness was heavy, with bile ducts coiling through the canyon like dragons. The air was pungent and stinging. The cliffs were covered with yellow-green bile crystals, bearing the marks of time. A dilapidated ruined city stood in the center, with the remnants of abandoned nerve fibers resembling a city of deadlocks, only the core neuron node radiating golden light. A humanoid figure formed by golden lightning, the Thunder Envoy, stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, and motionless. Its aura was icy, reminiscent of that guy B404's brother, rarely paying attention to the outside world. An elite exploration team, equipped with top-tier gear, had just stepped out of the portal. Tiance was accompanied by data maniacs, quantum mechanics experts, and other academic giants, along with iron-blooded bodyguards like Fengxing Tianxia, Longzhan Yuye, Dalachukiji, and Yunzhongyu. Even a history enthusiast from the annals of history squeezed into the team, looking around curiously, adding to the atmosphere. Fengxing Tianxia lightly swung the blade of origin and coldly reminded, "Watch your step. Toxins accumulate in the liver area. Don't let your guard down." Yunzhongyu smiled nonchalantly. "What's there to fear? With me covering you. The healing buff is on. We're solid." The team stepped into the mist, with murky balgas permeating the air. The gradually emerging ruined city was grand and eerie, not built on flat ground but embedded into a massive hepatic lobule, resembling a mountain city. The city's rugged industrial style hits you in the face. Massive rusted bronze gears interlock tightly, pistons and connecting rods stagger like the skeleton of a giant beast. Conduits connect buildings like blood vessels, leading straight to the central pyramid. Quantum mechanics paused, stroking a fallen centrifuge. No electronic components, all mechanical transmission. The precision is terrifyingly low. The power relies entirely on hydraulic springs. They haven't even developed internal combustion engines. Biochemical Dr. Breaking Bad squatted beside a shattered glass tank, pointing to a dried yet faintly glowing green substance. "This looks like a biological enzyme extract?" Before he finished speaking, he tried a taste. System prompt. Breaking Bad has died from poisoning. Cloudy Pomelo was about to make a move but froze midair. The history buff couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, quickly flipping through historical records. Everyone's faces turned dark. The atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. System prompt. Hifa civilization ruins discovered. Automatic translation activated. Just like with the ancient texts of the phototrophic bacteria tribe, the system quickly decoded the script. The Hifa civilization claimed to live within the detoxification factory of the Titan. Their technological tree was absurdly skewed. Heavenly Strategist adjusted his glasses, his gaze revealing profound insight. Environment determines the direction of evolution. With livers filled with various chemical reactions and toxins, their mechanics are primitive, yet they are 1,000 years ahead of Blue Star in biochemistry and medicine. The scholars were stunned, staring at the Breaking Bad's corpse, which was gradually turning green, frowning involuntarily. Beside them, the 4 curly-haired baboons, Fengxing Tianxia, Li Chu Qiji, Longzhan Yuye, and Lei Dian Fa Wang, looked utterly confused, unable to understand human speech. The group continued deeper into the ruins. The crystalline floor tiles beneath their feet were engraved with reliefs. Hifa people wearing heavy protective suits extracting liquid from giant bowl tubes, refining it with cumbersome machines, and finally injecting glowing potions into the earth to sustain the lifeline of the environment. Longzhan Yuye sighed. What a miraculous civilization! He kicked aside a massive stone blocking the path. What a pity! It's all ruins now. Finally, they arrived at the center of the city, standing before the towering pyramid's entrance. System prompt. This is the Hifa people's highest academy of sciences, the Great Library. The door is tightly shut, engraved with the symbol of 3 intertwined snakes. Magic lock. The accompanying phototrophic bacteria elder floated over, lightly touching the symbol with a tentacle, the fluctuation obscure. I've never seen this kind of magic before. Its principle is similar to our tribe's formations. It requires a special magic frequency resonance to decode. Dozens of spirit artificers instantly surrounded it, ignoring the elder's final words. A psychic hacker opened their mouth, mimicking the elder's fluctuations to inject energy into the door. Runes flickered. Green smoke spewed out. Not good. It's poisonous. The health bar turned green instantly, and the player collapsed coughing, eyes rolling back. Tiance held his forehead. That's the second one. It's just a game. But your life is still important, you fool. The data maniac waved his hand. Don't rush. Archaeology isn't a siege, steady. For the next few hours, this place became an open-air laboratory. The historian journalist documented the Hephaestus historical rituals, searching for clues to open the door. The photonic fungus elder sensed the flow of magic, science and quantum mechanics experts, along with other science and engineering geniuses, searched for patterns in the runes, solving cross-temporal puzzles, tedious yet captivating. Feng Xing Tianxia and the other bodyguards yawned, itching to slash at some wandering small monsters. Several hours later, found it. The historian reporter closed the book, eyes bright. The three snakes represent decomposition, neutralization, regeneration, the three cornerstones of Hifa alchemy. The frequency is a 3-1-2 rhythm. The foundational magical theory accumulated by the liberal arts students came in handy. The elder of the light energy fungus wiped his sweat, fearing that reckless brute force cracking might result in being poisoned unconscious. Spirit pivot delegation. Infuse energy according to the rhythm, Tianzu commanded. A series of precise magical energy injections followed. The massive door roared and cracked open, awakening from thousands of years of slumber. A musty yet not decayed scent filled the air, mixed with a refreshing medicinal aroma that invigorated the spirit. In the hall, stone racks were neatly arranged, densely packed with crystal-sealed scrolls and stone tablets. At the center, a green glowing orb floated, slowly rotating, with runes flowing around it, resembling the recombination of chemical molecules. This is. The life sage held her breath and reached out, her fingertip touching a strand of wandering rune. In an instant, an electric current surged from her fingertip into her mind. This was not merely a skill activation but a profound enlightenment deep within the soul. Countless images of Hifa alchemists flashed through her mind. How magic manipulates material particles, activating the potential of cells on a microscopic level. System notification. Congratulations on discovering the Hifa civilization knowledge base. You have learned toxic therapy, toxicity basics, enabling dual conversion between health and mana. The runes flickered, and the skill was instantly comprehended with an epiphany. Health and mana conversion. This would even leave the Grandmaster Han stunned. Deciphering ancient knowledge, new magic system, Hifa toxicology/flesh alchemy. Poison magic and flesh magic, a rare combination. Tian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the emerald green orb in his hand, filled with excitement. The treasure is hidden here. Every stone tablet, even a single formula, will revolutionize our spellcasting system. This is not just magic. It's a revolution in biomedical science. He scanned the scholars around him. Bringing these back to Blue Star will undoubtedly benefit humanity. Long Zhan Yuyi rudely waved his hand, interrupting the scientist's fantasies. Research is important. First come, first served. Stop dawdling. Start copying. Pack them up in boxes. This is now mandatory coursework for the healers, spirit channelers, and fate weavers. Learn the skills first and compile them immediately. I'm going to search for historical records. Brothers, let's get moving. This place, everyone who comes is part of the brick-moving crew. A frenzied plunder like a locust swarm, leaving nothing behind. The frontline laboratory began its brick-moving operation, the atmosphere tense. The Hifa Grand Library had a peculiar air, smelling like souring book pages. This made Long Zhan Yuyi extremely impatient. He sat on the ground, fiddling with his massive battle axe with his fingers. This ruin is so boring. Not even a single guard. Could it be that the Hifa people were truly pacifists? From the shadow beside him, Feng Xing Tianxia calmly said with closed eyes, "Don't say foolish things. It's strange enough that there aren't any monsters." Dali turned over and scratched his back, smiling bitterly. "Can't sleep. Let's play some cards to relax." Just as this group of high combat power bodyguards was about to explode from boredom, the history major student who was obsessed with certain someone in the history books made a move. He was LV-18, but his curiosity was maxed out at level 99. While moving things around, he kept poking and prodding everywhere. He inadvertently discovered a hidden mystery, a downward elevator. Altar of the Gods? What is this thing? Without much thought, he went straight in. 3 seconds later, system notification. Teammate, certain someone in the history books, has died. Cause of death: blunt force trauma, comminuted fracture. The hall instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Long Zhang immediately snapped to attention, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Damn! There's a monster! Feng Xing Tianxia disappeared with a snap, turning into a blur as he dashed. Underground. Follow me. The underground space of the HEPA library. There was no scent of books here, only the stench of blood and formalin. The center was filled with giant glass tanks, 10 meters high. In the murky green liquid, unsettling shadows faintly emerged. At the elevator entrance, a blood-stained mosaic covered a barely recognizable human figure. The situation was intense. Danger lurked everywhere. This was just the beginning. Beside the corpse, the giant stitched monster slowly turned around. The alarm sounded. High-risk enemy locked. HEPA BioGuard number 042. Level 40 Elite. This monster is a killing machine of the HEPA civilization, pieced together with enhanced muscles, metal skeletons, and unknown limbs. Feels no pain, has no consciousness, only cold commands. Its 4 thick arms end in rusty blades, its ashen skin covered in stitching marks and writhing blood vessels, eerie and terrifying. Roar! A roar like grinding metal echoed. A lump on its back sprayed a jet of green steam, rushing straight at everyone's faces. Miracle of Strength sized it up and down. Haven't fought such a small elite in a while. Guess it's not used to it. Compared to 100-meter beasts, this guy is like a toy. The dragon roared with wild laughter. Red light surged explosively, instantly expanding to 4 meters. Muscles bulged like granite. Both hands raised a battle axe high, charging forward like a red cannonball. Titan's blessed body activated. Get down for me! The battle axe smashed out a fierce gust of air. 2 arms forcibly blocked it, while the remaining 2 swung heavy punches at the face. Smack, smack, smack. The dragon staggered back repeatedly, his palms numb. The shield-bearer charged forward, bracing for impact. Overwhelming strength. The dragon's mouth twitched. I thought it was a poison mist monster, but its melee combat is ferocious. Cloudy Pomelo quickly waved her staff to heal, but didn't tell the dragon that his face had already been disfigured by the poison. Biochemical creation, dual damage from melee and poison. Finish it quickly. Calm voice echoed. Swift Blade's figure flickered, already suspended above the monster's head. His blade turned into a streak of light, stabbing at the seam on the back of its neck, but it only produced a dull sound. There was keratin armor. The monster's movements slowed abruptly, pulling out 2 arms to grab backward, its palms spraying poisonous mist. Swift Blade kicked its head and used the momentum to pull away. Don't brute force it. This thing can regenerate. Behind them, Data Maniac unleashed a psychic shock, causing a momentary paralysis. He sighed helplessly. No brain, hard to control, regenerates 3% per second, can't drag this out. The shield-bearer gritted his teeth, enduring the punches. A moving fountain. We have to fight it head-on. Cloudy Pomelo rapidly purified, preventing a poison outbreak. The Thunder Mage charged up a blast, firing plasma. The monster recoiled. It turned out it feared electricity. The shield-bearer and the dragon flanked it from both sides, roaring through the team channel. Thunderlord, gather in the basement to fight the boss. Even with 4 arms, it couldn't withstand the combined assault of multiple strong enemies. The monster was forced to defend against rear ambushes, frontal heavy strikes, and the Thunder Mage's long-range electric attacks, creating an extremely tense situation. This round was by no means easy, but that was to be expected. Heavenly Strategist calmly issued orders. Target the energy core in its abdomen. Old Zhao, Shield-bearer, block it. Blade God, charge it. The dragon roared furiously, throwing down his battle axe, wrapping his arms around the beast's 2 limbs in a wrestler's stance, locking it tightly. Want to move? Get past me first. The shield-bearer followed closely, smashing 2 arms away with his shield, closing in for an encirclement. This match is purely a contest of strength. The biochemical guardian struggles violently, its arms spraying eerie poisonous mist. However, the healer steadily maintains the health bar, the healing beam shining down like a spotlight, and the strange green poison fails to break through the defense. The mage is up. Several high-level mages immediately deploy an electric grid, currents enveloping the stitched monster. The biochemical guardian's 6 limbs convulse, its core activity rapidly declining. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes light up. Bullet time activated. 7 afterimages streak through the air, targeting the monster's critical points. In an instant, 7 flashes of cold light precisely sever the fascia. Green blood gushes out, and the monster lets out a piercing wail. Regeneration is blocked, its massive body loses balance, trembling as it kneels down. Press the advantage. Full firepower annihilation. The Thunder Mage King leads the spirit manipulators in a fierce bombardment, lightning pouring down in a final battle of flashes and thunder. In mere seconds, the gatekeeping beast is reduced to scrap and flesh amidst its roaring demise. Biochemical Guardian Hifa slain, gained a large amount of experience. Long Zhanyuyi cancels his transformation, rubs his shoulder, and lets out a hearty laugh. Now that's gaming, just grinding bricks is no fun. Chun Feng glances at the bloodstains on his dagger and teases. If the healer wasn't strong, you'd already be a meat patty. Yun Zhongyu playfully circles around, snapping photos rapidly, turning the venom-scarred face into a focal point of destruction. Photos are free, deleting them costs money. The atmosphere is relaxed, with only Long Zhan looking completely bewildered. After the battle, the group surveys the true appearance of the basement, which turns out to resemble a mysterious altar. Behind the shield, a massive emerald wall shimmered dreamily, glowing faintly. The reliefs on the wall were vivid and lifelike, silently unfolding stories one by one, as history seemed to writhe. Feng Xing Tianxia glanced around and said, "So-and-so is about to respawn. Let's take a look at these reliefs first." When So-and-so finally returned, panting heavily, they were greeted by Long Zhan striking bizarre poses with his disfigured face. While Yun Zhongyu and the girls clicked their cameras non-stop, the sound of shutters filling the air. 5,000 bioenergy per photo. No bargaining. Zhu Yan entered the scene, and Feng Xing Tianxia gestured for silence. Chun Feng pointed to the wall where faint light flickered. This relief looks like a mix of a mural and a sculpture, flickering like a broken TV. No matter how I look, I can't make it out. You give it a try. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and quickly switched to professional mode. With his level up, a new archaeology skill had become available. He approached the cold emerald wall, placed both hands on it, and activated the key skill. Echoes of history. A humming sound resonated, and the chaotic flowing light around them began to settle, gradually forming a clear image. The Hepa people, with 4 arms, looked nothing like humans. The upper 2 arms were slender and dexterous, adept at intricate tasks. The lower 2 were thick and powerful, used for heavy lifting. They had pale green skin, large heads, no noses, only massive compound eyes and respiratory gills that filtered toxins. No wonder that stitched-up monster had 4 arms. Feng Xing Tianxia turned to look at the massive corpse of the bioengineered guardian. The scientific players began to discuss. Could this form suggest that humanoid shapes are surprisingly common in the universe? The Hepa people lived on the plains of liver lobules within the Titan's liver. Their civilization was insignificant, yet they tirelessly cleaned metabolic waste day after day, relying on alchemy and magical energy to break down toxins. At the central altar, they offered sacrifices to the Father God. With all 4 arms raised high, they filled the altar with energy crystals, praying for warmth and protection. Being subservient to a deity was a common trait among all internal civilizations. Suddenly, the scene darkened. It was an ordinary day with the Hepa people worshipping the Father God. Yet, the god did not respond, and the divine emissaries had vanished. Black rain poured down, but it was not rain. It was black worms with tentacles, carrying external malicious viruses and curses. The HEPA people's toxins and mechanics were utterly defenseless. In their panic, they continued to pray, but to no avail. The black rain hit the ground, and the infected began to twist and mutate. Their green skin instantly necrotized, their forearms twisted violently, and they turned on their own kind. War broke out, flesh and machinery intertwined, and alchemy was reduced to a tool for creating soldiers. With tearful eyes, alchemists stitched together corpses, inserted metal skeletons, transforming them into painless, biochemical guardians. Countless biochemical guardians charged into battle, resisting the tide of viruses. Green toxic mist and black corrupting fumes intertwined. The battlefield was brutal. The enemy was overwhelming, the Titan's liver continuously damaged, while plagues and curses ran rampant. Finally, the scene froze at the edge of the Gallbladder Canyon. The surviving HEPA people, with only a few hundred biochemical guardians left, took their families and embarked on the flesh road. Their backs were heavy, filled with sorrow. As the last person crossed the bridge, the elderly leader trembled as he shut down the flesh proliferation array. With a thunderous sound, the flesh bridge instantly lost vitality, breaking and withering. Countless infected fell into the abyss, and the HEPA civilization severed its own retreat, exiling itself into the highly corrosive environment of the gallbladder, wandering in the distance. Zhu Yan's gaze was profound. So that's how it was. Zhu Yan's face was pale, as if he had just returned from hell. System prompt: HEPA civilization history recorded. Cataclysm, the Great Migration, 9%, gained 30,000 bioenergy points, and a large amount of experience. Long Zhan touched his scarred face, his voice suddenly serious. That black bug, is it the monster we were looking for? This grudge, I guess we've avenged it for them. Feng Xing Tianxia's eyes were sharp. Knowing the cause, the truth inside the gallbladder is even more worth exploring. Let's go. Everyone left the basement and headed straight for the Gallbladder Canyon on the edge of the city. Reality is far more brutal than history. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the murky Bao River ahead suddenly began to boil. Glug glug. Countless black bubbles surged, and numerous tentacled monsters slowly crawled out. Their skin peeled like monkeys, eyeless with only sharp-toothed giant mouths. These were the legendary descendants of mutated infectees. Withered Lurker, LV.40. One after another, they quickly filled the rock walls, surging like a tide toward the top of the cliff. Their cold, indifferent gazes locked onto the players. The atmosphere froze. Suddenly, a piercing screech broke through the air. The black tide surged, and the monsters charged madly. Oh my God! This is triggering my trypophobia. The research players trembled in fear. The Thunder Mage erupted. His entire body bristling, he roared, and lightning flashed. Chain lightning! A few monsters were severely injured, but there were too many, and it barely made a dent in the army. The generally low-level research players were even more powerless to fight back, their faces pale. LV.40's strength is no joke. With one claw, I'm done for. Tyance calmed his anger, coldly watching the overwhelming tide of monsters, his mouth twitching. This game designer is truly twisted. Resolving himself, Tyance unleashed a crowd control skill, Psychic Scream, temporarily immobilizing hundreds of monsters. Run! The scientific research players desperately fled for their lives. But their speed was too slow, and soon several monsters climbed up the cliff. Shrill screams echoed as they directly pounced on the one at the rear. Quantum mechanics. Slow! Before he could react, he was instantly torn to shreds. Right behind him, Breaking Bad tried to unleash a new toxic technique, but was immediately suppressed and bitten by 3 monsters. Screams filled the air, pleading for the developers to show mercy. Data Maniac, however, remained composed, watching as the academic gods were slaughtered, calculating in his mind to regularly bring newcomers for leveling in the mid-tier zones. This is the fate of those without combat talent. Dragon Battle swung his weapon with great force, fighting bloodily to push back the monster tide, while protecting several fragile players as they retreated. Top-tier players moved quickly, and the monster tide couldn't do anything to them. Feng, cover us. Got it. Chun Feng didn't waste his burst with instant steps, relying on the passive neural sequence to move freely among the monsters. Synapse acceleration. The conflict erupted in an instant, a life-and-death battle at the edge of the canyon. Ready to ignite. With micron-level precision, Feng Xing Tianxia's movements were sharp and agile. Not a single monster could get close. The Origin Feng turned into a whirlwind, slashing several times every moment, extinguishing the monsters' lives. These monsters are as fragile as paper? Unrivaled mode activated. Feng Xing muttered, his killing intent surging. De Li and Dragon Battle exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The frontline muscle giants, their coordination impeccable. Titan Kin Body. The two giants suddenly rose from the ground. Dragon Battle swung his heavy axe, severing countless withered stalkers, their corpses bursting apart. Power roared, flames engulfing his body, charging forward with his shield like an unshakable steel tank. The monster tide surged madly. For everyone killed, 10 more climbed up simultaneously, their overwhelming numbers leaving no solution. Too many. We can't possibly wipe them out. People shouted. Retreat. Head to the neuron. That's the only safe place. The crowd retreated in disarray, sprinting toward the city center. The black tide followed closely, mixed with a few larger elite monsters, their roars shattering the ruins. Even the top-tier teams felt the tension, as the oppressive presence of level 40+ elite monsters was overwhelming. At the critical moment, just as they were about to be torn apart, on the plaza's edge, the thunderous and indifferent Thunder Messenger H77 Neuron slowly opened his pure golden eyes, exuding unmatched majesty. Unauthorized intrusion warning, threat level low, initiating purification protocol. Boom! A massive golden lightning bolt descended from the sky. It struck precisely between the monster horde and the players. Hundreds of withered stalkers were struck as if by divine punishment, instantly vaporized into nothingness, silent and swift. The monster horde froze in terror, screeching to a halt. The Thunder Messenger slowly raised his hand. Judgment! Golden arcs of electricity spread like a tidal wave, forming a lightning net with no blind spots. The monsters were engulfed in the sea of thunder, disintegrating and vanishing piece by piece. In just 10 seconds, there was no trace of enemies left at the canyon's edge, only scorch marks and the smell of charred remains. The players collapsed to the ground, staring in shock at the golden giant, who once again closed his eyes with an air of aloofness. This NPC is way too OP. I want to see Watcher Zero go one-on-one with him, someone whispered. The Watcher lightly stretched his wrist, exuding an imposing aura. The head coach was ready after warming up. Why didn't you show up earlier? Power stomped his foot. The Thunder Messenger slightly lifted his eyelids and murmured, Bound by duty, I cannot act at will. Sweat dripped down, the reasoning flawless. This is the power of a Titan? The historian trembled as he recorded, swallowing his saliva. Just a single neuron can destroy the heavens and the earth. How strong is a Titan really? The chilling question echoed. After a brief rest, Feng Xing Tianxia suddenly slapped his forehead, pulled out a biological beacon, and placed it on the ground. H-77 outpost established. Respawn point activated. Several battlefronts yield fixed profits. No room for windfall gains. Windfalls come from pioneering. Our central outpost will radiate outward. Gallbladder exploration requires careful calculation. First, secure the respawn point. Call for reinforcements. The beacon, made from a portion of Titan stem cells, could resurrect teammates, though the Q limitation made siege defense more manageable. The air was filled with the ozone smell of high-voltage arcs and the burnt stench of withered lurkers. The danger temporarily subsided, but the next wave of battle was imminent. This was how it should be. That golden giant, Thunder Messenger, had just unleashed a world-destroying strike like an illusion. In an instant, its power retracted, and it stood with arms crossed, as still as a statue, as if nothing had happened. Long Zhanyuyi excitedly approached, rubbing his hands together and softly calling, "Big bro? Sir." He even took out energy blocks, trying to hire it as a bodyguard. "Name your price, no matter how high." The Thunder Messenger's cold eyes were like frost, not even lifting its eyelids. It was an ancient system guardian, with only the authority for protection tasks. To it, Long Zhan was insignificant. "Don't waste your effort." Feng Xing Tianxia mocked leisurely while moving supplies. He explained, "This thing is just like the Watchers, a system NPC. It definitely won't sell." Long Zhan sighed. "What a pity. If I could take this bodyguard, who would still need mechs?"
Ide dominata avaibara.
Although they couldn't hire the bodyguard, their exploration results left everyone excited. Feng Xing Tianxia took out the active muscle fibers he had cut from the elite monster, the withered lurker. The green glow flickered, and it was still twitching. "The biggest flaw of our mechs is that the materials are too heavy. Biological fibers lack flexibility. This thing has incredible toughness and can even conduct magic. Installing it in the joints is perfect. Flexibility doubled." Long Zhan quickly analyzed. "The void hive and the segmental bronchial zone are overflowing with resources. This is the new frontier, the source of high-end materials." He decisively ordered, "Send out the notice. Tell the second and third squads to stop wasting time in the lungs. Restart the liver and begin full-scale pioneering." B404 City of Light, Central Hall. Here, however, was a completely different scene. Countless elders of the Light Energy Fungus clan surrounded the HEPA tablet brought back by the players, their glowing heads flickering on and off, faces full of confusion. "Impossible to understand, completely incomprehensible," one elder said solemnly. "We rely on pure light energy, yet the HEPA people have unlocked filthy dark magic." Another elder paced back and forth. "Dark magic infusing the body, physical mutations, and even using toxins for healing? This is hard to accept." The elder frowned. "Blasphemy against the light." But nearby, quantum mechanics calmly explained, "Elder, magic comes in countless forms. The Light Energy Fungus clan focuses solely on light elements, neglecting others. Their magic is a form of life alchemy combining toxicology and flesh magic." At the mention of life alchemy, the elders of the Light Energy Fungus clan had a flicker in their eyes. Luban number 7 added, "This magic seems like an evolution of anatomy. Toxins are not just for harm. They act as a medium to maintain internal balance. Look at this paper, Practical Limb Regeneration based on the theory of toxic healing. It overturns traditional concepts." The elders were thoughtful. Despite their aversion to this slimy and sticky magic, their thirst for knowledge led them to break their prejudices. The players facilitated cooperation, and the Light Energy Fungus clan's mages began to delve into the study of toxic and flesh magic. In the future, once the Light Energy Fungus clan masters it, players will be able to cast toxic and flesh-based spells just like light-based magic, purely by channeling. However, to replicate this in the real world, one would need to delve deeply into magical theory, practice, and research. The first batch of data sent back to reality was carefully screened, and the Dragon Kingdom's Life Science Academy selected a potion experiment from a less developed magical system. The result? The regeneration speed of mouse cells skyrocketed by 300%. The technological breakthrough stunned everyone. Meanwhile, wealthy players from other countries, driven mad by the upgrades, spent fortunes buying blueprints and built giant mechas, shocking the world. This led other nations to speculate about the Dragon Kingdom's recent low profile. Shaking their heads, they concluded that the Dragon Kingdom had secretly taken the lead. Not sharing the technology? Are they planning to dominate the world alone? Major powers were instantly in an uproar, establishing game research institutes and scrambling to catch up. Diplomatic pressure mounted as they accused the Dragon Kingdom of hoarding black technology. Dragon Kingdom officials smiled and waved it off. "Materialism? What nonsense! We don't understand." Meanwhile, deep in the rainforests of the Golden Triangle, a bloody battle raged on. Bang! 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 Machine gun fire rang out, but it couldn't penetrate the rock-like body of a giant man. This man was named Greedy Wolf Zhang Kuang, LV.28, empowered by second-tier flesh talents. Ordinary bullets couldn't even spark against him. He broke through the firing line, twisting the red-hot barrel of a machine gun with one hand. Crack! The steel deformed, and with a single punch, he sent both the enemy and their cover flying. The battle ended swiftly. Zhang Kuang stepped on the corpse of the warlord, Black Crocodile, wiping the blood off his hands. Behind him stood a group of cold-eyed players who skirted the edges of the law. All of them wanted criminals or fugitives. A black off-road vehicle sped over, its window rolling down to reveal the fake smile of Senator Smith's envoy, with the nervous bodyguard Zhao Si by his side. "Mr. Zhang, the senator is very pleased with your efficiency." The envoy glanced at the chaotic aftermath, a hint of apprehension in his tone. "The arms you requested have been airdropped, and the location is confirmed." Zhang Kuang's smile was icy. "Tell Smith that the kidney map's level gradient is excellent. Funds keep flowing into the game, and arms are continuously supplied in reality, ensuring he secures LV.30 without fail." The transaction was blatantly transparent. Elites sought levels and longevity, while fugitives wanted guns and territory. Although the currently available third-tier specialization, the flesh sequence, was the only one capable of extending life, Smith decisively chose the spirit conduit profession. With his intelligence, the magical attributes of the psionic sequence were irresistible, not only for life extension but also for its 17 powerful abilities. Zhang Kuang pointed to the dense rainforest. "This place will be renamed Wild Wolf Special Zone. From now on, strength rules here, and the authorities can't control anything." The envoy gave an awkward smile. "That's right, this is your domain now." Gazing at the distant mountains, Zhang Kuang's ambition soared. The first battle phase was complete, and the player forces in the chaotic zone were established. Next, recruiting soldiers, controlling industries, and step-by-step building a nation within a nation for the players. High-dimensional perspective, Titan Gu Chun. In the depths of the universe, Gu Chen's vast consciousness flowed throughout his body. As the lung regions were reclaimed one by one, the players worked tirelessly day and night. The bioenergy reserves skyrocketed at an astronomical rate, 124.6 billion. Finally, Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he began the process of repair and enhancement. First, repair 5 billion for the heart core shield. This move, who wouldn't find it satisfying? Tens of billions of bioenergy instantly transformed into golden energy, surging madly into the chest cavity. The once dim shield around the massive biological heart immediately began to shine. Though not fully restored, its defensive power had recovered enough to withstand a strike from a deity. Gu Chun withdrew his gaze and focused on the vast lungs. He understood that no matter how hard the millions of players worked, in the face of a respiratory system spanning light years, they were merely a swarm of busy ants. Could they take down an elephant? The efficiency was too low. The true cleaners were still the immune system. Command issued. Mass-produce Silverwing Sentinels. Command issued. Modulate Elite Unit Silverwing Commander. This Silverwing Commander, equipped with the LV.45 Titan Kin template, boasts exceptional intelligence and combat prowess. With the Frenzy Immunity Aura, it can lead a force of 100,000 Silverwing Sentinels to launch an overwhelming attack, suppressing the bacterial enemies. In the next moment, the blood vessel walls of the lungs radiated brilliantly. Hundreds of 50-meter-tall Silverwing giants emerged, their backs adorned with 6 wings, wielding thunderous spears, their roars echoing through the skies. Accompanied by a tide of 1,000,000 Silverwing Sentinels, they surged toward the abandoned, dust-covered bronchioles. The purification progress bar on the map skyrocketed. The functional areas of the lungs expanded rapidly, and the dark corners gradually lit up. Quite expected.
Lung A99 bronchiole.
This area is far from the battlefield, remote yet bustling. The small guild Flesh Ascension set up camp here, with 100 flesh craftsmen focused entirely on building mechas, completely ignoring monster hunting and leveling up. Guild leader. The skeleton is assembled. An excited voice rang out. In the clearing, a 30-meter-tall skeletal frame of a monster stood upright, resembling the prototype of a biological mecha. Real men build mechas with their bare hands. Guild leader Liang pushed up his protective goggles, his gaze resolute. Having witnessed top guilds using flesh mechas in battle, we can't fall behind. Name it. Fruit Armor Mecha number 1. The craftsman swarmed forward, using flesh stitching to fill the frame with flame demon flesh and slime gel. Dreams were ambitious, but reality was harsh. After piecing together the flesh, the skeletal frame moved, but it resembled a dazed zombie. Stumbling left and right, it fell flat on its face, crushing 3 craftsmen in the process. Failed again. Where did it go wrong? Forget it, next time we'll use liver-active fibers, they're more durable. We'll eventually create something even the official mechas will fear. Liver Edge Ecological Buffer Zone. Aside from tech enthusiasts, casual players can also find enjoyment here. This is a monster paradise, but also a nightmare for Pokémon masters. A canyon summoner holds a glowing gall crystal, staring at a LV.1 living flame sapling. It is the offspring of the early elite monster, Ember of Flames, with a fiery temper and difficult to tame. With a gasp, flames surge forward, instantly turning the canyon summoner's arm into charcoal. Hot! Hot! He frantically shakes his hand, yet his face is lit with an excited expression. The gall crystal has been consumed. Capture progress increased by 0.1%. In the distance, another pet-raising enthusiast is fretting over a group of blue slimes. In this biological arena, who will have the last laugh? To evolve the slimes, Fong Yuan conducts frenzied experiments, feeding them ores, void shells, and even the corpses of teammates. The results are bizarre. Some are ablaze, resembling living volcanoes. Some are as hard as iron lumps, completely immobile. Others grow tentacles, turning into monsters. And there are balloon-like slimes, floating around, creating an eerily strange scene. Can't afford it. The costs are skyrocketing. Although pets can be rented out, the feeding of these mutants is completely overwhelming him. Moreover, the mutation directions are too random. Feeding them the same item results in vastly different outcomes. In despair, Fong Yuan began to meticulously record the traits of each slime. Meanwhile, in another part of the game world, the livestream room was exceptionally lively. ID Bear Grylls Possessed was holding the freshly cut tentacle of a ghost jellyfish, enthusiastically promoting the treasure to the camera. This thing is toxic, but once you remove the head and guts, its protein content is 6 times that of beef. Incredible. He took a big bite of the tentacle, his mouth making a crunching sound twice. Very chewy. The taste is okay, but my tongue feels a bit numb. The audience flooded the screen with comments. 666. The streamer is literally risking his life for food. Suddenly, Bear Grylls' Possessed's face turned pale and colorful, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. The system coldly displayed, player Bear Grylls Possessed has died. Cause of death: neurotoxin overload. The comments exploded. The streamer is truly fearless. Try the void shell next. Who dares? The virtual world is full of self-entertainment, with endless creativity. Truly a capitalized spectacular. In reality, Longwa Kyoto University. An abandoned teaching building in the old campus of this top university was tightly sealed off. On the streets and alleys, the eyes of onlookers were sharp, faintly revealing plainclothes guards everywhere, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Fong Yuan stood at the door, his heartbeat accelerating. He, last year's global math competition gold medalist, had now been admitted early to the mathematics department. Yesterday, the competition coach and mentor had a mysterious conversation and handed over a serious confidentiality agreement. Fong Yuan obediently agreed, but no one disclosed the specific details, only that he needed to check in at Hua Building 201 today. Hua Building was the old mathematics department building, which had produced famous mathematicians but was now abandoned. While walking, Fong Yuan keenly felt the piercing stares of passers-by fixed on him. Plain clothes. Of course, this storm was just about to begin. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the abandoned building. Outside classroom 202, Fong Yuan saw many familiar faces, former teammates and other national team players. Classroom 201 was almost full, with people inside wearing military uniforms as well as student attire, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fong Yuan exchanged glances with his comrades, chose a corner, and waited silently. Suddenly, two people appeared at the door. One was a middle-aged officer, rugged and unrestrained, with shiny military rank insignia on his shoulder. The other was a tall, thin scholar with an academic demeanor, giving off a sense of familiarity. The soldier suddenly saluted, but the middle-aged man waved his hand to indicate no formalities, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Such a grand setup? Fong Yuan scanned the military ranks but couldn't recognize them. Welcome, talented players and advanced spiritual operators. Spirit Conductor? Fong Yuan suddenly became alert. This was the recently popular global game, Titan, where players could transform into supernatural beings. One of the 4 initial professions, the Spirit Conductor represents the magic base class. Immediately, countless possibilities flashed through Fong Yuan's mind. Could this secret project actually be? From this moment on, Kyoto University's Department of Psionics was born. The first batch of students officially set off. Forget everything you previously learned about the laws of physics and chemistry. What we teach here is an entirely new knowledge system, psionics, also known as magic. Fong Yuan and his companions looked as if they'd seen a ghost, while the surrounding soldiers had bright, enthusiastic eyes. It turned out they were members of the Great Wall Watch Guild, privy to many hidden secrets. In short, this matter is of great importance, and all students must keep their mouths shut. A young officer joked that those who hadn't joined the Titan game should go register. The person beside him was their new instructor. The young instructor stepped onto the stage, appearing somewhat nervous. Looking at the stern military personnel below, he softly complained, "Can you not wear military uniforms during class?" A nearby general laughed heartily. "My bad. We'll wear school uniforms next time." The young instructor broke into a sweat, awkwardly accepting the remark. Textbooks were distributed, and Fong Yuan immediately opened the 4 heavy magic books. Principles of Basic Magic, Introduction to Light Magic, Overview of the Correlation between Optoelectronics and Light Magic, Toxicology and Flesh Magic Basics, Alchemy. He pinched himself lightly to confirm he wasn't dreaming. On the preface page, Professor Gu advocated the resource civilization determinism theory, ending with, "Begin to understand the other side of the real world, starting now." Through the window, Fong Yuan saw 2 generals conversing with an elderly man in civilian clothes, a legendary figure renowned throughout Longua. Time shifted, the first official magic class in human history began. Large words on the blackboard, Basic Magic Theory. Magic is not superstition. It is a science that developed parallel to physics. The instructor's fingers trembled slightly as he gently moved the chalk. Without sound or incantation, a soft white light suddenly appeared at the tip of the chalk. Basic light magic, illumination. The students below the stage held their breath and stared intently, their eyes reflecting the glow. As for those players who had experienced Great Wall Watch, although they had unlocked the second-tier talent Energy Resonance, their power was extremely limited. At most, they could light up a small circuit lamp. This was the simplest trick, yet it shocked everyone in reality. Light magic includes photon focus, refraction shield, and light therapy. The mentor adjusted his glasses, his expression growing increasingly confident. Choose Spirit Conduit, trigger Energy Resonance, reach LV.23, and practice according to the textbook. You will master light in reality. Sunlight poured through the windows, and in 2 classrooms, the first batch of academic mages was about to rise. After several days of transition, the Heifa ruins were no longer lifeless but had been transformed by the 4th calamity into a solid fortress blending steampunk and wasteland styles. Emerald City. Planners, Data Maniac, and Heavenly Strategy had locked onto the most valuable resource, Thunder Messenger, and were determined to maximize its use. Yes, it was the NPC that had once destroyed tens of thousands of withered lurkers, its power etched into every player's memory. The Thunder Messenger was not only unmatched in bravery, but craftsmen around it were rapidly repairing the defenses. Turrets were revived, walls reinforced, chevaux de frise and trenches fully equipped. At the center of the ruins, the collapsed gear tower was restored, its signs flashing, H-77 Supply Station, Dragon Battle Guild Office, high-priced Crystal Gall Recovery. No tricks, don't even think about leaving. Thousands of advanced players moved like worker bees, their efficiency far surpassing that of newcomers. The scale of Emerald City was unmatched. But once outside the city, order immediately collapsed. On the wasteland, top-tier players from the first echelon piloted modified mechas, brutally tearing through LV.40 terrifying monsters. In the outskirts, ordinary people struggled to advance. Suddenly, Dawn Guild squad leader, Tian Xiao, issued an alert. 3 o'clock direction, crystal executioners incoming, purple crystal armor, heavy axes, giant blades, as tough as iron. Elite monsters appeared in batches, once a major headache. A few bolts of thunder struck down, instantly breaking their shells and killing them with ease. But more insidious enemies lurked in the shadows. Tian Xiao had just cleared the area in front of him and hadn't yet caught his breath when Eerie Revival suddenly appeared, smiling as he handed over a bottle of medicine. This isn't scientific. Tian Xiao was on guard, his hand frozen mid-air, staring intently at the other. Imperial Jade Liquor? He probed. Eerie Revival froze, feigning confusion. Before he could finish speaking, his figure suddenly transformed. His right arm grew 10 meters in an instant, and he swung a lightning-fast punch. Tian Xiao reacted quickly, furiously throwing a thunder-piercing strike. Eft! The enemy's skin waxed and melted away, revealing flesh and tentacles. Shapeshifter, LV.25 Elite. The shapeshifter was exposed, frantically pulling out its wheel-like legs and fleeing at high speed. Suddenly, the real Eerie Revival appeared behind, panting heavily and complaining tearfully about being swallowed alive by a monster, demanding compensation for workplace injury and equipment reimbursement. This one was definitely a real person. These shapeshifters were the player's worst nightmare, capable of perfectly mimicking the faces of teammates, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake, causing immense psychological pressure. In the liver zone, the first thing to do upon meeting was to ask for the secret code, life or death hung by a thread. Not only did the local monsters wreak havoc, but interdimensional hackers also ran rampant. Mad Blood Vial discovered a black soft-bodied worm in the H-77 area, a Calamity Worm, LV.20 normal level, seemingly weak and harmless. Crush it! Blood Vial, brimming with strength, stomped down hard. With a squelch, the worm's body burst, spraying black liquid that stained his armor. So fragile, he sneered. The wilderness was just that cruel and merciless. Suddenly, his vision was torn apart by a black progress bar. Extinction curse. 15%. What the hell? Before he could react, his left leg began to itch violently. The black liquid had come alive, burrowing madly into his skin. Veins bulged, his legs swelled instantly, and black barbs grew wildly. *T. I can't control my leg anymore. Mad Blood Vial screamed in despair as his character began to attack his teammates uncontrollably, plunging the situation into chaos. Warning flashed. Curse corrosion exceeds 100%. Genetic collapse. Imminent mutation into extinction kin. Bang! The system took effect, and his consciousness was instantly severed from his body. System announcement. Player Mad Blood Vial has died. Cause of death. Infection and mutation from Calamity Worm, LV.20. This Calamity Worm was the culprit behind the downfall of the Hepa civilization. Its lingering malicious genes, once contracted, meant inevitable mutation into a monster. In the sky, A massive black moth with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters glided by. Calamity Demon Butterfly, LV.40 Elite. It was like the ruler of the night, with a crying mask on its wings, scattering scales like poisonous rain, carrying a deadly curse of weakness and group infection. Flesh Craftsman, quickly build a shelter. Don't let the scales touch you. The craftsman swiftly constructed a cover, but as soon as the scales made contact, the flesh shelter grotesquely mutated, sharp spikes suddenly sprouting and piercing the players hiding within. Ah! The screams tore through the air. Players' hair stood on end, and they scattered in panic. Once dominant figures, they were now reduced to mere survival instincts. Inside the Pyramid of Emerald City, the atmosphere was starkly different. This was the archive, the holy ground for research players. Certain someone from the history books, wearing gloves, carefully read the newly restored Hephaestus parchment scroll, surrounded by historians from the Titan Research Society. Found it, he dryly announced, and a projection revealed an epic fragment. On that day, the sky was torn apart. It wasn't a virus or a natural disaster, but an evil deity from the depths of the cosmos, Calamity of Oblivion. It hurled a poisoned spear at our Father God, and the insects were manifestations of divine power. To touch the divine is blasphemy, and blasphemy means death. The words Calamity of Oblivion on the screen seemed like the ultimate boss. But this was only the surface. The truth was hidden in higher dimensions. Players were unaware that the terror they faced far exceeded the descriptions in the game's text. Chaos Titan Ancient Dawn, a 12th-tier life form of the universe, capable of destroying stars and devouring galaxies. Even with severe injuries and the Demon Heart Seal, its strength remains at the 10th tier. Players can gain extraordinary resistance through this, and that Calamity of Oblivion is an 11th tier true god of the universe. Back then, it joined forces with other gods to ambush Ancient Dawn, injecting a fatal poison spear. Those low-tier LV.20 worms are remnants of its divine power. These worms carry laws that slaughter all mortal beings. Only Titankin can approach them, or else they will be annihilated. This is a dimensional divine war, and the Calamity of Oblivion fled in defeat, its fate unknown. Meanwhile, players battle the Calamity's kin within the Titan's body, vowing to eradicate this residual divine power. No matter what this boss is called, that's right, the story has just begun. Someone from the Chronicles silently closed the book, a sudden frenzy flashing in their eyes. If it dares to show a health bar, it must be a monster. Bro, quickly compile its weaknesses. Post it on the forum. Divine kin. The drop rate must be insane. Suddenly, a pungent burnt smell filled the scene. Under the blue electric arc, the withered stalker convulsed all over, its black skin bursting open, exposing charred internal organs. It worked. Weak to electric attributes. Break its defense and then flood it with electricity, damage doubles. Can curses conduct electricity? This explosive discovery instantly shook the player community. Hardcore liver transformation move. The physical attack party instantly became bait for attracting monsters. Be careful. You're pulling too many monsters. The leader of the monster-pulling group kicked a teammate away, turning back to see the screen filled with densely packed monsters. No time to explain, run. The hunters moved nimbly, weaving through the monster tide, forming a long monster train. They broke away from the crowd, heading straight for the dead city's minefield. Release! Fire in the hole! The Thunder Lord raised his staff like a mountain, and with a thunderous roar, billions of lightning bolts filled the air. The monsters turned into electric wires, wildly dancing a frenzied lightning dance. This is amazing! Harvesting a massive bounty. Amid the slaughter and revelry, no one cared about the hunters who fell behind and were torn apart. Quick! Give me some compensation. Some cunning players conserved their mana. Pull them back to the city gates. Let them guard for us. The monster tide reversed course for thousands of miles, crazily surging into Emerald City. At this moment, Thunder Messenger slowly opened his eyes. Though he despised the players diverting disaster eastward, He had no choice but to face the battle. A golden ring of lightning. A wave swept through, and thousands of monsters turned to ash. The players were overjoyed, picking up dropped materials, partying on the battlefield, completely ignoring the NPCs grinding their teeth in frustration. However, the carpet-style eradication disrupted the delicate balance of the hepatic lobules. The deeply hidden catastrophic power finally spiraled out of control. The earth trembled, viscous liquid boiled, and a thunderous boom erupted beneath their feet. Players and rocks plummeted into the depths of the morning, as the space instantly collapsed. Immediately after, a black column of corpse gel burst out of the ground, its spikes piercing the sky. Roar! A colossal giant rose from the earth. Its form is shapeless, a mixture of rotting flesh, worms, bile ducts, with faces twisted in agony covering its entire body. The faces of the Hepa tribe clearly emerge. Warning! Ultra-large hostile unit. Calamity Abomination, LV? Lord! An unspeakable aggregation of calamity. Everyone run for your lives. Damn! All question marks. Players witnessed the sky-covering giant monster, their weapons falling to the ground, instantly speechless. A drop of black liquid fell, instantly condensing into hundreds and thousands of calamity worms. Accursed aura spread. The black rain is here. Fanged mouths split open, writhing and pouncing. Players were completely dumbfounded. High-dimensional perspective Titan Gu-Chun. The camera zoomed in. Gu-Chen's consciousness locked onto the monster's attributes. Calamity, Abomination. LV.70, Ravenous Frenzy. The ultimate destroyer with overwhelming curses. Once it lands, it can devour the ecosystem of a planet within a month. Gu-Chun smiled calmly, finally revealed. It couldn't be hidden any longer. The curses within its body had completely breached. Magic energy sealed off. Active cleansing hopeless. But with the player's startup resources, those newly awakened kin within his body were far from benevolent. Resist the invaders. Gu-Chen issued his divine command. Emerald City Square. The Thunder Messenger suddenly opened his eyes in silence. In an instant, golden light erupted, runes spun, and psionic energy within several kilometers was instantly drained. The players' faces turned grim, mana was gone, and recovery relied entirely on Tier 3 energy affinity and the sporadic support of blue slimes. Don't be fooled by their high status. Their mana consumption was as fierce as a tiger. The Thunder Messenger was cold and ruthless. His target was clear. Eliminate the abomination. The divine body defense activated automatically, locking onto the high-threat target. Boom! A massive force erupted, shattering the ground into a crater. Like a golden meteor, the Thunder Messenger shot up from the ground, charging straight at the 1,000-meter-tall black monstrosity. The entire scene held its breath as the divine battle unfolded. Golden lightning fiercely collided with the black mountain-like creature. Thud! A deafening crash followed by a vacuum wave sucked the air away, and shockwaves scattered in all directions. The poisonous mist within a 100-mile radius dissipated, and the divine guards and spirit nexus envoys were blown apart in disarray. Only the hunters and skill players landed gracefully. Though the Thunder Messenger was only 1% the size of his opponent, he effortlessly pierced the abomination's black, viscous body with his thunder spear. Electric currents rampaged through the monster's body like ferocious beasts. A cluster of black spots convulsed wildly, an utterly bizarre sight. The streamers erupted in excitement, immediately setting up their towers to go live. Shocking! Thunder Messenger infused with calamity, abhorrence energy. Must read. The Thunder Messenger and the Abomination's fatal story. The Abomination roared, black tentacles lashed at the mountains like whips, their power exploding. The Thunder Messenger dodged in the air, clashing head-on with the lightning shield. Golden light and the aura of corruption collided violently, each strike causing an earthquake. Dragon Battle in the Wild stared in shock. This is what high-level combat looks like? There wasn't even time to take screenshots. Don't just stand there. Look up. Blade across the world shouted to wake everyone up. The scene before them wasn't a game CG. It was a real-life battle they were in. The monster was heavily injured, and sticky black substance rained down from its surface. Splat! Splat! The moment the black rain hit the ground, it transformed into catastrophic worms. These malicious creatures, as thick as arms, crawled out of the ground, surging like a tide. This was the true beginning of the disaster. The gods clash in the heavens, while the players on the ground are left to deal with this disastrous mess. As soon as Yoon Jong-yo saw the nightmare-like disaster worms, cold sweat broke out, and she hurriedly cast shields and buffs on the front-row teammates. Miracle of Strength raised his shield and blocked the falling black sludge, shouting, "Watch out! There's a curse of annihilation on you. One touch and you're done for." Data Maniac's eyes were sharp as he quickly analyzed. The curse is weak to electricity. Anyone hit by it, Thunder Lord, zap them immediately. The Thunder Mage couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Finally, I get to zap my own people. This is awesome. Everyone, defend. Tiansu roared. Hold the Emerald City. If you're cursed, find electricity immediately. Don't let the worms get in and destroy the respawn point. Dragon Battle in the Wild endured the pain of electric shocks, watching the curse on his body slowly peel away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately led Miracle of Strength and the Divine Guards into formation, shields raised like bulldozers, charging into the swarm of worms. The pitch-black swarm retreated with a roar, as if someone had used a mop to fiercely stir up the dust. On the distant watchtower, streamers hurried to capture this big cleanup spectacle. Countless disaster creatures fell from the sky like black snow, even more exaggerated than the black rain described in ancient texts. Thunder Lord, use up all your mana. Cover the field with an electric grid. The commander shouted anxiously. Hunters, move up. Don't let any escape. Under the golden black sky, the fourth calamity roared thunderously. The sky was torn apart as two forces clashed head-on. One side was the decayed darkness of disaster, Abomination, and the other was the dazzling golden light of Thunder Messenger. The Abomination was like a living volcano, towering 1,000 meters high, spewing black clouds. The Thunder Messenger was merely a few meters tall, humanoid and as small as an ant. But the ant toyed with the elephant. Roar! The Abomination bellowed, its body splitting into countless openings, from which thousands of black disaster worms transformed into tentacles, covering the sky and earth, rushing at supersonic speed toward the Thunder Messenger. The Thunder Messenger didn't dodge, his golden eyes surging with lightning. In the next instant, he vanished into a flash of electricity. The Abomination's strike missed. Electric light reappeared, and the Thunder Messenger had leaped onto the Abomination Titan. He raised one hand high, grasping golden lightning from the void, condensing it into a spear of thunder judgment, dozens of meters long. The spear pierced the skull, plasma poured in, and the black worms were instantly carbonized. The Abomination convulsed in pain, and strange black light surged from the wound. Flesh buds expanded wildly, forcibly pushing the thunder spear out. Then its back split open, black ripples spread. Domain skill Echo of Annihilation activated, corroding the air for hundreds of kilometers. The players' Annihilation Curse progress skyrocketed, and mages scrambled to self-electrocute and chug potions. Seriously, can't you tone it down? You don't get the theory, and your execution is a mess. The situation grew increasingly perilous, and the battle to defend Emerald City reached a critical turning point. Dragon John roared in the wild, glancing back to see the Thunder Mage with an innocent look, showing no sign of remorse. Above, the golden shield of the Thunder Messenger flickered incessantly. His body blurred and instantly retreated hundreds of meters. The Abomination's tentacles quickly anticipated his movements, surging forward to engulf him, frantically attempting to crush him. The Thunder Messenger transformed into a golden phantom, agile and graceful, dodging like lightning. Each flash narrowly avoided the tentacles, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Support request sent. With a calm command, he suddenly stopped mid-air, his entire body trembling. Zap! A golden portal roared open. On the other side of the portal, the familiar city of light was calling. Another thunder messenger strode out from the gate. Holy crap! Even NPCs can call for backup. The players were in an uproar. Two golden titans stood side by side. They were rare high-ranking retainers within the titan's body, numbering only in the billions, incredibly precious. Under tacit cooperation, they swung their hands together towards the abomination. Dual thunder prison chains. Two golden lightning chains suddenly clamped onto the abomination's body on both sides, locking it firmly in place. Immediately after, their hands pressed down. Thunder and lightning crashed down, engulfing the abomination in a tide of thunder. But the abomination, enraged, began to rapidly swell, attempting to self-destruct and annihilate everything around it. This was the ultimate move of cursed creatures, at the cost of curse spreading and birthing new life. The two envoys exchanged glances, and in an instant, lightning flashed as they began to merge. Titan form activated. Golden light exploded, and their size grew wildly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until they towered over the heavens and earth, forming a golden light giant. It extended its massive hand and pressed down on the rampaging abomination, as if pinching a frenzied, diseased toad. This looks familiar? It's you, Daegu. In the sky, the giant battle reached the pinnacle of Tokusatsu, while on the ground, it was a disaster in reality. The insect swarm suddenly descended. Feng Xing Tianxia wielded his dagger like a whirlwind, instantly slashing and destroying several bugs. Each drop of black gel that fell to the ground transformed into monsters, their levels skyrocketing from LV-20 to LV-30. The curse and mutation infected the divine guards, turning former comrades into enemy troops in an instant, creating utter chaos. Healer, save me. My health bar turned black. A divine guard screamed. Roar! Another divine guard convulsed and mutated, turning to viciously attack Long Zhan Yuyi. On the front lines, Long Zhan switched to a giant shield, barely fending off a wave of insect attacks, his health critically low. This time, caught off guard, he was struck heavily, nearly forced to his knees. Dali charged forward rapidly, burning the enemy with a punch, and mocked, "Weak? Practice more. Here it comes." Great healing spell. Yun Zhongyo lightly waved the staff, and white light descended. However, a strange scene appeared. Long Zhan's left arm not only failed to heal under the healing light, but swelled into a tentacle-like form, covered with tumors and purple bubbles. System warning. Annihilation curse triggered. Abnormal life energy. Healing turns into proliferative damage. Long Zhan looked at the mutated arm and roared in pain. Damn it! Stop healing. It's toxic healing. In this life and death battle, the hidden eerie mechanism had just revealed the tip of the iceberg. The flesh army was completely wiped out. Once the curse struck, it went berserk directly, and only the biogel shield had any use. Electricity first. Electrify. Remove the curse. Then heal. Tiansu shouted wildly from the rear. At this moment, yours truly Liang's flesh Gundams completely collapsed. Those mechanical behemoths, fused from the flesh of various monsters and players, instantly rebelled and turned on their master upon contact with the descending black rain. The massive flesh weapons slapped their creator to the ground with fatal blows, directly joining the monster army. The battlefield turned into a purgatory. Players were killed by the saliva dripping from the abominations, torn to shreds by hundreds of calamity worms the moment they tried to scavenge, without even a chance to transform into calamities themselves. Thunder Lord. Only electric type works.
Tian-se-Roard.
All mages abandoned mana consumption concerns and unleashed their skills at full power. Healers held back desperately, only daring to heal after electrifying. Drink potions, drink potions. Rely on yourself. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Players were crushed underfoot by the Titan-level monsters, struggling to catch their breath. As the black rain continued to fall, their once prized healing abilities turned into a death sentence. A player suddenly had their chest explode while being healed, immediately dropping to their knees, their legs twitching as they transformed into a calamity kin, utterly overwhelmed with despair. In the distance, the Golden Titan finally steadied the head of the abomination, ready to deliver a fatal blow. After a few days of recovery back at school, the updates are finally back. Roar, roar, roar. This moment will be etched into the lips of all casual players in Titan Chronicles. The golden giant of light, towering 1,000 meters high, formed by the fusion of two thunder envoys, slowly raised its mountain-like fist. Pure energy, lightning radiating in all directions. Divine punishment. Few words, great impact. Boom! The golden fist struck. The destructive electric spirit slammed into the grotesquely regenerating calamity abomination. The force of the punch pierced through the heavens and earth. The massive body trembled violently, wailing in despair. The black calamity laws within its body disintegrated instantly, like snow meeting molten lava. Crack! Its head shattered, and the LV.70 Lord burst into countless black fragments scattered across the sky. The entire audience erupted. Woohoo! Awesome! Victory was within reach, yet Feng Xing Tianxia's hair stood on end. A chilling sense of danger surged instantly. Hunting instinct activated. An explosive intuition urged him to run quickly. Leave! Run! Run! As the abomination fragment fell, dark energy quickly gathered and expanded. It was a cursed black shockwave, a frenzied counterattack, like a detonated dirty bomb, rapidly spreading in all directions. Run! Feng Xing Tianxia roared but did not immediately flee. His gaze suddenly locked onto two key players, First Healer, Cloudy Pomelo, and Chief Strategist, Data Madman. Save whoever you can. Dying at level 34 would be a huge loss. He clenched his teeth. Bullet time. Instant step. Swish. Feng Xing Tianxia vanished in an instant, and in the next second, Data Madman was directly hit hard at the waist, flying off trajectory, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Cloudy Pomelo fared even worse, grabbed by the collar by Feng Xing Tianxia. 2 streaks of blood slashed through the air. Damn it! Take me too! Both shouted simultaneously. Tian Su and Thunder King reacted quickly upon seeing this. Not taking you. Too heavy, he glared. Feng Xing Tianxia completely ignored the outstretched hands, not looking back, rushing into the distance with the 2 fragile players. That's the way. The level 28 and 29 ghost blades grew increasingly tense, seeing Feng Xing Tianxia decisively turn around, instantly activate bullet time, and charge in the opposite direction, step by step closing in, yet still far from keeping up with his speed. Boss, wait! Help! Someone shouted. Feng Xing Tianxia had his eyes only on the front, pedaling furiously, flashing 12 times in a row. Swish, swish, swish. Black afterimages sliced through the air. The 2 teammates on his shoulders were already foaming at the mouth, the gravity almost tearing their bodies apart. This acceleration is practically going to shatter us. The only safe place, the underground chamber of the Hepa Pyramid. The moment they rushed into the tunnel, a loud boom echoed outside, and silence descended. Landing, Yun Zhongyu collapsed directly to the ground, her head spinning with nausea. Ugh! Designing the game to simulate motion sickness this realistically is pure torture. Beside her, the data maniac was in even worse shape, his face pale as he trembled while taking medicine. Brother Feng, are you saving us or killing us? My whole body is fractured. My eyes are bloodshot. My organs are displaced. He spat out a piece of internal organ fragment, pleading, Sister Yuzi, please save me. Feng Xing Tianxia leaned against the door, trembling all over, his body covered in statuses like muscle tear, fracture, and ligament rupture. Wiping his sweat. Stop whining, surviving is winning. Check the forum quickly. The forum was in an uproar, the screen a monochrome gray. The Thunder Messenger gave it his all, the golden electric net barely absorbing 90% of the cursed impact, but the remaining 10% of energy instantly obliterated the battlefield. Thousands of troops turned into black statues, their cheering, fleeing, and pleading postures frozen, instantly becoming fragile black charcoal. Crash, tens of thousands of players turned to dust, all sent back to the city. System announcement: high-energy catastrophe in Area H-78. Player survival rate, 9%. The aftermath had already slaughtered half of the elite forces. Extremely tragic. From a higher dimensional perspective, Titan Ancient Dawn stared at the black energy scattered across the sky. The purification by the Thunder Messenger stripped the deadly curse into pure high-energy particles. Awesome, let's eat. That was the essence of a Tier 3 cosmic creature, as well as the dormant bomb of Calamity of Oblivion lurking within his body. Gu Chun didn't hold back, taking a big bite and swallowing it whole. The system notified a surge of 5 billion bioenergy. Boom! Psionic energy struck the seal on the demon heart, causing ripples on its surface, but failing to break through. The seal is ridiculously thick. Forget it, I'll leave the rest for my underlings. He waved his hand, scattering a strand of golden divine power toward the surviving players and the Thunder Envoy. The players were still immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, taking photos with their teammates' corpses. Suddenly, golden raindrops began to fall from the sky. Gu Chun quietly set aside some resources, planning to distribute them later to those unlucky comrades who had perished. The raindrops fell gently, causing no pain, only a warm and comforting sensation. The wounds previously corroded by curses instantly healed, and depleted mana bars were fully restored. System notification: you have been bathed in divine grace. Race ascension in progress. Ascension failed. You are now a Titan core favored race. Racial potential has reached its limit. All attributes permanently increased. Massive experience points gained. Crackling sounds erupted as the glow of level-ups illuminated the dark battlefield. The players were ecstatic one by one. I leveled up twice. Now I'm LV.29. Experience points explosion. Grinding for half a month wouldn't compare. Abomination, your rocket boost came at just the right time. In the basement, Cloudy Pomelo and Data Maniac's injuries instantly healed, golden light shining above their heads. Blade across the world glanced at his panel. LV.33, LV.35 potential points increased by 7. He took a deep breath, finally gathering enough points. With trembling fingertips, he unlocked the long-coveted Tier 3 talent. Lethal Rhythm. Attack speed skyrocketed, critical damage infinitely stacked with combos, and his entire body entered a combat flow state. Muscle memory seamlessly connected movements, and he could even predict the enemy's actions. With his blade sweeping across the world, he closed his eyes to feel. Even the heartbeat of Yun Zhongyo became crystal clear. His eyes snapped open, and the Fong of Origin in his hands spun at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages, officially announcing the true awakening of the talent. Truly worthy of divine grace. Leveling up defies the heavens. Calamity, abomination. Completely dissipated, and the damaged hepatic lobules began to recover. The golden afterglow left by the Thunder Messenger slowly purified the purplish-black decayed ground, causing the withered lurkers and calamity creatures to flee in terror. The boss is down. This place is insanely dangerous. On the battlefield, the surviving players gathered, looking down at their panels. Everyone's levels skyrocketed, and leveling up talents became the greatest joy. But not everyone was so lucky. Dragon Battle in the Wild sat on the ground, staring helplessly at his level 34 experience bar. I was about to hit 35, but dying cost me half a bar. What a huge loss. Equally unlucky were Great Strength Brings Miracles, Heavenly Strategy, and Thunder and Lightning King, who lost half their experience from an AoE wave, leaving them frustrated. In contrast, the Basement Trio made a huge profit, jumping from LV.33 to 35, with their experience bar at 15%, leading the top players. Stop crying. Level 34 is already impressive. Blade Across the World urged, hurry up and finish allocating your talent points. I want to see the ultimate skills. Everyone quickly allocated points based on their combat experiences. Thunder and Lightning King directly chose Extreme Sustainability. Energy Devour, talent unlocked, automatically absorbs residual psionic energy after kills, ensuring endless mana. In reality, metabolism was completely energy-based, eliminating the need for food. They could survive solely on sunlight and geothermal energy, even consuming flames and electricity to strengthen their bodies. This was the exhilarating thrill of overwhelming power, instantly changing the battlefield's atmosphere. Thunder and Lightning King suddenly logged off, leaving a joking remark, "Gonna try biting a lighter. See ya." Heavenly Strategy and Data Maniac simultaneously activated Psionic Vision, talent unlocked, and their minds exploded instantly. Information overload with psionic shields and energy circuits laid bare. Can only use it briefly. The two shared a tacit understanding. Great strength brings miracles pondered deeply, abandoned his equipment, and directly allocated points to flesh control, hardening his muscles and transforming his limbs into shields. He removed his equipment in front of everyone, turning a large shield into his arm. His muscles bulged, exuding an imposing aura. My body is the strongest weapon, everyone marveled as he proudly showed off, his ever-changing limbs reaching peak coolness. Log off now. Blade Across the World calmly closed his panel. Let's test the strength of third-tier talents in reality. Dragon Country, Imperial Capital, underground headquarters of the Titan Engineering Bureau. The heavy hydraulic hatch slowly opened, and 7 top players woke up simultaneously. Their gaming pods had been secretly moved underground. Top players must not be disturbed, nor allowed to fail. Director Ban Jiangwo and Professor Gu led the research team, waiting patiently. They closely monitored forum updates, already aware of the news about the